Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here in another Sunday show with everyone's favorite Twitter warrior and eternal pot stir, Adam Friended.
Woo! Yeah.
You've been popping off on Twitter. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean the
In a good
commies
way.
got mad at me, so I mean what's gonna happen? What is that gonna turn into, right? You can't piss off. Well, I think it's up to like 80,000 likes now on the one tweet, the retweet from the other commie YouTuber guy.
Yeah,
And go ahead.
Adam retweeted my meme that I made
Mhm.
like months ago.
Yes.
I got decent traction, but not like a big thing. That was the sign of, they got the KKK on one side and you have the civil rights people on
Antifa.
the other side.
Oh
And
yeah.
well, the original one.
The
And it's
original
like
meme, yeah, is
the
making
original
fun of
meme.
centrists. Yeah.
And the KKK, you can just bring it up if you want the visual. The KKK people are like, we want to kill black people, and the civil rights people are like, we just want rights. And then there's a person in the middle who's like compromised. This is like the standard straw man of the centrist position, right?
Yes,
And
totally.
so I fixed it by having the right side, instead of being civil rights leader, I have it instead being Antifa saying we want to kill liberalism and capitalism.
Yeah, I
And
brought
the
it
guy
up.
in the center is saying you're both crazy.
Right, yeah. So I just cut off the old part because I'm like, look, we're moving ahead now. Well, let's forget about this straw man fantasy argument, right?
Yes.
I'm just gonna start sharing the other meme around.
Right.
And
Right.
so people do these farcical, centrist straw man memes, and I hit them back with this one.
Yes.
You're
Yes.
both crazy, right?
Yep.
And they can't look. They are like, these are not equal, and I'm like, Charles Manson and Adolf Hitler are not equal either. I would not want to be either one of them. Okay, where is the equal sign in this meme? It says you're both crazy.
Yes. Yes. It does. Yeah, it's a total straw man because it doesn't. It's just saying that they're both bad.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah.
right. And so when Adam retweeted this, it got like thousands of likes, I believe.
Yeah. I
He
think mine got
all,
like to 4,000 likes.
yeah, I got like 4,000
Yeah.
likes. All these, I don't know what, maybe all the commies follow you and they don't follow me. Maybe that's the problem. So
Mhm.
all the commies responded to the tweet very angrily,
Yes.
including
Yeah.
one who I've never even heard of. This communist guy's got like some massive following. And now
Yes.
he's got over 100,000 communists have seen this meme and they have seethed and coped and they have cried tears of rage now. And I'm just so happy. I'm just so happy.
Yeah. What do you think? Like maybe 10% of that are potentially people we could win over? Because that's like 10,000 people right there.
There you
That
go.
we would
Yeah.
never would have seen this meme if it
Listen,
wasn't for that share.
just the idea that, over 100,000 commies have looked at that meme and have gritted their teeth
Look, and I
is
fixed it
enough
here.
to bring me joy. Okay.
Oh, I know. They're all hating on me, and I'm like, I don't care.
You're like, I didn't even do this.
Look, not only that, I don't. They do the cope thing, like the cope mass thing. You know me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Like,
happy-go-lucky. Like
Yeah.
I'm laughing my ass off the whole time. But they're
Yes.
like, look, you're coping and seething. I'm like, what? Look, I'm an adult. Like, I have a yard and a hedge and shit. I'm not coping and seething over this fucking meme on Twitter. So I updated it because a lot of people in the comments were saying, listen, one side wants to kill an ideology and the other side wants to kill actual people.
Mhm.
So obviously, one side is evil and the other side just wants to, we want peaceful transition to socialism or communism or whatever.
Yeah.
We don't want any violence, right? Although even though they're Antifa in the meme. And Sitch is like, no, this is too wordy. Look, I changed it to we want to kill liberals and capitalists and anyone who disagrees with us. And Sitch is like, too long.
Too long. Just liberals and capitalists is fine.
But I mean, anyone who disagrees with us is, that's
yeah, but it's just too much text.
Okay. Anyway.
Well, and as I said, they make this very stupid argument and they go, well, it's different because one's an ideology and one's people. And it's like, okay, how many wars in human history have been fought over ideology?
Yeah.
How many millions and millions, if not billions of people have died over ideological disputes? Like, it's a total insane point.
Nazism, the Crusades, Christianity,
Yeah, like imagine if one of these people were like, listen, I just want to eliminate Christianity. I don't understand why people are worried. I'm just eliminating an ideology, not a people.
Well, that's what the anti-theists actually say, which is kind of a dipshit
Yeah, but
thing to say.
that's why it's preposterous, because obviously that's not the case. Like tell these people, oh, I just want to eliminate gender ideology. See how they respond to that.
They respond, you want to genocide trans people. That's exactly
Right.
how they respond. Yeah. No, it's ridiculous.
So it's a total straw man, ridiculous argument. This whole like it's different. It's an idea. Like right now, the war in Ukraine is Russia and Ukraine fighting over ideology.
Yeah.
What is
yeah.
the ideological basis of the country of Ukraine?
American liberalism versus Russian authoritarianism. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and fake democracy.
So,
kleptocracy. That's right. All right. What are we watching today, Sitch? I hear
today. Well, first of all, thank you so much, our surrogate father, Daddy J Mac, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Jay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And for the $20, thank you so much. Jay says, "Yard boys for life." There you go.
Jay knows what I'm talking about.
There you go.
Yeah, none of us are losing our minds on Twitter. Okay, please retweet our meme. Yeah, get us to 1 million views.
You know how like some people like go out in the yard and they like work out, so everyone can see them out in the yard working out.
What's wrong with that?
Adam like brings an easel out there. He's like painting out in the yard, so everyone can see him painting.
Look, I've been known to do that. I have a video. I literally have a video of me painting in my parents' backyard in a suit and tie.
There you go. You gotta do it in the front yard so everyone can see.
Actually, I don't have a suit on. I have a shirt and tie. So I don't want to oversell it here. The video may come out sometime.
He's wearing a shirt and tie and underwear, so and flip flops.
No,
so.
I have pants on. Come on. Okay. Don't get their hopes up.
And our good friend Doomer Media for $2
says, Sitch, please don't come on camera. What is up with that, Doomer? Look, we're gonna have to time Doomer out. Can we do that? He has a wrench.
So Doomer's just mad because he recently came on camera and he doesn't want me to steal the spotlight from him. So
did he?
He did.
You
didn't know this?
No, I set the. Look, I rang the bell. What the fuck?
So no. Doomer already has a second channel. He doesn't have a main channel yet. He has a second channel on which he comes on camera.
Okay, hook me up, Doomer. What the hell? Look, I'm a fan. I'm your biggest fan, Doomer. Send me a link.
There you go.
Don't be a stranger.
Anyway, today we're watching. Everyone was so excited to finally see. Though I don't know if anyone was this secret, because I feel like it just kind of popped out of nowhere. I don't know if Destiny talked about it, but Destiny popped up on Timcast IRL, I believe, for the first time, if I'm not mistaken. And so we have the Tim Pool Destiny Clash. And before we start, what are your thoughts on this video we're about to watch?
I think that Tim Pool, as usual, does an amazing job. He's a great YouTuber and a great podcast host. And Destiny, they have a spirited discussion. Destiny is obviously respectful but disagrees, and it's good stuff. I haven't really watched the video, but
okay. So everything you just said you just made up because you haven't actually seen the video.
Well, I know, just this is their MO, so I have a feeling.
Right.
I have an intuition. We'll see if I'm correct.
Destiny has been on before. Okay. He was on 2 years ago. Okay. There you go.
Oh, he was? Okay.
Supposedly. I guess I missed that. But now I don't know if it was just me, but and maybe chat will weigh in on this when we watch the video. I felt like Tim was very nervous talking to Destiny in a way I've really never seen.
Really?
Nervous, yeah. Now I don't know if that was just me reading into something that isn't there. You guys let me know, but it just, I don't know, he just seemed different. Something seemed off. Maybe it was unrelated. Maybe just having a bad day. I don't know. He just seemed a little different. So you let me know how you feel about that.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. So
Tim
anyway,
looks just like my dad, so it's really,
there you go.
It's hard for me to see past that. I feel like I'm looking and, oh, Dad, hey. I feel like we're going hunting together.
We
He's got
know
his
that
gun there on the wall, his guitar.
Adam knows that he lives in a simulation because every person on YouTube looks like a family member. So it's obviously the simulation just repeating the faces. You know, it runs out. There's too many unique faces.
You
in the
look
world,
like
so.
my best friend from high school, Jeff.
Yeah.
This guy Jeff I used to
I
hang
look
out
like
with
his
all the time.
Adam's friend, look like his other friend. Tim Pool looks like his dad. Lance looks like his uncle. Who doesn't look?
Lance looks like
Everyone
my
your
looks like
cousin.
my
Whatever.
cousin. Get it straight,
Everyone,
okay?
everyone looks like someone else. This is so weird. Either you have like some kind of like reverse facial amnesia, or the simulation is just repeating faces.
You want to hear something fascinating about my cousin that Lance looks exactly like?
Yeah.
He's a police officer.
Oh my! They're like mirror versions of each
I
other.
know. It's like Bizarro World, right?
You should get him to get a little mustache. Take a picture of him.
That'd be awesome. Does Lance have a little mustache now?
We'll see.
A little Hitler mustache?
Yes.
Lance, you might want to shave the Hitler
There you
mustache.
go. Elm in the chat says the reason Tim was nervous is because Tim and Destiny had sex in the past and now they have sexual tension. You know what? I think that's probably the answer.
Really? I think
that's
it's
it.
more likely that Destiny has had sex with half of Tim's staff like the night before this
Oh, no.
actually happened, and he's worried that it's going to come up.
He's worried. Tim's worried it's his turn.
Well, yeah, exactly. Tim is like, didn't some video materialize that I'm going to get in trouble for saying this because I know Ian wants it to go away. Didn't Ian have sex with Eliza Blue and like run to his YouTube channel and post a video saying, "Oh my God"?
He said he didn't.
I mean, they made out. Something happened. I mean, there was some.
There was a video of them at a party and everyone was kind of drunk and touchy-feely. He says they didn't have sex. I believe Ian. Ian seems, even when I disagree with Ian, I think he's seems like an honest person, even when I disagree with him. So I don't know. I don't think.
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on the situation. Obviously, if they were sworn to secrecy, then he's got to say they didn't have sex. So.
Well, or he could just not comment on it.
No, because the video came out. He pretty much had to comment. But
okay.
Anyway,
well, I don't know. We don't know. Nothing has been confirmed. So
nope.
That's
but it's
true.
good.
Mr. Girl called up Tim and asked him if he had been sexually coerced by Destiny.
Oh yeah, we got 1,100 people watching. Thanks for joining the stream. We have Chud Logic is going to be on the Tuesday stream to talk to us about how he made 1,000 times more money off of Mr. Girl's content than Mr. Girl did. So that should be a fun live stream. Looking forward to that.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And then, we're probably going to talk about Trump is going to be indicted on Tuesday as well.
Yeah, so we'll actually see what the charges are on Tuesday, so that'll be fun.
Yes, and the bet, I mean, we're obviously going to weigh in. Sitch and I, for those of you who don't know, have a $500 bet going on whether or not Trump is actually going to run for president in
Make it to the first primary.
Yeah. He's got to make it through the first primary, through Iowa, the Iowa caucus. And then Adam is $500 richer. So that bet is looking pretty good right now.
Things not looking good for old Sitch. Okay.
I know.
On this bet, things not looking good.
But it's been a roller coaster ride, so a lot of fun there. We'll weigh in on that on Tuesday, but
I can't wait to double or nothing on if Trump loses the primary, he's going to run third party. So
yeah, somebody sent me something on that, saying that in order to get into the Republican primary, they make them sign a document saying that they won't run third party.
Yeah, but it's not legally binding.
No, I think it is a legally binding document. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, they do. So they told me. Yes, they told me not to take that bet because.
No.
Yeah, it's like.
But wait,
they call it like a sourpuss law or something like that.
No.
A spoiler law or something.
Give me a break. No, there might.
Wait. No, there's laws in like 13 states or something like that where they're not allowed to be on the ballot if they've been in the Republican primary. That's what it is. You can look it up. They were like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't take that bet, Adam. Look, 18.
I don't buy that. I'm pretty sure
out of trouble.
A judge
man.
ruled that unconstitutional, but we'll talk about that in the future.
Anyway,
All right.
Let's go.
Let's jump in the video. Let me send you a DM really quick too. I'll just put in the Zoom chat.
All right. I know where that is.
Yeah.
Jump into this big breaking news story. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking. Manhattan grand jury votes to indict Donald Trump. Trump will be the first former president to be indicted. The grand jury's vote regards an alleged settlement made with adult film actress Stormy Daniels during the former president's 2016 campaign. According to 5 people with knowledge of the matter per the New York Times, Trump and Daniels allegedly had a sexual encounter in 2006, according to the claim. Trump is the first former president to face criminal charges after office. While the specific charges are currently unknown, an indictment is expected to be announced as Trump will be asked to surrender and face arraignment. A lawyer for the former president confirmed his indictment shortly after the initial announcement, the AP reported. In a March 18th Truth Social post, Trump said he would be arrested on the 21st and called for people to protest and take our nation back. Okay, so basically after that, they postpone the indictment. Things get delayed. Then a bunch of people who are, conservative but not pro-Trump started saying Trump's grifting, he's lying, it's not going to happen. Then today they announced, I think it was today they announced the grand jury was going to be suspended for a month. And then all of a sudden, just like a couple hours ago, they announced they voted to indict Donald Trump. So obviously, my opinion on this, as we've talked about it before, is this is silly and stupid. But while we have you, man, what do you think?
If he committed a crime, I think he should have the book thrown at him. I think generally this is a misdemeanor crime. Usually there's a statute of limitations. But if records were falsified in an attempt to cover up another crime, then the statute of limitations is extended. But I don't think any of us have seen the indictment yet. So I wait till they.
I believe I was listening to Fareed Zakaria talking about this today, who's on CNN, and he said that the reason that the logic here is that the way it's being upcharged to a felony is through the fact not that they covered up the records, because that part would also be statute of limitations has already expired. It's because it's for federal election, so they're saying it's a federal crime. And there's some kind of like weird logic about like how the state of New York can prosecute for a federal crime. And that's kind of why a lot of this seems kind of like, eh.
Yeah, everything I've seen is that it's not going to stand in court. They're going to easily get this thrown out. They don't have a leg to stand on legally. And
well,
I
think the problem is, and Fareed said this too, he said part of the issue with this is that both the federal Justice Department under Trump and Biden both declined to prosecute on this. And so, it's going to be a very uphill battle for New York to try to push this through.
Yeah, so. DOJ didn't want to touch it. All of a sudden they're going to step up? Okay, we'll do it. Look, this is just, it seems like obvious. I'm with Trump. It seems like a witch trial. So, you disagree?
It's one of those weird things where everyone knows, well, not everyone, most people I think will admit that he did it. Like, obviously he broke the law here. He used campaign contributions to pay off Stormy Daniels. The question is, if it was just like, oh, he has to pay a fine, right, for doing that. I mean, okay. But if trying to upscale it to a felony seems kind of excessive. And, that to me seems like it's just, political at that point.
Turning a misdemeanor into a felony?
Yeah.
Charge him for a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
They want it a felony so that he has to do some kind of jail time. So
right.
Ridiculous.
So the indictment to see how I think it is, but hey, if he broke the law, I think he should have the book thrown at him. Even ex-presidents, I don't believe are above the law. So
I absolutely agree. I'd like to see more presidents get arrested and charged.
Well, there you go. Tim Pool agrees that Donald Trump should be arrested.
He wants to see more presidents to get arrested and charged. I guess he wanted to see Hillary Clinton locked up too. What happened?
Well, she wasn't president, but.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, presidential candidate though. Why are we why are we limiting ourselves just to presidents, right?
Well,
let's go after all of them.
And we talked about this a lot before. To me, some people say like, oh, and I understand what they're saying. They say, oh, the law applies to everyone equally, right? And I get it, and I'm a big advocate of that. But there's also people saying, oh, prosecutors should not be thinking about the political considerations when they go after people. And I don't think that's true. I think you have to consider the political implications. And we've talked about this. I think if you're a DA, you have to be very careful. I'm not saying you can't do it, but I think you have to be very careful when you're going after either a president, an ex-president, or a presidential candidate, depending on how, political it's going to be or seem, because we don't want to live in a country where the government is basically removing candidates' abilities to run for office by going after them with, hyped up,
On frivolous
politicized,
shit. Yeah.
charges and things. I mean, that's what they do in third world countries, and that's what they do in authoritarian dictatorships.
Someone told me that in France they've incarcerated 2 ex-presidents over corruption charges, and I haven't
Wow.
looked into the corruption charges, but it made me feel a little bit better. Like, yeah, we might be able to throw 1 or 2 of these guys in jail and not worry about losing our republic as it is. The thing that I worry about, just because it seems so obvious that there's an incentive. If I'm in office and I think there's any chance that I'm going to do jail time, and the only thing keeping me from that is the political power of the office, I'm going to try to stay in office for as long as I can. And this is exactly what happens in these countries that flip over to authoritarian dictatorships. They're like, the reason why Putin is going to be president for life is because he knows as soon as he loses that political power, he becomes expendable. And he's made a lot of enemies over the years. I'm sure there are a lot of people who'd like to, settle the score with him.
I mean, it make me nervous, you guys. It's the first time in history a president's ever been indicted.
No, I agree. I don't care if they break the law, then they should be charged. My issue, I suppose, is it seems overtly political. I mean,
How can we say that without seeing the indictment?
that's a fair point.
But you just said that.
I said it seems overtly political. It's
I guess
fair
it
to
could
say
be.
we don't know for sure, but it seems that way, especially considering the dude campaigned on investigating Trump. They spent years, and this was the best they could come up with, that Cohen paid Stormy Daniels to not write a book or give an interview or whatever about banging Trump, and that Trump tried claiming it was legal fees, despite the fact that a letter was put out 2018 where Cohen's lawyer said Cohen paid for it out of pocket, was never reimbursed. So, I mean, like, that feels kind of like exculpatory evidence outright, which makes this seem political.
So do you think that the payments to him that were recorded in the book, do you think that's all fake, or?
So I don't know. Well, definitely, I'm interested in seeing what the reason.
I just don't understand why, because like the thing that drives me the craziest, it happens to the Andrew Tate stuff too, where things will come out and people immediately say this is political, it's partisan. It's like, well, why not just wait till the indictments come out and then we can actually see when the indictments come out? It might be that there's a lot of stuff in there. And it's like, oh, okay, that's fair, and it might be, wow, this is BS. Like, it's obviously
because
political.
Bragg campaigned on doing this.
Like, sure, but I mean, like, people.
So Destiny brings a fair point, which is that, and this is why we've only talked about it kind of incidentally, is I think you do have to wait to see what the charges are, and you do have to wait to see what the evidence is before, we really clamp down and make very strong for people to take really strong positions
Right.
about anything. Now, obviously, that's what I'm saying is totally crazy. No one's going to wait for evidence to kind of clamp down to have a strong stance on something one way or the other. Obviously, that's a no-go, right? People want to have an opinion right out of the gate.
If there is some sort of email or something where Trump basically says it's Cohen, right? That's his attorney?
Yeah.
So if he says, listen, I don't want to pay this whore out of my own pocket, okay? Just take it out of the campaign funds and let's be done with this bimbo. I mean, that's going to look pretty bad, right?
Right. But no one's really, I mean,
Does that
I keep saying no
exist?
one.
Somehow I don't think that email exists.
It's I think most people accept. It kind of reminds me of the Bill Clinton thing.
Right.
Like, everyone was like, yeah, he banged Monica Lewinsky, but the Republicans trying to impeach him over it or impeach him about lying over it is like insane, right?
Yes, totally.
And so, like, people are like, yeah, of course he's gonna say he didn't do it because he's married, but it's like, so it's kind of the same thing with like Trump here. It's like, yeah, we all know that he did it, and that's bad, but is it rise to the level of like a felony? And that's kind of the question. Well, and we'll see. I mean, I think we should wait. We should see what the charges are. We should see what the evidence is before we like really lock in and make a strong position. Because who knows? Maybe they'll bring the charges and you'll say, this kind of seems like BS, or maybe there'll be all sorts of crazy things that no one even knows about. Who knows?
Wasn't this adjudicated in the court of public opinion in the last election? I feel like all this stuff kind of came out before the 2020 election. So,
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah. I believe
yeah,
it did.
we're dealing with old news here. Unless that email exists, which I'm doubtful it does, because obviously that would be leaked immediately and we'd all be talking about it already.
Well, I mean, I don't know. To me, there were like, I think there's like 3 or 4 potential charges. This is the weakest one and the lamest one. And the Republicans actually lucked out that this is the first one, my opinion. The Republicans lucked out that this is the first one that came to fruition, because now, regardless of whatever information comes out in Georgia about the, telephone call, about Trump saying, about finding additional votes, however one interprets that phone call, and regardless of whatever information comes out about the documents in Florida, and regardless of whatever information comes out about whether they want to indict Trump over January 6th stuff, it's all going to be very easily painted as the partisan political hatchet job brush, because this was the first one to come out.
Right. Totally.
You can just be like, oh, this ridiculous thing in New York failed, and so now they're going to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
So Trump was very fortunate that this was the first one that come to head.
Always like the luckiest guy alive.
He seems very lucky. He seems like a very lucky guy. Yeah.
How's this happen?
He put a lot of stat points in the luck when he was born. So
that's good.
People can campaign on all sorts of things, right? Juliana campaigned on cleaning up New York. The guy that
that literally makes it political.
If you campaign on like enforcing laws, like is that a political?
No, he
statement?
campaigned on investigating Trump.
Maybe he thought Trump broke some laws.
But it's like,
yeah, it seems like a fair thing to campaign.
That's a weak sauce argument by Destiny there.
Yeah,
because he campaigned on enforcing the law. I mean, he's, by all accounts, he's not really enforcing the law. Like, obviously, he's spending a bunch of time on this political, campaign promise over actually prosecuting criminals in New York.
Well, Bragg has what you just said. Bragg has a big problem, which is that it's not like he seems like this guy who's like really tough on crime.
Right.
So you're like, oh, he's just like super about like maintaining the law and order. Right. It's the opposite. He seems very weak on crime, except in this case.
Yeah.
So that kind of adds to the visual perception that this is highly political. But going to Destiny's argument, I mean, there's the problem is it can be both. You can have someone who, some politician legitimately broke the law and should legitimately be charged. But if they run on it, if a DA runs on it, obviously it's hyper partisan, hyper political, because generally the people, of the party of the politician are going to want to defend them or downplay it. And the people of the party that are opposite of it are going to want to say, yes, lock him up, lock her up.
Yeah, very much so.
It's both those things. It is highly political. That doesn't mean it's right or wrong, but it is highly political.
New York is so Democrat, though. I mean, it's like a Democratic stronghold, blue as blue can be. So they all hate Trump there.
Well, New York City isn't like upstate New York pretty red? I mean,
well,
I know
most of the population is in the city.
Right.
Most of the population of New York is in the city.
I don't remember what the I can look it up right now, what the 2020 election results were for New York in terms of actual breakdown.
Yeah. Are you saying it's like a 60-40 state?
I don't know. I don't know. Let's see.
Maybe
they had 5.2 million votes for Joe Biden and 3.2 million for Donald Trump. So 60, it's like 60-37.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, obviously it's blue, but it's not like 80-20 or something like this.
Right.
There's still a significant amount of redders over there.
They're never gonna. I mean, obviously that's never gonna sway an election.
No, that's gonna be a
district attorney. Yeah. And not only that, it's in New York City, so it's the New York City's probably 80-20.
Well, is Bragg the New York City Attorney General, or is he the? I thought he was the state.
Oh, okay.
Or I don't know I don't know the answer to that.
Let's look.
He's the New York County District Attorney covering Manhattan. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. He's like
okay.
He's like the New York City District Attorney, right?
Right.
Yeah. He's the DA in New York City. He's supposed to be investigating the Gotham crime, not going after the president of the United States.
Supposed to be going after Joker and Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, this is just him trying to elevate his personal profile. Like, we're all talking about this guy. We're all looking him up on the internet. This is a ploy to run for president. I always say this to Sitch, and he's like kind of scoffs at it, but all of these guys are running for president. All of them have a career path that puts them in the White House sooner or later.
Well,
Here it is. Well, come on, let's see.
I don't think it's said of every
see some
politician.
wells in the chat.
Maybe with Bragg, you could say that. I'm just saying, I don't think that's true of every politician. I don't think every politician has their eyes on the presidency.
99.9. I said this about Trump's vice president. You were like, nah, he's not running. Next thing you know, Pence is running.
No. I said he's got no shot.
Look,
I never said he wasn't going to run. I said he's got no shot.
Look,
you said, wait. You said that he didn't. The argument was over whether Pence didn't throw out the votes on January 6th because for like political, like cynical reasons, because he thought it would help him win the presidency in 2024. And I was like, no way. It's the exact opposite. That's what the disagreement was about.
First of all, I completely agree with you that they're all delusional. Okay. That doesn't change the fact that all of them have a plan to become president of the United States. I don't disagree with you that Pence has zero chance of being elected president of the United States. But when Trump is trying to get him to use these fake electors, he's thinking, look, if I use the fake electors, America crumbles and I can't be president of the United States in 2024, which he is obviously running for president. He's not running to sell a book. He's running because he thinks he's got a shot at it. He's like America's hero now. He's like, thank God Trump gave me this winning lottery ticket here. Now I'm the guy who saved the Union from Trump on January 6th. That's going to be his campaign slogan.
J Mac, our surrogate father, for another $50. Thanks so much, Jay. Jay says, two things can be true at once. There can be strong evidence for the charges and they can be politically motivated. Exactly. To say that the Democrats aren't chomping at the bit to get their Trump perp walk ignores their own rhetoric for the past 8 years. That's very true.
He said champing at the bit, which he actually, that's the correct. Look at that. J-Mac knows what
is that really the correct way of pronouncing it?
Champing at the bit. Exactly.
I've always heard people say chomping.
Yeah, they always say it incorrectly. That's why I was like, yeah, you corrected him. Everyone's going to think J-Mac doesn't know it's champing at the bit.
Well, excuse me. Okay.
J-Mac. Look,
excuse me.
I'm protecting Daddy
champing
J-Mac.
Sounds wrong though, so I'm going to keep saying chomping.
Okay, well, right. J-Mac, you just keep super chatting correctly. I got your back.
Well, and it's interesting because like Fareed Zakari, we did have an interesting segment about this because he thought this was kind of foolish of them to do. He had talked to Jon Stewart about this issue, I believe last week, and Jon Stewart's argument was basically Trump gets away with everything in his life. Oh my God, we have to get him because he gets away with everything in his life.
Jon Stewart said that. Imagine that.
Yes, exactly, and it's funny because when I've talked to other Democrats out in the world, that's like one of the most common issues. It's like this anger, this emotional anger that Donald Trump gets away with everything. So, it's kind of like Al Capone. We just got to get him for something, right?
Of course.
It's just like this, they need this vindication. So I agree very strongly with J-Mac that there's a lot of people that are just looking for that perp walk.
That's all they want. Exactly. Well, I mean, I look at it like, what the hell did he get away with? They completely slandered him over Charlottesville. They said he praised neo-Nazis for 4 years. Like they just made up all kinds of shit about Trump. They've literally made Trump hated by 50% of the country. What has he gotten away with?
Well, lots of stuff.
Okay, sure.
I mean, we're going to talk about, obviously, because it comes up in this conversation, the first Trump impeachment.
They impeached his ass. What did he get away with?
He got away with it, so he didn't.
They had zero chance of getting him because this is the whole thing.
I know it was entirely political.
Impeachments are all theatrics. If they don't control the House and the Senate, there's no way they're going to get a president impeached. So
I know
it's all theatrics.
Twitter Sucks for $20 says, did you guys hear about the lawyer that worked under the DNC to investigate Trump over January 6th that was arrested for having CP? No, I haven't. What is the guy's name?
Wow.
I'm not familiar with that at all. That seems pretty crazy. Anyway, let's continue.
Show me the man, I'll show you the law that he broke, right?
Well, we're about to see that shown once the indictments are unsealed, huh?
So here's what I think with the
look at he's laughing about it.
The potential of this case. Do you have a lawyer? I imagine you've gone through legal stuff, right?
Not like a dedicated one, but I've have a couple depending on what I'm going through. Yeah.
Do you go through their itemized invoices? You might. I mean, I don't know if you do or not.
I've never made a single payment of over $10,000 to a lawyer. So usually they send me the itemized thing, and they bill by every 15 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. Yeah.
These bills that Trump's paying are over hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I think for Cohen, wasn't it like 330,000 or something at the end of the day? Yeah,
something like that. And so I really doubt Trump was handed this invoice, looked at it and said, no, we can't say we paid Stormy. That's illegal. Let's falsify this record. He probably got a legal bill and was like, just pay him. I don't know, whatever. Right?
Didn't Cohen claim that he and Trump had personal conversations about this particular issue?
Yes, after the fact. But in 2018, Cohen's lawyer.
I think Tim's argument would be more solid if it not for the fact that Trump has some weird thing where he doesn't like paying people.
Trump literally has that, though. Haven't you heard? Remember, he doesn't pay people. Remember,
that's what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying that the fact that Trump is like notorious for not having paid people, that hurts Tim's. Because like normally you think, okay, Trump, billionaire, he's not looking over the items like Tim said, he's not looking over the itemized list of like, why would Trump like really violate the law? You can't afford to pay Stormy Daniels the $100,000 or whatever it was. It just seems ridiculous. But since Trump has this since he's well known for not paying people, and you always bring up the example of
Bill Barr, William Barr, Attorney General, told Trump, there's all these election shenanigans going on in 2020, and Bill Barr gave him a heads up months before any of this.
It was like a year before.
Yeah. He says, listen, Democrats are changing the rules. We need to have attorneys on the ground to deal with this situation. And you have a notorious reputation for not paying attorneys, so no one's going to work for us until you put $10 million from your campaign into an escrow account to show them that they're going to get paid. And Trump didn't do it. That's one of the things that always people on the right, I mean, that's the buck stops with Trump.
Right. He wanted him to put $10 million in escrow that would be used to pay lawyers who would go to every state where the election laws had been changed.
And fight those changes. Yes.
Right. And this was like, Bill Barr's like, you should do this like a year or 2 years before the election happens. You need to start like early.
Yes.
And then they didn't do that for whatever reason.
Each of the political parties has people on the ground in every single state. They know what's happening. They know about the law changes. They know how it's going to affect the election. They phone into party headquarters and say, listen, this is going to hurt us in the next election. We got to do something. Trump said, no, we don't need to do that. That's a waste of money. Right?
In theory, we don't actually know what he said.
That's a total waste.
We don't know. We don't know why that never got done. It seems very foolish, obviously, now in retrospect.
He had easily $10 million to put into an escrow account.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't.
I'd be like, do it. It's not my money. It's campaign money.
It's very weird. I don't know why they didn't do it. I don't know if it was just it fell through the cracks, incompetence. Who knows?
I don't think he liked William Barr because William Barr didn't go hard enough at all the people he wanted him to prosecute. So he's like, screw that guy.
Well, I don't know when Barr made this recommendation. I don't know when that was. I don't remember the timeline of when their relationship soured, because I thought the relationship didn't sour till like pretty close to the end when Barr didn't defend him on the election being stolen claims. I thought they were pretty tight before then, though.
That's when it soured. They were very, very tight. But then Barr,
but his recommendation was like
as the election was gearing up against Biden, Barr came in and had this meeting with Trump where he wanted to sit down and talk to him about Twitter. He wanted to talk to him about being a mature candidate.
That's when Trump was like, I don't like this guy.
Yes, yeah. And I think that's when the relationship started to go south. Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
There's one quote that Barr is like so proud of in his book where he talks about.
Yeah, this is from his book. You're not just making this up. This is what he says.
I read Barr's book. Barr was in some meeting with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is on his phone, like working on a tweet or something. And and Trump looks up to Barr and says, what makes a tweet perfect? And Barr goes, what? And he says, just the right amount of crazy. And Barr was just, I mean, well, how do you respond to that? Like, what do you say to that? I mean,
He's not wrong.
It's
He's not
true.
wrong. Yeah, not wrong.
I don't think William Barr knows that that's true though. I don't think he spends much time on Twitter.
No, he's a boomer. He doesn't know about the whole Twitter stuff.
Yeah, but Barr was completely like offended by this. Obviously, pointed out.
Well,
in
yeah.
his
I mean,
book.
listen, it's not the thing you want to hear your president say necessarily.
Right. Yeah. So evidently, I mean, this happened in 2016. Barr and a bunch of other heavy donors for the Republicans went to Trump in 2016 and mentioned something about, you have to embody the office. You're basically running for president. You have to look the part, that kind of thing. And Trump made an effort to do that and was very more presidential from then on out.
Interesting.
So he had planned on going to Trump and doing the same thing in 2020. But in 2020, I mean, Trump had 4 years of all of these attacks that he felt were completely unjustified. He's like, listen, I got no problem with black people. They're on the news every single day.
I love
telling me-
Omarosa. Where are my blacks at?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that must wear on him. New York City is not like a stronghold of white supremacy. Okay.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So he's going, listen, why are they saying I praise neo-Nazis on CNN every 15 minutes? Like he completely felt betrayed in a way that he just could not help lashing out at. So
yeah, no, I agree. I mean, since the media basically said that he had no shot of winning, and then when he did win, I think the media's brain essentially broke, and I think it was a combination of them viewing it through the racialized lens, like, oh, he only won because of racist, and also just they couldn't admit that they were wildly wrong.
Yep.
About their about their prediction of reality, the fact that he could win over Hillary Clinton. And I do think that them just attacking him so aggressively and strongly from day one, I mean, even before day one, before he even became president, just the constant them attacking him so aggressively about everything, whether he really deserved it or not, for whatever the daily issue was. I do agree I think that did change him and make him even more angrier, more aggressive, more the Trumpian way that people criticize him to be.
Trump was loved by everyone when he was doing The Apprentice. That's just such a complete turnaround that he wasn't used to. He wasn't used to. Everywhere he goes, there's like people yelling nasty shit at him.
Right. That is interesting because people forget about that. Like, when he was just on The Apprentice, a lot, most people liked him.
He could go anywhere and he was loved. It was autographs and how much we love you and you're amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that all changed.
Yeah. And I don't think CNN or MSNBC has remotely treated him fairly. So I get it. I mean, the January 6th stuff is insane. I don't know why he didn't just step back and say, I'm coming for you in 20. I mean, basically that's what he's done anyway. Say I'm coming for you in 2024. Yeah, he just got bad advisors, and he made the mistake of listening to him. Well, and he believes in his heart that he won.
Yeah, I don't think
imagine that Bill.
I mean,
that he lost.
Well, I'm saying it seemed like from the people that testified about January 6th that were there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seemed like Trump was kind of alone, and like it seemed like all the advisors were kind of like, you should, call the National Guard. You should stop all this, and he's just kind of like, I'm gonna go sit in a room and watch TV.
Right.
So I don't think it was like an advisor situation, but
I mean, he was listening to Sidney Powell talking about
how. I guess that's true.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He was listening to the My Pillow guy. Like he was listening.
Yeah,
to,
but see,
who's the guy that made the documentary about the stolen votes? Look, he literally thinks he won.
Dinesh D'Souza.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a weird thing where he had Sidney Powell and Mike Lindell and who was the
I can't remember, but
Flynn. And Flynn.
Oh yeah, General Flynn.
He wanted to make Sidney Powell, the lead investigator into the January 6th thing, and basically his whole staff said that they were going to quit if he did that because that was insane and that she's insane. But to me, that really reeks more of like Trump looking for the person who's going to tell him the thing he wants to hear, as opposed to like he's just getting bad advice. So that's the only difference.
Yeah, you're saying he is responsible because he's selecting the advisors that are telling him that what he wants to hear. So really,
Right.
it's his fault. I mean, I don't disagree with that at all. You have to be able to sift through your advisors. You know, some of them are going to be just full of shit, and he just didn't do a good job of doing that. So, but I don't. He could be our president again. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't.
It's definitely likely. So
Yeah.
we'll see. It's gonna be fun.
Claimed Cohen paid for it personally without instruction from Trump and was never reimbursed for it.
Sure. Do you think has Cohen claimed otherwise now?
After the fact, yes, Cohen
Yeah.
has claimed otherwise.
So, and those claims were under.
What was the claim, Sitch? I missed it. Do you know?
Sorry, the claim was there were two claims. Is that Cohen claimed that Trump and him had a conversation about how to pay Stormy Daniel and
Really?
whether he would pay for it or how it would go to things.
And
so
he's
Cohen's pointing the finger at Trump.
right. He's going to say that conversation was explicit. I mean, my thinking is that conversation was Cohen saying, "I'll take care of it. You know, the less you know, the better," because that's usually how it goes.
Well,
in
yeah,
these kinds of situations. Yeah,
and Cohen is kind of he was charged and
of course,
prosecuted and I went to jail for
So he's
a bunch
bitter.
of stuff too, and so a lot of it's like, well, Cohen's a notorious liar. How much is he going to be trusted? If the prosecution in New York is really hinging so much on Cohen's testimony, I think that's going to be very weak because Cohen is a known liar. So,
right. Like Trump could get out of that easily by saying, "Yeah, I told him don't do anything illegal." Like if he said, even if he said, "I'll take care of it. The less you know, the better." As soon as Trump says, "Don't do anything illegal," you're solid.
Right.
End of
J-Mac,
conversation.
our surrogate father, for another $20. Thank you. Jay's just throwing money at us today. Thanks so much, Jay. Well, Jay always throwing money at us. Says Adam, thank you for preserving our idioms. Very cool.
Yes, of course.
Camping.
I was champing at the bit to correct Sitch on that one.
And a guy for $20 says, I used to consider myself S-class, but I must defect due to Adam's correct usage of champing at the bit. Wow. I didn't know this was such a
Adam is kind of the unsung hero of the show sometimes. He really is.
There you go. You can add this to your covalent bonds. Okay. You got covalent bonds and champing at the bit.
Somebody compared me. I guess Tim has had a series of these. I mean, I call them sidekicks. I don't even really call them co-hosts because they're not really. Tim has a certain stature about him that I don't think any of his hosts like measure up to. So
what do you mean? What do you mean stature? You mean like, yeah, because Tim is seen as like the star, right?
The original guy was his name Adam too?
Yeah. It was Adam Krigler or something.
Adam Krigler, yeah, exactly. So a lot of people assume that I'm like the Adam Krigler of the show. And I'm like, wasn't that guy like a male model or something? Look, I'm the one that I read 10 times more than Sitch. Well, no, that's not true.
Well, no, you read books. I read a lot more papers and stuff.
Sitch does our internet research and he's amazing at it. But I read, obviously like I know all this stuff about Bill Barr because I read his fucking book.
Right. Yeah.
So I read Trump's campaign manager's book, Kellyanne Conway, as well. So she had a real interesting relationship with Trump. So she realized Trump, you got to get Trump when he's listening. She basically was like, she always planned to be ready when Trump was ready to listen and not to try to, force anything on him when he wasn't in the mood. And that's a great strategy. Yeah, exactly. That's how she became campaign manager.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yes.
she's smart. She's a smart woman.
Adam and I are co-hosts, and we love Adam with all our heart. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Praise be upon him.
Yeah.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for another $20, says, Sitch, I love Black. Liliana is my favorite planeswalker. There you go.
Right. God, I wish I had a Black friend, man. That'd
Liliana
be awesome.
Liliana is a good planeswalker. Yep. And nowhere near as annoying as Jace. Ugh. I still can't get over Aiden playing her discard deck. or her mill deck.
Oh
Jeez.
yeah,
Jeez, Aiden.
dirty Mildecker.
Twitter Sucks for $20. Thank you, Twitter Sucks. Says the guy's name was Michael T. Donce. Oh, check it out. Michael T. Donce. Chaotic Entertainment for $20 says Destiny dyed his hair blue for cancer charity, just so everyone knows.
Oh,
okay.
awesome.
Yes, I think we asked about this last week. Someone said it was for charity, so
Good on him. Good on him.
on him. Yep.
I can forgive him then.
He said, I think he says in this conversation, they ask him, he says it's for charity. Then he says he's going to keep it though, because it just triggers everyone on the right.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's the correct thinking on it, but who knows? J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much. Says Mike Lindell and Sidney Powell are still trying to push stuff and get money. Mike met with my parents, and I had to convince my mom not to give money to anyone.
No way.
That find receipts.
No way. Holy cow. Mom, this is not a great idea.
Well, listen, J-Mac, you're a saint. You're like, Mom, stop. Don't give Mike Lindell your money.
That's not good, especially if he has Trump's ear. Don't give that guy any money. Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's not good. Good on you, Jay. And No Step on Steak for $20. Thank you so much. Says Trump's problem comes from the fact that he's like Adam. Oh my God.
Oh, really?
He refuses to admit he's wrong and apologize as class is the best class.
I don't refuse to admit I'm wrong when I'm actually wrong, though. That's the thing. I'm never wrong. So it's like a perfect situation.
You just refuse to apologize.
True. Yeah, obviously. Well, if you've done nothing wrong, why apologize, right? True. I'm innocent.
All right, let's go.
Paid for it personally without instruction from Trump and was never reimbursed for it.
Sure. Do you think has Cohen claimed otherwise?
Okay, so Cohen claimed that he paid for it. So my assumption on the conversation is correct.
But he claimed both, I believe.
Really?
Yes, the president.
Under oath? Because that's like a giant
I don't know.
perjury
We'll
charge.
I think we'll see. But
yes, after the fact. But in 2018, Cohen's lawyer claimed Cohen. I really doubt Trump was handed this invoice, looked at it and said, no, we can't say we paid Stormy. That's illegal. Let's falsify this record. He probably got a legal bill and was like, just pay him. I don't know, whatever. Right?
Didn't Cohen claim that he and Trump had personal conversations about this particular issue?
Yes, after the fact. But in 2018, Cohen's lawyer claimed Cohen paid for it personally without instruction from Trump and was never reimbursed for it.
Sure. Do you think has Cohen claimed otherwise though?
After the fact, yes, Cohen has claimed otherwise.
So, and those claims were under oath, correct?
Then he should be charged with perjury if that's the case.
But the statements by his boss, were those statements under oath?
His boss?
Yeah, or the other lawyer. Yeah, the other lawyer. Were those under oath?
I don't know who the letter was filed with.
Something that Rosenstein said that I think was really important when he was asked for questioning. This was like 3 or 4 years ago, I think, is he would get very irritated when he was brought before Congress and claims of the media. I think Jim Jordan did this to him. The claims from the media would be brought before him and they'd say, well, what do you think about this? Or what do you think about that? And he says, well, I don't think that's true. And he's like, do you think they're lying? And something Rosenstein said was, well, if you think they're lying, bring them and have them testify under oath. So I think it's important when we look at people's statements. People will say a lot of things. We saw this with Giuliani and his claims about Trump. People say a lot of things, and then when they're under oath, their stories change significantly. So I'd always be cautious to compare statements made under oath to something that some guy might have just said in a letter or said to the press or said to a friend.
Who's Rosenstein?
I think this was sent to the Federal Election Commission.
Maybe, yeah.
That's what it says. Via email, Federal Election Commission, Office of Complaints, Examination, and Legal Administration. Attention, Crystal Dennis. And the letter says that Cohen did it of his own volition. He paid for it out of pocket. He was never reimbursed. So I would put it this way. It seems political when you have a letter like this from years ago, from 5 years ago. But again, fair point. We'll see what happens. My issue with it for the most part is really falsified record misdemeanor charge. You want to get into the debate about Barack Obama blowing up a kid? Because I would absolutely love to talk about that. Look, if they want to give Trump a misdemeanor charge and lock him up for however many months a misdemeanor gets him, I would absolutely be willing to make that to agree. You're right. He's got to be charged. Next up, Obama. He blew up a kid. He blew up a bunch of kids.
I don't know if Obama broke a law.
I don't think America.
Is there some
weird.
new movement on this case, or is Tim just bringing this up as like a?
It's just
well, if you,
the worst thing the president did situation, I think.
Yeah, not quite a whataboutism, but it's just sort of like a, well, if you do X, we should do Y.
I don't think it's really a whataboutism because it's this is the thing. If you're going to charge one person, by the letter of the law for jaywalking, and the other person, you're not even going to give any kind of charges when they do serious crimes, then obviously that's
Right.
that's
That's
the
why I said it's
problem
not
with the
quite
system.
a whataboutism. It's more of a if you do X, we're going to do this.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. But
You got to have a consistency.
yes, I agree. Consistency in the law.
Yeah.
But nothing new happened on this story, right? I mean, I don't watch Tim Daly, so I don't know if this.
Oh,
is
I don't
like
think
his
so.
Continual jumping back to point is Obama blew up someone in a restaurant or something.
That's like the thing, everybody. American citizen. Which I'm sure, that is probably illegal, right? No, Sitch, don't even. Like, come on. That's Hassan levels of stupid.
What?
Well, it's just, I think it was an American that was abroad, and they called in a terrorist strike on some target and ended up blowing up an innocent American.
Oh, okay.
Which is, that's pretty messed
There
up.
wasn't there. Okay, so maybe I'm thinking of something different because there was a case. Wasn't there a case where they drone striked an American citizen who that was their target, and everyone was freaking out? This is a different situation.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it's the same situation. I don't know the specific details.
Oh, okay. Let's see. U.S. military airstrike killed a 16-year-old American citizen in Yemen. No one in the Obama administration has taken responsibility for the death or even public knowledge that it happened. This is in 2011.
Yeah, that's right. That's it. There's only one.
Al-Laki from Denver.
I literally read this 12 years ago, so this is
son of an Al-Qaeda member. Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, that definitely changes things.
Right.
He's not just like a normal kid running around, right?
He wasn't in a baby stroller, and he didn't have like a Captain America shield or anything like that.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah. So, I'll have to read through this. This article's super long, but
I don't know if they
talk about it more.
I don't. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of spin going on here. So, his dad was in Al Qaeda. I don't know about that. I don't remember. Like I said, it was 12 years ago when I read about this kid. So, but I know people were up in arms about it, and as they should be. Look, we shouldn't be killing America. Look, if you're hanging out at a cafe in Yemen, and you get caught in a strike on some terrorist target, you're gonna be pretty pissed.
Right. So, but I'm assuming. Let's see. They weren't targeting him. They were targeting the father, and he just was with his child at the time or something.
I don't know that they were even targeting the father. I don't know. I can't remember the situation, like I said. If you want to read it while we listen to some of the video.
We can. I've been looking through it. It seems very murky. So
Right,
maybe it was just very shitty. But
maybe Tim will talk about it in the video.
we'll see.
Americans of any capacity are allowed to kill other Americans.
Of any capacity? Don't cops do it all the time?
Not like.
I mean, it seems like they're in the service of doing.
That's a little bit of a semantic trick you played there, right?
Okay.
Look at that, calling him out.
Obviously, you can kill people in self-defense, but Obama bombed a civilian restaurant in Yemen, a country we're not at war with, killing civilians, including a 16-year-old American citizen. Like, you can't, if you're in the military, you can't just, or a cop, you can't just go and kill somebody.
Murder. You can't murder.
Yeah, but I imagine the justification Obama would use was that this was in defense of U.S. interests or defense of the United States. And in his role as commander-in-chief, the president of the United States has offered wide deference from the Supreme Court for taking actions in the commission of protecting the United States, even if we disagree with them.
Yeah,
look at this. Destiny doesn't care that they bombed an entire civilian cafe. He's like,
well, but wait a minute.
Obama did what he had to do, bro.
Wait a minute. I don't think you're being fair.
That's not fair.
Because this comes up.
Destiny was on our show, and he wasn't fair with me. So
there you go. This comes up. I think he says this very shortly after. He says there's a difference between and this is something that he says that you always hate. The difference between a moral question and a legal question. Okay.
Oh no! Please go away.
And
Please,
so you can
just
say,
make it stop.
You can be against the drone strike morally, but if Tim is suggesting that Obama should be held to trial for doing this, you have to ask, well, what did he do? Was it against the law? And Destiny is correct that presidents do have a lot of wiggle room to play with, whether we like it or not. to do these sorts of actions, these military actions.
If it's not against international law that we can just go and bomb any sort of civilian target in a country that we're not at war with, then someone needs to change that law, because that's some crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they want to use the Genso, chopper thing and just get the one guy, but to blow up the whole restaurant, that's crazy.
Okay, so it says, so this is from our good friend Glenn Greenwald. So
Ray, okay.
you take it as whether it's actually true or not. So apparently, before the 16-year-old kid was blown up, his father was blown up earlier in a different drone strike, and then this was a drone strike, I believe, to target someone else who was associated with Al Qaeda, and the 16-year-old was just like with them in the
that was my take.
right. Okay.
That's what I thought happened. Yeah.
Right.
They got his dad earlier.
Yeah. So there you go.
The guy was just babysitting him.
I think that's criminal. I mean,
But that's fine. But there's a different question of like, is it illegal versus do you think it's criminal, like bad, right? It's probably bad, I guess, but like.
So the Obama administration's argument was that they were trying to target a terrorist leader. But I'm not. I mean, you make a fair point, but I'd be willing to argue that the president does not have the authority to bomb countries we are not at war with.
Well, what about when Trump assassinated Soleimani? That was an assassination.
Where was that taking place in? Was
In Iraq.
In Iraq.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the Gensu one where the guy, they had like the missile and they got him on the balcony with the blades that come out? I mean,
Was that in Iraq? I thought
this.
that was in Pakistan.
We covered this on a live
We
stream.
did,
Do you
yeah.
remember? We pulled up pictures of the Gensu like targeted missile or whatever. This thing literally turns into like the bottom of a blender as it comes at you.
Well, I don't think it spins. I think it just is like a bunch of blades on it, and it just like so like it doesn't blow up necessarily. It just kind of like slams into you, like
Sitch.
cutting pieces.
It spins and twists and turns.
I don't know if it actually spins.
It's like the meat grinder missile. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They got
Yeah,
him
this
on the
was-
balcony
yeah.
and they just hit him. They're
that was
like, we
what they're
can't blow up
talking about.
entire cafes. That was Trump, right? Because Trump was like, listen, I can't take out an entire cafe. Get this guy on his balcony or something.
Well, no,
Yeah.
wait a minute. I think we're confusing because the guy you're talking about was in 2022, so that was more recent that Biden did that.
Oh, Biden did it?
Yeah, because he's talking about.
Listen, I don't want to give Biden credit for it. We're giving it to Trump, okay?
Yes. That guy. Yeah, that was under Biden.
Okay. Damn it.
He's talking about
Sitch,
someone. He's
why
talking about
do you
someone.
have
I
to
know
have-
he's talking about someone else. He's talking. Remember, there was like that military leader that Trump took out.
No.
And people were like, "Oh my God, it's going to start a war."
I don't remember that. I do remember a leader getting taken out by the Saudis and Trump just kind of looking the other way, and everyone got mad about that. But that guy, they basically cut him up into parts at the embassy and shuffled him out. He went in and never came out. Anyway,
Google
let's
has
continue.
become
Unusable, I know.
completely unusable recently.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
A country we have an AUMF over, an authorization for use of military force.
I don't think the authorization for use of military force. I'm pretty sure we were on good terms with Iraq at that point. I don't know if we had the ability to do whatever we wanted in that country for that was a political assassination, though.
But
there are executive orders that are against the United States.
And I don't disagree.
Sure, but
Like,
I'm just saying that in general, there's multiple questions going on here. We can say
Okay, so
You can't just
Donald Trump
pause like
authorized
that
the
while you-
killing of Iranian general Soleimani.
Right.
So it was an Iranian. It wasn't an Iraqi.
do we think it's wrong or bad? Probably. I think generally the United States president killing American citizens is generally a bad thing, unless there's really good justification for it. But there's a difference between that versus is it illegal? And I think that the law tends to, we argued about this a little bit before the show, when Trump was doing things at the border that we thought, when I say we progressives and the left got really mad at, the Supreme Court tended to side with him because the president is given wide deference over matters of
What was he doing
national
on the
security.
border?
I think it was when he was using, he couldn't get the funding for the border wall. No. It was over banning certain people coming into the country. When he named the There were 7 Muslim majority countries, and when he was running for president, even Giuliani said he's trying to find ways to do a Muslim majority ban. Technically, he's not allowed to do that.
Venezuela, North Korea were on that list, though.
Yeah, well, he changed it up, I think, after the first one didn't go through for whatever reason. But once he did that ban, when people tried to challenge it, the Supreme Court basically said, president, border, he can do almost anything he wants because it's the president of the border.
Yeah, but that's not blowing up a kid.
I didn't
You know
say it
what I
was
mean?
blowing up a kid, but
No,
I'm just
I know.
saying that
So
in
I'm saying,
general, you would think that like, well, if we're talking like border, if we're talking about like passing policy at the border, that seems like a congressional thing. Like we should be passing laws about immigration policy, but the president can do that basically all on his own because the Supreme Court's like, hey, he's a president, national security, he can do almost whatever he wants.
I think I see the disconnect. I'm less concerned with legality.
Okay, I'm only talking legalities.
Right. So I think that a president who bombs a country we're not at war with should be stripped of his power and criminally charged for killing an American citizen. And it should be literally under the U.S. murder statutes that are covered by multiple state and federal laws. I don't look at it like, well, you know.
Is a murder statute, could I, in Tennessee, get arrested if I bomb somebody in Yemen? Is that a, I don't know what the.
I mean, that's a good point. You might, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, that might be like way worse than murder. It might be terroristic, international. There might, like, I'm pretty sure.
In that situation, though, wouldn't you be able to just, if you were in the military, you could mess up and kill somebody, and then the president would actually be taken out of office? That'd be a pretty easy way to get a president out of office.
Oh, you're saying like if
you're a military
president
commander,
authorizes like a drone strike, and
right,
then
and
whoever
you just
does it screws it up.
yeah, or you screw it up deliberately because you're like, okay, well, this will get this guy immediately thrown out of office, just like Tim teed it up. That seems like pretty crazy.
I think Tim's take on this is far too simplistically idealistic.
Right.
You know, lots of presidents, you know, under the law, and I understand the moral reason why for this, have lots of leeway for the kinds of military actions they can take, you know, regardless of whether we're directly at war with a country or not. And you could be against that. And I mean, if you want, we could, you know, advocate to change the law so the president can't do that. But currently they can do that. And I don't think it's just so simple to say like, oh, well, if the president drone strikes a country, then they're just automatically removed from office if we're not, you know, have an official declaration of war with that country.
Yeah. Strategic safety is like number one responsibility for the president. So
yeah, and it's like, you know, are we really gonna this is the problem. It's like, obviously you have to be careful with it. You don't want to kill innocent people, right?
Right.
You don't want to kill, you know, presumably you don't want to kill American citizens, especially American citizens that are innocent. But are we going to sort of tie our hands to say, oh, we know that there's a terrorist leader in this one place in this country that's not, you know, that is hostile to the U.S., but, you know, we're just going to sit on our hands and do nothing because Congress has to officially declare war on that country for us to take them out? I mean, to me, that's kind of preposterous.
Well, presumably these guys have killed American citizens, American soldiers, American servicemen. Yeah, they don't just go after them because, you know, they think they're guilty of something.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like you have some guy who's like the leader of Al Qaeda or some terrorist organization of, you know, ISIS or ISIL back in the day. And it's like, you know, they've led, you know, they've terrorist attacks and they've killed, you know, thousands, hundreds or thousands of people. And it's like, oh, well, we can't do anything. We're going to sit on our hands. It's just, it's interesting to me because it wasn't that long ago. Do you remember the show 24?
Yeah, totally.
Do you remember there? I forget what season it was. There's a season where there's some nuclear bomb or some kind of threat that's going to go off.
Right.
And there's some terrorist guy that Jack Bauer has tied to a chair.
Yeah. That was like every episode.
Yeah, I know. And there's some guy tied to a chair, and Jack Bauer essentially has to torture the guy very violently to get information, in which he then uses to save the day and stop the bomb.
Yeah.
And I remember when this episode came out, everyone on the left was like, oh my God, 24 is advocating for torture against terrorists.
Right.
Oh, blue, blue, blue. There was, this was like pre-SUW, if I get my timeline right. And it was just like all these like, you know, liberal tears, left tears about, you know, torturing a terrorist. And everyone on the right was like, hell yeah, America, damn it. We're going to torture every terrorist it takes to make America safe. And it's so fascinating to me that I feel like the sides have kind of like flip-flopped on this issue somewhat.
Totally. Look at the blue hair here going, well, you know, we had to kill a couple of American citizens, right? You know, it's within the realm of the law, though.
Yeah, it's so funny.
And you've
to
got
me.
Tim going, I can't believe they tortured this kid to get the
Right.
nuclear codes out of him. Ah!
Well, yeah. To be fair, Tim isn't finger quote right way, but it is interesting. It is interesting.
Right. Yeah.
Or if you, as an citizen, set up a bomb in a foreign country, you'd be criminally charged in the U.S.
Yeah, but I don't know if it'd be under state statutes, right? That sounds like some
federal,
international, federal. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Julian Assange is being criminally charged in the U.S., even though he's not a U.S. citizen who didn't do anything in the United States. Kim.com, for that matter, too. I mean, the dude's never even was never this country, and they went after him. So,
well, wait a minute. Wasn't Julian Assange being charged for violating? He's being charged with violating a federal crime of releasing state secrets. So the crime would be perpetrated against the U.S.
Yeah.
So even if he's not physically in the U.S., he's perpetrating a crime against the U.S. in theory.
Correct.
Obviously. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's not a good example. But...
Free Assange, though. I don't like.
There you go.
Free Snowden.
I just think that I think it's really important that we separate conversations of what should somebody be charged with versus like what do we think is wrong. And I think both conversations are important. We could talk about like, is this wrong or is it not wrong? And there's probably a good conversation to be had there. But there's a difference between that versus like somebody needs to be charged here. Because like, well, charged with what? Is there actually a crime broken, or is it just like we're really upset about this particular thing, which is fair.
Yeah, I think the Patriot Act's insane, and the National Defense Authorization Act insane. It gives them it really gives the president the.
I think that, and I know you don't like that argument, Adam, but I think that applies to Trump too, because this is the part of the argument I always get with people on the left. They want to charge him for January 6th, and I'm like, but what exactly is he charged with? Like, I don't think Donald Trump helped, or I don't think he behaved properly, but I don't know if he did anything that raises it to the level of a crime.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think that is true. I think you do have to separate those things.
Yeah, no. You can have two independent conversations about him. It's just okay. The whole point of it was we're going to follow the law with certain individuals and look the other way with other individuals. So as far as I'm concerned, this is like, is it against the law or is it immoral? Is just a side step to the actual topic, right?
Well, no, because then you could say, well, yeah, if Obama violated the law, hold him accountable, but he didn't actually violate the law, right?
Right. Sure.
So,
well, that's because Tim brought up something that probably wasn't a violation.
He brought
of
up a
the
bad
law.
example.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm sure there are violations of the law that. Right. I mean, Hillary Clinton violated the law with her emails.
That would have been a better example.
Yeah.
The phone and
so, why didn't we prosecute Hillary Clinton? Why isn't Hillary Clinton in jail? I don't know.
We put
Blagojevich in jail. Why don't we put Clinton in jail?
Right.
Ready to bomb an American in the United States.
It doesn't. It gives them the right to rendition anyone, anywhere in the world, and then hold secret tribunals. And I think that's wrong. And I think if we're going to just play like the question of, is it legal? Well, then there's a whole lot of really awful stuff the government's going to end up doing if we just say, well, they made it legal so they can do it. But they
See, now they're going into the topic of whether, let's talk about things that are probably bad and should be illegal, but are technically legal, which is just, for me, it's a completely different topic. I mean, if you want to talk about the politics thing, you're talking about selective prosecution.
Right.
That's the topic that we're
but see,
on here.
This actually happens a lot in these conversations, especially like contentious conversation, or like somewhat like it's not contentious now, but it's like both parties feel like it's on the precipice of being contentious, where Tim is trying to say what you're trying to say. He's trying to say, hey, if we're going to go after one person for violating, like on a technicality of like very specifically violating the technical law, even if it's perceived as political, then we have to go after the other side for the same thing.
We have to go after everybody.
Point.
Yeah, on technicalities.
Right.
It's technicality city.
Yeah. So let me just finish. So that's Tim's primary point. Okay. And so then he's trying to make that point by bringing forward an example, but he brings forward a bad example.
Correct.
And then Destiny brings up how the example is bad by saying, well, wait a minute, did Obama really technically violate the law? So then Tim, unfortunately, and this happens to all of us, he gets sucked into that argument. And instead of saying, okay, well, let me use a better example, he then gets sucked into the argument of trying to say like, well, what Obama did, was it legal, was immoral, and he kind of completely lose thread of whatever the original point was.
Yeah. Taking notes in debates is a super help because you just like, this is the topic. Let's hammer home on that. Yeah.
Right.
But, you know, it's just a conversation. It is what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but this is what
this happens to us all the time in debates. I mean, I think it was Andrew Clark was saying that this was, as much as I was trying to hold, OC and actual fandom to like a single thread of logic and questions, it was like, every second they're trying to change the topic. So it's very difficult to stay on track a lot of times.
Yeah, those guys were totally bad faith though, so we're not in the bad faith realm here. I feel like Destiny and Tim Pool are trying to have a reasonable conversation.
Yeah, I don't think Destiny was like trying to divert the topic. You just bring up like, well, that's a bad example. And then Tim should just accept that it's a bad example and then find a better example. Or just accept that the example is bad, but then say, well, but you agree with the overall point.
Double back, yes.
Right.
Selective prosecution is what we're talking about here.
Right.
But I always fight against, like when it comes to like BLM and everything too, it's important to change the laws. If we want people to be held accountable, we have to change the laws to reflect what we think our moral will is so that we can actually get people to be held accountable. Because otherwise...
See, now he's going completely down the road. He's completely off topic. He's running into the field. Now we have to change the laws to be moral. What? I thought we were talking about selective prosecution.
You just get a bunch of people that are like, this is wrong, do something. It's like, okay, well, I don't know what you want us to do. Like, it's not illegal. Like, we can't do anything about it,
If we changed the law and it made it illegal to bomb kids in Yemen, then we wouldn't be able to charge people that were doing it while it was legal because it was legal when they did it.
Yeah, probably.
The thing is, even with the BLM thing, I mean, there was total selective prosecution going on there. So it's not a bad example to be on topic. Yeah.
Right. Well, if to bring up about selective prosecution, because that's really true. Yeah.
But I mean, do we want to make it so that when we change laws, we can retroactively?
No,
right?
I don't. Anyway,
like I don't think we're ever officially at war with Syria, right?
No.
But Trump bombed the airport. Is that like? But again, he's the president. It's our military. Like,
I guess the other question is, in talking about Abdulrahman al-Awlaki, he wasn't the intended target. The intended target was somebody else, and he had just a few weeks prior killed Anwar al-Awlaki, Abdulrahman's dad. So he kills this guy who's an American citizen. Then argues, well, look, he was a jihadi. He was preaching against the United States. He had to be stopped. But then a few weeks later, he targets a civilian restaurant in Yemen, blows up this restaurant with a drone strike, killing Anwar al-Awlaki's son, Abdulrahman. And the response was, well, we were targeting a terror leader, so it's okay. So I guess the question is, I'm curious as to the legalities and the moral standing of, one, does the president have the legal authority to kill anyone in any country at any time in the eyes of the United States? If he does and hits the wrong target and kills an innocent American citizen, is there a manslaughter similar charge for this kind of conflict?
I think internationally, unfortunately, I think we just don't tend to hold countries responsible. This has happened multiple times. I'll avoid the USS Liberty example because that's a whole loaded thing. But there was, let's see, I think Iran... after we killed Soleimani, in the night or the night after that followed, Iran accidentally shot down, I think, one of their own civilian airliners. And there were no charges. Nothing was held for that. I believe...
In Iran?
In Iran, yeah.
And they're like authoritarian, though,
True. No, I'm just saying, but internationally, I believe it happened over Ukraine as well. I think that there was a missile launched from Crimea, I believe. It was probably with the assistance of Russian troops. There was a civilian airliner shot down there. That nothing happened. The United States, I believe, I think we shot down a civilian plane that killed like over 150 or over 200 people. That might have been south of Iran, I think. Flying towards Saudi Arabia, maybe, and we didn't do anything about that. We said sorry, but I think that was like 200 or so. Somebody said, I mean, it happens, it sucks, but I mean, precedent internationally is that like sometimes mistakes happen, countries do mistakes, they're bad, and you pay money sometimes, but there's usually not like criminal courts for those types of mistakes. Now, that was proven, then yeah, of course, we say, but
the best I could do on short notice, the ACLU wrote an article saying,
what about Trump's torpedo and Stormy Daniels? Guys, we're so far off topic here. What about that guided missile?
Yeah.
And that it was unlawful.
Well, if the ACLU said it.
No, I mean, yeah, it's
when they said which was unlawful.
The not just the killing of Abdulrahman al-Awlaki, but the other civilians that were killed in these countries we're not at war with it says the killing program isn't only unlawful, it's unwise. And that's about, on the short term. There have been legal arguments made that Obama does have the right to kill Americans abroad. But I kind of feel like, we've got multiple amendments that afford American citizens a plethora of rights before they can just kill you. So that's where I'm at on the issue, I suppose.
Do you still have American rights when you're in another country?
You still pay taxes, so yes, you do.
And if
the State Department will send guys to rescue you if you're kidnapped.
Maybe.
This is the first I've heard of the USS Liberty that you mentioned earlier. This
God, no, don't even do it.
1967, during the Israeli Six-Day War, they accidentally torpedoed or they shot down a...
Yeah, but depending on who you ask, it's not an accident. That's like a whole can of worms of weird Jewish stuff.
Let's jump to this next story. From timcast.com, quote, political persecution, election interference at the highest level in history. Trump responds to indictment, will reportedly surrender early next week. Never before in our nation's history has this been done. The statement from Trump, let's pull it up, let's read it. Here we go, if I can. Text is kind of small. He writes, this is political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. From the time I came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower, and even before I was sworn in as your president of the United States, the radical left Democrats, the enemy of hardworking men and women of this country, have been engaged in a witch hunt to destroy the Make America Great Again movement. You remember it just like I do. Russia, 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 the Mueller hoax, Ukraine, 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 impeachment hoax 1, impeachment hoax 2, the illegal and unconstitutional Mar-a-Lago raid, and now this. The Democrats have lied, cheated.
Why is it the Mueller hoax if Mueller said that he wasn't colluding with Russia?
Yeah, Mueller let him off, but he wanted Mueller to go after people. That was the problem.
Yeah. I don't know. That's interesting frame to me, but okay.
Yeah.
And stolen in their obsession with trying to get Trump. But now they've done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act of blatant election interference. Never before in our nation's history has this been done. The Democrats have cheated countless times over the decades, including spying on my campaign, but weaponizing our justice system to punish a political opponent who just so happens to be a president of the United States. And by far, the leading Republican candidate for president has never happened before, ever. Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who was handpicked and funded by George Soros, is a disgrace. Rather than stopping the unprecedented crime wave taking over New York City, he's doing Joe Biden's dirty work, ignoring the murders and burglaries and assaults he should be focused on. This is how Bragg spends his time. I believe this witch hunt will backfire massively on Joe Biden. The American people realize exactly what the radical left Democrats are doing here. Everyone can see it. So our movement and our party, united and strong, will first defeat Alvin Bragg, and then we will defeat Joe Biden. And we are going to throw every last one of these crooked Democrats out of office so we can make America great again. Well, very interesting. What do you think?
They better be doing a really good job at that office. I think there's a lot of political consideration that has to go into these charges because it's a really scary world when your criminal justice system is potentially interfering with an election, which is something that, despite what some Americans think, that's all of our intelligence agencies try really hard to avoid this exact scenario where you might be indicting or arresting or charging with crimes like somebody that could be running for president. So I hope that whatever they have, I hope when these indictments are unsealed, some really solid stuff, and it's not just a whole bunch of Lucy, whatever, that ends up falling apart.
What do you think about, he mentions Ukraine. What do you remember the whole Ukraine gate fiasco impeachment? Donald Trump quid pro quo.
Yep, I do.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! Now I know why Sitch wanted to watch this video. Sitch's spidey senses are tingling.
At first I didn't want to watch this video because I'm like, oh, it took me like 4 sittings to get through this one section of the video.
Right.
Because I kept getting so triggered. So at first I was like, no, let's not watch the video. But then I decided, okay, I'm gonna let you all know. Here's my goal today.
Okay.
My goal is to not get triggered.
No, come on. We want you to. We like triggered Sitch.
No,
triggered Sitch is very, very popular. What are you talking about?
The goal is to be calm. I'm gonna try to be nice to Tim.
We have literally 7 different triggered Sitch emojis in the chat. What are you doing?
The goal today is I'm going to be nice to Tim. I'm going to be calm. Okay. I'm going to call him out when he's wrong, but I'm not going to scream. I'm going to try not to scream. Okay.
Not just one scream, just a little scream. Just a little, ah! Ah!
No, I'm going to try. Oh my God. It was rough to get through this part of the video.
So
it was very rough.
So, I mean, I Sitch literally did a debate where we had, I don't know, like 10, 20 Republicans come on and debate Sitch on impeachment. And nobody really, I think, understood the facts of the case as well as you
Yeah.
do. And I
It
just,
wasn't 10. I wasn't that many. It was like 4.
was it?
Oh, you mean
I,
if you're including like the call-in stream?
yeah, we
Okay,
did a
then
call-in stream where
yeah,
it was
that's
literally
true.
like, I will debate anyone on, I mean, we did like a 10-hour stream on this. I
Yeah,
remember it.
That's true.
Because I kept going, I kept waiting for people to look. I've picked up all the details of the case just listening to these various streams and whatnot. So I understand every detail.
Right.
But I do not, I think a lot of people have the facts incorrect about this. So I'm assuming Tim kind of has incorrect facts and Destiny has the correct facts.
Well, so since Tim covers news stuff every day,
Right.
he's usually hyper knowledgeable about topics.
Right.
Far more than like the average person would ever be about any topic.
Of course.
But I think, and I don't know if Tim's doing it intentionally here or if it's just selective memory, which I'll try to be as good faith as possible, Tim. I think it's selective memory. At the time that this story, they're talking about the first Trump impeachment, which was about, if you don't remember, which was about Trump calling up Zelensky and telling Zelensky that he wanted Ukraine to announce that they're investigating Burisma, and a potential hunt and potentially investigating Hunter Biden. The whole Joe Biden getting Shokin fired,
right?
Shenanigans.
Shokin.
A
very good prosecutor, according to what
very good
Trump said. Yeah.
Yes. And we're going to talk about all that stuff. But so, Tim's take on all this at the time was actually what made me lose all faith in Tim, because I don't remember exactly what he said, but he essentially said something like, I don't care, what Trump did. I just, and I was just like, wow, if you're a guy who's talking about the news, you can't say you don't care what a president did, and whether it's, a political attack on another candidate, and whether they're using their office for corruption. He basically just said, I don't care, what Trump did, because of, whataboutism. And that to me was really wild. But so I think trying to be as charitable as possible with him, I think his memory, I think he's kept in his memory things that he thinks validates his opinion, but he's forgotten all the things that essentially would not validate his opinion. Because what he does in this conversation is he throws out limited information that paints a picture, which if that's all the information you knew, you'd say, oh, wow, that seems really bad. But then it's like, well, wait a minute, you left out X, Y, and Z, right? That kind of changes the story. And that's what the news does all the time. When you look at news articles that lie, now they straight out lie, but usually the way news articles lie is they'll just selectively report facts that create a narrative, and they'll leave out other facts that would hurt the narrative.
Right.
So
there is a ton of evidence that Shokin was a corrupt prosecutor that the Ukrainian people wanted to get rid of because he was shaking down innocent business people and doing these raids on their businesses, and then basically stealing everything they take from the business and just dropping the charges and dropping the charges if they, let them basically keep everything. So he's basically like an extortionist.
Right. Well, so to be a little bit more specific, it was Shokin had hired his driver, or a guy that didn't have a lot of legal experience, to be a lawyer in his office. Shokin was the Attorney General of Ukraine at the time, or the equivalent in America, Attorney General position. And he hired this guy who was supposedly a friend of his, who didn't really have legal experience, and that guy and another lawyer in Shokin's office were the ones doing this. They were going around to businesses and they'd say, hey, it sure would be a shame if we had to, find some problem with your business that we would have to, sue you into oblivion for. And those businesses would essentially pay these lawyers like massive bribes in the terms of jewels or, art or, a bunch of other things. And they raided these guys' apartment. And they found all these like bribes and shit.
Well, I remember specifically the diamond dealer that they raided and took a bunch of his inventory, and he actually filed charges against he went to the Ukrainian government and said, listen, this guy stole a bunch of my stuff, and that guy ended up dead.
Yeah, yeah. And yes, yes, that did happen. So it's a super crazy, like, corrupt conspiracy. And so the problem was, I don't know if they ever were able to conclude that Shokin was participating or not. But what we do know is that when they were trying to go after these lawyers in Shokin's office, he essentially did everything he could to protect them and try to kill the case, essentially.
Yes.
And that was what caused a big uproar locally in Ukraine to have Shokin removed, was the fact that, as you said, this guy died over these bribes. Obviously, it seems very shady. Like, was he assassinated by these guys to cover up their crime? And then Shokin is over here protecting these really corrupt lawyers. And so, get him out of office.
Yeah, yeah. So there's really no question in my mind that Shokin is a bad dude. He's not the kind of, attorney general we want in America. Right?
No.
Can you imagine, showing up at the Tesla plant and, impounding a bunch of Teslas and being like, okay, we're going to drop the investigation, but just forget about the 200 Teslas that we just took, right? You're like, okay, that's not a good way to run a business.
Right. But to be fair, to be good faith Gary, okay, just because Shokin is horribly corrupt, that wouldn't mean that he wasn't going after Burisma, and that wouldn't justify, if it was true, the narrative that Biden got him fired to protect Burisma because Hunter Biden was on the board.
Right.
Like, both of those things could theoretically be true. Now, I don't believe that's what happened, and there isn't evidence that happened. But I'm just saying, just Shokin being super corrupt on his own does not necessarily justify, the whole Burisma Biden claim.
Right. He could still be corrupt and going after Burisma for Biden corruption.
Right. Or just for his own corrupt reasons.
Right. But you do know that if anybody wanted to bribe him to go away, they probably could.
Yes. So that's another issue too.
I mean, let's be honest here. Yeah. This whole game plan was to get bribed and go away.
Right. And it seemed like, I don't know if we have evidence of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Burisma had bribed Shokin. Because we'll get into it when they start talking about it. But the whole thing is that started all this was the UK was trying to investigate Burisma, and they required documents for their investigation, and Burisma didn't want to hand them over. And so they went to Shokin and they said, hey, force Burisma to hand us over these documents for our investigation. And Shokin said, yeah, sit and spin. I'm not going to do that.
Right. Yeah. Well, and there's an article online about how, I don't know if it's the Justice Department after Shokin, but there was a cash bribe that they suspect came from Burisma that was like $5 million cash. They had
so I'm
stacked up on a table. It's like gigantic. And Burisma was saying, oh, no, that wasn't us. We didn't do that.
Well, that's part of the thing that makes the story so complicated and obnoxious, is that literally everyone involved is probably corrupt.
Corrupt. Yes. Corrupt as fuck. Yeah. Yes. So, but this plays into the perfect phone call. But obviously, and this comes up in the phone call with Zelensky, because Zelensky says, I'm running as a reform candidate, Trump. We have this in common because I know you ran on draining the swamp.
Right.
And I'm running on draining the swamp. So, we should be friends. I kind of look, Zelensky even, he basically blows smoke up Trump's ass and says, I modeled my campaign after your campaign. I saw how well you were doing about, being an anti-corruption president. And I thought I'm going in that direction too.
That's why it's so fun. I love how the sides switch so much, because it's like when that first happened, and you're right, Zelensky's like super blowing smoke up Trump's ass.
Yes.
Zelensky was going to do literally was going to do everything Trump asked him to do.
Exactly what Trump asked him to do. He was going to say, we're doing an investigation into Burisma.
Yes. He was going to go on CNN. I don't remember if it was Anderson Cooper or Fareed Zahari's show, and he was going to announce this. And the only reason he didn't was because when all this stuff came out with Vindman blowing the whistle on all this, Trump basically called the whole thing off because he knew it would look too bad if this happened.
He's like, don't do that. Remember that thing I asked you to do? Remember
So-
that thing I asked?
To me, it's just funny that so when
love
this
this.
happens, like Zelensky completely doing everything the Trumps want, the right is generally like kind of like, more pro Zelensky at this time, and the left is like Zelensky's this fucking Trump stooge. Like they hate Zelensky. And then a couple years later, the war happens and the sides reverse again.
I know. It's totally,
And
it's
suddenly the
all
left
about
is like,
political expedience.
I know, and then suddenly like the left is like, oh, Zelensky is like this hero, and then then there's a lot of right people that like him too, but the isolationist right people are like Zelensky is like the worst person ever. So to me, it's so funny how like the opinions keep flip flopping, on events, people, issues.
If you don't know the details of the narrative, I think it's easy for you to flip your opinions. But as soon as you realize, like as soon as you read about the diamond dealer that got murdered, I mean, that's pretty harsh. That's pretty harsh. So that's the kind of corruption we don't have to necessarily deal with in America.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, for another $20, says, as an old school liberal, this is so weird to see the lefty running defense for this wartime action and the righty is condemning it. I know.
Yeah.
Goes to show there are often no principles, just team politics. I think that's very true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kanzik for 450 ARS says, hey guys, after your OnlyFans debate, I started doing my own research.
Nice.
I've been at it the whole week and I can no longer feel my right hand. But it's a price worth paying in the name of knowledge.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Kanzik. Thank you for your sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent work.
Oh, Daniel
keep
Bruce
that
for
up.
Thank you. Yes. Daniel Bruce for $20 says the U.S. has been drone striking Al Qaeda and terrorists in Yemen with the approval of the Yemen government since November 2002. Oh,
Okay. Thanks for looking that up, Daniel.
wow. So if it's with the approval of the Yemen government, then it's would specifically not have like the legal issues that they're talking about in the conversation.
Right. They're probably bombing all of the Yemen government's political threats.
Right.
That's
Yes.
basically
Guy
how it
for
rolls.
$40. Thanks so much, Guy. Says Obama directed a drone strike against an American citizen, Anwar al-Awlaki. The justification is that he was designated as an enemy combatant. He did this to at least 4 other Americans. The AUMF might be more reasonable if citizens had to stand public trial, even in absentia, before the president could execute them. I'm fairly sure the Constitution doesn't provide for revoking people's rights sans due process. Yeah, I know that when this happened, there was all this conversation about the legality of it all. And I'll be honest, I didn't look into it enough to have a strong opinion on it one way or the other. So I think the counter argument to that would be they would say, oh, well, if we have a trial for them in absentia, then they'll know we're after them and then they'll go into hiding. And then they'd say, well, maybe we can do like a secret military trial, but then is that really like, then that's going to be BS in the first place. Like if it's a secret military trial, like it's, instead of a public trial, might as well not even do it at that point. So yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult question. Definitely a difficult question. Ostracy for $20 says, I never liked Sitch's arguments around Shokin. It feels a lot like pointing to a bad thing and saying bad, but that doesn't justify Biden wanting his removal. Wow, you must have super chatted this right before I said what I said, because that's literally what I said. You have to show me why the corruption was uniquely bad. Well, I don't have to show you that, actually. All I have to show you is that Biden's recommendation to get Shokin removed, or even not even recommendation, his order, if you want to look at it that way, to get Shokin removed had nothing to do with protecting Burisma. That's literally the only thing that has to be shown. So,
well, and it had widespread political support because there were literally protests in front of his office, and the population wanted him out of office as well. So, if we had the same thing happen in America, if we had a corrupt prosecutor and everyone was in the streets rioting about this corrupt prosecutor and they wanted him taken out of office, and the powers that be did take him out of office, legally.
Right.
We'd be happy about that.
Yeah, just one last thing before we go back to the video. I just want to say autocracy. I think you're not really fully grasping the argument that I would make when we talk about Shokin wasn't, oh, he's uniquely bad or ultra corrupt, so he deserves to be removed. My argument was everyone wanted him removed for corruption. That's why he was removed for corruption. You know, the UK want him removed, the EU want him removed, America want him removed, and the Ukrainian people want him removed. And that's why Biden essentially told them to remove him, was based off of those reasons. It wasn't based off of, at least we don't have any evidence, it was based off of some kind of protection of Burisma.
Right. The counter narrative is that everybody loved Shokin, and he was a great guy and an awesome prosecutor.
Yes.
And they went after him in bad faith to try to frame him, even though he was the honest superhero of this story, and got him thrown out of office because he came too close to discovering the truth about the Biden administration. That's the counter narrative, but that's still far from ridiculous.
And that he was, in fact, going after Burisma.
Correct, yeah.
Which is not actually true, but we'll get into all that.
Do you remember that? Yeah, what about it?
What are your thoughts?
Am I allowed to say the F word?
After 15 seconds, yeah.
I mean, we try to keep it
In the
family
first 15
friendly.
seconds, they demonetize.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I'm okay with that impeachment, if that's what you're asking. Yeah.
You think Trump committed a crime with?
Absolutely.
You want to elaborate? I know it might be. It's been a long time.
It's been a while, but my understanding was that Trump contacted Ukraine, Zelensky, and he was asking if there was wrongdoing done by, I think it was by Biden in finding that prosecutor, and if they had any information about potential wrongdoings that Hunter Biden or Joe Biden had been involved in Ukraine. And in exchange for that, he wanted to withhold aid that was already congressionally approved to Ukraine for that.
So what's wrong with that? Like, why is that a problem?
Legally or morally, or
both, either, whatever you think.
Legally, I believe it's because I don't think the president has the authority to withhold that aid. I don't remember what the legal arguments for on that. For the moral part is our president probably shouldn't be asking other countries to investigate like wrongdoings of political opponents. That's a really scary
Joe Biden
world.
wasn't running for office.
So before we get into some of the arguments, Destiny got one minor thing wrong here, but it's actually kind of important. He said he thought that Trump called up Zelensky and said, "Hey, can you give me information regarding, corruption, Hunter Biden and Shokin and all stuff?"
Yeah, that's wrong.
That's not. He wasn't asking for information. He was asking for Zelensky to publicly announce.
Right.
No, he didn't even actually. He didn't ask for any information at all.
He's like, I don't care if there's any information.
Yeah. He was just asking him. The ask was very specific. It was just to publicly announce that they were going to investigate Burisma and the firing of Shokin and all that stuff related, so that Trump could then point to it, back home, and then smear Joe Biden with it.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Which which would be a president directly leveraging their political power as president to attack a political opponent.
He was
which
doing
to me is such an easy violation of the oath of being president, and should 100% be impeached to do that, because that's, to me, is totally wacky. Like, that is third world country stuff, essentially.
Well, it's ironic too, because this is exactly what Trump is accusing the New York district attorney of doing.
Yes.
Which I think obviously the New York district attorney is doing that. I think it is like a political hit job.
Well, no.
Trump.
It's bad, but it's a different type of bad.
Mm-hmm.
So the New York attorney is like, Trump is not his political opponent. He's just using Trump as political leverage. What do you mean?
He's a
Trump's
Democrat.
not running for office in New York.
He's running for president of the United States.
No,
Are you
no,
kidding me?
no,
What are you talking about? He is a political opponent.
No. Hold on. Okay.
Okay.
The guy in New York is essentially using this politicized, trumped up charges, against Trump to further his own political office into, he said he ran on it, right? He's trying to, say, oh, look, my constituents, I'm going to lock up Trump, and now I'm going to lock up Trump, right?
By hurting him in the 2024 election.
I agree. That's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. Okay. He's not running against Trump directly for office. Trump is not like it'd be different. It's bad, but to me, it's different. It's a different type of bad. If imagine if a guy was like, I'm going to run against DA Bragg because he's soft on crime.
Look,
and then DA Bragg is like, I'm going to throw that guy in jail.
You're saying it's worse because Trump was going after his direct political opponent, and Bragg
for his
is going,
specific job. Yeah.
Right. And Bragg is just in general knowing that he's going to be the hero if he prevents Trump from running in 2024 or damages his campaign.
Exactly.
I mean, I agree with you, but it's still political prosecution.
Oh yeah, of course.
For
I don't disagree at all.
political reasons, not for
course.
actual, criminal reasons. You
Yeah,
yourself,
it is definitely seems to be highly political. I agree. Yeah.
right? Yeah.
For the moral part is our president probably shouldn't be asking other countries to investigate like wrongdoings of political opponents. That's a really
But Joe
scary
Biden
world.
wasn't running for office at the time.
I mean, then why was he? Hold on, I'm trying to think of the timeline for this.
Yeah, Joe Biden, it was a year before he announced.
So this is when I started screaming at my phone.
I know.
I had to turn off the stream.
I know, because it's Trump. We know now that Trump knew or felt that Joe Biden was the candidate he had the least chance of beating. So
Yeah. Many people. I don't know if Trump ever said it personally, but I know lots of people have said that in their conversations with Trump had always viewed Joe Biden
as
including
the biggest threat. Yeah.
Including one Scott Adams.
Yeah. The
Scott
racist
Adams.
Klans member, Scott
Yes.
Adams. Yeah.
Scott Adams, a very big Trump simp, so no one can say that he was trying to throw Trump under the bus here, has always reported that in his personal conversation with Donald Trump, Scott Adams said, "Who do you think is going to be your big contender?" And Trump said, "Joe Biden."
And Scott Adams said, "Well, I think you're incorrect, Trump.
Yeah.
I think you're completely wrong. I think it's going to be Kamala Harris."
Yep. And Trump was like, "Ha, ha, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here."
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
what he was like when as soon as Scott Adams left the room. He was like, "Take that guy off my out of my Rolodex." What? Who invited? Who is that guy again? That's the Garfield guy, right?
Yeah. So this is why I started screaming. I started screaming on my phone when I heard this because I was like, okay, first of all, that's an insane argument. Like this is just on its face. Even if this was true, even if this was true, this is a wacky argument. And we all know it's a ridiculous argument, right? It's like, well, he technically wasn't running for office. Okay. Like, it's like, well,
I mean, he was a very popular vice president for Obama, a 2-term president. Obviously, he's going to have aspirations.
Right. Yes, exactly. He was a very popular vice president. There was a lot of noise about him running for office before he officially announced.
Yeah.
Like, to me, this is, and I'm going to try to be as good faith as possible, but to me, I cannot help but see this as anything but like a weird cope from Tim. Like, this is a very strange
So
argument.
mean, man.
Like, but let's imagine that, like, the reverse of this. Okay. What if before Trump announced he was running for president? Okay. Like, we all think he's going to run for president, but say, like, before he technically announces he's running for president, Joe Biden has the DA, the federal
Of
DA,
New York,
not of New
indict
York, I'm
him
saying,
on
like,
some
has the
trumped up
federal
charges.
DA. Joe Biden tells his district attorney to go after Donald Trump and arrest him.
Well, he
find
did
some charges.
He
for him.
did that. The district attorney wouldn't do it.
No, well, Joe Biden didn't tell them to do that. I'm giving a hypothetical. Okay.
Sure. Well,
Okay.
your
What-
hypothetical seems like reality to me, though.
Okay.
It's a
Well,
little-
regardless. Okay. Well, even if that's what you want to believe, so then everyone looks at it and says, "Oh my God, they're going after Trump to try to prevent him from winning or trying to prevent him from running for president." Right? No
Yeah.
one's going to sit there and say, "Well, technically, Trump didn't announce he was running for president, so it's okay." Like, no one would. I mean, maybe
I
someone very
know
stupid
that's
would say that.
that's a
But it'd be like
wacko argument.
it'd be like the most ridiculous argument ever. You're like, are you crapping on? Like, are you kidding me? This is insane. What a ridiculous argument.
Yeah,
So no,
yeah.
I mean, to me, this is the goofiest argument ever. But then on top of it, it's not even true.
Right.
It's not even. I'm not going to be true. It's not even true. This is actually 100% false. Joe Biden officially announced he was running for president in April. And Joe Biden's phone call with Zelensky, his perfect phone call, was in July, that following July.
Okay.
Okay. So Tim is factually, not only is like the
So he
argument he's making,
had already announced.
Yes,
Wow.
yes.
Okay.
so not only is the argument Tim making like insane, even if it was true, but he's just factually wrong. It is not true.
Wow. Okay. Fascinating. All right. So, but nobody thought Biden would win the primary. Everyone was like, "Yeah, he's not going to win." And Trump was like, "No, he is going to win, and he's going to unseat me."
Right.
Trump just has a crystal ball, man. He knows what's up. He should have put that. Look, we'd be talking about President Trump right now if he put that $10 million in escrow. Why? Look,
Maybe.
you're a billionaire. $1 billion is 1,000 million. And you
If
can't
they could
put
have got
$10
some of
million
those laws
in escrow? That's chump change for a billionaire. What the hell?
If they could have got some of those local laws changed, then yeah, maybe.
They could have. They could
I don't
have
know if they could. I
easily.
mean, we can't see the future, but
Oh, they could have. They just need lawyers on the ground.
That was part of the controversy, that Joe Biden had not announced he was running for office at all.
No, but hold on. He might not have announced it, but like, I'm pretty sure most people knew he was running. Like in the early polls, like if you looked at Real Clear Progress, if you looked at a lot of the polling aggregate sites, like they were already polling Biden. He'd already been factored in quite a while. He might have announced that he was going to run for office, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people were expecting it.
I mean, that's just speculative media stuff. So Trump.
Sitch is right now. Just come on, calm down, Sitch. Just take a breath.
well, okay. Even if it was speculative in finger quotes, right?
Hold on, wait a second. Dry Fry for 22 Canadians says, Adam is right. Triggered Sitch is a crowd pleaser.
Yeah, I know.
Release the beast. Okay, what were you going to say now?
Even if in finger quotes, it was just media speculation, that would still mean that Trump was acting based on media, or at least potentially was acting based on media speculation.
That's exactly what he did in January 6th. That was the problem.
I know that's what this are. I couldn't, when I was listening to this, I just couldn't believe Tim was saying this. I was like, this is the worst argument I've ever heard. It's so bad. Such a bad argument.
Right. Yeah. No, sad. Look, Tim.
Trump isn't.
I know Tim was your hero. And I mean, he's like a dad to me. He really is. So I feel you.
Sammy G literally has the video clip of me saying Tim was the chosen one as Obi-Wan and Tim pulls Anakin. That's like her pinned tweet.
No way.
It's that
Hilarious.
video.
Okay, we might have to bring that up. Yeah.
Actively investigating a political opponent, unless the argument is we all secretly knew that was going to be the case. They were like Bernie Sanders was still in the race. There were a bunch of other people at the time. The controversy was like, why Joe Biden? There were other Democrats that were actually talking about running, and it wasn't Joe Biden. He announced late.
He did announce late, but he was still factored into the polls really early because like a lot of people thought he was going to run. The question is, though, do we want the president contacting other, even if he's not running, he is still a type of political opponent.
What if the vice president did the same thing? Is that
if the vice president was? I think that anytime you're reaching out, like let's ask if we pull back on a macro level.
Now, how triggered is that? He just drops. Yeah, well, the vice president did the exact same thing because he's talking about the Shokin video.
He's trying to. That's what he's trying to allude to, but I guess he doesn't realize that's the argument he's making yet. So,
do they catch it or?
Well, Tim goes into it. So.
Okay, good.
Why is Trump asking this information? Does he genuinely think that there's been some grave wrongdoing done by the Bidens that needs to be corrected for?
Yeah.
And if so, why isn't he asking our intelligence agencies for information about this? Why is he going to another country and asking?
I mean, I don't. We have the Five Eyes Spy Club. We do that all the time.
So, first of all, thank you, Destiny, for making my argument, which is true. Whenever I was arguing with people about this, I'd say, wait a minute. If Trump really felt that there was a wrongdoing here, he could very easily, number one, the first thing you do wouldn't be to ask. Yeah, well, no, it wouldn't even be to ask our intelligence department. All you do is say, I want an internal investigation. He would just tell his DA to investigate the previous administration's firing of Shokin to see if anything was done. Why did that never happen?
Right. You would go to Zelensky with the facts of the case.
You wouldn't even need to go to Zelensky. What you'd do is you'd say, okay, DA, investigate the firing of Shokin. We have all the presidential records, right? So we can see whatever their meeting notes and whatever the decision making was relating to telling Biden to go tell them to fire Shokin. All that information exists. It's all in the presidential library. Trump would, I assume, would presumably have access to it, especially if they were doing an investigation on it. But none of that happened.
Right.
And it's weird because whenever people talk about it, especially people that defend Trump's actions here, everyone forgets that. They're like, wait a minute, Trump has a pretty large authority to try to pressure the DA into doing an investigation like that, and nothing like that ever happened. Instead, they did this weird, circuitous, like, well, let's try to pressure Ukraine into doing something about it.
Because Ukraine's corrupt. He's like, this will go over great. Giuliani was over there, wasn't he?
Yes,
Trying to dig up stuff on Biden?
Yes, he was, yeah.
So Giuliani goes over there and feels him out. They're like, oh, yeah, this place is a shambles. We can do anything we want here and get away with it.
Well, and it's weird because, like, remember with the Steele dossier, there was this whole thing about, like, oh, my God, Hillary Clinton, they went to the Steele dossier. This was opposition research. It was opposition research. That was a big thing. The Steele dossier was opposition research. Of
course, yeah.
Right? And it's like, but then for some reason, when it comes to Giuliani, who goes over to Ukraine
to do
literally for oppositional research
yeah.
to do all this stuff, for some reason, the oppositional research claim magically disappears when it comes to the whole like firing of Shokin thing.
The Steele dossier was just all made up, though.
No, it was like half made up.
Right.
Half of it.
At least Giuliani,
parts of it turned out to be true, but they just weren't true in terms of Trump colluding with Russia.
Look, at least Giuliani's going for real facts, right? He's just not going to stay home and make up a bunch of stuff.
Well, he did make up a bunch of stuff, so I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
What do you mean? He found the Hunter Biden laptop and stuff. He didn't make any of that up.
Well, he didn't find it. Someone directly called him and said, "Hey, do you want this laptop?"
Right. He's like, boy. He's like, I'm supposed to be investigating. Thank you for doing all my work for me.
So with Giuliani and Ukraine, it's kind of like survivor's bias. Like we only focus on the Shokin thing because that's like one of the few things that came to fruition. Like, because I remember when I went into this, there was like there's like dozens of things that Giuliani tried to dig up in Ukraine and tried to make stick, and they all turned out to be like not true or no evidence of.
Right.
So the well is deep on that hole, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's great. Lots of interesting details.
We don't do that all the time. Going to another leader and saying, "Hey, I need you to get dirt on a potential political opponent," because I think there's something.
Well, he wasn't a political opponent, and
he is a political. Even if he was the vice president of the former opposite party guy that he just as he came into office. What do you mean? He's some kind of political opponent, right? Even if he wasn't directly running yet. Like I would argue, if he was asking this for like AOC, for instance, I would say that it's similar.
Trump didn't go to the president of Ukraine and say, "I got this political opponent I need dirt on." He said, "What's up with this video of Joe Biden?"
Listen, I'm trying, so I'm gonna do some deep breaths. This level of charity and good faith. I've never seen Tim have this for any person in any situation for anything ever in my life.
Right.
Oh, he didn't pick up the phone and say, "Hey, Zelensky, I got a problem. That problem is Joe Biden."
Why? That would be so stupid. Like, why would you do that?
Of course it would. Of course.
Trump is not stupid. Okay.
No, he's not an idiot. Yes. Oh my God.
Look, Zelensky, this guy, I think he's running against me in the next election, and I really have to take care of him. Can you help me out or what, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah. With threat congressionally approved aid unless you take action on his behalf. And the president of Ukraine was like, "I'm not sure." And he goes, "Well, can you look into that? I want to know what that's about."
It wasn't just, "Can you look into that?" It was, if you don't find what I need, I might withhold aid that's already been congressionally approved for you. And that was the issue. If he was just asking questions, we wouldn't be having the conversation. He would have been impeached, right?
So this is the point that I'm getting at. Mm-hmm. When this started and Donald Trump asked about this specifically because...
Isn't it? It's weird to me that like, so the FBI and other federal organizations, they send emails to Twitter, right?
Yeah.
And they say, "Hey, we want you to take down," or actually they say more specifically. I think there was a couple that they said they want them to take them down. But most of them were like, "We believe this tweet violates your terms of service," right?
Yeah.
And people have a big problem with them doing that, and I agree. I have a big problem with that being done too. So I think it all should, if they do something like that, it should have to be for things that are illegal, and it should have to be, public. And yet it's weird that when it's like, when the president is like basically going to a foreign country, like, "Hey, can you help me dig up dirt on my political opponent?" It's like, that's not a big deal. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. They seem like I don't know. It just seems weird to me that
it's totally weird. Look, this is why we have an intelligence agency,
right?
Well, I mean, obviously, it just looks horrible. It looks terrible, because if you really think it's a matter of national security or something like that, you're going to your security agency.
Right. Well, no, I just mean in terms of like, to me, the partisanship is to look at, the FBI with the Twitter stuff, and to essentially look at it through the most, they were tricking Twitter into censoring the Hunter Biden story, right?
Right.
That's the narrative, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, so we have like the most negative faith interpretation possible. I believe Tim subscribes to that narrative. And then when it's like Trump with Zelensky, it's like, well, it's the most good faith, like literally the most like rosy interpretation possible.
This is politics. This is exactly how politics works. My side does it, and get out the white glove treatment. But their side does it, and it's like, get out the billy bat.
Right.
It's time to go to town on these guys.
Because there was a viral video of Joe Biden outright admitting to threatening to withhold congressionally approved aid unless a prosecutor
Wait, let me go back a second.
Dude, that's the thing. Everyone looks at that video. Like, if Biden was doing something shady, why would you do it on video on C-SPAN?
Yeah.
That's just so it just doesn't pass the smell test.
No.
But I guess they would say that, he's so corrupt that he can just do it in front of everybody, and nobody will say anything.
Right.
But like you said, everybody wanted this guy gone.
Yeah.
The population, we did, the current administration, everyone wanted him gone.
Yeah. If Joe Biden was like, I'm going to get Shokin fired to protect my son who's on the board of Burisma, you really think he's going to go on TV and brag about that? Or not? No. He was on TV. Go on the stage and brag about doing that? That'd be like the dumbest thing for a human to do. Why would you ever do that?
Yeah, he's on stage bragging about it because, I mean, what political figure do we have is hated as this guy Shokin is? Like, who in our political lexicon is just obviously corrupt, terribly
Well,
corrupt?
it used to be Nixon, but there's been kind of like a rehabilitation campaign from some people.
Right.
Like, Nixon was actually framed by the deep state.
I'm thankful that we live in a country that we're like, I guess people on the right would say it's Hillary Clinton. Right?
Well, no, I thought what you mean is like that both sides in their country don't like them.
Yeah, I don't know that there is someone like that, though.
Yeah, I don't know if there's like a modern person like that, yeah.
But imagine the most corrupt politician ever that everybody wants gone. Like, this is like, I guess Saddam Hussein. Some people even Saddam Hussein, some people want it. So, yeah, it's just weird.
Find what I need, I might withhold aid that's already been congressionally approved for you. And that was the issue. If he was just asking questions, we wouldn't be having the conversation. He would have been impeached, right?
So this is the point that I'm getting at. When this started and Donald Trump asked about this, specifically because there was a viral video of Joe Biden outright admitting to threatening to withhold congressionally approved aid unless a prosecutor got fired, you had Joe Biden breaking the law.
Sure. So there was a video of Joe Biden on stage making the claim/joke on stage where he's saying, I told him, if you don't do it, you're not going to blah, 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 blah. Joke. But in terms of him, but in terms of there actually being a serious offer on the table where he was like threatening to withhold aid, I'm not even sure if that was ever the case. We have that one statement that he was made publicly. Number one,
signed a sworn affidavit that it's what happened.
Sure. Number one. Number two, the impetus for Shokin being removed from Ukraine was not to get some kind of political dirt on an opponent. It was a completely different scenario. This is a prosecutor that all of Europe and over half of Ukraine wanted fired, that the United States was acting on behalf of the Western world and trying to pressure this prosecutor out because of his lack of prosecuting corruption in the country. That's a totally different thing than I threatened to withhold aid from this guy because he's not giving me dirt on potential political opponents.
So the second half of everything he said is true and very well said. The first half is not great because I believe we do have strong confirmation that Joe Biden wasn't joking, that he says it kind of smarmily on stage, but we have strong confirmation from, I believe, multiple sources, including presidential notes and documents, because we know who originated the idea that Biden should ask that Shokin be fired. And you know who it was?
Obama?
No.
Who was it?
It's our good friend Victoria Nuland.
Oh, wow.
Or at least she's claiming credit for it.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Our good friend, you mean the most hated woman, the most hated diplomat in America?
The most hated diplomat by the American bad crowd for the Ukraine.
How dare you? How dare you? Yeah.
Our good friend Victoria Nuland. She every time we bring up the Nuland,
don't say that again. I forbid it.
She deposits $50 in my bank account.
Our hated enemy, Victoria
Yes.
Newland, because
Yes.
she's made our lives so miserable
Right.
by making
Right. So
that stupid phone call.
I know. Well, it's the same thing like Biden. He's made everything so miserable by bragging so dumbly on stage.
I know he could have just kept his mouth shut. Oh my
It's
God.
funny because I actually watched that entire thing. The whole thing is just like about, Biden's on stage with a bunch of other people and they're all talking about like combating corruption in Eastern Europe, essentially. And so, like, he's just doing it to brag, to say, look, when I was vice president, I helped combat corruption in Eastern Europe. Like, that's the only reason it's a total brag. It's so lame and so cringy. But no, so we know that it happened, or at least we have strong evidence that it happened. No one's really contesting that it didn't happen. But what Tim says in the beginning here, which is I looked into, is not true. Tim says, oh, well, wouldn't it be against the law for Biden or the Obama administration to withhold congressional aid? Because that's what they were saying for Trump.
Mhm.
That's actually not true. It is legally acceptable for the president's administration to withhold foreign aid for specific reasons.
Right.
Okay. It's not for anything, it's for specific reasons. And some of those reasons are the safety and security of the country. And if they believe that the funds directly that they would give would be misappropriated or used corruptly.
Right.
Okay. And so when they wanted them to fire Shokin, it was because they were like, we don't feel like Ukraine is handling its state corruption efficiently under this guy. And so we're worried that this money that we're going to give you is basically just going to go into a bunch of people's pockets.
It's going to be wasted. This is the problem with foreign aid right here. Like
Exactly.
the bad guys get it and they just give it to all their lackeys to stay in power.
Right.
You got to follow up. So yeah, this is why Biden was bragging about it.
Right. So perfectly legal to do that. What is not legal, or maybe not legal, but what is, and if you actually read, because I actually pulled up and read the impeachment charges. In the impeachment charges, they don't say Donald Trump, withheld funds that Congress appointed to be, to go to Ukraine. Period. It said Donald Trump was withholding funds to go to Ukraine on the grounds of trying to dig up dirt on his political rival, Joe Biden. That's the violation, is the reason for doing so, not just holding up the funds.
Right. Like if he was holding up the funds, and I know that this has been greatly spun, that he was holding up the funds because there was a mortal threat against America with the Biden administration or, the Biden family basically doing horrible things behind the scenes. And, Trump came in with his Superman cape to save the day.
Right.
That's just, the facts don't line up with that scenario. I mean, look, I like Trump. I think Trump is funny. I think he screwed up on January 6th. I don't know why he did that, but just, this is, the facts don't match that narrative. And when people use that narrative, you're drifting away from team truth. You're just in partisan land.
Yeah. Yeah. So definitely. And so Tim is just factually wrong to compare these two incidents and say that, well, if what Trump did was illegal or wrong, what Biden did is illegal or wrong. They're completely different things.
Right. Yeah.
So
substantially, tangibly different.
Yeah. Yes. Withholding foreign aid because the government has what is perceived as a legitimate fear that the aid they give will be used for corruption is very different than withholding foreign aid until you basically create a situation where one side could dig up dirt on their political opponent. I mean, and I don't even, to me, that's so laughably obvious. I feel stupid that I even have to say it out loud.
Well, let's go Tim Pool levels of good faith here. Could Trump have thought that he was doing the right thing and that there was Biden corruption and he was actually withholding the foreign aid because he thought the foreign aid was going to be used for corrupt things?
Well, whenever you say like, well, what is Trump's thought process on this? It's kind of this question that's like, I personally, I think Trump is like so narcissistic that I think he spins anything in that way.
Right.
So to me, that's like, yeah, obviously Trump thought, that's like did Trump think that the world would be better if he was president? So it justifies him to do anything that he becomes president again. It's like, baby, I don't know.
Yeah.
Does that matter?
I mean, it does. I mean, obviously intent matters. So,
To an extent, I guess, but
well, the January 6th stuff, he thought the election was legitimately stolen from him. So that's why he did what he did.
yeah, but like, okay,
I guess reality in the end does matter.
well, no. So let me give you an example. So like with the January 6th thing, if Trump, this didn't happen. This is hypothetical. If when Trump sees the protest / riot break into the Capitol building,
right,
and he picks up the phone and he calls the Capitol Police and he says, "This is Donald Trump. Stand down. Let the rioters, do whatever they want." Right.
right.
If he did that, he would, in my mind, and I think for most people's mind, be 100%, impeached, be completely accountable for, there's a lot of shenanigans that happened on January 6th, right?
Yeah, that would be pretty messed up if he did
Right.
that.
But if he thought, well, I think I really won, or he knew he didn't win, would it matter at that point?
What do you mean?
Like, if he told them to stand down and let the rioters into the Capitol building, does it matter if he thinks he really won the election, or he thinks I didn't win the election, but the rioters?
Well, no,
will
I said
make
that.
it
Yeah,
so?
truth. The
Right.
bottom line is truth matters.
Right.
Like,
no, but I'm saying like
he
his
could-
yeah, exactly. I understand.
If he's wrong,
Yeah.
you just can't be wrong. That's the
right.
problem.
Yes. Right.
And I know
So-
he's wrong on the Shokin thing. He's just tangibly wrong on the
Yeah.
Shokin thing, which is my problem with it. So,
Right.
and I guess he's tangibly wrong on the January 6th stuff. So,
Right.
I mean, I do think there was obvious. It's funny that they were talking about, well, is it immoral or is it illegal? What is it? I do believe that there was obviously election, I guess, what do they call it? Ballot harvesting was going on. But they
Yes.
did it legally because they changed
Yes.
the law so that they could do it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, I mean,
exactly.
I do think that there was some shenanigans going on that if they hadn't changed the law and hadn't done the ballot harvesting, it might have been a different thing. But I constantly say, the buck stops with Trump, because Trump could have fought those laws ahead of time instead of fighting them after the election. But Trump thought there was absolutely no way in hell he could lose to Biden. So he didn't need to worry about the laws.
Yeah, maybe. But well, and not this isn't like direct evidence, but circumstantial evidence for the fact that Trump didn't think what he was doing was right was the fact that he let the aid go through because he knew how bad it looked.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, let's continue.
Is it that the guy who was being investigated, Mykola Zlochevsky, returned to the country? He had fled when Shokin was investigating him. And then after Joe Biden got Shokin removed, Zlochevsky returned to the country to begin working on Burisma again.
So I never heard this claim before. I think Tim's conflating two different things. There was a time period in 2014 or something when they were investigating Burisma, and the president of Burisma fled the country. And then they stopped investigating Burisma in like 2017, and then he came back.
Right.
I couldn't find the second fleeing that Tim was talking about. So I think what he's conflating is, and this came up when we were talking to Kurt, I believe, when Kurt was basically defending this because he's Kurt. He said, or was it? No, it wasn't Kurt. I'm sorry. I'm throwing Kurt on the bus. It was Rob.
Don't do
that. It was Rob Noor. We're talking to Rob.
Yeah.
Noor.
Throw that
Rob
guy under
said-
the bus.
I know. Rob said, well, you can't say that Shokin wasn't investigating Burisma because Shokin raided the president's house. Right.
Of Burisma.
Remember this?
Yeah.
Of Burisma. Right.
Which I was like, yeah, he also raided the diamond dealer guy's house too. I mean, that was his
Right, so-
game plan.
Right. And so now maybe the president fled at that point. Maybe I think that's what Tim's talking about. Maybe the president, I couldn't find an article about him fleeing the country at that point. So obviously he wasn't at home when this happened. I think that's what Tim is talking about here. But when I was talking to Rob and I looked this up, what I found out was, wait a minute, you've got kind of the timeline mixed up here. Because what happened was Joe Biden in the previous year of December, he has a conversation with Zelensky or whoever the president was at the time. Because it wasn't Zelensky, whoever the president was at the time. And he says, hey, I want you to get rid of Shokin if you want this foreign aid. The president then, a few weeks later, goes to Shokin and tries to fire him, says, you're fired. And then Shokin says, you don't have the authority to fire me.
Yeah, I remember that. He told him to fuck off.
Yeah, he tells him to screw off. And then after that happens, then Shokin goes and raids Burisma because he knows that it was Joe Biden that was pressuring the president to get rid of him. So he's going after Burisma as retaliation.
Right. Yeah.
Not because he cares about the investigation. He's doing completely retaliatory.
Yeah, he says, listen, you're going to try to get me fired from my job. I'm going after your son who's on the board of Burisma. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And then after that happens, the whole thing with the diamonds and the guy dying and all that stuff happens or comes out in the media in Ukraine like a month later. And then that's when the legislature in Ukraine votes to kick Shokin out of office, essentially.
Right. Yeah. They're like, we have the authority.
Yeah, right.
Why did he return to the country?
Well,
it could have been for any number of reasons. I'm not sure.
Right. So the argument from the Democrats, the specific corruption that wasn't being prosecuted, you're referring to, is the prosecution of Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma.
Okay.
And the argument they made was he wasn't investigating him. That was the problem. And then Joe Biden says, and we got him out, and then they put in someone solid. The only issue is when Shokin had about a dozen active investigations into Burisma and Zlochevsky fled the country. They froze his account. When Biden came in and got the prosecutor fired, Zlochevsky safely returned to Ukraine without fear of criminal prosecution. When Donald Trump made that phone call, Zlochevsky fled again. So it sounds more like, you've got Hunter Biden on the board of Burisma, you got a former CIA director on the board of Burisma, and Zlochevsky, the founder, and Shokin had 12 different active, around 12 to 14.
All of the investigations into Burisma were dead.
No, they weren't. That's not true.
It was
wrong.
Absolutely true.
Completely
They
false.
were only revived 1 month before Shokin was forced out. Every single one of those probes was completely dead.
That's wrong.
See, Destiny's 100% correct there. That is actually what happened.
And now I know where Rob Knorr is getting his information from, because this is what Rob Knorr kept saying.
Yes. Well, I don't know if he was getting it from Tim, but there's like the narrative. This was the narrative, right?
Right.
Active
12 active investigations for what?
Yeah, that's not accurate.
I mean,
you can Google it and look for it if you want.
So I'm citing Matt Taibbi.
Oh God.
Right, and if you don't want to trust a journalist or whatever,
or like any actual article, not a tweet, like any
I'm not talking about a tweet. I'm talking about an article that he wrote breaking down what happened with Ukraine and his investigation into Zlochevsky, and this is from 2017.
Okay, so your claim is that the probes into Burisma never went cold and never died; that they were active the entire time.
They were active the entire time, right?
Okay, my understanding is that those probes were all cold and all dead, and it was part of the reason
hold on, you
why
said dead before. Now you're saying cold.
It's the same thing. They weren't being actively worked on.
So
there were probes, but nobody was doing anything with them until it was 1 month before Shokin was actually ousted that there was some progress started to be made on those.
So that's a very difficult question to get into. The fact is, there were active investigations.
Well, but that's kind of the meat of what we're talking about, right?
Wait, I feel like this
what
is
were
such
these investigations for, though? That's the thing. What were they for?
I don't know, but to me, earlier in the conversation, Tim Pool he accused Destiny of some kind of semantic trickery. And to me, it's like Tim Pool is, really, really trying to dig for whatever he can here. When he's like, well, you said it was dead. Now you said it's cold. It's like, what are we talking? Like, what are we doing here? like there's literally no difference. Okay? It's just so ridiculous, this conversation.
Look, when we were talking about the Shokin stuff,
yeah,
we gave detailed information about the crimes. I just we had 12 active investigations into Burisma. What were the crimes? What did they do? What were they doing? Were they overcharging people for power? Were they bribing officials? Were they cutting corners that, was killing people? What were these investigations all about? Look, Shokin's literal racket was investigating innocent companies and stealing a bunch of stuff from them. What were the investigations about? Or was Burisma just some, money tree for them. Yeah, we got 12 active investigations because every time we show up, they give us $2 million in cash. What are the active investigations, right? There's some. If this is happening, tell me what the crimes are, right? Not just their active investigations. I mean, I kept asking Rob Noor that, and crickets.
Right.
So
It's kind of important to settle the fact of the matter on that. Yeah.
Were there 12 investigations, yes or no?
I know that there were investigations open for a couple of years, but my understanding is they
That's all
were
that
open.
matters.
It's not all that matters. They were dead investigations. There wasn't
don't
any
know
progress
that.
being made on it. That's what I read that was reported.
Right. My point is this.
But that's pretty important because if they were being actively investigated, then that obviously changes a little bit the story that we're telling, right?
So did show
This is what I meant when I said, I don't know, I felt like Tim was like off his game. I've never heard Tim make such poor arguments before, where he's like, well, all that matters is that there were investigations. And then Jesse's like, well, no, if they're not investigating it and it's cold or dead, it doesn't matter. I just never heard Tim like make these like such lame arguments before.
Shokin have investigations into Burisma and Zlochevsky? Yes, he had about a dozen.
But whether or not
Did
investigation is
Zlochevsky
live or dead, isn't that important? You don't think so?
Did Zlochevsky flee the country while these were on the books? Yes, he did.
I'm not
when
sure.
Shokin was removed.
Okay, I know. I was trying to find this article.
Yeah,
that Tim was
that's what
talking
I'm-
about.
that's what
I can't
I'm-
find it.
That's what I'm dying to hear. Like, what is this fleeing the country stuff?
Well, no, I'm trying to find. He cited some Matt Taibbi article.
Right.
which
Yeah,
I'm
no.
trying to find.
I've got it on my list to read. Like, what is this? I love Matt Taibbi. What? Matt Taibbi is great. Matt Taibbi suffers from just a little bit of America bad. It's not like fatal or anything. Like, he's not going to die of this, but he has a healthy skepticism of our government that I think everyone should have.
Okay, I think I found the article, but unfortunately it's paywalled, so I'm gonna have to see if I can find
Right. Okay.
a free version of it.
I'm dying to know, guys. If you know in the chat what the 12 investigations were for,
I don't care about the 12 investigations. I know that's what you care about.
Well, why don't you care?
The specific charges aren't relevant to me. What was relevant to the question is, were they being actively investigated? Well, I guess it would matter if they're like bullshit charges, right?
Yeah. What the hell?
Right. But assuming,
whole point.
Right. Yeah, obviously, yes. So you have to know if they're bullshit charges or not, but also just the question of were they active or were they not? Okay. It's behind a paywall, which I'm not going to pay for. So I'm going to see if I can find somewhere else. But I found a tweet where Matt Taibbi talks about it from 2020. Someone says there were no open proceedings into Burisma at the time. And Matt Taibbi responds by saying, that is not true. There are multiple open cases. You've been told that they were dormant, but that's not the same as being closed.
Well, look, if there's a cold case for a murder investigation, I know what the murder. I know it's based on a murder.
Yeah. No, but so it's just, to me, I guess that's where Tim's getting this talking point. Like this is like literally to me this distinction of, oh, well, it wasn't closed. They weren't. It was dormant. It was cold. It's like, well, wait a minute. If Joe Biden's saying, or if the American government under the Obama administration, their claim is we're firing Shokin for not prosecuting, corruption, including against Burisma, and then you change the subject to, well, they weren't closed, they were just dormant. That doesn't matter. That's completely irrelevant. If you have if the DA has a bunch of quote open investigations, right, into if the FBI is like, listen, we have open investigations into Hillary Clinton's emails, right?
Well,
but they haven't moved on it in 5 years. Does it matter whether you get into this like semantic battle about whether it's quote dormant or really closed?
Right.
It's a complete nonsensical argument to make.
Well, if you get like a tip from a whistleblower or something like that, and you open an investigation and it doesn't go anywhere, and you don't know if it's a valid complaint or an invalid complaint, the case is going to stay open until you have some sort of resolution. It's either proven false or true.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So many cases are not enough information. But I'm just saying, if it's a murder investigation, there's a body. If it's a corruption investigation, there's a crime. What is the crime?
Mm-hmm.
and the investigations were officially stricken, Zlochevsky returns.
So do you think that there are criminal wrongdoings that he's done that he's not being prosecuted for?
What I think is that the United States is in an energy
Excellent
crisis,
question.
in a war with Eastern powers. The United States has been trying to get a pipeline for natural gas called the Qatar-Turkey pipeline into Europe, but Syria said no. Syria destabilizes for whatever reason. We want to run that pipeline through Syria, through Turkey, into Europe to offset the Gazprom gas monopoly. Russia runs natural gas into Europe through Ukraine through Gazprom. It's about 20%. It's massively powerful for them and it allows them to control prices. The United States has interests in setting up an energy company to offset that monopoly, hence Burisma. Hunter Biden's on the board, probably for these reasons. A former CIA director, probably for these reasons.
Wasn't Burisma one of the smaller gas companies in that country?
Absolutely. And it seems like the U.S. was trying to compete with Russia to get cheaper gas to Europe. And the argument made was that Europe was constrained by high gas prices from Russia and that we wanted the European economy to be bolstered and grow faster to compete with China. But Russia was basically keeping us pinned down.
Sure.
So we basically, Tim is postulating that we put people on the board of Burisma so that Burisma would work on getting a pipeline through Turkey. That's his.
Yes.
And then Shokin was investigating.
Was stopping this pipeline, this magical pipeline.
But why would Shokin stop the pipeline?
I don't know, Adam. That's a wonderful question.
I mean, why does he care if they're going to do a pipeline?
Yeah, wouldn't he be in favor of that?
Yeah.
I mean, it is his country.
When they make more money doing the pipeline?
But this is, so I listened to yesterday. I actually didn't think it was that good of a conversation. It was Coleman Hughes talking to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson was very I felt like he was very argumentative for no reason in the conversation. I don't know what was going on there.
Right. He's super left and Coleman Hughes is super right. So maybe they just.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe. But he did say something in it that I liked. And he said the definition for him, the definition of a conspiracy theorist or conspiracy theory is when you have a bunch of pieces of information and then you have this massive gap and you bridge that gap in your mind and then you declare it to be true.
Right.
And that's exactly what Tim's doing here. He's constructed this whole yeah, it's true that I'm sure it's true that America and Europe would like for Ukraine to be able to supply them oil to compete with Russia's oil.
Right.
Sure. But then he uses what is something that's true to construct this narrative of well, therefore, America was, number one, placing people on Ukrainian oil boards, which he has no evidence that's the motivation for any of this stuff, right? As opposed to just Hunter Biden selling out his name.
Right.
First place. And why would you... This is after Ukraine... This is after, by the way. This is after Russia has invaded and annexed Crimea, and after Russia is funding insurgents in eastern Ukraine, okay? Do you think that Ukraine needs Americans on the boards of its oil company for Ukrainian oil companies to say, hey, why don't we make more money by competing with Russian oil in Europe? Do you think that Ukrainian oil companies and the Ukrainian government needs the Americans to pressure them into doing that? Or do you think they just naturally want to do that on their own?
Well, some of them do. There's pro-Russia factions in Ukraine and anti-Russian factions in Ukraine. I think that both those factions politically kind of dissolved once Russia invaded for the second time, third time, I guess.
No, but even okay.
Is Shokin do we know if Shokin is a...
Wait a minute.
Well, do we know if Shokin is a Russian guy or...
Wait. A lot of almost all of the pro-Russian political movement, not all of it, but most of it dissolved in 2014.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Right. The first invasion. All this stuff Tim's talking about is after that happened. This is all after the first invasion.
Yeah.
Okay? So
this is Zelensky era, which is years later.
Right. So that's gone from the conversation. And on top of that, I don't believe that there's going to be some person on the board of a Ukrainian oil company whose sole job it is to make oil money is going to be saying, hey, I need incentive to try to make more money for my oil company.
Right. But
I mean,
if Shokin is being bribed by the Kremlin to stifle a pipeline, then that could potentially fit the facts. So
Yeah, but
I
that's
don't know.
there's no evidence, to my knowledge, there's no evidence that Shokin was some like Russian stooge. This whole
Yeah, I just
narrative,
looked it up. He's
Right.
his political party's independent. I don't.
Yeah,
Is the
this
independent party pro-Russian party?
I doubt it.
Okay.
I don't think he would be in his position of power if he was in some part of pro-Russian party.
Not this late in the game.
Yeah, this whole narrative that Tim has kind of constructed is like it's just completely out of. It's just like a phantom out of the air. It's just to justify this kind of like weird conspiracy about the situation. It's like, what is more likely that Burisma, wants to have, you have Hunter Biden, who is the, he's a serial fuck up of the Biden family. Okay.
Right.
And he's going around the world and he's selling his name and his influence. And I'd argue in a corrupt way. He's selling, potential influence to his father and his name to businesses all around the world. And so Burisma says, let's get some of that. America's involved with investigating, Europe and America's involved with investigating Burisma and investigating, other companies in Ukraine. Maybe if we have Joe Biden's son on the board, it'll help protect us, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's obviously Burisma's thought process when they hire him. It's not like this weird, the CIA's like we need someone on the like. Let's think about the logic here. The CIA or the FBI is like, listen, we have a very delicate, subtle operation. We want to place Americans on the boards of Ukrainian oil companies to try to convince them to sell oil to Europe, which for some reason they don't want to do on their own, even though it would make them shit tons of money. And so who we're going to get to do that?
Who?
We're going to get the guy who smokes crack and fucks prostitutes. And we're going to trust him with this very delicate spy operation.
Right.
Like, this is just like this is so ridiculous on every level.
So about 2014 and all of that with Ukraine. Poroshenko, is that the guy that ran away to Russia? Petro Poroshenko?
No. I don't remember all the names.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Petro Poroshenko.
No, Yukanovic was the guy. Poroshenko, wasn't Poroshenko the chocolate guy?
Right.
He was the guy that Russia was sanctioning his business specifically.
Okay. Petro Poroshenko was the guy that nominated or...
Yeah, he was pretty anti-Russian. So he wouldn't have nominated some pro-Russian guy, presumably.
Okay. Because he's the one that appointed now I got all the names mixed up. Shokin, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This whole narrative is
I'm digging in. Look, Team Truth here. I want to know who's you're right. It's Yanukovych. Viktor Yanukovych was the guy who ran off to Russia. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. We're good.
Okay.
Let us go in.
This is nice conjecture, but is there anything backing up any of this aside from
This is all the official reporting.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm sorry. Look, I'm literally digging in here on the fly because I don't want to.
This is the official reporting, Adam.
I want to know the truth.
This is like when Vosh says all experts say, and then he says whatever, something about the transgender stuff.
This is the official reporting, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 90. There's a 1% regret rate. This is the official reporting.
Yeah.
What do you mean by official reporting?
So
there was official reporting that we got rid of Shokin because we wanted to bolster U.S. interest.
That's the only speculation I have. I'm saying based on the facts.
That's the main part. That's the main part of the story.
Okay.
It seems to me the issue was Shokin did have investigations into Burisma, which was a problem for U.S. interests, not because of corruption, but because it's more of a war front. It's more of a.
Do you think that Shokin was a corrupt prosecutor?
No.
Okay. Why did all of Europe and a lot of Ukraine hate him?
Because Europe wants cheap gas.
Okay. So now, this makes sense. This is why they have to construct this backwards narrative. And I don't think Tim constructed this narrative. I think he basically gobbled up the propaganda that some simp, created.
Why? There's a million articles about how corrupt Shokin is. Why?
No, I know. And Tim hasn't read any of them, or he's forgotten.
But why?
He doesn't care. because it doesn't fit his narrative.
Okay.
Tim is absorbing America bad news, essentially.
Right.
And so they construct this narrative because the counter, this is the way, like, it's annoying because this is the way these conversations go. Like, someone makes a claim, so they say, oh, you know, Biden fired Shokin because he was investigating Burisma. And then you look in the facts, like, well, wait a minute. He kind of wasn't investigating Burisma. And it seems like all of Europe and all of America and all of Ukraine wanted him fired. Why is that? And then so you have to kind of work backwards and say, oh, well, now I have to create a reason, an illegitimate reason that Europe would want this guy fired. And so that's how somebody ties in the oil pipeline stuff. It's to excuse Europe wanting him fired too. They go, it wasn't because Ukraine wanted to join the EU and thus they have to comply with anti-corruption standards that Shokin wasn't complying to. No. It's because of an oil pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, that is just super discounting all the, like, he literally murdered a businessman.
Well, we don't know if he murdered them personally, right? But
well, I mean, there is a murdered businessman.
There's a murdered businessman that's related to two lawyers that one that he put directly into position of power, and he's continually protecting.
And literally filed a personal complaint against his office for shaking them down for bribes.
Yes. Doesn't look good.
I'm just saying you have to look the other way. That's like, that is evidence, right?
You know, when people say, like, they make the joke like, oh, this person said that they have, damaging information on Hillary Clinton and then they die.
Right.
That literally happened with Shokin.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, okay.
Shokin was impeding that. It's not an issue of corruption. It's an issue of conflicting
He was
interests.
impeding in how?
So active investigations into Burisma are impeding U.S. interests in competing with Gazprom.
Burisma isn't even the largest gas player in that country, though.
That's not the point. We don't have the Qatar-Turkey pipeline into Ukraine because Syria blocked it. So you have a multi-front effort going back to...
No, but wait, it is the point. Because, if Burisma is, I think they say it's like the fourth largest oil company in Ukraine or something. If the largest oil company in Ukraine is building this pipeline, or the government is building the pipeline, why does it matter what's happening to Burisma for this pipeline conspiracy?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Like,
it's completely irrelevant.
It's just, this is what annoys me, is that this is, like, it's not, if there was some situation where if Burisma or an oil company in Ukraine was literally building this pipeline, right? And then Shokin starts investigating them, and it's actually impeding their construction of said pipeline, maybe you could construct this narrative, right?
Sure.
But this is just a complete fantasy. This is a complete fantasy.
Shokin's people show up on the pipeline construction site, and they're like, all these workers have to stop. We have an active investigation going on here. This is corrupt.
Shokin hires Greta Thunberg to come out and protest the oil pipeline. She changed herself to the pipeline and says, no, how dare you?
Look, I saw it on a pizza box. Shokin's guilty. No, I don't. Yeah, I just... You got to build kind of a map of the entire situation in your head. It is exactly how you said it. That's what's going on. They're like, listen, Shokin is the hero of the story. And Tim admits it when he says, do you think, Destiny asked him, do you think Shokin was corrupt? And Tim says, no, obviously not.
Right.
What?
Which is wildly disconnected from reality, yeah.
I mean, that was step one for me when we started talking about this. I was like, well, was Shokin corrupt or not? Here, let's start digging in. What are they? Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Gracious me. This guy is horrible.
Right. Yeah, he's not even making the argument that, like, yeah, Shokin was corrupt, but that doesn't discount what Biden did. He's just saying, no, Shokin was, like, the good guy here.
No. Yeah.
Which is wildly untrue.
Yeah. I think he might have been smoking crack with Hunter Biden here. If this is the narrative we're going with.
I don't even know why Tim brought this up. It's just really weird, like a random thing to bring up in this, bring up this thing from years ago.
Yeah, why aren't they talking? Look, Trump is running for president here. Why aren't they talking about election today?
Yeah, I don't know. It's super weird. Super weird.
Do I think like the to get cheaper natural gas into Europe. So of course they're not going to like anybody who's got Eastern allegiances. It's possible that with Ukraine you had in the eastern part of the country more pro-Russia sentiment. With Yanukovych you had more pro-Russia sentiment, and you had government officials that were like, look, we are not just pro-West. Of course, then he gets ousted. There's unrest. I can't remember.
What do you mean for Yanukovych, though? Yanukovych was standing alone with that pro-Russian status, though. That wasn't all the government officials. That was part of the reasons why people were so upset with Yanukovych, was because he was trying to push for Russia in opposition to what their parliament was even pushing for.
That's what I'm saying. And so there's probably, he wasn't the only person. The sentiment was fairly split, but was leaning towards the EU.
Had been voted on by their parliament, like, to favor the EU. That was what the vote was for.
And so the way I see it is there are probably elements of that government that were more favorable to Russia, which is why Europe doesn't like them. The people, Ukrainians who want to be a part of the EU and members of the EU who want Ukraine to join because they want more control over natural gas, of course, naturally would oppose anybody who is siding with Russia.
Do you think that Ukraine was a corrupt country prior to 2014?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Do you think so? That's for all of Europe and for everybody complaining about the corruption and stuff relating to Shokin, you think that all of that was BS and they just didn't like him because he was preventing their cheap oil or cheap gas?
Say that one more time.
I like it's like Ukraine is a very corrupt country, but Shokin is the one man in Ukraine above it all. He's the one guy who wasn't corrupt.
I mean, look, he's literally the reason why Ukraine is so corrupt is because he's not doing his job. He was paid to clean it up.
Yeah.
You think that all of the upsetness that people across Europe and Ukraine had with Shokin had nothing to do with any of the corruption of the country or his lack of pressuring? Because like that's the official story that's given, and it seems to be like pretty consistent throughout. Like
I can only speak on a surface level about this one particular issue because I don't know the inner workings of all of Ukrainian politics.
Okay,
but what I do know is
I mean, he just made this. Okay, he just made this wildly conspiratorial claim that this is all done to prevent a pipeline, and now he's like, listen. I can only speak about this one thing. I don't fully understand Ukrainian politics. I don't know. It's pretty bold. It's a bold claim.
Do you buy into we're the ones that blew up the Nord Stream pipeline to cut Russia
Maybe.
off?
I don't. I mean, I could see us definitely doing that.
Yeah, of course.
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't buy. There was that person that came out and like quote unquote confirmed it, and I looked into that, and that was all like. Anonymous sources claiming a bunch of like nonsense.
Well, that's not good.
Right. So I don't know if we did. I could definitely see it happening. I don't believe Russia blew it up themselves. That makes no sense to me.
That's ridiculous.
That's a ridiculous story, obviously. So
yeah.
So it's very likely that America did it or something. Or Ukraine did it or some European country did it.
You don't blow up your own pipeline.
Yeah.
What the hell?
That was I mean, I can somewhat buy the argument that that's such a bad lie from the US. That makes them seem more guilty.
Oh, of course.
Because you're like, that's such a stupid thing that, like, I don't know, it's such a dumb thing to say.
Russia did it.
Like, wait, what? It's almost like they're saying, ha ha, nanny nanny boo boo. You're the one that did it.
Why are you hitting yourself?
Yeah.
Russia, why are you hitting yourself? Oh my God. This makes us look bad because we shouldn't be.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, they did.
Oh, you mean it makes like the U.S. look bad?
Yeah, they did invade a sovereign country. We're supposed to be like, how dare the U.S. do this?
How dare they blow up this pipeline after you invade a sovereign country and start killing people by the thousands? I know. It's like,
how dare you? I mean, you're literally bombing civilians' apartment buildings and shit like that, causing chaos. But we're the bad guy because we take out their pipeline to cut them off from some resources so that they can fight the war.
Richard Wolff was on.
Oh, I know.
He was on the H3H3 and Hassan Piker podcast.
I know.
And it's so funny because Hassan is just like salivating over Richard Wolff the entire time.
Oh, I know. He's got a giant hard-on for Richard Wolff. It's so crazy.
And it's like, I have no clue what Ethan's take is on the Ukraine stuff. I know Hassan is very much like American Bad. I don't know what Ethan's take is at all.
Mm-hmm.
And Richard Wolff was like, it was like he gives like the most insane take ever. He's basically like, oh, America and Russia and China should just sit down at the table and agree to end the war. I'm like, I feel like you're forgetting a major factor here, Richard. What about Ukraine? Should they not sit down and try to come to some peace agreement here? Why is it just the U.S., China, and Russia?
Listen, Ukraine, we made a great deal for you.
Yeah.
We gave away half your country, but listen,
Yeah.
there's gonna be peace, okay?
It's just it was so insane. And he gives the example he gives is he's like, listen, you know,
Where's your meme? Your meme is so on this. Oh God,
yeah,
it's so
because he
good.
gives this example where he's like, well, Ethan, when I think of the war between Russia and Ukraine, I think of the American Revolution, and I think of how America fought the British, this massive empire, twice, and it took the British Empire to be defeated twice by America for them to come to peace with America, and I'm like, wait a minute.
What a
I'm like, wait a minute.
what a
He's comparing this to Russia and Ukraine. And then he says, and that's why I think America and Russia should hatch out an agreement between Ukraine. I'm like, wait a minute. The example you gave, it literally required the empire to be defeated in war twice to come to the agreement in the first place, obviously. Okay. But then secondly, in that he's comparing in the Russia invading Ukraine, he's comparing that to American independence against the Brits, and he's comparing the Ukraine American side to the British Empire.
I know.
And Russia to the Americans during the revolution. I was like, this is the most insane take I've ever heard on this.
I brought up your meme. Here's my plan for how to deal with the British. I love it. He flips it over. It's a guy licking a boot.
This is if Richard Wolff was in America in 1776. Yeah.
Right. This is so good. Here you go. Then you've got our founding father there, George Washington, looking very handsome and dapper.
Yeah.
How is this going to get us our freedom? And Richard Wolff is like, freedom? Richard Wolff is insane. Richard Wolff has not had a good take for as long as I've known of his existence.
No. Well, I mean, he's injected America bad communism into his veins. It's like every ounce of his being is America bad, communism good. He literally cannot perceive anything outside of that lens.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a warped lens. Terrible.
Anyway.
There has been a tremendous effort by Western forces leading to outright physical military conflict to get natural gas into Europe to offset Russia's control of gas prices. Naturally, it seems like these things are related. Speculative. The facts are the U.S. went to Syria and said, can we build the Qatar-Turkey pipeline? Syria literally said to the United States, that would be bad for our ally, Russia, so we will not allow it. Fortunately for us, for whatever reason, Syria falls into civil war, and we just happen to oppose the guy who denied that. I don't think the whole reason for opposing it has to do with gas, but it's convenient for us nonetheless. We weren't able to do it. And to make it worse, Iran wanted to tap the same natural gas field and send the gas through Iraq and Turkey into Europe to strengthen Russia's control of energy. So the argument was the EU is trying to grow and become a unified bloc to compete with the growth of China, and Russia was basically impeding us because Russia wants to be their own big dog, right?
Sure. Man, if you ever wanted to revisit a detailed breakdown of this, it'd be interesting to do a little bit of reading prior to this. But let's say hypothetically I grant you all of that. Why didn't Trump say any of that?
Trump doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Okay, so then Trump's investigation into the impetus for
He's
this whole
video on the
conversation.
internet, bro.
Okay, so the impetus for this whole conversation of like Trump pressuring them to find out if any wrongdoings happened had nothing to do with anything that you just laid out. It was just having to do with Hunter Biden and Joe Biden.
It had to do with him seeing a video and then seeing people and post memes. Probably to be completely.
Trump goes to Zelensky and says, I want you to do this because he doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
That's not a good look.
Well, that's what's funny because, Tim lays out this whole convoluted, conspiracy theory about this, which he has no evidence for whatsoever. And then Destiny's like, well, why didn't Trump bring any of this up? Because he didn't know any of it. He didn't know my crazy conspiracy theory. It's like, well, if that's the case, you understand it's completely irrelevant then. Because the charge was that Donald Trump was using his presidential office corruptly.
Yeah.
So if you say, well, maybe he didn't use it because all this information Trump didn't know about maybe made sense. It's like, well, wait a minute, that's nothing to do with it.
Crazy.
be honest, it was Tucker Carlson.
Sure.
Who said something
But
like,
it was a little bit more than just asking questions, because if he was just curious, I don't think that the question of aid being withheld would have ever been brought up in that conversation. So clearly there was a little bit, you're saying that Biden wasn't seen as a political opponent at all, but if that was the case, I don't know why Trump would go so far to try to solicit information from the Ukrainian government such that he would withhold aid or threaten to withhold aid in exchange for some information about him.
you know, whether
Seems like a random politician to target. Like, why would he be so dead set on getting information about
he hates the
Biden?
Democrats. They were calling him a Russian spy.
I think there's a little bit.
It's like-
I think it
it's
has to
like
be a little bit
revenge.
more than that. Revenge to throw away. To
Sure,
get
you-
Even if Tim wasn't factually wrong, which he is 100%, because as I said, Joe Biden announced he was running for president, and then it was the following July afterwards that Trump had his phone call, the perfect phone call with Zelensky.
I mean, it was a good phone call. He almost
Yeah, I
got
mean,
what
it
he
was.
wanted.
That's true. That's
What
true.
are you talking about?
If it had been leaked. But even if Tim was even right, okay, like if Donald Trump did this, and Destiny said this earlier, if Donald Trump did this for like against AOC, if he leveraged his power as president to like get a foreign country to dig up dirt on AOC, would that make it justified because they're not like direct political opponent?
No, obviously
And
not.
you know, it's funny because what Tim is basically making the argument that you brought up earlier. So because Bragg in New York City is not running against Donald Trump, does that mean that him going after Trump is not political? Because they're not
Yeah.
directly running against each other?
Yeah, that's not a
course
good
not.
argument.
Like this argument is like ridiculous.
It's always political when they're in the opposite party.
Yes.
I mean, you can think that, but I don't even care all that much about the speculation as to why he did it, right?
Sure.
If you want to argue,
What that's motive is like a giant part of any investigation. That's like the chief part of the investigation.
And this is what he said way back when it happened, and I like lost my mind. That's the crime.
Yeah.
That's like such a big part of the crime here is Donald Trump trying to get a foreign country using the office of the presidency to try to leverage that power to get a political opponent, you know, to dig up dirt on a political opponent, right? That's
Yeah.
the crime here. And for him to say, well, it doesn't matter why he did it, or I don't care why he did it. That's like, I'm not going to speculate on it. He's going to speculate on like this whole crazy conspiracy theory about how Shokin is somehow magically preventing pipelines from Ukraine. But he's not going to speculate on Donald Trump's motivation for the one incident that we're actually talking about.
I mean, I'll speculate. He wanted to get reelected.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
it
ridiculous.
just seems like the easiest
Oh my
speculation. there.
God. This is so preposterous.
But see, that's the thing. That's the speculation that you're not allowed to make because
Yeah.
obviously, if he's your candidate, if he's your guy, you don't want to make that speculation.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, that's the same kind of speculation you're forced to make with January 6th. He wanted to stay in office. He wanted to be a 2-term president.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. Like, I'm not sitting here, and I don't feel comfortable when people on the left are like, Donald Trump wanted those people to break into the Capitol.
Yeah, I don't. That's wrong.
And I'm like, to
Yeah.
me, that's like, okay, wait a minute. Like, that's this like ridiculous level of speculation, right?
Yeah, it's unfair.
But that's what annoys me is that, you know, it's just when people, and I think, and Tim's definitely guilty of this. He has like such like the most like, oh my God, I'm not gonna, you know, when it comes to proving his conspiracy, you know, he's gonna speculate all over the place. But then when you have something that's very straightforward, like, okay, it's very obvious why Trump did what he did with the Hunter Biden stuff and Burisma. But that, I'm not gonna speculate on that, but I don't think it's important. Like, what? That's like the key issue. What are you talking about?
Why would he send Rudy Giuliani as one of his campaign officials over to investigate Hunter Biden in Ukraine if that wasn't the motivation? Why would that happen?
I don't want to speculate, Adam.
I mean, I'm just
I
saying.
don't want to speculate on that. It
Look,
doesn't matter.
Rudy Giuliani is literally his campaign manager at the time, is he not?
Why do you think Hillary Clinton paid Steele to dig up information about
Trump?
some kind of Trump-Russia connection?
To knock him out of the candidacy?
No. We don't want to speculate on her motivation.
No, I'm pretty sure that's exactly why.
We don't want to speculate on Hillary Clinton's motivation for funding the Steele dossier. Okay?
I mean, if Tim wanted to come out and say, listen, Hillary Clinton started this and that Trump was just, tit for tat, she threw the first stone. Now
that would not be a justifiable argument.
Well, at least it's an argument, though. What do you look?
Yeah, but wait, there's a huge
I'm
difference.
not saying it's justifiable. I'm saying at least it's an argument. At least
right, but yeah, there's a huge difference between a private citizen hiring some PI guy to dig up dirt, which is either true
and the
or
sitting
not true,
and the sitting president of the
the
United
president
States
saying, "I'm literally using the power of my office to withhold foreign aid until you do what I want. That's going to harm my political opponent." Like that's oh my god.
Well, I mean, that's a good argument. I mean, that's a good response. But look, at least I'm making an argument.
That's
my
true.
argument wasn't.
It's just...
My argument wasn't. Trump doesn't even know what's going on. That's not good.
He just saw Sean Hannity. He said, "Okay, I saw Sean Hannity." I love how Tim says this. Like that makes it better. If Donald
he
Trump
saw it on TV.
Yeah, if Donald Trump saw TV, if the TV told Donald Trump something, and based on Sean Hannity, he decides to withhold foreign aid to dig up dirt on his potential political candidate, that's so much worse. How could you want a president who sees a single person say something on TV and does like some crazy crap like that? Oh, he doesn't even think to investigate on his own. He just sees Tucker Carlson say it. Like that's. I can't believe Tim would like offer that as a defense.
Biden is a corpse. It's better than.
That's a better defense. That's a better defense.
We're in dangerous territory with woke Biden. You know it. Everything you said about Biden got totally thrown out the window.
That is true.
Biden never fought against wokeness. He's like, wokeness, sign me up.
That is true. I was very wrong about that. Yeah. I never thought he was going to actively fight against wokeness. I thought he wouldn't go far enough and they would just be complaining about him and try to destroy him.
Dude, he's on his hands and knees sucking off wokeness right now. He's got the knee pads out.
Well, I don't think that's the issue. I don't think that's why. Because he is doing that, but I don't think that's the reason. Because as we know, you can never do enough. Especially if you're an old white man. Right? The reason I think that they're not going after him is because the specter and threat of Trump still looms high.
Oh yeah.
And they're terrified that if the left starts tearing down Biden, that they're going to lose to Trump.
They're telling me to stop eating in the chat. You can't hear me eating, right?
I can't, but I have my audio really low, so I often can't hear the background noise that you or other people complain about.
I'm pushing the microphone away. Oh, I guess they can hear it like zooming in and out. Anyway.
But do you agree? Don't you think that's the reason why they're not going after Biden for not being woke enough?
They're
so afraid of. Look, they're so afraid of Trump winning.
The ghost of Christmas past is just staring them in the eyes right now.
Yes.
Going, listen. You had 4 years. Look, they're going to get 4 years again. I don't know what these prosecutions are about, but nothing is going to drive turnout in the next election like this Trump indictment thing. Turnout is going to be off the charts.
I agree.
Yeah. I don't care what our guests say. The turnout is going to be crazy.
Yeah,
I'm going to vote like 3 or 4 times. That's legal, right? I mean,
that is not legal. No.
Okay.
I don't know if you're aware of that. That is not legal.
All right, that was a joke.
I
am going to vote
one of the most important parts.
I usually vote for my wife.
Yeah, for local and then federal election.
No, I vote for my wife. What are you talking about? Come on. I get a free vote out of it.
There you go.
You should get married. You'll get 2 votes.
There you go. That's how it works.
Depends upon who you marry. It really does.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the most important parts. That is the most important part is why he did it.
But you have to make assumptions to get to that point.
Do I? If he's asking,
wait, he's making Tim is making all sorts of assumptions about why Biden fired Shokin. That was his entire argument, is him making assumptions about that.
That's a unsubstantiated theory, okay? It's not an assumption.
Okay.
Why are you making it so much worse?
Specifically with respect to a political opponent, I'm making assumptions. I feel like there's a lot more assumptions being made on your end that he was just genuinely interested in what Joe Biden had said and was threatening to withhold aid because he wanted a legitimate investigation of the firing of a prosecutor.
I mean,
True.
I feel like it's pretty legitimate.
What we know
Yeah.
is that he said, "What's going on with this video? I want to see some action on this, or else." Right?
That's not, see, but here's what Tim's missing too, and this is part of what I think shows Trump's motivation. Trump didn't say, "Hey Zelensky, I want you to investigate Burisma." He didn't say that, and he didn't say, "I want you to investigate Burisma and give me information." No, he was very specific. He said, "I want you to announce publicly
Right.
that you're investigating Burisma." The public announcement was the key thing he was after.
Yeah.
And so if you're going to make the argument that he really cared about the information, why was the public announcement the thing specifically? Why was it being public? Why was that the key thing that Trump was asking for?
Because look, Trump is a mastermind when it comes to media narrative.
Yes.
As soon as that announcement takes place, it's going to be all over the newspapers.
Yes.
There's an investigation against Hunter Biden and Joe Biden over Ukraine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Fox
exactly.
News is going to run with it. It's going to be like the news cycle for a week, 2 weeks.
Right. But that completely, the fact that he was very specific in wanting this, not investigation, this public announcement of investigation is what completely destroys this narrative that Tim is kind of trying to construct here.
Right. I mean, look, I'm the only guy here who wants to actually know what the 12 open investigations were even about. Nobody even cares.
That's true. That's true.
Why?
That's true.
I want to know where the bodies are buried.
One of them was for murder and one of them was for jaywalking. Okay. It's a very mixed bag.
Ridiculous.
It's a very mixed bag of charges.
Ridiculous. Look up the article where the $5 million cash just showed up. At the investigator's home or whatever. That's not us. We're not corrupt.
I feel like there was a little bit more said than that, but I don't remember because it's been a long time.
Well, I'm trying to paraphrase for the sake of
Sure, but I feel like the specific requests that he was making for information are probably pretty important. I could look up exactly what the charges are alleged, but it's been a while. But
so I guess the reason I bring it up is not to just debate Trump or whatever, but to ask the question of, should we indict Joe Biden for doing the same thing?
I don't.
Oh my God.
I know.
Oh God, it's laughable.
I know.
It's laughable.
It's very silly.
Damn, that sucks. The whole idea that people buy this narrative really frustrates me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just so far from the truth. It's so far from the facts. The whole idea that people think Joe Biden, tried to withhold money to stave off an investigation into his son. It's not true. It's not true.
Mm-hmm.
It would be interesting if it was true. I mean, sure. I don't like Joe Biden. Yeah. It's just sad.
Don't believe Joe Biden did the same thing, though. The request and who it was on behalf of was far different than.
But Joe Biden does not have the authority to threaten to withhold congressional.
I don't know if Joe
aid.
Biden actually threatened to withhold aid,
But he admitted on camera that he did.
He said
He actually does have the authority to.
I thought, well, yeah, what the hell? This is like a diplomatic thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Look, you have the authority to withhold aid if you're doing it for a specific reason. If you're doing it for a personal reason, no, you don't.
Yeah.
But he had a real reason. Just crazy.
said something on camera that I don't know
He
if that's what he
literally
actually
said on
did.
camera, I told him that if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the $1 billion. And he said, you don't have the authority to do that.
I'm so sad. Tim. I mean, now I'm getting... Tim! Tim! How does he not know this stuff? Look, I'm a stoner from California and I know this stuff. It's like, Tim should know this. How does he not know, Sitch?
Then I said, call the president, ask him, see what he says. Well, son of a bitch. 6 hours later, he's fired.
Trump also said on camera that he could shoot somebody on 6th Street and not get arrested for it.
But that's different from admitting to committing a crime.
I don't know if Biden admitted to a crime there or if he was just talking shit. Biden also was in front of an audience saying that he had, like 170 IQ and graduated from Harvard Law or something, right? He obviously didn't do that, right? I don't know when Biden is on stage, like, I told him I was going to withhold it. I don't know if he's just like, he got his big boy pants on and he's talking shit.
I know that Destiny's like, he's just trying to construct an argument. It's not I don't think it's a good argument.
That he's just talking shit? I mean, it's
that
a
he was
fine
just talking.
argument.
I mean, he kind of was talking smack, but he was also true. So
Because it happened. I mean, maybe he
it
doesn't
actually
know that it
happened,
happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So.
Biden had the authority, used the authority. I mean, he was working. Yeah.
Yeah, of course he had the authority. Yeah.
Victoria Nuland had the authority, and she's the one.
There you go.
Obviously,
No,
I mean, Victoria Nuland decides basically all the presidents of Europe. So, I mean, if she
Right.
says it, of course she has the
Right.
authority. That's a joke,
Actually-
by the way.
He did do that, and he didn't have the authority to do it, and it was on behalf of some selfish motive or whatever, then yeah, I think there should obviously be an investigation or something. But the fact that there's never been an official statement confirming that, there's never been any side from the Ukrainian officials confirming that, and
Maybe there should be.
everything relating to that. Yeah, but every time Republicans say there should be, and they go and look, they find nothing. Okay, but whether it's Benghazi, whether it's Hillary's emails, whether it's a lot of the Hunter Biden stuff,
we know the Hillary's email stuff was there. Like that's not even.
We don't know if Hillary Clinton gave a command to delete stuff that shouldn't have been deleted to impede an investigation. We don't know that. We never found information about that, which is what the charge would have been for.
Sure. We know that she had a server with 35,000 emails on it. We know that.
I thought we did know that, but maybe it's just speculation.
What do you mean, Hillary's
I thought we
emails?
did know that Hillary did tell them to destroy the emails.
Yeah,
and then
she
the reason
bitted them and
right.
stuff. Yeah.
Destiny said that we don't know that for sure. I mean, maybe you don't like know that for 100% sure. I think it's
we
pretty
know.
obvious, right? Like,
Yeah. She was scared to death that they were going to find Huma Abdeen, her stuff with, like her husband did a bunch of emails with underage girls.
that wasn't on the emails.
You don't know. There might have been a reply all in there.
If I recall correctly, the reason that they said they weren't going to bring charges was because they said no public official had charges against them for doing something like that. I thought that's what their rationale was. Now, maybe it was a bad rationale, but I believe that's what their rationale was. I don't think it was because they didn't know for certain whether Hillary ordered it or not.
Right. If anyone has any evidence that supports this narrative that Tim is putting forward, that Biden committed a crime, obviously share that evidence with us. We'll have you on to talk about it on the Tuesday stream. Definitely.
Yeah, I'd love to debate this topic again for like the 100th time.
I mean, we don't want to do it, but if you send us compelling evidence, we will definitely do it.
It's going to be all the same stuff. I mean, I've had the conversation a million times.
I know we've looked at every. Like,
I'm always down to
virtually-
argue it because it's so. To me, it's such a clear, obvious. Like we're so clearly obviously correct that I'm
Right.
fine to argue it again and again and again.
There's a lot of people in the chat that are just a little of argument raging in the chat that a lot of people are into. So.
Oh, I bet a lot of Trump simps are probably very upset.
How dare you? Look,
Yeah.
you can't say that. That is our future president. Okay.
Oh, really?
We have a lot of Trump supporters. Yeah, they're not simps. Come on. Let's have respect for our former president.
I always like on Twitter or in the comments when someone pretends to be like your fan and they're not. And you're like, oh, you're just fucking with me. Like you scroll over their name, they don't follow you, and you click on their timeline, it's all a bunch of like leftist crap, and you're like, oh, you're not actually like you're just lying.
Obviously my rest in peace, my mentions, guys. There's no way if you're messaging me something now, there's no way I'm gonna find it because there are literally 1 billion communists that are just raging mad at me right now on Twitter. So I can't find anything. And so I get what you're saying. Somebody was gaslighting me on Twitter saying like how they brought up Moeller, our Professor Moeller, who we've had on the show and talked to before. And I was like, why? Like, why would you bring this up if you absolutely know nothing about him? And they're like, yeah, I saw you in his comment section. What a loser. What a loser.
Yeah, I had to mute because
Oh, no.
I had what's that guy's name? There's some common guy who like started getting into one of my threads. And so it's just like, oh my God, my mentions just become flooded with all his fucking socialist simps. I'm just like, I'm muting this thread.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's
No.
crap.
I muted the entire
my
thread.
God.
That's how I didn't even know the thing. Someone sent it to me. Oh, this blew up. So that's the only reason I knew.
Yeah. But good on you.
Yeah, I got shit to do. I think I've got like I think about 1,000 people have followed me over this though.
Nice. Very
That's the wrong kind of incentives right there.
We do.
Staff smashed hammers. We know that one of her staffers, I guess, he went on Reddit and he said, "How can I purge emails with someone's name on it or something like that?"
Sure.
And like, I think, didn't he get charged or something?
I don't know.
I can't
I
remember.
think it was granted immunity in exchange for information.
Yeah,
related to the
That's
case.
crazy, right? I remember when that happened. Like some dude on Reddit found the account, and they were like, "I think this guy works."
Sure,
for
but the
Hillary
crime that we were looking for was whether or not Hillary Clinton ordered classified emails to be deleted. It doesn't seem like that was. We spent a whole lot of time talking about that. And for all the complaining that we do about a judge indicting Trump or intelligence agencies interfering in elections, Comey coming out and making the statements that he did about Hillary Clinton were not only unprecedented, but also potentially election altering too. So, I mean,
do you think?
That is true. We kind of forget that, you know.
Of course.
The deep state. It's like what Comey said. I mean, I don't know if it had that much of an influence, but I mean, it was really close to the election. So,
Barack Obama ordering a drone strike that killed an American citizen warrants an investigation of that?
there might have already been an investigation. I don't know what the vetting process inside of orders from the government.
Well, like whether there was or
drone strikes
wasn't,
like
do you think there should have been?
yeah, there probably always should be when there's collateral damage. Didn't it happen? Was it in Afghanistan or Pakistan? Wasn't there a hospital that we accidentally bombed like a year and a half ago, I think, where
Probably.
I think like 20 or 30 people died and it was all civilians.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, anytime something like that happens, there should obviously be some type of oversight.
And-
but that's
and-
different between like there needs to be a criminal charge for an intentionally destructive act done, right? Do you agree that there's a world of difference between Biden ordered an American citizen killed overseas versus American citizen dies as a result of collateral damage from a drone strike? Those two things are worlds apart, right?
Well, the added context is we're not at war with this country, and it was
Doesn't matter. There's still, even if we are at war with the country, there's still worlds apart, right?
Well, so let's slow down for a second.
Sure. My question is very simply, if
The
we're
authority
not,
granted to the president does not extend to bombing any random country.
well, it seems like that's not where we're at legally right now, right?
I think it's not where we're at because the American people don't do anything about it.
Did we vote in Congress to bomb the Syrian airport when Trump returned fire for whatever gas attacks?
No, but I think there's something different to an active war zone we do have troops on the ground in, and I don't agree with
Yeah, but we're
Trump
not at
firing.
war with Syria.
We have ground troops. We haven't declared a war since World War II. I don't.
Sure, but we didn't even have a UA Senate
UMF.
use of for
I
authorized
don't.
military force,
I don't
right?
agree with Trump's firing of
Sure,
missiles. I
I'm just
think they're
saying that
wrong.
like if an American citizen even would have
I don't think
died on the
anybody died,
base, yeah, I'm just saying that we're not voting for war in these areas, right? We're still bombing them. So it seems like if you're asking me a moral question versus a legal question, those are two different things. If you're asking me legally, it seems like that seems to be that the president can indeed order drone strikes on a place that we're not at war with. That seems to be where we're at legally right now. Morally, should he be able to? I don't know. I don't know what the justification is for that, but
Let's jump to this next story from the Tampa Bay Times. DeSantis says Florida will not assist in possible Trump extradition after indictment.
Well, and of course, Tim's was really leaning heavily on this. We're not at war with them. But again, if what Daniel said is true and the Yemen government allowed it, that whole doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The whole talking point goes out the window.
It's a security concern for them. A
Right.
lot of these tempod dictators do this. It's horrible, but they sick the American military on their political adversaries.
Yeah, because
And-
they're terrorists and they're also our adversaries. So.
Well, no. I mean, based on their reporting, they say that they're terrorists. I don't necessarily know.
Well, no, but in this case, it's Al Qaeda.
Says that them. I mean, I don't know the details of the situation, so I
Well,
wouldn't
They
just
know
say.
that it's Al Qaeda. It's not like the U.S. government's not being tricked, okay, to blow up, Al Qaeda people in Yemen.
I would not make such a strong claim about the U.S. government never being tricked by one
I'm not
of these.
saying never. I'm just
Yeah.
saying in this specific situation that they're talking about, that's not
Okay.
the case.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm sure
yeah,
there's
yeah.
been instances where that has.
This is
happened,
with
yeah.
the American citizen guy.
Though I
Yeah.
would think usually, even if it's not Al Qaeda, it's not a question of being tricked. It's a question of there's some interest in which the U.S. their interest aligns with whatever the dictator's interest is, or usually the dictator will do something that America wants, right?
Yeah, of
To
course.
solicit this kind of. I mean, this has
We're
been our whole
literally-
situation. Yeah, this has been our whole situation with us being, friends with the Saudis, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Saudis are, it's a monarchy, it's a dictatorship essentially,
Yeah.
and they've been favorable to us in the past, though maybe some of that's changing. And so we give them weapons and blow up people they don't like.
This is why Bin Laden got upset. He said, "Listen,
That was part of why Bin Laden got upset.
Yeah.
Let's not give the the narrow-viewed, dumbed-down Dave Smith, Joe Rogan explanation of Bin Laden. But
Sure, we'll have Dave Smith on to do that.
yeah.
All right,
The Florida
DeSantis
lead-in on Twitter.
How is DeSantis?
He said,
so
the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is un-American. The Soros-backed Manhattan DA has consistently bent the law to downgrade felonies and to excuse criminal misconduct. Yet now he is, and there's a second tweet here. Where is it at? Wait. Oh, okay. Yet now he is stretching the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in an extradition request given the questionable circumstances at issue with the Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda. What are your thoughts?
Is he actually Soros-backed?
I think so.
Or was it that, like, because I thought that the actual thing was like George Soros contributed to a PAC that has also contributed to him. I think it's a little different, but regardless. Yeah,
but even outside of that, I mean, Ron DeSantis saying we're not going to allow. What is he saying?
We're not going to extradite, right? Is what it sounds like.
Well, did he even really?
I did see a lot of people, including our good friend Joy Reid. She was like crying. I don't know if did you see this clip? She was like crying on television.
No.
Like she was almost at the point of tears. And she's like, Ron DeSantis is invoking the age-old stereotype that evil Jews are controlling black people in this tweet.
What?
And I was like, what?
Really?
Yes. It's like the wildest. It's on Twitter. She put it on Twitter. It's like I was like, what is she? Like, this is
how?
Like unhinged. Because he says Soros backed. So like,
Oh, because Soros
kind of,
is like the anti-Semitism thing.
Yeah, and I was like, this is. I mean, that's reaching.
Right.
That's reaching so far.
Right.
So,
I mean, Soros did work with the Nazis, but
yeah, when he was like 12.
yeah, no, obviously, I'm kidding.
There's like I'm hearing like
Well, I mean, I'm
fireworks
not
outside.
kidding about him working with the Nazis, but
Yeah.
we watched that video and it's kind of like shocking.
Yeah,
Neither one of us
not
had
good.
seen anything about Soros, and we watched this video, and he's basically talking about working. I mean, he wasn't really working with the Nazis. The guy
he was living with was working for the Nazis.
Yeah. But he basically took him under his wing and said he wasn't Jewish. So,
Right.
yeah. But his comments in that video, you're kind of like, okay, this guy's a psychopath. My goodness.
Here's an article from Fox News. Soros distanced himself from Manhattan DA after Trump indictment.
Really?
Yeah, they say liberal billionaire George Soros has distanced himself from the Manhattan District DA, saying he's never met Bragg and didn't donate to his campaign.
Really?
Quote, as for Alvin Bragg, as a matter of fact, I did not contribute to his campaign and I don't know him, Soros told whoever. I think some of the right would rather focus on far-fetched conspiracy theories than on the serious charges against the former president.
Well, that's a little sus. He's like, I didn't endorse him, but I sure like what he's doing with this investigation.
Said, while Soros did not directly donate to Bragg's campaign in May 2021, he gave $1 million to the Color of Change PAC. I see what that's about. Which shortly after receiving donations spent hundreds of thousands of dollars backing Bragg's candidacy. I feel like Soros does is he just donates a bunch of money rather liberally to a bunch of liberal PACs, and they just go do whatever crap they do.
Of course they do. Yeah, he
like
doesn't know where the money
yeah.
goes.
Right. Curious. This Color of Change thing seems to be like a Color of Change PAC is focused on building independent black political power. All right, I'm not sure we should be building racialized coalitions of power for anyone, but you know, maybe that's
that
just
doesn't sound very good to me.
Maybe that's my centrist, the centrist in me. But all right.
Really say that? He said, will not assist in the extradition. It's like a pretty tepid statement, to be completely honest. So I don't even know if there's an actual question to be asked. Should Florida assist in the extradition? Like, does it matter?
So Tim says it's tepid. I think it's a pretty smart statement. I think this and his original statement were pretty smart. In his original statement, he was like, I don't know about Trump paying off any any porn stars. And then this one's like, well, I'm not going to help them extradite. So it makes him look like he's like defending Trump, but he's not really defending Trump. So I think it's a good thing.
Is it even his job to help him
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think
exactly. He's like,
I
I'm
think
not
Tim's
going to
right.
do what's not my job.
Yeah, like I think Tim's right in terms of like it's a BS statement, but I think it's a good political statement to seem like you're defending Trump, but not really defending Trump.
Well,
So,
I saw a Matt Walsh video, and he was talking about like they're going to fight. Like there's going to be a fight to actually get Trump out of the state. Like he's going to hold up in his bungalow and say,
I don't
"Listen,
know
I'm
if
a
that's
political
true. Who said
prisoner
that?
here." Matt Walsh. I'm like, Matt. Is
No, but
Matt
what is he
Walsh
basing that off
insane?
of?
Matt Walsh, the same statement that Matt Walsh is basing it off the same statement that DeSantis made here.
I mean, I don't know because every article now again this could all be fake, right? I wouldn't put it past it, but literally every article says that Trump is going to surrender and do it. Like he's going to go and do it. He's not going to fight it. So,
Matt Walsh is arguing that Trump should fight it.
is he
Trump
just saying he
say-
should or that he will?
Listen, you can watch the.
Okay.
Look, I don't need to.
I understand.
Yes.
To me, that's so goofy.
Mhm.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it depends because like if Trump fights it, so they have to literally drag him out of his mansion in handcuffs. Is that going to help Trump or hurt Trump? Like
Well,
that's like a purely political operative.
How look? They don't
visual.
control. There has to be some sort of extradition. They have to get Florida police officers to do that. They can't just fly New York State police officers in and go arrest him. That's not how it works. So I don't necessarily know what is going on with the extradition stuff because Trump either gets on a plane of his own accord and goes in, or he says, I'm not going to go in. And it's Trump. Maybe Trump does say, nah, screw it. I'm not going in.
Right. But so what would happen then would be if
There would be an extradition.
Right. And if Florida refuses to
Send their police
move on
officers
it,
to
they would have
arrest
to-
him, then
it would be a federal court case. Yeah.
Yeah. So FBI comes in and arrests him? How's that work?
No, it would be they would go to the state of New York would go to court against the state of Florida, demanding they act upon whatever, and I guess court would figure out whatever they're supposed to do.
Well,
But see,
and so if they lose the court case and they say, listen, the Florida cops got to go get him, what is Ron DeSantis going to do? He's going to look like a fool.
He's going to have to do it, otherwise it's going to. I don't know.
Yeah, he's going to look like a fool then because he said, I'm not doing this. All of a sudden, there's Florida PD arresting Trump. He's going to look like a fool. Maybe this is Trump's ploy to get DeSantis out of the race because he's going to look like a fucking idiot.
Now that's interesting. Yeah.
All Trump has to do is stay home, and he can totally eliminate his biggest threat in the primary election. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, maybe.
All this is supposed to happen on Tuesday too, and we're streaming on Tuesday. I cannot wait.
Well, is Oh yeah, because they're going to read the charges. He's supposed to be there when they.
He's supposed to be there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is he
Tuesday will be interesting.
Is he gonna fly out, or is he gonna be like, nah, I'll just stay here?
I don't know. It'll definitely be interesting.
Because then it goes to court, like you said. That's gonna take weeks.
Yeah.
He can't. He's got to avoid the state of New York because if he flies into the state of New York, they'll arrest him.
Someone said the feds facilitate it. The feds can scoop him out without all that. Is that true? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
That's
know
why I'm asking.
the jurisdiction of that. Mr. Ubercross in the chat. He probably knows.
Do you want to phone a friend? No, let's just go. It's more fun theorizing.
Yeah. Trump said he's going.
Did he?
Someone in the chat said that, yeah.
Okay. So of course
failure to appear is a bad way to start a case. I mean, failure to appear definitely is going to. I mean, if the judge wasn't biased against him, it's going to definitely make the judge. I honestly,
it
doesn't really matter at this point. I think.
I don't know if he looks better, like if he looks like a stronger. All Trump cares about is how is this going to affect his poll numbers in the primary.
Right.
If people think he's going to be a stronger candidate because he flips the bird to the New York district attorney, he's going to do that. Why wouldn't he? Look, he's not. This is ridiculous. Trump is in no danger of going to jail or any of that kind of stuff. That's just the whole idea that he's going to be running for president from a jail cell is just the media trying to get clicks. That's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if he doesn't, if this becomes an extradition case, if he basically says you don't have a case against me and you don't have jurisdiction where I am, so pound sand, and they have to do exactly like Sitch is saying and have to go to court and maybe win, maybe lose extradition or whatever, that just buys him time and keeps him in the news cycle. We're all talking about, now for the next 2 weeks, we're talking about the extradition case. Will he get taken out of Florida?
Well, he will, because it's like under the Constitution, there's like almost no basis for a state to not hand someone over for extradition to another state in the United States.
Why did DeSantis make this statement then?
Because it's political. What do you mean?
I don't know.
Because he probably assumes that Trump is going to show up.
Trump probably called him up and said, listen, I'm going to go. So then DeSantis made the statement, and now he's like, sucker. He's doing the same thing he did to Romney. This is exactly what he did to Romney. He got Romney to endorse him, remember? He said, Romney, listen, I think Secretary of State would look great on your resume. What do you think? Are you going to endorse the Trump Meister or what? And Romney comes, oh, yes, President Trump, I'm endorsing. He's the greatest. As soon as he's picking his cabinet, he's like, you know what? I think I had a change of heart on that. On that Secretary of State. Romney, I think maybe dog catcher would be something better for you. Look, this is Trump. It sounds like Sitch is reading.
I'm just trying to find if the feds do this. I can't find that exact.
Sitch is trying to investigate. Listen, our show is about is about the possibilities. Look, we bring you the possibilities.
Because like if the FBI or the feds just do it, then obviously all what we're talking about just doesn't happen, right? They just go and do it.
Hold on. Why literally would DeSantis make this statement if the feds could just do that?
Because it makes him look good for not having, because he gets to do say look, I'm defending Trump, but he's not really. It's just like a meaningless gesture.
Okay, so the feds show up and he basically comes out and said, "Oh, I didn't know they could do that." Okay, I guess he's.
Well, no,
gone.
he's just gonna wait. He's gonna do the Pontius Pilate. He's gonna be like, "I wash my hands of the."
Oh, look, Mr. Ubercross weighs in right here. Mr. Ubercross for $20 says, "I just turned on the stream and I heard my name. What's the
There you
issue?"
go. He sensed his I shouted out to him in the ether, and he sensed my words.
We did, yeah.
Yes.
We have a pressing legal question for you here, Mr. Ubercross. If Trump stays home and says, listen, I'm not feeling it today. I don't really feel like being indicted. Why don't you guys come get me? What happens then? If DeSantis says he's not going to help with extradition, does Florida or does New York have to take Florida to court before they can get the Florida Police Department involved? Or
does the feds just go in and extradite Trump? Does they not have to use Florida's police to do it?
Right. Can the feds come in? See, I don't how does a state prosecutor have power over the federal police? They don't. The feds do what the federal police do what the federal law enforcement want them to do, not what the state of New York wants them to do. That seems ridiculous to me. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right, we'll watch some more video. Mr. Ubercross can weigh in.
If they have an interstate compact, then the feds could do it.
Okay, he says he can do it.
Okay, well, there you go. Well, that makes this situation a little bit less interesting, but thank you.
I don't understand. So you think DeSantis understands that they have an interstate compact, so there's nothing he can do?
Sure. That's why it's a meaningless gesture, but it's
Let's hear what Poole and and Destiny have to say about it.
It kind of matters.
I
I think
mean,
it would.
like-
I think it matters based on the precedent of the crime. If this is a crime that they wouldn't normally extradite for, then they probably don't have an obligation to, right? Like I don't think California would extradite me if I had like an outstanding speeding ticket in Iowa, right?
Yeah, well,
this might be a similar thing where they don't extradite. But if there was like if somebody like did a double homicide and Florida's like, we're not going to extradite them, that'd probably be a pretty big deal. But
Yeah.
I don't know for a crime like this if extradition is ordinary or not.
Donald Trump, what's the charge that he falsified a legal bill? To
Well,
pay
it's that he falsified a legal bill, but it has to be something more than that, right? Because that charge in and of itself is a misdemeanor that the statute of limitations would have expired on. So it's that he falsified that legal bill in the commission or the obscurement of another crime. I don't know what that other crime is, right? Yeah.
I think it's related to election stuff. The argument was
Something.
that it pertained to campaign finance, or they use campaign funds to do it, or something like that.
Basically, yeah.
Because Cohen billed Trump campaign or whatever. But I guess we'll see when the indictment comes out if they're stretching this up to a felony.
Mr. Burkhardt says they may not have an interstate compact. So I guess was there an interstate compact between Florida and New York? And it's only for felonies. Well, this is a felony, right? So that would apply. So
Sure it is.
yeah. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll find out on Tuesday.
My view is it's all overtly political, and this country is being ripped to shreds. So I don't know if it really matters whether DeSantis is going to do anything or not. It's whether we can have a debate about it or not, no one's going to agree. The end result is just going to be people on the right saying that Trump is being politically persecuted, and people on the left saying it's justice.
Well, it only matters for the primary because DeSantis this whole time has been trying to position himself as Trump without the bad stuff. That's sort of his whole brand. But as you go into this more and more, you're going to see that.
Okay. Let me interrupt this for a second. This guy who hasn't talked until this moment. I feel bad for him. He's like a guest on this and like he's just completely overshadowed by Destiny with Tim. But this is in a New York Times article. Under Florida law, the governor has the power to call for an investigation of the extradition request to determine whether the person ought to be surrendered. The governor must also sign off on a warrant before the person who has been charged in another state can be arrested and detained. So
What's that mean?
I don't know. That seems to imply that if Trump does want to stay home and DeSantis says he's not going to help, that would cause delays. And maybe it would, become a whole thing.
Yeah, he wants to dominate the news cycle. Why does he want
Right.
to show up and give them exactly what they want right away? I think he might stay home.
You know what? You make a strong argument. You make a good argument.
I think politically it might work out for him because he's definitely just giving the middle finger to the prosecutor. He makes the prosecutor look like a feckless piece of shit. He's like, fuck you. I'm the president of the United States. You go suck a dick.
I don't know if it might be a good idea politically. It might be a really bad idea legally. Because then they're like, no, because then it doesn't, if they have a lawful order for you to be indicted, right? Which, I mean, they do, regardless of what you think of the charges, and you tell the government to fuck off, then they can get you on that. They can charge you on that alone.
They can charge you for what? Failure to appear?
I'm sure. Of course.
No, he's gonna.
Of course they can. What are you talking about?
He's he's gonna have an attorney there or something that's gonna say, listen, my client says these charges are spurious and he's just doesn't
It doesn't matter.
acknowledge them.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can't just decide if there's a legal order, okay, for you to show up in court. You can't just to say, well, I think this is a BS case and not show up.
Look,
that's not how the law works.
Hold on a second here. So you're saying, and I don't know the legality.
Here's
of
why.
this.
Here's why. This is just in Florida. I know it's in New York. In Florida, failing to appear in a court on a felony charge is considered a third-degree felony with penalties up to 5 years in prison. Okay.
Okay.
So assuming New York has something comparable, say Donald Trump sits at home and says, I'm not going to show up. He just fucked himself, because that means even if they find him clear of whatever the charges that Bragg wants to bring about the Stormy Daniels stuff, he's already guilty of not appearing in court.
Well, can't he send a representative in his stead if he's not feeling too well? Maybe he's stayed up a little late the night before and he's got a tummy ache?
I don't think so. I'm not sure, but I don't think so.
I bet he can.
I don't think you can. Maybe he'll do a Zoom call. He'll be like, listen, I think I got the coof. Can we set up a Zoom call? I
Look,
don't want to leave my mansion. In
your
Florida.
reality shit is really bumming my high here. So you
I
let me
know.
just lay it out for you, and I want you to
Yeah.
give me your political take on it.
Okay. No, I mean, I think the argument you made is a very good argument politically. I think that would basically screw Trump over, because then that would give the judge, say like the judge is really anti-Trump and he has this failure to appear in court. That would give the judge he could just throw the maximum sentence at Trump if he just doesn't like Trump just for doing that.
Maybe. Riddle me this. Well, okay.
Okay.
I mean, you're saying if he doesn't appear, that in itself is a crime. But we don't.
Yes.
Maybe it's not. Maybe he can.
It is a crime.
Well, no. Look, Trump is an expert at the legal system. So if he can, get a note from his doctor and send an attorney in his stead, he's going to do that.
Right.
And if that is fine, there's nothing they can do about it. Okay, let's reschedule. Let's extradite, whatever they have to do. I'm just saying, barring them being able to throw the book at him, does it look better if he stalls and makes the prosecutor look feckless, and then when he finally shows up, there's no conviction against him? He looks 10 times better. He looks like, yeah, that's right. I didn't come because...
No, but but there's a difference between looking better and, well, you still violate the law.
Look, just the idea.
Hey, Joe's in the chat. Hey, Joe. Joe, you can't, if the government has a lawful order for you to show up in court, you can't not show up, right? You have to show up. It doesn't matter.
Look, you're getting super hung up on the legality of the situation.
Well,
here.
wait a minute. No, wait. I'm getting super, because that's the conversation. The conversation is,
No,
would it be
it's
a good
not.
idea for Trump to
That's not
go
the
to New York
conversation
or
I
not
wanna
go to
have.
New York, right?
Yeah.
And I said, you could be right politically. It might be a good political move not to show up, but I'm not sure it's a good legal move to not show up. That seems like a bad idea.
Everything I've read and heard about this case is that the idea of Trump being in any sort of legal trouble, ever being inside of a jail cell, ever facing any legal ramifications that would look unsorted, are ridiculous. That's never going to happen in a million, billion,
What does that
trillion
have? That has
years.
nothing to do with what I'm saying.
No, I understand that. But
Okay.
I mean, the idea that this is some like the legal argument that they're making is supposedly ridiculous. So
Yeah, but okay. Again,
I understand
I don't
you're
know.
making the argument that he totally has to appear. There's no way.
The argument I'm making is that by not, again, I'll say it one more time, and then we can move on.
He's gonna be in prison for 5 years. I already heard
Right.
you.
I just want to say, I'll say it one more time, then we'll move on. Is that
Can you
yes,
fight
if he
a
doesn't
failure
show
to
up,
appear?
If he, yeah, you can. But,
Sure, you
know,
can.
do you want to open yourself up to that?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. We'll find out on Tuesday.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out.
Failure to appear. My God. Oh my God. It just makes it look like a clown show.
Yeah, it might, but it doesn't matter at that point.
Look, everything.
Maybe it'll help. Maybe listen. Maybe it'll help Trump. Maybe if Trump's in jail with his Secret Service guy, in jail with him, maybe that will help him run for president. I don't know.
The whole thing. It sounds so Democrat. Like, oh my God, he didn't look. This was a terrible traffic ticket, and he didn't show up in court.
It only sounds Democrat because it's the Democrats after him. If this was Hillary Clinton, oh my God, the Republicans, they're so mad that they're fake. You know, Texas put out this fake, jurisdiction of Hillary Clinton, and she didn't show up. She didn't leave Martha's Vineyard to show up to Texas. Oh my God, they're gonna try to get her on not showing up. This is so pathetic. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, this is just partisan hackery. I'm just saying, if there's a technicality, they're going to get you for it if they can, and you got to be careful about navigating that river, those rivers of technicalities.
Yeah, look,
everything you're saying is true in terms of how it will look. But that
just
doesn't matter if it's actually a violation of the law.
Right, and I'm Look, I've dealt with attorneys before, and the attorneys always work that stuff out. They always tell you, okay, this is what you can and cannot do. And I'm just saying, if Trump doesn't go through extradition, doesn't show up, he's got something planned. He's not just going to like, oh my God, I accidentally opened myself up to a class 3 felony. That's
Right.
the assumption that I'm making. You don't think Trump has, 10 attorneys working on this?
No, he might. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm sure
They could work out. So I don't know what you could work out, but
look, a sick day, whatever.
That would make Trump even look worse, because then it would look like, oh, he's not even taking a stand saying this is BS. He's saying, oh, I'm sick.
The sick day.
I can't go to school today, Mama. I'm sick. I've got a stomach ache. Oh, like, that's not gonna look good. He either has to go or he has to not go, and then say like, fuck you, I'm not going. Like, you're, this is all Soros backed, Democratic, partisan hackery. Like, he can't do like a weird, middle.
What if the attorney shows up and says, what if Trump comes out and says, fuck you, I'm not going, suck my dick. And then the attorney shows up in court and says, my client is not feeling well today. He's under the weather, and we're evoking section 2876 of the penal code, and he would like an extension to that. Looks strong. That looks totally strong.
I don't think it does.
It
I
does.
Really don't think it does. No, because you're saying that Trump is going to publicly say in a tweet, "I'm not sick, fuck you," and then his lawyer is going to say to the judge he's sick. The lawyer can't do that. He'll get disembarred for lying. What are you talking about?
You're just so. Look, you're so.
No, listen. I know you really badly want this like fantasy wild narrative. That'll be lots of fun. Listen, I'm right there with you.
Hold on.
It will be lots of fun. I'm just trying to be realistic here.
I was very careful with what I said. Okay. Nothing. This is like the I had dinner with Jimmy Dore. Okay. Nothing.
You can always make a deal. I think New York requires a cash bond for any nonviolent crimes. Yeah, but don't you have to show up to hear the charges?
Sitch, nothing I said goes against the narrative that the attorney is giving. I literally said Trump comes out and says, I'm not going, fuck off, suck my dick, because I'm not feeling well. Like none of that goes against the narrative I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
So bearing aside that I don't think it's going to happen. And I don't even know if you can, if there's a cough, I'm sick, right? Assuming, but put it on the side. It's interesting to me. You can see who like the TDS Trump simps in the chat are.
Why?
Because even though I've already said,
stop disparaging our fans, okay? They're not simps.
No. These people aren't. There are people that are fans, and then there's like the TDS Trump simps who are just.
They're not simps. They
are
Trump supporters. Why do you think they're simps?
You have to let me finish before you keep interrupting me. Okay. You have the TDS Trump simps in the chat who.
That's why I interrupted you.
Who just say like, oh, because Sitch is saying, I don't know if it would be legally good for Trump to do this. That means he thinks Trump is guilty and he just wants Trump in prison. Despite the fact that literally every time this conversation comes up about this charge, I say, this seems highly political to me. This seems like there's nothing really there. But just in me saying, I don't think it's a good idea for him to sit at home makes the Trump TDS simps lose their minds. Okay.
Now I see.
And that to me is just such a clear showing of cognitive dissonance and an obvious bias.
Look, guys, if you're attacking Sitch, he's going to call you simps, and he has every right to do it. So
there you go.
Look, but what you're saying, barring the whole simp commentary, what you're saying is a straw man. Sitch could care less. Sitch doesn't want to see Trump in jail or not.
Every time I said I thought this case is like really weak and seems like political hackery. Yeah. And then us having a conversation about whether it would make sense tactically or legally for Trump to stay at home has nothing to do with one of us wanting Trump to be in prison or not. But that's just people that are completely unable to like disentangle their emotions from anything. They're just completely controlled by their feelings.
Let's be clear here. You don't think Trump should serve prison time for these Trump charges?
Not for the Stormy Daniels, though.
Yeah, okay. Look,
as I said, if he did something wrong, it's like just give him a fine or whatever for misappropriation of campaign funds. It doesn't seem like it's worth going to jail for or something.
Yeah. Yeah, look.
They don't care. It doesn't matter.
Well, you call them simps, so they're not gonna.
Well, I did after they already said that. So.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Turnabout is fair play.
There you go.
So, but I mean, look, I'm planning on a Dynamite Tuesday. Sitch.
Yeah, listen. It'll be fun. I don't think. Listen,
imagine?
I think.
Oh my God, it'd be so good.
It will be fun. Listen, I don't want to. I want to say I think Trump is just going to show up, but you know, with Trump, you don't want to make these predictions. He's a wild card. You can do whatever. You never know what to look out for.
New York Times headline: Trump tells New York District Attorney, "Suck my dick."
He says the True Social Post says, "Trump, suck my dick. My tummy aches." Here's a note from my doctor.
Hold on. No, you're exactly right. The New York Times headline would be: Trump tells district attorney, "Suck my dick, my tummy hurts."
You remember that doctor he went to who had like Windows 95?
Oh, I do. God, Trump is
like,
hilarious.
oh, Trump, he had a really bad tummy ache. He couldn't go to class today. I mean, he couldn't go to indictment today.
Look, you know that's what the New York Times is going to print, but Fox News is going to back him up.
That would be great. You know what? I hope you're right, Adam. I hope that does happen because it will be hilarious. If it
I
does.
know. Oh my God, Sitch, just dream with me. That's all I want.
There you go.
That's all I want.
Mitchell Line for $20 says, Sitch and Adam, the diehard right-wing people, would make the argument that intelligence agencies are part of the leftist deep state. So Trump had to do it privately. I'm just making the argument I believe they would make. Yeah, I guess that would be the argument, though. You don't need the intelligence agencies. You would do it through the district attorney's office, who you put into that position of power. So that would be my counter argument.
Yeah.
But this is regarding why he asked Zelensky.
Good on the argument, though.
But yeah. Charlie Heathcock for 22 Canadian says the FBI cannot legally spy on U.S. citizens. So if Trump asked the FBI to spy on Biden, Trump would be asking the FBI to commit a crime. This would be the same if you reverse the role. Yeah. That would be totally crazy.
But he can ask the CIA to spy on Burisma, though. Right. Tap their phones or whatever.
Yeah, but that's not... Maybe there was some miscommunication. I don't know if I said FBI when we were talking about that. But no, he would just ask for the notes. He would ask the attorney general, essentially, to... I know the president isn't technically supposed to directly ask the attorney general, but we all know Trump doesn't give a shit about that. But ask the attorney general to basically investigate this. The attorney general would basically look through the presidential notes regarding the decision around Burisma and the pushing of Shokin out. Mm-hmm. Or Trump could even ask the Republicans in Congress to open an investigation into that. So there are definitely alternatives you could do. Oshasi for $20 says, wouldn't Tim argue that the aid was held up to protect Biden and his family, though? I feel like that's Tim's argument. Right or wrong, at least represent the argument. Wait, Tim would argue the aid was held up to protect Biden and his family, though.
Yeah, of course he would, but that's not fact.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But you have to have evidence of that. That is Tim's argument, but there's no evidence of that at all. So,
and not only that,
that wasn't Tim's argument. Tim's argument was he thought that simply having a president or vice president hold up foreign aid appropriated by the legislative branch for any period of time was illegal. That's what Tim thought. That's not true.
Right.
So that was Tim's argument.
We hold up foreign aid.
What?
I'm sure we hold up foreign aid all the time because that's what we're using it for.
Right. Now, I understand why Tim thought that, because at the time that Trump was holding up the aid, there was a big question of the legality of the president to hold up aid. And he probably forgot, they can, they just need a good reason to do so. But this was a long time ago, so I probably forgot that aspect of it. Mystery Guest 01, thank you so much for the $50. Says, Sitch, you're the best. Thank you. Oh, but wait a minute. He continues. But the whole everything Biden did was cool. Everything Trump did is evil, smacks of TDS. Well, I mean, that's a good thing I've never held those positions. But thank you for the $50. Didn't Vindman testify that Trump literally said to Zelensky that there was no quid pro quo, but Vindman was certain there was? I don't believe. I don't remember. Vindman was the guy who blew the whistle on the phone call. I don't remember that exact thing. He might have said something like he didn't literally say quid pro quo, because he doesn't literally say quid pro quo in the conversation, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, it's very obvious from both the conversation and also the fact that Rudy Giuliani supposedly made this very, very clear to Zelensky and other people in Ukraine himself. And I don't think if I recall correctly, it's been a while. If I recall correctly, I don't think Rudy even denied doing so. So
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $20 says, Sitch, check your DMs. It's super relevant. Yeah, Andrew said he was going to try to get me the
The article.
Matt Taibbi article.
Yeah. He said he figured out how to do it.
Oh, you sent it to CT? Why don't you send it to me?
Yeah.
Send it to me.
What's
Somebody
going
send
on?
it to me. But awesome if you got it. Yeah, I'll look over it at some point. Thank you. Andrew was trying to use some sort of like technical magic to get
Stuff
the
that we
article.
don't. Stuff that is really beyond us. We don't.
I'm too boomery.
Sitch might get it. I don't know. I might. Not,
Akilia Naria Sawami for $20. Thank you so much. Says Richard Wolf says the U.S., Russia, and China should end the war because he and the other socialists are cynically jumping on realist talking points because America bad. Grad has a good video on it. Anyways, S-Class is the best class. True. Grad's video on realism is very good.
Yeah, I think that's an old video, but go ahead.
Well, it came out like a few weeks ago. It's not that old.
Oh, it did? Okay.
Yeah. Ostracy for $20 says, it's disappointing because I don't really like Tim's argument about all this America bad stuff, but I feel like you guys aren't even able to understand his arguments. I understand his argument entirely. It's entirely unfounded. He just doesn't have a, he's just making it up out of thin air. I understand the argument. His argument was that, Europe and America wants Ukraine to basically compete with Russian oil to Europe. And somehow Shokin investigating Burisma was getting in the way of that. That was Tim's argument.
How can you say we don't understand his argument when I literally looked into whether or not Shokin was a Russian guy to see what his motivation might be to support Tim's argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if he is, Tim's argument was they were trying to stop a pipeline that would compete directly with Russia. If Shokin had Russian sympathies or was appointed by the guy who ran away to Russia, then we're having a conversation. But none of that it panned out. So I understand his argument. I do. I just don't think the facts back it up.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Bacross, for your help, of course.
Yeah.
Highly sternly ignores for 20. Aussie Buck says the War of 1812, the U.S. Navy and merchant shipping obliterated, invasion of Canada repelled, U.S. capital burned. This is all while Britain is still 90% focused on Napoleon, USA coping, seething. I swear we won, guys. Yeah, a lot of Brit bongers came into the tweet and they're like, "Oh, America totally lost 1812." Whatever. Listen, I don't want your Brit bonger revisionist history. It's irrelevant to the point that I was making. And it was irrelevant to the point Richard Wolff was attempting to make. We all know America can never lose a war, okay?
Right.
Anytime you ever heard that America lost a war, that didn't happen. It was a gas leak. That's conspiracy. Russia blew up its own pipeline. I don't want to hear it.
No, I think we probably did it. But
Okay.
That's
I'm
one of
just
the things
joking,
that
by the
bugs me about the America bad side is they strawman us as the America flawless side, which that ain't me, man. That ain't me at all.
J-Mac for $20 says Trump chose a champion and New York may chose a champion. They both meet in a gladiatorial combat and the losing party must acknowledge the wishes of the victorious party before the eyes of the pantheon.
J-Mac knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I like it.
Look, he's going to have his attorneys there. It's not like
who's Donald Trump going to choose? Does he know any formidable fighters?
Yeah, it's going to
be somebody.
He's going to have The Rock there as his attorney. Listen.
I don't think The Rock likes Donald Trump. I'm just guessing.
What's that?
Well, I don't think The Rock's a big Donald Trump fan. I'm just guessing.
He doesn't have to be. He's going to pay him.
Oh, I see.
Jeez. Sitch always like the voice of treason. Reason.
There you go. Danimal the Bruce for $20 says, how sad do you think the other guest was over the fact that Destiny took the show and ran with it pretty much the whole time? He had a shirt made and everything, and he barely got to speak. Yeah, I know. Very sad. Very
Well,
sad.
I don't. What did they expect? I mean, you
I
get a
don't
big
know.
guest on, and why does Tim Pool, when they have a big guest on, invite like 30 people to? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who this other guy even is.
Anyway,
So
we don't Sitch and Adam don't do that. When we invite a guest on, we want to talk to that guest. So we're like, you know, we talk to the guest. It's kind of
spicy
cool.
meatball, spicy meatball for $20 says, show me where the Trump Zelensky transcript that one, Trump asked for public announcements of the investigation, and two, the explicit implicit threat to hold aid, the 5-page document. Otherwise, your comparison is baseless. Well, not really, because I don't remember the exact line by line of the transcript, but it's very clear when A, he's asking for this to happen in the call with Zelensky. B, he's sending Rudy Giuliani over to explicitly say this, and then the aid is not being withheld. And then C, Zelensky's literally going to go on CNN to announce the very thing Trump wants, and then only does it at the last minute because Trump releases the aid and tells him not to do it. So to me, it feels like a massive cope to be like, listen. It's especially when it's funny with like the people that are like so sure that the FBI told Twitter or tricked Twitter into not releasing the Hunter Biden story are now suddenly like you don't have the exact single line where Donald Trump specifically told Zelensky word by word, you better investigate, Hunter Biden, or I'm not going to give you the money. Like, to me, this is an obvious scope. It's very obvious what's happening here. So
Look, I've listened to the phone call, and he doesn't come right out and say it, but I mean, Sitch and
it's
I
very clear what's happening in that phone
I
call,
know
yeah.
it's impossible really to deny.
Right.
I'm Sitch and I can have that conversation without actually saying it very clearly.
Yes.
And we're not going to, if we're doing things that we probably shouldn't be doing, we're not going to come right out and say that, obviously.
Right. Now, I think with the Georgia phone call, I think you have an argument there. I think with the Georgia phone call,
Oh yeah,
it's
they
not
totally lambasted him on that one.
It's not super cut and dry. I don't necessarily believe the idea that Trump was telling the guy to just fabricate votes.
No, he thinks there are votes there. They just need to find them. They've been hidden.
Yes.
Yeah. He's like,
Audio
unhide my
released.
votes.
Newly revealed audio phone call from 2019 shows how Rudy Giuliani pressured Ukrainian officials to investigate allegations into Joe Biden.
Right.
Quote, this is from Rudy Giuliani in an audio recording. All we need is for the President Zelensky to say, I'm going to put an honest prosecutor in charge, and he's going to investigate and dig up evidence that presently exists, and that there's any other evidence about involvement of the 2016 election, and then the Biden thing has to be run out. So there you go. There's Giuliani saying it pretty straightforward. So there you go.
So Phil says that it's Destiny's friend. Oh, yeah. I guess we already got that.
There you go.
Well, that's better, right? Obviously, Destiny brought him.
Giuliani also promised that if the Ukrainians complied with Trump's request, it would clear the air really well. And he would talk to Trump to make sure that misunderstandings are put aside.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
This is, I don't.
It's very silly. This is not the fight to fight on. Anyway.
Right.
Off receipt for $20 says, Sitch, aren't you the opposite of this? Saying you need direct evidence that the FBI asked them to censor the Hunter Biden laptop. Basically demanding you need the line from the FBI saying violate the rights of Americans. Not really. My thing with the Twitter files is that if you're going to make the claim that the FBI, well, I said the claim changed because originally it was the FBI intentionally told Twitter to censor the story, and then there's no evidence of that, and then the story changed to, well, the FBI like tricked Twitter into this convoluted thing. And my argument is, well, there isn't really any evidence of that kind of wrongdoing, and it doesn't really even logically make sense that they would do it that way. The FBI was so concerned about the laptop getting out, they would have just gone to that guy's place. They knew that guy had the laptop, and they would have just taken all the stuff from him. They wouldn't do this like super convoluted, we're gonna try to totally gaslight social media on the off chance that this story comes out 8 months from now is like the weirdest way to go about the story. And you compare that to this, where we have a phone call where Rudy Giuliani is basically directly saying this exact thing. Donald Trump is having a phone call with Zelensky where he's saying this, he's saying basically, hey, I want you to go and do this. If there's a phone call, like if there's an email in the Twitter files where the FBI was like, hey, this Hunter Biden laptop story is pretty sussy-wussy. I mean, we're not saying that you should get rid of it, but it's pretty sus. Like, to me, that would be like, oh, okay. Like, obviously the FBI is trying to do something shady here.
Sitch,
I don't think it's direct comparable.
How can you say that the FBI could just show up to the repair guy's house and take all his stuff? He has a copy of it that he could leak to the media anytime. How are they going to say, listen, we're going to throw you in jail if you leak something to the media? Is that your argument?
No, it's very simple. They get a warrant he's not expecting. They search his place and they take all of his devices. They do that all the time.
But he has another copy of it stashed somewhere else. They don't know that they got every copy of it.
Yeah, but they would at least, if the FBI is so concerned that he's going to leak this because they're trying to help Joe Biden, wouldn't they have attempted to do that?
Look, he could leak it anyway. I completely disagree with that argument. It's like,
wait a minute.
I've always
what you're saying is nonsensical.
Argument.
Okay. If the FBI is secretly trying, or not so secretly trying, to get Donald Trump out of office and Biden to get elected, okay, this is the theory this is the hypothetical we're working from.
I don't want to loop on this like 15 times.
Well, I'm just going to say it once and then we can move on. Okay. And the FBI wants to prevent this laptop story from getting out.
Yeah, I know the
argument.
Are
they either going to get a warrant to search the guy's place to try to get all physical copies of this stuff? Or B, are they going to shrug and say, well, we're not even going to attempt to get all physical copies of this stuff. We're just going to instead go through a third-party non-government organization to try to gaslight Twitter and Facebook, and hopefully they'll get the memo that we're tricking them into getting rid of the story that may show up 8 months from now. That sounds ridiculous.
A is a ridiculous line of attack, though.
How is that? They literally do that all the time. What are you talking about?
What do they do all the time?
If the FBI or the police think that someone has evidence or hiding evidence that's with regard to their investigation, they go to your place and they go through all your shit. What are you talking about?
What investigation?
Any investigation.
So you're saying that without any crime that's been committed or anything,
hiding evidence from the police is a crime.
No, hold on. If you're hiding evidence in a case of a crime, what's the crime?
If the guy gives this evidence over to the wait a minute.
What is the investigation that they're going to go round up all this stuff for?
Wait a minute. We had this entire conversation.
Yeah, and I just was like, what are you saying
we had this
here?
entire stop. Mm-hmm. We had this entire conversation. And this was what the Republicans were complaining about with the Trump investigation. Okay? They're complaining, oh my God, the FBI was faking and was bad faithing these surveillance warrants against people in the Trump administration, not people that were in the Trump campaign. Remember this entire fiasco with the FBI doing faking the FISA warrants? Not faking, but basically doing BS on the FISA warrants to get continual surveillance re-upped on Page and some other people in the Trump campaign.
Can I ask you one?
Spy on them?
Can I ask you one question?
Wait, and so you think the FBI is going to go to that? They're going to go to the lengths to potentially spy on Trump campaign people with BS FISA warrants, but you don't think they could manifest some reason to fucking go into this guy's house to make sure that he doesn't have another copy of this stuff?
Can we separate the gaslighting of Twitter and just take that off the table? Because that is completely irrelevant to
it's not
the
irrelevant.
Other topic. It is, because listen, you're saying, why didn't the FBI do Plan A? Cook up a fake investigation.
Only if they were willing to do Plan B. That's why I'm saying it's not relevant. I mean, it's not irrelevant. It is relevant.
Then look, Plan A makes absolutely zero sense to me.
Okay, well, I don't know why, but
because you're literally saying the FBI is going to cook up a fake investigation and go into this guy's house on Why are they there? What is the investigation that they're pretending to be a part of? A murder investigation or a...
No, it's about the stolen. It'd be very easy. We believe that this individual has a laptop that could be hacked materials from Russia about Hunter Biden.
Okay. And they want to confiscate that material.
And they want to confiscate to make sure that they have all the materials related to it. It's the easiest thing for them to lie about or to cook up, let's say.
Okay.
So easy.
Yeah, but wouldn't they need some sort of evidence that was like...
They already have a copy of the laptop, and they'd say we have evidence that this individual kept a copy of the laptop, right?
Okay.
For himself.
That is so like... I just can't see that ever happening in a million years, but...
When the complaint was that the FBI was faking FISA warrants to spy on Trump campaign people, which seems far more risky than what I'm suggesting. I'm not sure how you can come to that conclusion.
Look, I didn't come up with that. Like
I didn't come.
Was that my argument?
You're not okay. My argument isn't that the
Did
FBI
you come
should
up,
do that.
Did you come up with the FBI stuff?
Wait, my argument. I think you're misunderstanding me. My argument is not that the FBI should do that, or that the FBI would do that. My argument is, if the FBI is as nefarious as the we're gaslighting Twitter and Facebook narrative puts out, I'm saying, well, why are they going about it in the dumb? That's the dumbest way to go about being nefarious. They would just do it the way I suggested, which is far simpler, far more effective, because the only
far more
person,
likely to get caught.
No, you wouldn't, because the only person that they would have to take the word for it would be the one guy at the computer shop saying, oh, the FBI did all this bad stuff to me because I have a secret laptop that shows Hunter Biden, smoking crack or whatever. And I won't say, oh, that guy's crazy.
Let's not loop again. Let's just go back to where we at on the super chats.
We're done. So we can.
Okay.
DeSantis really isn't a Trump guy. And he's going to try and make his own brand of sort of Trumpism, but with some other stuff. And I think a lot of hardcore Trump people like myself, I was a day one 2016 supporter, right? When he came down the golden escalators, I was already sold. But a lot of people that I know in D.C. or in sort of these other circles, they think, oh, well, we should move on from Trump. It's time for DeSantis to take over. But the reality is this whole thing is only going to help Trump. I think the mugshot, it's going to be on T-shirts. It's going to be art. Like, people are going to love it. On the left, they're loving it because they think, oh, we finally got him. We got the handcuffs on Donald Trump. But on the right, they're just going to think he's a martyr.
Can I play this video from Dash Dabrowski?
Yeah.
Please. I think I got to turn it down.
Donald Trump has been indicted in Manhattan. The grand jury just voted to indict Donald Trump for his hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. This is big news.
I don't know if he realizes
That guy is so crazy.
like if he's in control of his moves when he goes.
How do people watch that? Like obviously I know the guy's like playing it up for his audience. Who? Oh, I like it. You see, this is a tweet from Nuance Bro. It says, fuck it, worth it just for that.
I know. That's awesome.
I don't care what level of TDS you have. Who looks at this guy and is like, I'm excited by this guy having like a fucking seizure orgasm on? It's just so cringy. Oh
no,
my God.
The TDS people love it because that's how they feel. That's
guess.
exactly how they feel. They want to yell out. Oh man, one of my wife's friends has just TDS so bad. And every time we go out with her, my wife is so nervous because I managed to bring Trump up in a way that my wife is like, please, no, don't. But he is, that's the feeling that they have as soon as they hear the indictment, and they want to revel in the excitement of it. They're so excited. It's going to be such a giant, giant letdown for them when Trump is not inside a jail cell.
I know.
Even
that's going to happen.
Even if he's convicted and found completely guilty, it's going to be like, okay,
here's a fine.
$10,000 fine.
I know.
And they're going to be like, what? That's it?
I know.
They're going to just be, the suicide rate is probably going to climb. They're going to be just demoralized. Yeah, because they saw this video and they were like, but Dorskowski or whatever his name is. He was so excited. I was excited. Ouch.
So I want to say, first of all, good job, Andrew Clark, using his magic voodoo.
Oh, you got
to get the
it.
text of this article. In the most ghetto way possible. But thank you. I was just skimming it, and you know what stood out to me?
What?
The one thing that stood out to me.
Oh no.
Matt Taibbi says, I already lost it. Matt Taibbi saying, Victoria Nuland discussing who should be Ukrainian's leader after the Euromaidan revolution on a phone call.
No way.
And I'm like, no, Matt, no.
Oh no.
God.
Ouch.
So not looking good from the outgo, but I'll read the whole thing at some point.
Okay.
Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much, Mark Twain. Says, for $100. Says, I'm honestly super torn about this. Well, thank you for the $100. No man should be above the law, even on petty matters. But obviously the timing and pressing of this indictment is politically motivated. We need to somehow play politics less dirty, or we'll keep encouraging this kind of behavior. No, I agree. It's a very fine and weird, difficult line to cross and to walk. My thought on it is, I understand no one should be above the law. This is obviously very politically motivated. So I said, if it's just, campaign contribution, just pay the fine or whatever the heck it is. Don't upgrade it to a felony. That's the part that seems kind of sus. But I do think it has to be about serious. I think if there's a candidate, if there's an investigation into a candidate, and that's going to affect the presidential election, I think it's got to be something like pretty significant. Right? Pretty serious.
I mean, I'm just as conflicted. So
Yeah.
that's exactly how I feel.
So.
Like it feels like dirty pool. It really does. And we have to stop that, because where this leads is every single politician getting brought up on charges for, jaywalking.
Mm-hmm. Misery guest for $20 says, Sitch, Ashley Biden diary, and James O'Keefe, you are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know what those words mean in that order. So,
Ashley Biden diary.
there's an article in the New York Magazine called Will Ashley Biden's Diary Take Down Project Veritas? I don't know what that means. I'm unfamiliar with what specifically you're trying to say, but
The Biden family going after James O'Keefe, probably? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But I do
Anyways,
agree with
continue.
the you are wrong part. That part is
Thank
right
you.
on the money,
Thank you.
Mr. Yes.
Right.
What is he? Been indicted. He tilts his head forward and he gets shadow under his eyes and looks real villainous for a
Was
second.
it called the Kubrick stare? or
Comes
whatever?
back up. Yeah, it's awesome.
I'm sorry. I think
highly
this dude's
entertaining.
unwell.
Soy jacking.
It's an act. I mean, obviously,
Yeah, I
he's been
think
doing
it's
this for money.
When it comes
Well-
to stuff like this, I think it's really important that you mentally swap the people out in your head to figure out how you feel about it, because we have a huge problem right now in this country with actually having principled positions on any fucking issue whatsoever.
Hell
so I think that
yeah,
when people are trying to think
based.
like, should Trump get arrested for this? Like, think like, if it was Hillary Clinton, would you feel the same? If it was AOC, would you feel the same? If it was DeSantis, would you feel the same? I think it's really important to do these mental swaps to check for honesty, to make sure that it's not just, like you said, like all partisan politics at the end of the day.
I agree.
Especially
But
when legal systems are involved.
The only one I can say is, like, if it was Kamala Harris getting indicted, hell yeah, I'd be like, I'd be so excited. I can't stand Kamala Harris.
I agree, but I don't think it's principles. I don't think anyone's principled at all.
Yeah, I am.
But I'm not saying that.
I am too.
I'm not saying that from like a dejected, sense, or like a not like, I'm jaded and blackpilled. I'm saying it that people genuinely don't understand the moral philosophies around principles and their positions. So the example I often give is when it came to Florida on the parental rights and education bill, you had conservatives being like, parents have the final say in whether or not their kids are being exposed to this stuff and whether or not their kids are going to get these treatments. The teachers have no right to withhold that information from the parents.
True.
And then my response is, in Washington, they completely agree that the parents have final say. So when the parent says the child should get sex change surgery, the government should not be allowed to intervene to stop it. You see the point? The principle is the same. Should parents have final say? But both conservatives and left liberals or whatever position have a differing view of when it should be allowed. When it comes to a child.
I brought this up. I don't know if you saw my tweet. I was like, It's funny how the parental consent always matters when they're consenting for affirmative care. But as soon as they go against affirmative care, all of a sudden parental consent is like unimportant and standing in the way.
Child deciding they are trans, the left passes laws saying they can withhold that from parents. When it comes to parents wanting to give their children sex change surgery, conservatives argue the state should intervene to stop that. So which is it, right? People don't have principles, they have moral foundations, and they have lines that they're willing to cross or not cross. And so both sides will argue my principle.
Oh my God. You like that?
He's talking about moral foundations theory. I
There you
love it.
go. There you go.
I love it. What are you talking about?
If only Tim was operating according to this.
Tim Pool knows about, look, Tim Pool is like 90% Liberty Oppression Foundation. Okay.
Yeah, true. That is true. That
And
is true.
having lots of money gives you a lot of liberty. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Principle is X, not apply. That's my
there is no truth foundation, Sitch. You realize that, right?
Isn't that crazy?
There is no truth. Yeah. It's not crazy.
That's so bad.
Truth,
oh my God. I never thought about
truth
that.
foundation would actually stand in the way. Most of these
Oh,
moral
no.
most of these moral communities are built on, look, truth is not motivating.
Oh,
Truth is not motivating, Sitch. It really
that's
is.
so sad.
Remember what I was just talking to you about Trump telling the attorney to suck his dick and
Yes,
sending his
yes.
attorney to tell him to fuck off and how he's
Yes.
sick and he's like, none of that is true, but it's very motivating. Look, we can come up with narratives that are far more motivating, far more enticing. When we just, truth is standing in our way.
I know. I never even processed it till you said it. There's no moral foundation for caring about truth.
There isn't. Yeah.
And that's sad.
I know. It's just,
Oh, man. Oh, man.
just roll with the punches, Sitch.
Oh. But that shows the power of social conditioning to an extent. That
Yeah.
anyone pretends to care about truth.
Yeah,
at
we're
all
on the outs. Yeah.
is because it's you're socially conditioned to
We're the bad guys.
think that matters. Yeah.
I mean, I was sad when you just wouldn't go along before.
Maybe you could like twist fairness into having something to do with truth a little bit, but it's not like a one for one.
Only if the truth is fairness is by proportionality though. So I mean
Right.
it's a very specific thing. It's reciprocal altruism by proportionality. I don't think you can stretch fairness into truth.
That's funny 'cause,
maybe
like,
care harm. I don't, but even that I'm not.
Well, no, because it's like fairness is related to truth because in order for something to be perceived as fair or unfair, it's based on like you're saying like, oh, it's true that you're treating me differently, right?
Right.
You're treating the situation differently.
Look, even the care harm is activated over more untruths than truths.
Sure.
When they're talking about the genocide of the trans people, they're trying to activate the care harm based on lies. Same with the policing stuff. The
Right.
unarmed people being shot down by police. They're trying to activate your care harm based on lies. Lies drive more of this than anything.
That's my point.
Sure.
So
Gotta
I
do better.
I don't think there's a do better or there's a bad. It's quite literally if two factions of people
Wait a
have
minute.
different moral standards.
So the FBI raided the home of James O'Keefe, supposedly, for the Ashley Biden diary. I forgot about this.
Right. What happened?
So you think that the FBI would be willing to raid the home of prominent journalist guy who is going to talk about it forever to get the Ashley Biden diary, but they're not going to raid some no-name computer shop guy?
Well, I don't know what the situation is with the
Okay.
like what was the case? What is the case?
I don't know
Look,
why Mr. Guest says this proves me wrong. This literally proves me right. I don't know what you're talking about. How did this is like proof of what I'm saying.
The FBI can't just open an investigation for no reason though. A crime has to be committed.
Yeah, I don't know what their justification they gave for getting the diary was. They're assuming they're saying it was stolen or something, but
Yes, if it's a
Right.
stolen diary, then a crime has been committed. That's why when you're talking about this thing with the Hunter Biden laptop, I'm like, where's the crime?
Yeah.
What is the crime?
I'm just saying this proves my point, doesn't disprove it. But thank you, Mr. Guest.
I mean,
Bulls,
I don't
they-
really think it proves your point because we still don't know what the
I'm
crime
saying if the
is.
FBI is willing to raid James O'Keefe's place for a hunt for Ashley Biden's diary, I think they'd be willing to raid a computer
If
shop
there
guy.
is a crime, I don't know. Say that back to me once. Like there has
understand
to
what
be
you're
a
saying.
crime. Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying there was no. Yeah, obviously O'Keefe's saying he didn't commit a crime, right?
But I'm sure there was some crime involved there. Was
Well, I'm sure there was a claim of a crime. I
well,
don't know
if
actually was, right?
if James O'Keefe got the diary through fraud, there's a crime. That's a crime. The Hunter Biden laptop situation, I guess they could say that it was they suspected fraud or whatever, but
Sure.
there would have to be evidence of that fraud in order.
I don't
for
think
them
it'd be
to-
that difficult for them to concoct something. If
Right.
the FBI is so evil that they're going to gaslight Twitter into censoring the story, I don't think they could just come up with some bullshit.
I think this is the difference because in my arguments, I'm operating under the assumption that the FBI is not corrupt.
Well, then the argument doesn't make any sense, then.
Well, no, I think they could do what they did with Twitter and not be corrupt.
You think? Wait,
in the
you
way
think,
that not be openly corrupt. Let me clarify that.
I don't know. Wait, how's that?
Let's not re-adjudicate.
Okay,
it, though.
okay,
Let's just
whatever.
move
We'll
on.
continue. I don't understand what you're saying, but okay.
They have moral foundations and they have lines that they're willing to cross or not cross. And so both sides will argue my principle is X, but it does not apply. That's my point.
Sure.
So
Gotta
I
do better.
I don't think there's a do better or there's a bad. It's quite literally if two factions of people have different moral standards, that's it.
Yeah, but I think the problem is not being honest about those moral standards. Like, I think that's the issue because when we argue for certain principles, I think everybody ends up at the end of the day we're all
Dude, that's so fucking low tier commentary right there.
What?
My side honest, their side dishonest. Destiny, when you say do better, start at home. Do better yourself.
Wait. Let me
That's it.
Yeah, but I think the problem is not being honest about those moral standards. Like, I think that's the issue because when we argue for certain principles, I think everybody ends up at the end of the day we're all attacking like the shadows and the ghosts of the people that we're arguing against because nobody actually
Well, wait. That's completely true. I don't understand what you disagree with.
believes in a lot of the things they're saying, and that hurts our ability to actually move the conversation forward. Like, there's a lot of people, for instance, I think I even saw this on your Twitter. I don't remember the tweets. There's a
He's saying people are being dishonest.
They are. People are being. He's saying people are being dishonest about their own moral motivations. Which is 100% true. I mean, that's true for everyone. He didn't say like only
Himself
the
included.
Republicans. Right.
lot of conservatives that fucking hated red flag laws. And now after this trans shooting, a whole bunch of conservatives are like, well, should mentally ill people have guns? I'm not actually sure. And it's like, what changed?
And that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
Is that the principles don't apply to most people, left or right.
Sure.
It's
but then there are principles there. You just have to dig a little bit deeper. So like for some conservatives, the principle is just like, fuck trans people. I don't want them to have any rights. Rather than like, I don't.
Still thinks that?
I don't think that's
Still
the
think he's
principle.
innocent?
I think I never said he was innocent. I said the point, the contention you had about his specific statement was, I didn't agree with. I think
Look,
his specific statement was fine.
right. So he basically came out and he said, listen, the problem is that we're not being honest with our interlocutors. And
Well,
then
no, he
5
said we're not
sec-
being. Wait,
And
Tim
then 5
said,
seconds later, he's saying, listen, the conservative principle is I hate all trans people.
Right. Well, okay. Let's try to be fair to everyone involved here.
Well, okay. Here,
Most
listen,
people,
Tim
left
said-
or right.
Sure.
It's
but then
irrelevant.
but then there are principles there. You just have to dig a little bit deeper. So like for some conservatives,
Wait. Okay.
He
So
says
Tim-
some conservatives.
Stop. Yeah, he said some, not all. Okay. Right. So Tim said he thinks the problem is that people don't have principles. They basically just have, he's just doing moral foundations. They have moral foundations, and that's what they're arguing over, which is
Right.
true. And then Destiny agrees with that, but then says part of the problem of the conversation is that people aren't being openly honest about what those moral foundations that they're arguing about are, which is true. Now, I would add to that, I don't think people are being
Capable of
intentionally
being
dishonest.
honest. Yeah.
I think it's unintentional. I think people are not aware that they have these moral foundations that are essentially motivating all their behavior.
Right.
And with this specific thing, with the shooting thing, I don't think it's. I'm sure there are some conservatives that are like, I don't want any trans people to have any rights. I don't think that's even the people. Even though I saw a lot of conservatives saying that they didn't agree with red flag laws regardless of this shooting. So I'm not really even sure which conservative Destiny is talking about. But I would guess the ones that, if he saw that they were advocating for red flag laws, I don't think it was because they don't want trans people to have rights. I think it's just simply because the lens at which they're viewing the world is just, what is the other side doing? And is it, it's just this partisan, like, is this going to hurt the other team? Yes or no? And then that's basically how they come to their judgment about these political conversations and political questions. I don't think it's specifically like, I want to take rights away from trans people.
Let's just get through the whole thing on morality.
Okay.
So Tim lays out a moral foundations theory argument, basically. Let's just hear Destiny's unmolested response.
There's a do better or there's a bad. It's quite literally, if two factions of people have different moral standards, that's it.
Yeah, but I think the problem is not being honest about those moral standards. Like, I think that's the issue, because when we argue for certain principles, I think everybody ends up, at the end of the day, we're all attacking like the shadows and the ghosts of the people that we're arguing against, because nobody actually believes in a lot of the things they're saying, and that hurts our ability to actually move the conversation forward. Like, there's a lot of people, for instance, I think I even saw this on your Twitter, I don't remember the tweets, there's a lot of conservatives that fucking hated red flag laws, and now after this trans shooting, a whole bunch of conservatives are like, well, should mentally ill people have guns? I'm not actually sure. And it's like, what changed?
And that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
Is that the principles don't apply to most people, left or right.
Sure.
It's
but then there are principles there. You just have to dig a little bit deeper. So like for some conservatives, principles just like, fuck trans people. I don't want them to have any rights. Rather than like, I don't agree with like red flag laws. And we just have to get to like the deeper positions where they actually are, so we can fight against those positions.
So there's two things here, because he's talking about the elephant versus the rider, and that's where I chimed in and was like, that's not really honest, because to say that they don't really have positions because they're, the positions are being proffered by the elephant, not by the rider. The rider's just post hoc rationalizing the positions. Those positions still exist. They're still there.
Okay,
they still are their positions, their intuitions
I think,
about the situation.
Right. I'm pretty sure, considering he was answering Tim talking about principles, people have principles, that he's just inserting the word positions for principles in that conversation. I don't think he's using it the way that you're interpreting.
He's saying that they don't have principles because they, the intuition, the intuition is really the constant thing, but the justification for the intuition changes whichever way the wind blows. And I think Destiny is basically saying that the justification is the principles, but he's not really looking at it deep enough to see that, no, really the intuition is the principle.
He might think that. That's not what he said there. So I'm not sure where you're getting this from.
Here, what do you think
what he said was, so Tim laid out moral foundations.
Right.
Destiny seemed to agree, but then said that when people have a conversation about these things, they're not open with what moral foundation is motivating them.
No, he says no one believes anything that they say. What do you think he's talking about there? Do you think he's talking about the rider or the elephant?
Well, first of all, I don't think Destiny's hearkening to the specific example of the rider and the elephant.
Well, so what do you think?
A general conversation,
right? Obviously, but what do you think he means when he says nobody believes anything?
I don't know. Go back to the exact part that he said that.
Flag law.
We'll argue my principle is X, but it does not apply. That's
there
my
you
point.
Go.
Sure.
So
I do better.
I don't think there's a do better or there's a bad. It's quite literally, if two factions of people have different moral standards, that's it.
Yeah, but
see, he's saying if two people have different moral standards, that's a conflict that's not going to be resolved. Now, Destiny comes in and says, well, the problem is they're just inconsistent.
I don't think that's what he's saying, but
But I think the problem is not being honest about those moral standards. Like, I think that's the issue, because when we argue for certain principles, I think everybody ends up, at the end of the day, we're all attacking like the shadows and the ghosts of the people that we're arguing against, because nobody actually believes in a lot of the things they're saying, and that hurts our ability to actually move the conversation forward.
right.
Like,
So-
there's a lot.
Go ahead.
So this goes into what I said when we first paused this. Where I disagree with Destiny here is him using the word honest and seeming to imply that he thinks it's like an intentional
Yes, totally.
subterfuge, right? Which I said is not the case. I don't think it's intentional. I think it's unconscious.
Right.
Right.
But he's talking about them contradicting themselves in an argument.
Yes.
Okay. When he says nobody believes what they're saying, he's like, because they contradicted themselves.
Right, because
what I'm saying is they
thinks
do
it's
believe it at an
intentional.
intuition level. They just don't have the argument to go along with the intuition.
Right, so-
it
so
pitches
the
them as dishonest because they blow whichever way the wind blows. But that's
Right,
just
so-
the way it is.
Right. So the difference here, and I think I understand what you're saying. The difference here, and where I disagree with Destiny, is that since he's viewing this as an intentional dishonesty,
Right.
which
There
I
you
don't
go.
think it is.
I don't think it is either. Neither does
Right.
Tim.
Since he's viewing this as an intentional dishonesty, in his mind, he's saying like, oh, people are intentionally, like, they don't have a principle. They're intentionally crafting an argument to, they're not being honest with whatever is morally motivating them.
Right.
And so they're
Well,
intentionally
that
crafting
part
this
is true.
which in reality, I think what's going on is that people are unconsciously motivated by these general moral intuitions.
Correct.
And
yes.
and then they kind of trick themselves into following these different arguments one way or the other, and they obviously themselves don't think that they're hypocritical,
You're right.
in these topics.
Because it's a good argument. They take the best argument available to them to justify whatever moral intuition they have. But that moral intuition
Right.
tends to be the consistent part.
Right. Now, I don't think Destiny and Tim are talking about the same thing here either. Because Tim, I would assume, seems like Tim's talking about moral foundations. I don't know if
agree.
Destiny's talking about that. Or he's just talking
Yeah.
about like moral principles that people hold generally.
I totally agree. Yeah.
So-
He sees moral principles as consistency.
Yeah, I don't, he's not hearkening specifically to like height, I don't think, in this conversation,
Right. Yeah.
which maybe Tim is.
For Destiny, I think the one moral principle is consistency. Like that is his
Well, I don't know. I don't
highest
know. That's the
moral
one
value.
moral principle, but I think it's a principle.
We should ask him sometime because I'm fascinated by that. Yeah. I don't think Tim knows moral foundations theory because I remember when Tim was learning moral foundations theory because he kept doing videos on it. And I was like,
Right.
yeah, Tim knows what's up now.
And then,
But I think he started
gave
using
it all
more.
up
Well, no, I think he started using
became-
moral foundations theory to kind of,
for evil,
look, Sitch, I love
for
Tim.
clickbait.
Tim is great. I don't know what you're
Okay. Yeah, right. Evil is too strong for clickbait.
right. Yeah. Is marketing evil? Some people do
Well, let me ask you
argue
a
that
question.
marketing is evil.
If you see a New York Times article
Right.
or a Washington Post article,
Trump
And it has
tells
this-
prosecutors, suck my dick.
yeah, right. It's got this like let's say the headline is Washington Post headline. I don't know if this is real. I'm just saying hypothetically. Washington Post headline says, regarding Charlottesville alt-right protesters, Trump says find people on both sides.
Right.
Okay, that's what the headline says. And then you read the article and the last paragraph is like, Trump then later clarified that, he wasn't talking about
They would not
the
put
alt-right.
that in the article.
Right.
But,
I'm just saying hypothetically.
right.
Hypothetically that happens.
Yeah.
There are articles like that.
Yeah,
okay?
totally. Dishonest as fuck.
Okay, so see, to me, even though they include the information, the fact that you have the title the way it is, especially in a newspaper article, that's the only what most people see. To me, that's dishonest.
You're right. Yeah.
So
So you're saying Tim Pool is doing that.
I think he is to some extent. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it. I totally get it.
A lot of people, for instance, I think I even saw this on your Twitter. I don't remember the tweets. There's a lot of conservatives that fucking hated red flag laws. And now after this trans shooting, a whole bunch of conservatives are like, well, should mentally ill people have guns? I'm not actually sure. And it's like, what changed?
And that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
Is that the principles don't apply to most people, left or right.
Sure.
It's
but then there are principles there.
They keep just talking about consistency as being a principle. Which,
well, no, they're not talking about. They're saying that the violation of consistency is proof that there's no principle being followed.
well, the principle.
Not that it is a principle.
The principle, I would say, is that, we have to fight the culture war with the trans stuff. Is the principle that they're following. I mean, it's pretty clear.
Tribalism isn't really a moral foundation, but it's obviously something that like everyone is operating under, right?
Of course.
So
you just have to dig a little bit deeper. So like for some conservatives, people just like, fuck trans people. I don't want them to have any rights. Rather than like, I don't
see, that's so bad.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. I would say they're saying, I don't want trans people's rights to come at the expense of my rights or my children's rights. I think that's a much more honest framing.
Well, I think it's more like regarding this specific incident with the shooting. I think it's more like, once you see someone who's a political enemy or that you perceive as a political enemy or political opponent leverage something against you, either politically or violently, it makes people suddenly like, oh, maybe I should change my mind on this. Like,
yeah, that's true as well.
We've seen so many times where like there's someone who's like hyper woke, and then when they get canceled,
right,
they're like, oh, I suddenly understand why being woke is bad. It's like now that the cancel mob is after them, they're suddenly like, oh, my eyes are open.
Hypothetically, that happens.
It doesn't happen it doesn't happen every time, but it happens a lot.
It does.
It happens a lot.
I think ContraPoints it happened too.
I don't agree with like red flag laws, and we just have to get to like the deeper positions where they actually are, so we can fight against those positions.
See, my thing with red flag laws is I'm completely in favor of them so long as they have an adversarial due process. The problem with red flag laws, literally, is that they're not adversarial. It's like someone can go to a judge, the judge can issue a writ and then just come and take your guns. Whereas due process requires your rights to confront an accuser, to file a rebuttal, to say no, and then actually have a chance to have proper adjudication. So I used to not be in favor of it until it was actually conservatives who argued that through due process, your rights can be curtailed. Hence, like being put in prison. If you break the law and then a court gives you due process and says you broke the law, we can literally lock you in a box and take everything away from you. And I'm like, okay, fair point. In that case, if you're mentally ill, and then someone files a claim saying you're a risk to yourself and a harm to yourself or others, then you should have the right to receive a notice in the mail, answer that claim, reject it, and then have a judge actually issue a standard due process. If you're in prison, you can't have guns. You know what I mean? Like so if there is some standard by which we believe you are a threat and you are going to cause harm, then you have a right to challenge that in court, same as any other criminal charge you have. And then if you lose, come take your guns.
Sure. And I think that is a defensible, that argument is defensible. But it's not defensible if it only comes up when a trans person goes on a shooting spree. That's the only issue. I completely agree. Right? And it seems like there's a lot of arguments against red flag laws that are still standing, like those arguments didn't go away. Like I'm probably against red flag laws. I lean slightly against them just because I feel like it makes it so hard. If you're a guy that likes guns and you've got like mental issues, man, going to a therapist becomes really fucking scary. Yeah. Because what if you get a diagnosis that is now precluding you from owning firearms? And now you've got to show up in court and you've got to fight a judge for your Second Amendment right, which is a very important one in the United States. That gets hairy. And depending on how people, represent red flag laws and what type they're pushing for, it is a really scary thing, but I'm just saying that.
That's a good point, and that's a challenge.
It reminds me of the do you guys know BoJack Horseman?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's like that scene with the, saying the women carry guns and she's in front of Congress and she's like, well, if you don't want women to carry guns because you're worried about what's going to happen, then you either have to ban all guns or you've got to let women do it, and they like ban all guns. It's like, okay, well, that's kind of what it feels like happened with the transgender thing after the shooting, where conservatives are like all of a sudden, conservatives are like, well, maybe it is really important that we look at the mental health of people that have guns, and like everyone on the left is like, what the fuck? Well, like, yeah, of course, but...
Well, I agree. I think if someone goes on Prozac, you could argue that they're not mentally well for a gun. If someone's an alcoholic,
that's like 25% of fucking Americans at this point, though.
Pharmaceuticals,
that's scary. And there's another interesting thing when I talk about when I was in L.A. in Venice, and you got those guys selling weed cards, and they're like, I'm walking down the street going to the skate park, and this guy goes, yeah, man, you got your weed card yet? You get your weed card? And I'm like, nah, I'm a weed card. He's like, why not? Why don't you have your weed card? And I'm like, I don't need one. He's like, I'm not sick. And he goes, oh, well, you skateboard, right? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, don't you like hurt your legs or whatever? And I was like, yeah, sometimes my knees. And he goes, oh, bro, you got knee problems? Oh, you need some meat. You need some weed. You got to get a weed card. Doctor will get you signed up. Not interested. You get that weed card, you smoke weed, you aren't eligible, you can't own a gun.
Maybe for physical pain, you could get away with it, but if you say it's stress, you're
no.
Ian.
Wait. That's Is that true? Or are you saying
no.
it could theoretically be true with red flag laws?
On the form, it asks you if you are a user of narcotics. And so the risk is if you have a weed prescription card, yes, you are. And that means you will be ineligible for owning a gun.
It's insane.
Huh.
Yeah, so you ever see what are they called? The forms you fill out when you have to buy a gun? It asks you if you're a user of narcotics.
And they have it classified federally as a Schedule 1 narcotic.
Right. It's like the worst possible one. If you have a weed card, I don't think you'll be able to argue you weren't lying. They're going to say,
Tim buying his guns at the store. Hilarious.
As opposed to what? Buying them off the guy in the trench coat?
In the alley, man. Where do you get
alleyway.
your, Sitch, where do you get your guns? Jeez.
I print them all at home with the 3D printer.
Jeez, I have a guy down the street that I meet behind the
You
7-Eleven.
you talk to a person to buy your gun instead of printing it? God.
I know. It's so soy.
God, so booming.
you have a weed card prescription, like, to do this drug.
There's no shot. I can't believe that.
What do you mean I literally bought weed at the same time I bought the gun? What is he even talking about?
It's the weed and firearm shop.
Yeah, jeez. This guy's hilarious.
I've never heard it. That's actually real. That anyone's ever had their guns taken away because they had a weed card. I've never heard that. I can see that argument though.
You know what? I know that's not the case because if that was, I would have heard conservatives complaining. I would complain about it.
They wanted Hunter Biden arrested over it because he filled out a form and said he wasn't a drug user when he's a crackhead.
No. But that's
literally why they want him arrested.
for Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden filled out a form. The form was released publicly, and on it he said he was not a drug user, despite
the 4473 for a gun.
The background check form for a gun. It asks you if you're a user of narcotics.
I feel like they wanted him arrested because they said that he's doing illegal dealings overseas where he's roping his father into the...
Specifically for the gun issue, it was like his girlfriend or whatever, his wife threw the gun in a dumpster behind his school.
Did they accurately date the crack use, though, for when he filled out the form?
That was the question.
That's really important.
Is the argument he quit doing crack a long time ago, thus he was saying no, and the argument was he's like still a crack.
It's always nice when our political discourse has reached the point where we have to figure out the timeline of crack use for the president.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. Like, geez, why are we talking about this? Who cares?
No, just saying, like, it's so like, oh, it really shows how far things have fallen. We have to discuss the timeline of the president's son's crack use.
Well,
If
are we going to be talking about the Stormy Daniels timeline again here? It's like between the president screwing a porn star and the first son smoking crack with porn stars. I mean, where are we at as far as our role models, our American role models?
You know what's going to be? They still haven't released the manifesto for the shooting in Nashville.
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings on that, to be honest with you, because that's going to cause like a giant.
I feel like if they have to, because they always release it when it's like an anti-black racist or anti-Hispanic racist person.
Yeah.
It'd be super political. They're like, well, we're not going to release it now because it's like a leftist terrorist, right? It'd be like, wait, what? Like, that's crazy.
Is it going to cause more? What do you think's?
Like, you think it's going to cause more shootings? Like, people emulate it?
Yeah, sure. Copycat shootings. Like it probably says, she probably specifically targeted Christians, probably comes off as a complete trans activist. I
mean, I don't remember which one, if it was Dylan, whatever. One of the shooters in their manifesto, I think he copy-pasted the other guy's manifesto. I mean, they specifically said they wanted their shooting to be like, inspire other people to do it.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So, and they still released the manifesto or so leaked or whatever. And I was just thinking, like, how ridiculous is it going to be what if the police department releases the manifesto the same day that Trump is charged with the indictments and then Trump stays at home?
Oh, it's gonna not even make the news.
I know that it's gonna just be like these two massive news stories, and then the Trump one will just completely encompass everything.
Trump
And we'll
is
talk about
taking over the
manifesto.
news cycle. We're officially in silly season again, which is just
Yes.
I love it. To be honest with you,
Yep.
Sitch and I are gonna have so much fun this election season because we're such political nerds. And we are, I mean, oh my, it's going to be
We'll
so
see. Yeah, it's
good.
gonna be exciting times.
Tuesday's going to be great. I'm telling you, Trump is staying home, Sitch. That's
Listen.
my story. I'm sticking to
Listen,
it.
I hope you're right. I
know,
really hope
it'll
you're
be
right.
amazing.
Okay. It will
It'll
definitely
be
be more
amazing.
fun if you're correct.
It'll be amazing.
It would be pretty amazing.
Chud Logic will be on. We're going to have a great time. It's going to be so much fun.
Crackhead, they found a crack pipe in his car around some time or whatever. And so I am not saying overtly and outright every single person who ever has a weed card will never be able to buy a gun again. I'm saying if they want grounds to take your weapons and you have had a weed card, they will come, they will have a notice, and they will say, look, you have a weed card, you're a user, tell it to a judge, we're taking your guns. They'll use it as a pretext. We do.
Wait, hold on. Okay, I looked up the 4470 things. I'm curious now. So it says, so it says, are you an unlawful user of marijuana?
Nice. Thank you.
So I would say if you've got the card, you're probably not unlawful, but federally,
no.
this is a federal
Yes.
form, maybe you would be.
You would absolutely be. They actually say on the form, I'm pretty sure it says note, regardless of local laws. See what it says? It says that, right?
Yeah, it says possession of marijuana remains unlawful under federal law, regardless of whether it has been legalized. Oh,
Ouch.
shit, well, government's coming for my gun soon.
Completely insane.
You're like, oh crap.
Guys, this country is built on
So-
the back of hemp, man. Look at George Washington's eyes on the $1 bill. He's stoned.
Although I will say, I've never heard of like the ATF cross-referencing databases to like axe guns from people that have like legal marijuana cards or whatever.
But they can if they want to.
theoretically,
right?
maybe.
We got news, ladies and gentlemen. We have information on the Trump indictment breaking. Trump indicted reportedly on 34 counts related to falsifying business records. The indictment stems from Trump allegedly falsifying records concerning a $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels, in 2016. CNN reports they were informed of the number of indictments by an unnamed source. So we take that with a grain of salt. Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, pleaded guilty, yada, yada, yada. Let's play the clip from CNN. Do we have audio here?
My source is that this is 34 counts of falsification of business records, which is probably a lot of charges involving each document, each thing that was submitted as a separate count in a couple of matters.
Okay, well, that's it.
Is that like if he's like, yeah, and then he
It
responds?
has to be more than that.
More than what?
It has to be more than just counts of falsifying business records, I think. It has to be something election related to keep it to go past the misdemeanor thing, I think.
I'm gonna agree. I think it's definitely gonna be more than just the Stormy Daniels thing.
Falsifying business records, is that like if they're in an email chain and he's like, are you sure? And then he sends an email, he's like, responds, yes. And then he's like, okay, then is that 3 counts?
My guess is going to be that I think he was paid back. Wasn't it over a year period or a 2-year period? The falsifying business record, like let's say that I paid you bi-weekly over an entire year, right? It would be 26 different payments that I'm lying about. So it'd probably be 26 separate counts of falsifying records. That'd be my guess. But again, it has to be more than just falsifying records because that's only a misdemeanor and the statute of limitations expired. And it's a fucking misdemeanor. Why would we charge an ex-president over a misdemeanor? That's the most insane thing. So it has to be something different.
From conservatives.
It has to be something more than that. It has to be something more than that. But
I agree. I think it's gonna be worse than people think. Right now, everyone's saying it's the Stormy Daniels thing. I bet it's gonna be something else.
something completely different.
I don't know about completely different, but it's going to be.
It's got to be related to like campaign fund misappropriation or.
Well, the question
something.
is, will it be dubious or will it be questionable?
I don't agree with Tim here. I don't think there is going to be some crazy charge there. I think it is just going to be everything that we think.
With Stormy Daniels? I mean,
yeah, and it's
Cohen
just not
says he
gonna
never
be-
got paid for it.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think there's going to be any bombshells. I think it's just going to be the story we've all know about and heard. Trump misappropriated campaign funds to supposedly pay off Stormy Daniels or something.
Right. And
That's it.
falsified documents during the payment process.
Yes, and falsified documents to hide the fact that they misappropriated
Right.
campaign funds. Yeah.
Yeah, he said,
that's all it's
you
about.
know,
Right.
$50,000 Netflix bill.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that looks kind of obvious to me.
Also, part of the problem that I think that people will have with this, the charging is it's like, okay, so you're not supposed to use campaign funds to pay someone hush money to win the presidency, right?
Right.
But wouldn't the people that give you that campaign money
Want you
technically
to
be
pay
okay
hush
with
money?
that?
Look, I like the way you think, Sitch.
I mean,
I really do.
I mean, they're paying you to win an election, and I understand it's not legal. I'm not saying it should be, but I'm just saying, like
You're saying it's money well spent.
I mean, I'm sure if you asked every single person, "Hey, do you care if Donald Trump's using your money to pay off Stormy Daniels so that he can win the presidency?" They'd be like, "Yeah, sure. That's what I want him to win. That's what I'm paying for."
Yeah, of course.
So that doesn't make it right legally. I'm just saying, like, to me, this adds like another level of why this is just not going to work at all.
Yeah, I think you make a very compelling case.
Or will it be airtight? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like it's probably going to be dubious. I mean, Ukraine Gate as it was, and Mueller and Russia and all that stuff did not pan out. I have very little.
What do you, in terms of indictments? There are a lot of good indictments that came from the Mueller investigation.
No, I mean, like, isn't a Russian spy? He wasn't working with the Soviets.
Oh, probably.
Nothing was born of those things. You know what I mean? I feel like this is just like they're going to spin their wheels. Trump's going to fundraise off it. He's going to raise record amounts of money. There's going to be a mug shot that will turn into T-shirts. People will get rich off of it. Donald Trump will win the election in 2024, and then we'll not even talk about this moment later on.
Does this kind of thing give people the right to go deeper into his life and look for things and serve subpoenas and warrants and things? To like look at emails from 20 years ago? Does it open up old?
I would hope that prosecutors are being intelligent when it comes to charging somebody that's going to run for president. It's not even the fact that he's a former president, it's that he's going to run for president. The absolute worst case scenario for the health of this country is that Donald Trump gets indicted, charged, and convicted of something that's not really that big of a deal that somehow inhibits his ability to run for office. Because now you've justified every single conservative that thinks that the system is trying to keep him out using judicial means. The left doesn't even get to feel good. Because, like, let's be honest, let's say he goes to jail for something really stupid, like lying about, paying off a porn star. Like, you don't even feel good. So, I wanted him to go down for, like, the P tapes for the Putin stuff, right? Not for this bullshit. So, or BS. So, I hope they're sitting at something good. Otherwise, they have to realize they're making the entire United States look like a joke.
I don't think.
I think Destiny's completely correct that it's going to look really bad if that's the case. But I think he's incorrect in that I think a lot of people on the left don't really care. They're not going to feel bad about it. They think that they don't care why Trump goes to jail. They just want him to go to jail.
Of course they don't care. Yeah.
But I agree. I do think it looks really bad if someone running for president who has a very good shot at winning the presidency goes to jail or is basically prevented by something that, maybe they technically violated the law, but seems kind of not super consequential, let's say.
Yeah, totally suspect.
I think there's going to be anything there. I mean, it's been years. They've known about this for years, and they've not done anything. So it really just feels politically expedient.
And they just disbanded the grand jury 2 days ago or something for a month.
Today, they announced it was going on break for a month. And then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, by the way.
That's so weird. I have a question for you, Stephen. If it's kind of off topic, but it's somewhat on topic. Like this, I'm talking about the war in Ukraine and the Russian war. What do you think is the solution to ending this or to the future?
Well, wait, hold on. First question is, how do you feel about the war in Ukraine?
I'm happy Ukraine is winning. I hope they get back Crimea. Fuck Russia.
So what do you think would be a solution to make that happen?
Ukraine winning the war and getting back Crimea and saying fuck Russia.
What's define winning the war?
Getting back Crimea. Having their borders restored to what they were in 1991 when they broke off from the Soviet Union and when the entire world recognized the country as having the borders that it did. That included the Donbass and included Crimea.
Oh man, well, there's a lot of people. Some of my friends think that same thing.
What's the, I suppose, justification for U.S. and
I think that's not realistic.
Yeah, getting back Crimea is going to be a tall order.
I mean, they could take back Crimea and then use it as a bargaining chip to get Russia to stop. Say, hey, we'll give you back Crimea. It's hard unless something happens where essentially Russia's government or their economy collapses, which doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon, despite people predicting it happening for a while now. I can't really envision Russia agreeing to give Ukraine Crimea to end the war. Even if Ukraine takes Crimea, I can't really see them ever agreeing to that. So
Yeah, I mean, I watched that video you sent me about, Russia basically screwing this up in every way humanly possible.
mm-hmm.
But I think even in that video, he was saying this is still Russia's to lose. So,
right.
So in that video, it was very, very optimistic about them winning. So, yeah.
Yeah, but like even so, but here's the thing, because even like say just hypothetically, say the Russian military completely collapses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Ukrainians take Crimea, they take the entire Donbass region back. Russia's not gonna; they're still gonna be at war with Russia. Russia's not gonna suddenly just give up.
Yeah.
And unless Ukraine starts invading Russia, which the U.S. and the West are gonna be like, whoa, like they're gonna stop supporting Ukraine. I think if they start invading Russia,
They don't even want to send them planes because of that.
right. So that's what I'm saying. I can't really envision this scenario where, unless something major happens, unless there's some major collapse or Putin is taken out or something, I can't really imagine Russia ever agreeing to hand Crimea over to them.
Yeah, I saw some headline today about Russia using a tactical nuke if they're losing. I didn't read the article, but I was like, oh my.
We'll see.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. No, but I mean, I agree with Destiny and fuck Russia.
I mean, I agree with that sentiment. Yeah. Fuck
Yeah.
Russia. But...
Involvement.
Justification for U.S. involvement is probably that like the stability of Europe is potentially at risk, that we are seeing an actor engaged in actions that haven't happened in decades, where one sovereign state invades another sovereign state to steal territory from them. It's just something that we don't really see around the world anymore, especially in Europe. And I think that the opposition to that should be led by the United States. I think it's important for us to be seen as a leader of the world to do that.
Would you be in favor of a similar military response if it came to Taiwan?
Oh, Taiwan and Hong Kong are so much more complicated, and I'm not well versed enough in the history to know if I would feel the same for that.
The stability
Taiwan,
of Southeast
maybe,
Asia and the region, you know what I mean?
True, but I think that our responsibility, the presence we have, and the relationships we have with Southeast Asia. I mean, we do have good relationships with South Korea and Japan, but it's different than Europe. But I would have to read up way more on Taiwanese history and the deals that China has carved out with respecting the autonomy of Taiwan to know if I would feel the same way about defending them militarily versus Ukraine. But I feel very strongly about Ukraine, understanding the Ukrainian history and everything, that their borders should be respected.
Do you think the $100 billion price tag is justified?
I think a really big price tag is justified. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and argue to know the difference between like 100 billion versus 1 trillion versus 500 billion dollars, but I think that it is worth it for the United States to be making heavy investments into the security of Europe. I think that position that we have as like the leader of the Western world and leading those efforts to protect Ukraine is really important.
Would you go to Ukraine and fight the Russians?
Fuck no.
Would you send other people's kids there to fight Russians?
U.S. troops in Ukraine fighting Russians is probably something I would not support.
Well, what about special forces doing operations to assist Ukrainians?
I don't think so.
Well, what about?
I'd have to think a lot. Well, like, what does special forces mean? Like, if we're talking about like people going over to like train troops, maybe. Like, for instance, if we're sending weapon systems over there and we're sending troops over there to train them use those weapon systems, that might be important so that those weapon systems don't misfire or they're crashing planes up in a
And
pole
they did.
or some shit. They did do it one time.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
What about the U.S. using reconnaissance measures and surveillance to provide intelligence to the Ukrainians, to then have the Ukrainians use the weapons we provided to, say, sink the Russian flagship in the Black Sea?
I think so far, I think that's been fair game. I think that a lot of people around the world share intelligence, and that's probably just a given at this point. Us sharing intelligence with Ukraine is probably no different than China or Russia sharing intel with each other as well.
What about former U.S. military, now veterans, fighting on the ground in Ukraine using U.S. intelligence, U.S. weapons, and U.S. funding to assist Ukrainians in, say, like sinking ships and stuff
I think
like
it sounds silly, but I think there is a distinction that they are former U.S. military. The scary part about U.S. troops and Russian troops shooting at each other is the potential for escalation into all of us getting blown up. But if a former U.S. military person gets killed by a Russian troop, that's a Ukrainian soldier, that former U.S., it is what it is.
Do you really think Russia is going like, well, they're not really a U.S. military, so we're not going to do anything about it?
Absolutely.
I disagree.
I think there's a huge difference between that guy used to be part of the U.S. military who's fighting Ukraine versus there are armed U.S. troops on the ground. There's a whole escalatory pathway for U.S. soldiers in Ukraine.
You think Putin cares?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, they just took...
That's so batshit crazy because Putin has been lying so much, just completely gaslighting everybody about this conflict. If there were American troops in there and he had an opportunity to gaslight and say, oh, yeah, of course these are American troops on the ground, he's going to say that. He's totally going to say that.
Right. So I'm going to say, I think Destiny's answers to this whole segment have been really good for answering these difficult questions. Because it's very clear that they're trying to like get some, like, they're trying to get.
Would you go
this,
was
right?
Totally unfair. That is like the most unfair question.
Well, I think he answered it great, saying fuck no.
Yeah, I'm not going. Yeah, exactly.
But
What they're implying is, oh, well, then it's not fair to you have an opinion unless you're willing to go fight on the ground.
that's like saying, well, you can't have an opinion on abortion unless you're a woman, right? It's like a ridiculous, position to hold. And it's something that affects people, and you can support people financially without wanting to do it, right? You can donate money to a charity, just 'cause you're not willing to go do whatever the charity is doing.
Yeah, you can support our troops who want to go.
Yeah, exactly. You can support troops at home, just because you don't want to sign up yourself. But to what this specific issue, I think you're right in that like Putin will definitely, if he hasn't already, if there are, I don't know how many there are of these former I know that there's some like I forgot that like there's some Foreign Legion people who were in the U.S. Army at some point, who were in the French Army, who were in the British Army, and then they go over to Ukraine to help out. I know that happens.
Yeah, he's already saying the Americans are in there.
That's been happening since the beginning of the war, essentially.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm sure if Putin, maybe, he'll spin that into something. I don't know if he has, though. I haven't really heard that. But I do agree with what Destiny's saying, that there's a very clear difference to Putin and how the Russian government reacts to some private citizen who used to be in the military privately joins, the Ukrainian army. It's very different than a state-sponsored troop, in Ukraine firing on Russians, blah, 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 blah. That's a very different scenario. And Russia and Putin will react to it very differently.
Yeah, totally. Well, the propaganda campaign versus what they actually do strategically is like night and day.
Yeah, he still might propagandize about it, but he's not going to do anything about it.
Put down one of our drones, or not, they did a fuel spray on it.
Sure.
And then clipped
and we
it.
do dumb shit like that to each other sometimes when it happens, but they're having uniformed U.S. troops on the ground in Ukraine would be a massive escalation.
Do you think Russia is going to allow Ukraine to win?
Is Russia going to allow Ukraine to win? Well, I mean, they've allowed them to get as far as they have so far.
But now they're positioning nukes north of Ukraine and Belarus.
I heard the strategic nuclear weapons being moved into Belarus. I don't know why. I don't know if that's posturing.
The UK is deploying depleted uranium tank busters, which are radioactive. Russia responded by saying, "We warned you that if you use depleted uranium, that's nuclear esclation." And now they're moving nukes.
Sure, but they've been talking about nuclear escalation for like 2 years.
But then they did it, and now Russia is sending nukes into the region.
Sure, into Belarus, yeah. But like, are they actually going to start using? I don't think Russia is going to. I don't think so. I don't think Russia's going to use.
The mistake people make is they assume nuke means 100 megaton ICBMs.
It doesn't happen. Even strategic nuclear weapons, I think, would be
nuclear artillery.
Unbelievable. Depleted uranium is different than firing nukes.
No, I'm talking about explosives. I'm talking about nuclear shells. I'm talking about.
I don't think they're going to be firing nuclear shells. I don't think they'll be firing small yield. No Davy Crockett's. No exotic miniature nuclear arms. I don't think that'll happen. That would be I don't even think China. I don't think anybody would support Russia in those types of actions.
I disagree.
You think that China would support Russia? You think that?
Yes, hands down.
Nobody's supporting them anyway. What is he talking about?
What?
Russia has no one's support as it is. So
well, they have China's support.
Do they have their? Oh, I guess they just had meetings, but do they have their? Have they just had meetings, or do they have their like vocal support? Have they come out and say we support Russia? I don't think so, right?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. Like China is supporting Russia. I don't know if they've publicly gone out and been like, we support our Russian brethren. Like I don't know if they've made a statement like that.
I'm sure they haven't. Yeah.
I think India is financially supporting Russia. Someone was saying something about Brazil. I don't know if they are. I never looked into it, but I do. I don't
Iran.
like if the Russian military uses a low yield nuke, right, or whatever they're talking about, some small nuclear device. I'm not confident that China is going to just drop. I don't think they're going to just drop support of Russia immediately. But I don't think they're going to be happy about it.
Okay, I don't know the situation. Finland just got accepted to NATO just a few days ago. You know about that?
No. Well, good for them.
Yeah, Finland's in NATO now. Over all this.
So, but I guess the question, because I don't know enough about ordinances. So when they're talking about these like small yield nukes, right? How does that compare to some other non-nuclear, intercontinental ballistic missile that they shoot in terms of like the size of the explosion?
It's like a suitcase nuke or something. I'm not sure. It just like blows up a city or something.
I'm just saying, like, what is the purpose of using that over just using something out like a normal missile?
Because it's easy. It's small, and you can blow up like an entire building.
No, but they're talking about they're not going to launch it from Belarus. It's not like they're going to smuggle a suitcase nuke to the Ukraine and like blow it up somewhere.
Oh, okay. They're going to launch it.
Yeah. Well, that's why they're talking about moving them to Belarus, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So they would be launched. Presumably, they'd be launched from Belarus.
Fascinating.
If that happened.
Fucking well
Down.
pile.
Wow.
I think the U.S. has already lost its position. Brazil and China just announced that they're going to be trading outside of U.S. dollars. China's brokered a deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. Like the U.S. is in such a fractured position right now that I'm pretty sure China is just going to be like, sucks to be you, United States.
I don't think it's about being in a fractured position. I think it's about, I don't think anybody wants to be in a country where people are shooting nuclear weapons, including China and everybody else in the world.
But I think it's going to.
This whole idea that the yuan is going to take over the U.S. dollar is just laughable. 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 So laughable.
It's funny. You've been watching, what's that guy's name that you've been watching? The guy who does all the videos in China.
I can't remember his name. Damn it.
But,
yeah, no, that guy's amazing. So did I send you the video of the Chinese ghost cities?
Yes, that was so crazy. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Yes.
So yeah, as some investment scheme, they've built like entire cities with skyscrapers, like 10 skyscrapers lined up together that are completely empty.
It's like entire like little city blocks of just empty skyscrapers, empty office buildings. It's so wild. And this guy's like, he was in China and he's like driving on his motorcycle through, and they're just all these like empty buildings.
He went to like
nowhere.
5 or 6 of the cities. Yeah.
It's so insane.
Didn't even go to all of them. So these Chinese people, they work and work and work to save up for an investment property. And the investment property is just some skyscraper building that they build in the middle of nowhere that nobody actually lives in.
Yeah, they don't even have there's nothing. It's just like an empty shell of a building. There's like nothing inside of it.
It's kind of like Bitcoin, except they actually build something. But it's still worthless.
That's funny. He's saying that essentially the reason the Chinese government does this is because, as you said, since it's not a capitalist country, there's very low investment opportunities for people beyond property. And so the people invest in property, but they can't invest in like actual city property because it's too expensive. So they basically invest in this like ghost BS property.
Right.
But since so many people have their investments tied up in that, the Chinese government artificially keeps those investments propped up just so that their own citizens don't go, bankrupt on this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which
it's insane.
Wild.
So when you think that's what's driving the Chinese yuan, who is gonna, like, how the hell is the Chinese yuan gonna take over the U.S. dollar? God, they just
not.
Yeah.
It's not. No, it's ridiculous.
They don't have a functioning stock market over there. They completely play around with the stock market. Everyone, they don't have secure property rights, so the government can come and take your property, your stuff at any time. There's no way in hell, and they don't have that in Russia. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and it's funny. The whole time I was watching that video, where the guy's like going through all these like fake buildings, I'm like, damn. Someone should film this. This would be really good for like backrooms levels. All these like
oh, totally.
all these hallways, all these like empty hallways from all these empty buildings. It'd be great.
The buildings don't even have any thing in them. They're like
Yeah.
shells of concrete, because there's this cultural thing in China that when you buy a new house, you have to rip everything out from the previous owner because you're buying basically their bad feng shui.
Yeah.
So if you actually put stuff into the building, it loses value.
Right.
Which I'm going, oh,
All right.
who's going to move into a building? Who's the first person that's going to move into that building? When you got no neighbors and no nothing going on. That's not happening.
He wasn't clear though. Like, does he mean like everything? Does he mean like it literally can't have like plumbing? Like you have to rip out the toilets? Or is he just being like like the desks and the chairs and tables and stuff?
He said that, but I didn't. I want to fact check on that one.
Right.
No plumbing or anything.
Because that'd be like ridiculous. Like, now I have to change the toilets.
Maybe.
Another family pooped in this toilet. I can't have it here.
Look, that's bad
Bad
mojo.
poop shui. The poop shui in this house is just causing indigestion.
That's hilarious.
We either replace the toilet immediately.
Yeah. It's insane. I followed that guy on Twitter. Maybe he'll come on sometime. He's got like
he seems really interesting.
He's got like 1.5 million subscribers or whatever.
Yeah. His channel is very fascinating.
Yeah.
To be in Ukraine. This is what I'm saying. The U.S. will not. This was brought up by I think it was an EU politician. He said, if Russia uses lower yield nukes in Ukraine, the West will not respond with similar nuclear weapons or greater.
Because who cares what a EU politician says though?
He said, no, who was this? It was like a UN guy or something.
I don't care who it is. If it wasn't the U.S. president, UN has no fucking. Yeah,
no one is going to risk. What did he say? He says no one's going to risk like Warsaw for Kiev. No one. If Vladimir Putin escalates the conflict in Ukraine, Western forces will not escalate to the point where they would put their home countries at risk. They will keep the conflict in Ukraine.
Well, of course, but Ukraine's not a NATO country, so all we'll do is send stuff to help. But we're not going to be putting troops there. We're not going to be flying planes over there.
What they were saying is that if Putin uses nukes in Ukraine, the West will not fire nukes on Russia in return.
So? Fire nukes in Russia in return? I don't believe so. But wasn't Biden's initial claim that we'd be destroying like their fleet in the Black Sea or something if they were doing
well, we took out their flagship.
Yeah, I mean. But again, I wouldn't look to a UN or an EU politician to speak on behalf of the U.S. military or what the U.S. is willing to do. Because at the end of the day, that's really all that matters, right?
I agree with your principle that countries shouldn't be invading and colonizing territory. But then I look at what the U.S. did the last 20 years in Iraq.
We haven't done anything even remotely similar. We didn't take any territory.
They're not on our border. We have a puppet state in Iraq. We have corporations set up in Libya like
Iraq
Osprey.
holds their own elections. Iraq is its own country. We didn't take any territory from them. We didn't declare any of this. Like, this is now part of the United States. It's a totally different scenario from what's happening in Ukraine and Russia.
We removed the Ba'ath Party from power, which caused ISIS to appear. But I mean, you could say it's legit, but it's a puppet state.
I'm not saying it's legit, but I don't think we can call it a puppet state.
Here,
I don't think it's fair. They hold their own elections.
What's wrong?
It's a puppet state. Iraq is a puppet state.
No, I think Destiny's doing a good job. Attacking the point, yeah.
It's a puppet state?
It's a puppet state, yeah. You didn't know that? Iraq's a puppet state.
We select their... I mean, we had... When we were there, it was one thing, but I mean, we're not even there now.
Right. It's still a puppet state.
Okay, sure.
Listen, Victoria Nuland called
up... How much... Do we know how much foreign aid we give to Iraq each year?
I heard a phone call with Victoria Nuland calling the president of Iraq and telling them who she wants to be in every office. And he said, yes, ma'am, right away.
Let's see. $7 million. What?
That's it?
Emergency humanitarian assistance, emergency response. No, I don't know. Maybe this is not it. How much foreign aid does the U.S. give to Iraq? With the additional funding of the State Department and the U.S. Agency for International Development, U.S. humanitarian support for Iraq amounts to about $200 million to date in fiscal year 2021. So
that's total. That's not per year, right?
It looks like we gave him $200 million in 2021. I don't know if we're still.
No,
doing
you said
it.
Read that. You said total. I thought you said total.
With this additional funding from the State Department and the U.S. Agency for International Development, U.S. humanitarian support for Iraq amounts to more than $200 million to date in fiscal year 2021.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question.
It looks like from this, from the State Department in 2021. We gave him $200 million. So what was your question again? Annually, I don't know.
Oh, here you go. The
Iraq.
United States announces nearly 155 million in additional humanitarian assistance for Iraq. So there you go. Okay, so yeah, it was in 1 year.
Top 10 countries that received the most foreign aid obligations.
They've given
from the
$3
US.
billion to Iraq overall since 2014.
Right. They got one
So that's a lot
point.
of money.
They got 1.18 billion in 2020.
Right.
So, but I don't know that we're giving them any foreign aid now. Why would we?
Oh, this is 2021. Yeah, I don't know if we're. I'm sure we're still doing it now. I would guess. I would guess we're still giving them some amount of money.
Iran is supposedly making drones for Russia. Because I watched
Really?
some of the, I watched some documentary where they were talking to the drone pilots, and I guess it's like drone pilot versus drone pilot over there, and the Iranians are giving Russians drones that they're fighting against. Obviously, the Ukrainians have American-made drones. So, which is kind of crazy, yeah. They're fully drone warfare. So these drone pilots were like, yeah, you know, they're basically scoping out where their guys are to kind of find targets. And if they see drones, the drones end up fighting each other. Which, I mean, it's literally sci-fi now, right?
Yeah, essentially.
But supposedly the Iranian drones are pretty good. So,
I'll see. Do you know what country we gave the most foreign aid to in 2022?
what is it?
Ethiopia.
Oh, really? But do
Yeah.
they know it's Christmas?
$1.13 billion to Ethiopia. We gave billion, not million. We gave $1 billion to Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Gave 860 million to Afghanistan, 820 to South Sudan, 814 to Congo, 814 to Yemen, 800 to Nigeria, 774 to Syria, 488 to Sudan, and 475 to Somalia.
Yeah. And we're
There you go.
basically feeding all those people. They're buying
Lots of money out to people.
buying food on the open market in US dollars.
There you go.
Those are your tax dollars.
Puppet state. Sorry.
Are those all puppet states?
Puppet state.
They are.
What I wish Destiny would say. What do you mean by that? What exactly?
Well, I mean,
what do you
he's-
mean by puppet?
He's not
state?
saying, yeah, but he is attacking the point. He's just not saying what he means. I'm fine with him just saying. That's ridiculous.
Okay.
Are their own country. We might not like it. We did remove Saddam Hussein. We did ban the Ba'ath Party from reforming. That is true. But we didn't we didn't come in and say, like, we're going to carve off this part as like New Connecticut.
Right.
It's part of the United States now. That's
New
an insane
Connecticut.
thing to do. Yeah. That's an insane thing to do. We haven't done that. Russia went into Ukraine and they took territory. This is Russia now. That hasn't happened in so long. It's an unprecedented action in this age.
They started shipping Russians over there to literally be like citizens of Ukraine. Imagine if
it's
we would have
wild.
done that.
Yeah.
Like, look, we're going to take this little area. Look, this is going to be America's city.
New Texas.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. Why didn't we do that? Tell
We
me.
should have done that. There you go.
You want to
Should've
take
done
over Europe? If you want,
Yeah.
if you want Europe in the Middle East, you need Europeans.
I think we
91
should have
post-Soviet Union.
built
That's-
a bridge connecting Iraq to America.
Oh yeah,
Just through every other country. Just bulldoze every country in the way. And we just build a bridge.
totally.
And we just say, this is ours now. We're touching. It's ours. Manifest destiny.
A subway,
Yeah.
to Iraq. Just
No,
pop
but it's got to
up
be on
over there.
top. I want to just go through other countries without any regard for their borders or sovereignty.
Yeah. Well, I also wanted to go through the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, obviously.
Listen,
so we
we
could
don't
see
have any
the
sovereignty. We don't have. America doesn't care for the sovereignty of the Atlantic Ocean.
puppet
okay.
state.
Puppet state. That's right. The Atlantic Ocean should be our puppet state.
That's right.
We just build this bridge right through it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, I think of it as like after the Soviet Union broke up, the oligarchs split it all up and they took away the warm water port from Russia because they didn't want it to be a global hegemon. They were like, no, we're going to give Sevastopol to Ukraine now. Russia's landlocked and they can have their other. And it'd be like in the U.S. if they took the West Coast and took a long strip down the West Coast of the U.S. and gave it to Canada and we had no Pacific access. That at some point the U.S. would be like, this is insane and we're going to invade and take Pacific access. And that's where I see the Russians coming from.
Well, how? They recognize the border. That's the country. You might not like it, but
it's just de facto. Like
it's not de facto. It'd be like, what if Canada was like, we really?
No, see, this would be like if America said, you know, I think that's a bad example. I'm trying to think what. Like it'd be like if we said,
don't try it.
If we said, because didn't America didn't America used to have sovereignty over the Panama Canal, and then we gave it back to Panama, right?
Yeah, what was that all about?
Right. So imagine if like Trump was like, you know, I'm tired of like Panama having control over the Panama Canal.
We're just
we should have
taking it
never
back.
given it back to them. Let's just take Panama again. Like they'd be like, wait a minute, but we gave it back. Like you can't just suddenly be like takesy backsies, like, you know, just
that
because
would
we
be
want access
badass.
to this. Like that doesn't. So what? Who cares?
We roll into the Panama Canal with like a destroyer. We get halfway through and we're just like, that's right, bitches, guns out.
Yeah, like you could be like, oh, we should have never given it back. It's like, yeah, but we did. We did give it back, right? It's the same thing with like Russia. Like Russia, of its own volition, you know, they carved up what was Ukraine, and then, you know, when the Soviet Union fell, you know, Ukraine became its own sovereign country. And part of their agreement, part of Russia's written agreement, which all the Russian simps kind of forget when this war started, was that they promised to respect both the financial and sovereign borders of Ukraine in exchange for Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I remember that deal.
Yeah, and now they've gone back on it, obviously.
Sitch, you don't understand. Nations are like women. Women's prerogative. They can change their minds, okay?
Oh, okay.
They just change their minds. So that's it. They get it back.
I don't remember if it was
Mother Russia.
Infrared or Nick Fuentes who was like, oh, well, you know, just because the borders were written, you know, and, you know, 30 years ago, it's whoever says that the borders can't change. It's like, oh, okay. That's the argument we're going with.
Change the borders.
Okay,
Nobody
just change the
cares.
borders. All right. Yeah, that's a great argument. Okay, sure.
I did an enlargement on that flying saucer for you, Sitch.
My
See if we
God, the
can get it back.
super distracting flying saucer.
Yeah. Well, I made it even more distracting now.
Oh,
It's like half the video.
I
Really
mean,
want Alaska.
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is bullshit. It's not even connected to the U.S.
You know, you guys think that I'm gonna have a face reveal? It's actually just gonna be my face, but with this giant like floating thing in front of it, so you can't actually see me. You just see me. You see my arms
You're like
you
behind
know,
it?
waving around, like gesticulating in the background, but you can't actually see my face.
Little tiny Sitch behind the flying saucer. I
It's a
love it.
giant flying saucer.
Look, I'm gonna make it fly around here. Let's get another good shot of it.
What
It'd
if
be
what if I
great.
got what if for the face reveal I got like, you know, the giant wacky waving inflatable tube arm person? Just got one of those and put it in front of me like the whole time. just paint it black and get like put a little Sitch face on it.
Look, we need to talk about your face reveal because I want you to do something epic. I don't want you just to be like, oh, here look, it's just me. I'm on camera now. Oh, here I am. That's me, PSA Sitch. Come on. I want something amazing. I want it to be like fireworks and a dark screen and you know.
No. That's lame.
But you
You're
could
building
do
up too much. That's lame.
Okay.
Like
guess
I
you're
would
right.
listen, if I looked like Quasimodo or something crazy, then like maybe that would be worth it. You know, like if it's like
Can we get you a
this fucking
Quasimodo?
elephant man coming out, you'd be like, okay, maybe you got to go all in on this.
Can we
Otherwise,
get,
like, it's just,
we
who
should get you a
cares?
Quasimodo mask so you can be like,
Oh, okay.
it was just like the silhouette. He's like hunched over in front of the.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll have like a screen and it'll just be my silhouette and I'll be like all fucked up, like distorted. And I pull it back and it's like, oh my God, Sitch's face. And I have like all these prosthetics on. I just look horrifying.
Look, commie Twitter's coming after me hard. If we do something like that, I think the ableist label is going to be
There you go.
levied.
Listen, my good friend and co-host PSA Sitch is a disabled. You can't attack me.
That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work.
You don't think that's gonna work?
No, they're gonna get even madder. They're gonna look. That's a Quasimodo mask. He's not even disfigured.
Listen, I identify as Quasimodo. Okay, how dare you?
Oh, you're so bad. Ableist. That's exactly what an ableist would say.
We're gonna take this. You can't do that.
But
That's the
can
border.
try.
They could
What's going on? Did I interrupt you?
What? No, I didn't.
try.
De facto,
get it.
if we didn't have West Coast access,
I wish they'd fucking try.
the Canadians.
Well, yeah, no,
God, I would
guys.
just love to
Because-
just win a war against Canada.
and it would give us pretext to seize Canada. We would end up taking Canada and annexing it into the United
No
States.
more land acknowledgements.
The way we did with Libya, the way we invaded, overthrew Gaddafi, took
We
him
did
off
that,
the
but we
gold-
did that with authorization through fucking through NATO and even through the UN. I'm pretty sure Gaddafi was so bad. I think even China would like abstain from voting no on that one. But again, I'm just saying that here's what I'm trying to say. There's something very unique in particular. I'm not saying that like because I know a bunch of people throwing out probably saying, oh, he wants Iraq and Afghanistan, blah blah. I'm not saying those invasions were good. I'm not saying our occupation was good. But I'm saying there's something fundamentally different from invading a country and taking territory and saying this land is mine now. Even in Iraq, even in Afghanistan, where we were for 7,000 years, we didn't actually say this is U.S. territory now. Right? There were people there. They ran. They did their elections. They did their things. Eventually, we left. But like, it's not U.S. territory. Whereas that has happened with Crimea and
You know,
Ukraine.
we almost took Mexico. I was watching this documentary on, what was it, the Mexican-American War. And then we, like, Americans were actually in favor of just taking it. And we won. But then the president at the time, I can't remember who it was, Polk or something. He was like, nah, Mexico can stay Mexico.
The
And then, like,
tactic, the liberal.
We had the exact same pretext for going into Iraq that Putin had for going into Ukraine. Security concerns. You know, we had the weapons of mass destruction. He was talking about worried about Ukraine, NATO putting missiles in Ukraine or whatever. Same bullshit. Same exact bullshit. I don't think we were right to invade Iraq, or he was right to invade Ukraine. I don't see what's so hard about just saying that.
So, wait, what did you say? What was the last thing you just said?
I don't think Putin was right to invade Ukraine, and I don't think we were right to invade Iraq. I don't. It's
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
not a wall.
I don't think he's defending it. He's just saying it's different, which it is different.
Right. Well, I
mean,
think it's the same. To be honest with you.
Well, no, not the pretext, but well, I don't know. I don't know if you agree. I think it is different. Fundamentally, I think it's different for the U.S. to invade Iraq, get rid of Saddam, and then say, okay, we're going to try to like help you guys establish a different country, which is obviously going to be friendly to the U.S. Right? It's very different than like invading a country and just saying, okay, this line here, this is now part of America, right? Like,
No,
you don't think
yes.
that's different? Okay, that's what he's saying.
Dude,
That is different.
I
That's
do.
very different.
I understand that it's
Right.
It's different, but it's. I mean, it's if
Like, imagine if the cartel stuff with Mexico keeps amplifying, getting worse and worse and worse. The Mexican government's not doing anything about it, or the Mexican government is basically bought off by the cartels. So we invade Mexico, we take out the cartels, and we take out the current Mexican leaders.
yeah.
We're like, okay, we're going to help you guys, reestablish some kind of control, right? And then after they do it, assuming it works, and then we leave, right? It'd be very different than saying, oh, we don't like all your cartel stuff in Mexico, so we're literally just going to take Mexico. Like, it is now part of the United States.
Yeah, no, it is different, but not that different, to be honest with you, because you're still invading without the consent of the Mexican people or the Iraqi people or the Ukrainian people.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's where I'm drawing the line, is like the consent issue, that you're basically saying, look, we're gunning for regime change. Iraq or they were gunning for regime change in Ukraine. So yeah, I think it's wrong to look. Preemptive wars are wrong. Just full stop. I feel like we're in a better position because a lot of people are saying, well, what is different than what we did in Iraq? Well, nothing's different. That's why, but we were wrong to do what we did in Iraq. And I didn't support it, and I don't think other people supported it. So
I think you're being too broad in the way you're phrasing that, because yes, we shouldn't have gone to Iraq ever. But it's not. It wasn't the same. It wasn't the same in terms of what we did. It wasn't the same in terms of the amount of like we did not kill anywhere near the amount of people that Russia, is doing in Ukraine right now. The amount of collateral damage and destruction that they're doing. We didn't do anything like that.
Bring up the shock and awe video.
You keep bringing up shock and awe. Was how long did shock and awe last? Was that a week, 2 weeks, right?
They turned Baghdad into like a wasteland. We did
nothing. There's not even comparable to what Russia did in Ukraine. This is what you're saying is this is a fundamental difference between the way that the American army operates and the Russian army, because this has been Russia's army's MO from the beginning. This we talked about in Afghanistan. Compare what we did in Afghanistan to what Russia did in Afghanistan. They like reduced the population in Afghanistan by like 20% or something like astronomical. They destroyed like 50 or 75% of all villages in Afghanistan when Russia was there. Russia has a very like steamrolling, completely disregard for collateral damage attitude that the U.S. military does not.
Right. No, I agree. So they estimate 460,000 Iraqis died in Iraq. 500,000.
Over how many years?
2003 to 2011.
Is that low? I would have thought it would be higher than that.
It's still horrific. 500,000 people.
No, I agree. But so that's all those people died. First of all, that's not all at the hands of the U.S., obviously, right? It's a lot of the hands of Iraqis killing other Iraqis.
Sure, yeah.
And so right. So that was over. You said from 2003 to 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's an 8-year period, right?
Yeah.
And so, how many people have like already died in 1 year in Ukraine? It's like 100,000, maybe 200,000 on both sides.
Well, let's take a look.
It's like not even. It's like crazy.
Well, Russia says there's been 8,000 people.
Yeah. Okay.
How many deaths in Ukraine so far? Let's see.
Yeah. How many
here.
deaths on both sides? Because I don't know if we know like casualties, right? That kind of get conflated. I think there's like 200,000 Russian casualties. I don't know how many casualties there are in Ukraine, but it's
fatalities. They are saying 14,000 to 40,000 killed. According to the Ukrainians, 350 children have been reported missing. 16,000 deported, civilian deaths, fatalities. From February 2022 to March 2023, they estimate between 14,000 and 37.
That's civilians, right?
Thousand.
I'm saying including like the total, like everyone, even the people fighting. Because I'm assuming the numbers you're reading were the numbers you read from Iraq only civilians, or was it everyone? Because I thought it was everyone.
I mean, that's all I'm seeing here.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if they know the numbers.
I mean, no, that's everyone. Yeah. Civilians, they have 3,400.
Seems awfully low. I don't know if that sounds kind of like some propaganda.
Source is the United Nations.
I don't believe that only 40,000. I don't believe that there's been 200,000 Russian casualties, but only like 14 to 30 to 40K.
U.S. State Department. U.S. State Department says 400 to 500,000 killed in the Russian armed forces. Well, hold on. That's the U.S. State Department, though. Right. That could be propaganda.
Well, I'm just saying. I don't know. That seems more likely. That this. I thought it was a really high number. Is that only for Russia? That seems too high for Russia.
Russian armed forces break. I'm just looking at the fatality breakdowns.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and so, this is who knows, right? Who knows? Because
who knows?
Yeah,
I'm just saying it seems way higher. Friend of the show, Carl, reminded me that in
Carl who?
Emperor Carl.
Carl Benjamin.
Carl Franz. No, not Carl Benjamin.
Oh.
Reminded me that in 1989 there was a 1 month period where the United States invaded Panama, and you know what the operation was called?
Operation Panama.
Operation Just Cause.
Oh, really? That's good.
Which sounds much like Just Cause.
Oh, Just Cause.
There you go. So they had a 1 month invasion Which I was like trying to read like why, and it just seems like this most convoluted. Like
Just
nonsense.
cuz, huh?
Just 'cause.
Wow.
Right.
America's
imagine-
badass. Imagine invading just cuz.
Just cause. So imagine if instead of like ending in a month, we just said, well, now we're gonna just take this. This is ours now. We should never have given it back to you.
This is Operation Just Cuz.
Operation Just Cause.
Just
yeah.
cuz we're feeling
'cause.
like it.
Yeah. Listen.
No, I love it.
You put your Chad Yes up there and you say just cause.
Of course. Look, when they ask Trump, why are you not in court on Tuesday? He's going to say, just cuz.
Just cause. You can say just like the U.S. military in 1989. Just cause.
Just cuz.
Then he's gonna put on sunglasses. It's just gonna play the riff.
Oh, yeah. Trump is going to put his deal with it glasses on. It's going to be great. Epic.
Liberal economic order has been using his
Well, we
corporate.
took Texas and stuff.
It's corporate colonization.
California.
They took out Gaddafi, set up the U.S. dollar, and all these American corporations like Sidney Blumenthal's Osprey Global Solutions. Hillary made sure that he got his defense contract in Libya. So they say, oh no, we're not taking that land, but it is profiting us massively because we have it set up as a corporate
Sure,
state.
I mean, everything profits us, but I mean, that's a fundamentally different thing again from like taking the land and being like, we're going to...
I would argue that colonizing corporately overseas is much worse than
You
taking
can
a
argue
piece
it's
of
much
land on
worse,
your border.
but it's still way different.
It's different, yeah.
It's different than like, this is U.S. land that we are now administering legally, and this is our land now. It's
But
weird.
if,
It's like,
if you legally say it's okay to invade and take something over, it doesn't make it okay to invade and take it over just because you said it was legal.
You guys are going in circles.
yeah, okay.
Let's jump to domestic.
Spiral. We're going in spirals, Tim.
Spirals. All right, here we go.
Forward.
From
We
the
haven't
Daily
made death
Mail.
threats yet. Yeah, okay.
NYPD orders full mobilization plan. All uniformed officers are on standby as extra manpower is deployed to ring of steel around Manhattan's DA's office amid fears of violence after Trump's indictment.
When I see that, I just think massive cope spiral. That's what's happening with the New York DA. Cope.
So
I
wait a minute,
really don't think that New York
you-
City is MAGA country enough to the point that they have to worry about a bunch
you
of Trump
stop it?
supporters showing up to the Manhattan DA's.
No. Cope
not.
spiral.
Do you agree with what Ian said? Because I violently disagree with him.
Of course
He said-
not. Look, Ian's a little bit. Look, let me bring up the Ian eyes.
He said that, like, okay, if you have a situation where America or some other Western government comes in and they set up a bunch of corporations in a different country, right? That presumably, I mean, it's going to open a bunch of jobs for people in the local area, right?
Oh yeah,
It's not-
jobs.
It's not like they're going to just
Working in
ship
the
a bunch
mines.
of, Americans just to work in Iraq, right? So if you have some American company that opens up some job in Iraq, assuming they're not just like stealing the resources from Iraq and sending them to America, right? Which I don't think is what's going on here. But you have some American company, they open up in Iraq, right? He's saying that that's worse. He's saying that that's a worse form of colonialism than literally just coming in and saying this is ours now. I don't understand that argument at all.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
That seems pretty wild to me. But
Yeah, we're trying to make them good, corporate citizens and whatnot. Trying to share the capitalism with them.
right.
Yeah. Share the good news about capitalism. Look, it sounds bad. You can't really force capitalism on people. That's why I was against Iraq, because you can't. Look, the Ukraine is different because they're asking for help. They're begging for help.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a completely different situation. We should have tricked Russia into invading Iraq, and then we could have gone in and saved them.
There you go. That's
Yeah.
a move. Yeah.
I mean, they were in Afghanistan. They were right next door.
mean,
but evidently
yeah.
that was a big clusterfuck.
That's
so.
what happened with Afghanistan, right?
Yeah.
Didn't work out too well for us in the long run. But
Look, Iraq is boring. Let's move on to this Trump story. What do you think?
Okay.
Manhattan's
I agree.
DA office. Look, this guy is in such terror. He's
Mm-hmm.
fencing off his office. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm going.
Right.
Look, I should have never done this with Trump. What was I thinking? Trump is
Nothing
a
really happened
madman.
either, right? It's just like some tiny contingency that probably showed up, and that was it.
Oh yeah, he's in a cope spiral.
Yeah.
You know, I came up with that term, cope spiral, right?
You came up with the term cope spiral?
Yeah, that was me.
Mm.
That was me.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a cope to me.
I came up with it on.
Sounds
it
like a
was
spiral of cope to me.
What do you mean? Why would I look? Why I came up with cope spiral? Why would I be
Uh-huh.
cope spiraling over coming up with?
Because I don't
such
think you. I don't think you did.
Who do you think came up with it?
I don't know. Some anonymous person on the internet
What do you
came
mean?
up with it.
I came up with it on this show, on this actual show.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
No one used the word cope spiral before Adam Friended said cope spiral.
Did you come up with it? I don't think so. It was me.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the show quite vividly when I was like, cope and spiral. That's what this sounds like is happening here. I can't remember who we were covering. It was somebody. They were in the depths of a cope spiral.
Mm.
Yeah. You know, when the plane is going down, spiraling out of control.
Speaking of cope spiraling, there was a person who responded to your tweet, your meme, which was really a response to my meme.
Sitch is so, he's like, God, and he cut the
No,
other
I'm
part
just
out of the
saying
meme.
I just said,
Look, I gave you credit. I messaged you. I'm like, did you come up with this meme? It's just,
there you go. You privately gave me credit. Yes, thank you. No, I don't care. I'm just fucking with you. No, but so anyway, so this is some socialist responded to your meme, that my meme that you posted, and they said, "Fact: in Germany, liberals were in charge when the Nazis took over, and it's neoliberalism itself that has been driving America off the cliff. This idiotic idea of being in the middle of the road is killing us. You don't fight fascism by shaking its hand. Grow the hell up."
Is that Beth?
That was Beth.
I try to get Beth on the show.
Yeah, she doesn't sound like she's
Yeah.
excited to be on the show.
She's like, oh my God, I'm just so tired of this. I'm like,
Jesus.
she sounds like an adolescent, but she looks like she's 40. I'm going, listen, Beth, come on the show. Let's have a conversation. Let's work this out. Look, it'll be fun. You you save some money on some therapy. You come on the show. You can tell your therapist to take the week off. We'll help you out.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen. Yell at us.
Isn't
It's
that
like
funny?
therapy.
Isn't that funny that I knew it was Beth?
You did? Well, I think you responded, so that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Or no, you're going to say you heard the tone of voice I was making and you knew who it was.
Yeah, I responded to her, and then some other guy was her basically Beth's simp.
Yeah. I
And
saw
he
the
ended
whole
up blocking
interaction.
everybody. That guy just went completely insane.
Right. So I responded to her stupid tweet with my own tweet
Oh, really?
where I said, "You have it completely backwards. Her name is Bourgeoisie Alien." So you know where her politics.
Oh, yeah.
I said, "You have a completely backwards bourgeoisie alien. The Communist Party in Germany directly helped the Nazis rise to power. They viewed the Liberal Party as the real fascist threat, blah, blah, blah." And I kind of go through the whole thing I went through on the Hassan stream about how the socialists in Germany, like literally, explicitly and implicitly helped the Nazis rise to power. And now it's just like a sea of socialist coping, cope spiraling.
I love how you always have like the thing outlined and
know.
you're so good at that. I need to get better at that. I need
Well, it's
to
funny
have
'cause this
like
guy-
the screenshot thing.
This guy who's like claiming, he's like, yeah, I guess he's like claiming to be some kind of historian. He's like, "There's enough missing information, background, and context from this flawed distillation in pursuit of working backwards from your conclusion to fill several novels. But I have neither the time nor inclination to provide the education that's already available. So no."
My God, what a loser!
Like, no one asked you to. What the, that's so pretentious.
What a loser! Pretentious is a
know.
perfect word.
Oh
for
my
that.
God. So no, what? All right.
Look at this. You've got all the. This is like a whole thread here.
I know.
You know, if you actually paid the $8, you wouldn't have to put this in a thread. You could just put it in one thing.
I feel like people prefer the thread. Like when I look at a tweet and I see that little like, well, lots of chat. Maybe we'll set up a poll. when I see a tweet and it has like the click more button, I don't want to click it. I refuse to click it. I don't know. It's like psychological. Like if they do like 1 of 3, I'll read it. But if there's like that more button, I'm just like, ugh, I don't want to click that. Right? Am I the only one that's like that? It's some weird psychological hang up. It's just like, I don't want to.
We've come full circle here. Now Sitch is in a full-blown cope spiral. He's spiraling down. He can't even click the see more button.
I can't. Listen, I know it makes no sense
Cope
at all.
Spiral.
I know it makes no sense, right?
Pull up.
But I look at it and it's
Sitch,
just like,
pull up.
no,
Pull up.
I don't
pull
want to
back
do it.
on the throttle.
So the guy that I just read you, that response to, in his bio after his name, he has the little Democratic Socialist rose and the Palestinian flag. And then his
oh no, please.
And then his bio says Brooklyn-based musician, producer, educator, activist, Black identity extremist. Even though he's white, so I don't know what that means. But so he's a Black identity extremist.
Beth?
Oh, and he's got hashtag no Dakota pipeline in his hashtag too, so you can very clearly see where his politics lie.
Beth lied as though I blocked her, but she just copy pasted my block from somebody else's account and put it on her account and acted like I blocked her. That's
oh my god,
completely
really
dishonest. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
I was like, holy shit! When did I like? Why? I said, why act like I blocked you? I didn't block you. And she says, you must have blocked me and unblocked me. Look, I don't.
Oh my god!
I don't unblock bitches. Okay, I just block them. Okay. There's no need to block and unblock. Who's doing that? What's the purpose of that?
There's your Adam 2023 quote. I don't unblock bitches.
I'm serious. Like,
Someone's
what was
like,
the
I can't believe
there?
this guy blocked me. I don't unblock bitches.
Well,
There's your Chad Adam quote.
Look, I just let it go. I was like, here, I'm gonna get this crazy lady on stream.
I can't believe she lied about it. That's such a cringe thing to lie.
I know.
That's so funny.
She even goes further. She's like, to me, you were showing up as blocked. Personally, I welcomed it. But please tell me more about aligning with fascists.
Oh my god.
I know. Get the fainting couch out.
I
I was like, do you live stream? Maybe we can talk like adults. Smiley face emoji.
And then she says, here's the thing, Adam. I've been at this a long time. I'm probably a lot older than you. I worked in the Obama campaign. I've been trying to educate people for years. I'm fucking done. I'm fucking done. Follow my Twitter account or don't. I don't really care.
Look, she even begs for the follow. Like, why? Look, I muted your ass. Why do I want to follow you?
And then you said,
right.
So you just argue on Twitter. That's no fun. I promise to be nice. I think we need more adults actually talking about politics instead of just hurling insults.
Yeah, totally.
Yep. And then she responded by saying, I have no desire to talk to someone who has no interest in being educated.
Oh my God, I never saw that one. I did the mute thing after.
It was like a reply to some. She didn't reply directly to you. She replied
you're
to
right.
like someone else replying to you. So.
You literally say in your podcast description, that's all you do is pick fights. What? Hold on. Wait, what? You literally say in your podcast description that's all you do is pick fights. Although you call it debunking.
You or she talking about Beth?
No, she's talking to me. This is the response to me, James says.
Okay.
Which is...
Well, his name is Smeghead, so it's hard to tell.
Okay. James the Smeghead.
It's hard to tell what that... Okay.
So he says, look, he's basically saying, which we do say in our podcast, saying that we debunk videos, but he's calling debunking picking fights, which is... Yeah, this is just... Look, everyone on Twitter is officially in a cope spiral now.
Okay. Listen,
Look, and if I accidentally blocked fans of the show, just let me know. Like I didn't block a bunch of people, but just it's when your DMs or when your messages get just insane and it's just people hurling insults at you, I'm trying to pare it down.
listen. I have no desire to talk to someone who has no interest in being educated, Adam. No interest.
I mean, she's literally the one that has no interest in being educated. So,
Man,
so
that's like
sad.
Remember we watched that video a while ago, which was it was like the white guy talking. I forget what her name was.
Mm-hmm.
There's like three black people, and they're talking about
Mm-hmm.
was it about CRT or something? And essentially, there was the one lady who was like, "I refuse to talk to you unless you agree with my presuppositions that we live in a white supremacy society."
Yeah. That was old Will. Remember Will?
That was Will. Yes, it was
in the
like
struggle
oh,
session.
The struggle is so wild, so
Yeah.
wild. Yeah. I thought someone means when they say I refuse to talk to someone who won't be educated. They mean I refuse to talk to someone that will
Who
just not, like,
disagrees with me? Yeah, exactly.
flatly, not flatly just agree with me. So.
If you don't agree with me, then you're not educated.
Oh my God, Jesus!
I know.
Yeah, you're so right. Get out the fainting couch. That's so. Oh my God.
People are the
It's
worst.
so pathetic.
Yeah. Would have been fun though. One day Merrick will come on. I see her on these streams all the time. I mean, I guess we could reach out to Counterpoints and find out when she's going to be on one of his streams, and you could dive in there and be like, "Oh, hey, what's up?"
Who?
Man, you would just clean house on one of those streams, Sitch.
What streams? I was reading. I didn't hear what you said.
Counterpoints does these political streams.
Oh,
and
yeah,
everyone
I
is
wanna
just
go on it.
yeah.
I'll go on it.
Everyone's like, I think you should, man.
Yeah, definitely.
It'll be fun.
It could be on the right topic.
All right, let's back to the video. Are
continue.
we almost done, or? I mean, we're not.
I mean, we got an
is this
hour
our
left.
is this our last story? Oh, we're gonna go to the end. Oh. Okay.
Did you want to not listen to I don't remember if there's anything that exciting in the
I mean, we could just move over to super chats if you want, but
in the super chat element of their stream, but we'll listen.
your
We'll keep
call.
going.
I mean,
we'll keep going.
okay.
We'll see. If it's just boring, we'll stop.
I'm
Am
just
I
worried they're
wrong?
going to march them
Real.
all down into the tunnels for drills next. And then we know what happens. Have you seen The Dark Knight Rises?
Oh, that's right. And then they're going to release all the inmates from their jails.
True.
Oh man,
I've seen the
Wow.
Warriors. Yeah, jeez.
Well, I wonder what New York would be like if like 1,000 people convicted felons were just released.
All those COVID patients are going to come crawling out of the old person's homes. Those power electric chairs.
They live underground.
Yeah. So anyway, I find this funny because let me see if I have this this tweet somewhere. Where is this?
I think people are just like so paranoid. They just don't want to risk it. Right? Like
Here we go.
January 6th was such a disaster. And it was a disaster at like multiple levels of failing to be ready for what was going to happen. I think for New York, they're probably saying like better safe than sorry because, oh my God, if something got repeated where they weren't ready, it's just going to look so bad on everybody involved. You know?
Sure, we have this video coming out of Tennessee where a bunch of leftists stormed the Capitol and fought with police. They actually made their way into the chamber in what conservatives are calling an insurrection. So, I mean, that's basically it. Look, they're fighting with cops and people are getting arrested. And it happened in Kentucky too. But like this happens all the time. I mean, it's funny. There were numerous protests by the left where they actually were banging on the doors of the Supreme Court or actually went inside to the congressional buildings and shut down legislative sessions, and they were never considered that big of a deal. And even right now, it's like the media's not covering this like it's that big of a deal to shut down your capital. State capitals, I guess, don't matter. I don't know what.
Well, it matters, but just how much does it matter?
I mean, the media is covering it, right? That was a video by the media, right?
Yeah, someone posted it. Was
this is
Kelsey
Greg Price.
Gibbs? Yeah, Kelsey Gibbs posted it and then deleted it. Greg Price got a copy of it and reposted it, and then maybe she reposted it again. It looked like it really wasn't super violent. I mean, I don't think anyone got hurt. I can't
Typically,
tell.
what we mean when we say like the news doesn't cover it is that like sure, local outlets may run the story, but is it getting headline attention? Is it getting primetime attention? Is it?
It didn't
the
shut down
conversation?
the authorization of the new president of the United States, which was what January 6th was. They were trying to like slow or stop the counting of the votes to get Biden elected or something like that. So it was like a federal election. That was what made that one such a big deal. I think plus it was high profile.
Yeah, it was
and
kind
a
of
woman
goaded
got
on
shot.
by our president. I think it was a big deal too.
He did say Donald Trump was involved in setting it up directly. You know, not the violence,
when he said
but just
peacefully march to listen to politicians.
Yeah, just getting the people in the vicinity. He was.
I do appreciate Ian immediately saying why it's different to Tim. Like, well, it's not really the same thing. They're not good, but it's different.
I think it was when he said
Trump is innocent.
There you go. Trump
Well,
is
that's
innocent.
good.
There you go.
Go,
Trump is
go,
innocent.
Ian.
Go Ian.
for months that they were going to steal our election from us, and we need to fight like hell to keep it. I think it was more of that than the march peacefully thing. But
he said march peacefully, and there was a permitted rally at the Capitol.
okay. How can you go? Okay, we're backing up a little bit.
Yeah,
How can you take the one thing that Biden said on stage one time as definitive proof that he was actually trying to withhold aid, but the
He
numerous
literally
statements
said he did.
and Trump literally said that we need to fight like
not
hell.
say
That's an
storm the
expression.
Capitol.
He didn't say storm the Capitol.
Look, Tim is angry.
I know. I forgot this whole section.
Look,
Propped
we
up. See,
almost
you wanted to
stopped
quit
too early.
Capitol in those exact words.
And Biden
but he
said in
we
the
need to
exact
fight
words he
like
committed-
hell. He said we need to fight like. What does fight mean?
If
does
Joe
it mean
Biden said-
be obese and stand at the Capitol?
Yeah, it's not an argument. If Joe Biden said on stage, could you imagine if I told this guy I did this and everyone went, oh. No, he literally said he did a thing. And we're like, hey, if he said he did that, we should investigate. Trump said fight, and then later, now go march peacefully. It's like, well, those are metaphors. The left says fight all the time. We don't mean physically. We mean spiritually. We mean
Sure, but
politically.
it's followed, or that was followed up by months of saying that like they're going to steal the election from you. You have to.
So I don't think Destiny's making. I don't think it's a good comparison for Destiny to make. I don't see them as comparable. I understand what he's trying to say. I don't think it's a good analogy or
Right.
a good comparison. I think you can make an argument that Trump was very negligent in what he was saying, right? He's very negligent in the accusations he was making about the election, and that negligence led to people being outraged, and that led to people like breaking the Capitol. But I think it's very different than the claim that he was intentionally trying to get people to break into the Capitol.
Yeah,
I don't
agree.
think that was the case. Yeah.
No. He just wanted him to march peacefully.
Well, I mean, part of the reason I don't think that was the case was I don't think Trump is so stupid. Like, to me, you'd have to be really stupid to think that like a group of protesters could like break into the Capitol building and change the outcome of the presidential election in America that way.
Yeah,
That's not going to work.
delusional.
Yeah. It's only going to backfire on you. So I don't think Trump is stupid. So I don't
Right.
think he would be advocating for something like that.
Right.
Now, maybe once it happened, he had a very much like, let's see what happens. I'm not going to involve, I'm not going to really do anything to stop it. Right.
Mhm.
Maybe that happened, but I think it's different than like the intentional incitement to people breaking in the first place.
He was doing it through democratic means. He was basically wanted a show of force to show how strong the MAGA movement was to
Yeah.
Pence to basically say, if you don't do what I want, your political career is over. You're like, you'll never
Well,
run another election.
I would not say that's a democratic process. So if Donald Trump's intention was, I'm going to get, thousands of people outside the Capitol, and that show of all those people is going to pressure Mike Pence into essentially violating the law and throwing out the ballots.
Right.
To me, that would be an illegal action by Trump.
But in Trump's crazy mind, though, it's not a violation of the law. He's basically totally bought into this conspiracy theory that there's this secret loophole that he's found in the Constitution where Pence can just come out and do whatever he wants, name whoever he wants for president. And if Pence doesn't do this, it's political suicide because the MAGA movement is so strong and the voters are so energized. And it's also a threat that he's going to campaign against Pence wherever he shows up. That's why I'm saying it's a democratic.
You think that Trump thought, now obviously we're both speculating here, right? 'Cause it's mind reading. You think Trump thought that he could get Pence, by having enough people show up, he could get Pence to throw out the votes on January 6th?
Yes.
I don't
do
think
believe that.
I don't think that. I think Pence made it clear. I believe this was reported. Now,
Pence
of course,
told him
Trump
straight up to his face. He said
I
that
know.
what you're asking for isn't even legal.
Right. And I know Donald Trump is delusional, so who knows? if
Yes,
that has an effect,
there you
right?
go. Unmoored from reality.
Unmoored from reality, right.
This
So-
is totally legal, Pence. What are you talking about? I have my attorney right here.
I think Trump's motivation was more on the idea of he doesn't want to ever go out looking like a pussy. He doesn't want to go out looking like he didn't fight. And especially if he was planning on running again, he would want it to be like, I went out fighting. I went out swinging. Like no one could say I went gently into the night.
He totally, then that's the stupidest thing ever because he looks like insane running again. Like he completely, his chances of winning this election in 2024 are 10 times better if January 6th never happened.
No. What I'm saying is, I think when I'm saying he wanted to go out fighting, I don't mean that he wanted people to break in the Capitol. I mean just that he wanted people to show up and protest peacefully outside the Capitol.
Right. Yeah.
And so that he could continue the narrative that the election was stolen, that he believed the election was stolen, so that if he did want to run again, or if he just didn't want to run again but wanted to maintain his old legacy, he could retire comfortably or run again on the idea that I went out swinging, it was stolen from me.
So you don't think he was trying to
blah,
pressure
blah, blah.
Pence into
Right.
using the fake electors?
I'm not sure that he actually honestly thought
I
Pence would change his
100%
mind.
believe he
But okay, maybe.
was
We don't know.
he was doing everything to pressure Pence. He even said multiple times, you know, if Pence does the right thing, and I hope he does the right thing here, what do you think all that's about? He said that literally in his speech.
No, you're right. I just think that was more, I think that was more pandering. More
I
just him
disagree.
pandering.
I disagree.
Okay, maybe Trump was literally that unmoored from reality that he thought that
He
was.
still is. He still.
Maybe
Look,
he is. Maybe Trump
He
was
still
that unmoored
thinks
from
that
reality.
could have happened.
He thought Pence could have.
Look,
he thought Pence
and-
not only could have but would have done that.
He is probably the fact that they did this bill to make sure that nobody ever does this January 6th thing again probably says to Trump, he sees that and he goes, oh, there was a loophole there.
Right.
And they recognize it. And now they're sealing it up because they knew that what I did was legal. That's probably what Trump is telling himself.
It is annoying to me that like for the people that are like just the 100% Trump defenders, like Trump.
Are you looking at the
literally
chat?
No, I haven't actually been. But I'm just saying in general, not in our chat. I'm saying in general.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Trump could have essentially, here's the problem. If anyone in Trump's administration actually did what he wanted,
Yee.
then they could have brought the country to the brink of like a civil war or potential civil war. Like
Nobody listened to him.
I know that's like the only reason that we didn't have a potential civil war when Trump left office was because basically everyone around him thought he was crazy or stupid.
Right. And that's the thing when you got the best
This
of
is
the
kind
world.
of wild.
When you got the best of the world on Twitter
Right.
talking about how you guys as the centrists are just
I know.
covering for fascists. It's like,
I know.
bitch, who's the fascist? Nobody did anything Trump asked for. Nothing. The only people that did were like Sidney Powell, and she was bonkers.
Right. Yeah. And when he wanted to make her, the lead investigator, on the
Nobody-
election stuff,
yeah,
they
they're
all
like-
said, if you do that, we're all going to quit, and you're going
Yeah.
to have like a literal graveyard of people that are, manning these offices.
This is decentralized power at its finest, and I love it.
Yeah. Right. To me, all this is a good example of our institutions protecting us from some authoritarian, dictator, essentially, some strongman kind of taking power and saying, I'm going to be, violate the law essentially to this extent.
Do you know LawTube Sean? He's been on Nick Rekieta's channel a bunch of times. He's
Mhm,
got
yeah.
his own channel. So he weighed in on the diary thing. He sent me a DM. Says,
The Ashley Biden diary.
Yeah. So the claim was that the diary was stolen and then trafficked across state lines. That's why the feds were involved.
Mhm.
And then people were prosecuted for transporting it. So evidently they trafficked stolen property
Yeah, but
across
wouldn't-
state lines.
If I thought journalists were generally protected, like as long as they don't commit the crime, it doesn't really matter how the person that gave them the information got it, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like that's like, otherwise if someone reported what Snowden, on Snowden or Julian Assange, they would get in trouble, but they don't because they can, they're not the ones committing the crime.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like Glenn Greenwald doesn't get in trouble for reporting what Snowden told him.
I don't know.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think that's what Sean was saying. I think he was just explaining the story. Yeah. So.
Oh, well, he's just telling what the crime was.
Right. That would be the justification.
That's
for
what I
breaking
kept
it,
asking
right?
about. Yeah.
Yeah. Was that they said that the document was stolen, right?
Yeah.
They could concoct something about that with laptops. I don't think that's so outside the bounds, but
Oh my God.
we're not going to go back into that.
No. But thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
We should have Sean. Sean, we'll have you on the show sometime.
Yeah,
Definitely.
we should.
Yeah.
We never got to. It kind of fell out of the news. I wanted to argue with someone about the Alec Baldwin stuff, and then that story disappeared.
Yeah. Because he got a slap on the wrist. I was like,
Did
"Oh,
he
shit."
really? No, I thought it just went into stasis.
No, I think he got like a slap on the wrist. They argued it down to some lesser charges. So he's like gonna get like basically like house arrest for 6 months or something.
Is this true? I feel like this isn't true.
Well, I mean, with me, you never really can tell. My attitude about the world is it true or is it entertaining?
That's true. That is true. That is true.
In all honesty, I could be misremembering, but I do think that they argued it down to some lesser charges, and I don't necessarily know what he was going to get, but it was something like, I do remember it only being house arrest, but it was something like 2 years to 6 months house arrest or something like that. But it obviously hasn't been decided yet. Yeah.
I remember what you're saying. There was some charge downgrade, but I don't remember what it was.
I heard it on local news because I listen to all the local news on YouTube because obviously Los Angeles. So
Prosecutor downgrades Alec Baldwin's manslaughter charge, but to what? They downgraded the involuntary manslaughter charges against Alec Baldwin, significantly reducing the possible prison time for the actor who's holding the gun. They argued that the district attorney had incorrectly charged the actor under a version of the New Mexico firearm law that was passed months after the shooting. If convicted under the law called a firearm enhancement, Mr. Baldwin would have received a minimum prison sentence of 5 years. He now instead faces a maximum of 18 months in prison.
Okay, 18 months.
Okay, so he still can go to prison, but for significantly less time.
I mean, I think he's going to get like house arrest. He's not going to get prison.
I don't think
time.
he's going to get guilty, but.
Oh, okay, even worse. Like he's going to get nothing. Okay.
Worse is the point of view, Anakin.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Tim.
Fight to save your country.
You mean Sheev.
Like, you don't think that type of rhetoric can directly lead to people saying, like, our election is being stolen, like Trump said it was being stolen, and we need to fight, like, go to the Capitol and fight to save our country?
In that line, do you blame trans activists for calling for fighting when this person went and shot up a church or a grade school?
For the trans shooter?
Yeah. I mean, they've been saying it's genocide nonstop over and over again, and they've been saying get up weapons and you have to fight. It's
but I don't know why.
Right?
I don't know why that shooter did the shooting. Do you?
So the police said there's a manifesto, and that
they did say that.
The working theory is it's related to the identity.
He changed the topic. Damn it.
Yeah, wait, why did they bring up the shooting thing?
How do we
move to this topic already?
Because he said, well, what about all the incendiary commentary around trans genocide?
Gotcha.
What about all that stochastic terrorism?
Right. That definitely contribute. Well, it could. We don't. Again, I think it's fine to play it safe. We don't know what the manifesto says. I think Destiny specifically goes over this, right?
Yeah.
So.
Of the shooter.
Okay, you said two. Wait. You said two totally different things. Are the police saying that it was?
Yes.
Okay.
So I read. I'm going to be very specific.
Yeah. I'd be curious because I read 4 different articles. I was trying to find out was anything from this manifesto released. I know the media is saying they should release it.
They will.
My
release
understanding
it.
is the police has not commented on the material in the manifesto. What did they say about it specifically?
It was the police chief, I guess. He was asked specifically, did the gender identity of the shooter play a role? And he says the theory is that is the case. We're investigating, et cetera, et cetera.
I heard that.
That's actually what he said.
Okay, I don't know what that means. Like, because it could mean what you're saying. So let's say that in the manifesto, they're saying things like, I've been watching a whole bunch of YouTube commentators like Vosh saying that there is a trans genocide and I need to go and take action to prevent that. Then I would say that's horrible. And people that are saying, actually, fuck, even if they didn't say that, the people that are saying there's a trans genocide and we need to fight should be held accountable. I think that's a bad thing. If you believe in stochastic terrorism, I think that's definitely that. But if it's
I feel like that he threw Vosh under the bus there.
Totally. I love it. Go Destiny.
Woo!
That's funny.
something like where the person is like, oh, like I'm trans and people in my life don't accept me, I'm gonna go shoot up a school. I think that's meaningfully different than inspired by rhetoric from people calling for violence, right?
So when we see these protests from far leftists, like at the Capitol, like in Kentucky and Tennessee, do you think the storming of those capitals is the fault of people like Vosh saying you got to take? I don't know if Vosh ever said that.
My understanding is the
activists.
storming of those capitals was for gun reform.
Kentucky was trans rights. They were holding up trans rights signs.
Was it trans rights?
Absolutely.
I thought they were
One guy
doing
was
it in
dressed in the
response
flag.
to the shooting.
Sure, but no. Kentucky was that they're banning. I think it was Kentucky, right? That they're banning.
It might have been in
sex changes
Kentucky.
for kids.
For Tennessee, I think it was for firearms, right?
Tennessee was firearms, but it overlapped with that issue. It was primarily a firearms protest. So let's just say Kentucky, the storming of the Capitol there, where they're in the gallery and they're being arrested and they're holding up trans signs. Do you think the suspense of that, the inhibition of that legislative session and the storming of that Capitol is the result, is the fault of leftist activists saying take up arms and go fight?
Sure. If somebody is storming buildings, I think they should be held legally accountable. They're trespassing. They absolutely should be. And I think that people that are using alarmist rhetoric to get people to go and fight, whether that's Donald Trump or whether that's far left people on YouTube,
Did
I think
Vosh
should
do
also
that?
be. Yeah,
Or
he
you
does it
just-
all the time. It's one of the things. Yeah, of course.
You got to be careful
Well,
about
hold on,
alarmist
because
rhetoric.
Hassan does it, but he says only in video games.
Well, unless it's an imminent call, like vague calls like, hey, go do this thing, that's not illegal. That's protected First Amendment. But if you say on this day at this time, do this thing, then that's an imminent threat. I understand that's illegal under the First Amendment.
The issue that
Not
I have
under
is
the
a
First
general
Amendment, under
alarmist
Supreme Court
rhetoric.
precedent.
Where there's a lot of people saying that there's a trans genocide incoming, so buy firearms. That feels a little bit like great replacement rhetoric, except on the left instead of the right to me. Where people on the right sometimes will say things like, immigrants are invading, they're taking everything, you need to buy firearms to protect yourself from spooky immigrants that are replacing white people. That feels similar to people saying there's a trans genocide, buy firearms because Republicans are going to take your rights away. That type of any type of rhetoric that is basically stating that like your life is on the line, buy a gun, in my opinion, is like very, very, very unhealthy for the state of the country.
I agree. I don't like the metaphor fight for your rights. It's been around my entire life. You got to fight for your rights. And in the United States,
That's Beastie Boys. Wait a second. You gotta fight for your right to party. Yeah, no.
It's fight for your right to transition.
That's what it became. That's what it is now. So sad. Does he know that that's Beastie Boys? Because he said it almost correct here. Here, back it up a little bit.
Line buy a gun, in my opinion, is like very, very, very unhealthy for the state of the country.
I agree. I don't like the metaphor fight for your rights. It's been around my entire life. You got to fight for
Fight
your rights.
for your
And in
rights.
the United States, they literally did 250 years ago.
Sure.
And throughout the ages, they have had to do that.
To
They have done it literally with weapons. And so the idea that we need to...
Okay, so they're trying to pass.
You gotta fight. Poor Ian. God, I would love to get Ian on the show. Why won't Ian come on the show? Come on the show, Ian. It'll be fun.
So here's a question. In Florida, they want to, I don't know if it's a new bill or they want to add an addendum to the Don't Say Gay bill.
An addendum?
Yes.
I don't know if I buy into addendums.
You know, what about amendments?
I mean, they're kind of like the same as.
Okay.
Okay.
What about ampersands? Do you buy into ampersands?
Ampersands? I mean,
Yeah.
I like and signs better, but
Okay. Really?
yeah.
You don't like ampersands, but you like and signs. Okay.
Right.
I understand. I
Yeah.
got you. So you like the cursive ones, right? Anyway. So they want to, there's a bill that would ban teachers from calling any teacher at any school from referring to a student's pronoun anything other than her biological sex.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Referring to a student as anything other than their biological sex.
Yeah, so like if the parents come in and they say our child is 14, they're transitioning, you know, they're dressed up like a girl or whatever.
What
or
state is
boy.
this?
Florida.
Florida.
The
So
bill would say that the teacher is not allowed to use their pronoun. I don't know if it says their name, but it says they're not allowed to use their preferred pronoun.
Anything other than the biological sex.
Yes.
I mean, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. This is grade school?
Any age.
What do you mean? College? Because college is a completely different thing.
K through 12, it says.
K through 12.
Yeah, so you could be high school.
Okay, I'm going to go yes. I say yes. If it's K through, I'm not in favor of, I think the puberty blockers do more harm than good. I understand, like, I accept that they're is a small percentage of people that will have persistent gender dysphoria that will probably be better off if they transition. Well, no, I don't even buy into that because they can't make a proper decision as a child, not even knowing anything about their sexual orientation or anything. It's ridiculous. So yes, I'm in favor of whatever it is they can't use. They can't socially transition their kid. I mean, I'm leaning towards that's really child abuse anyway. So
Right. It says they wouldn't be able to provide students as written. No school employee or contractor would be allowed to provide to student his or her preferred personal title or pronoun. Now, does personal title just mean like Mr. or Mrs.? That doesn't mean like their name, right? Their title is like
hold on.
Mr.
Are they
and
saying that they're not going to allow trans teachers in? Like if someone's an adult and they've transitioned?
No.
Okay.
They're just saying that they wouldn't. You're saying no employee at the school or contractor
Can call some kid by their
preferred pronoun if
Preferred
it doesn't
pronoun.
match their biological sex.
right. They're
Yeah.
just
But I
saying
don't
we're
know-
done with pronouns.
But it doesn't say. I don't think it says they can't use a different name, which seems kind of silly. Like if a guy is transitioning to a girl and he says, "My name's Cindy," and you're going to call him Cindy, you're just going to say that instead of calling him, right?
Right. Yeah.
So okay. So I agree with what you're saying in terms
what are
of
you?
like
What's your take on this?
okay, my take is I agree with what you're saying in terms of I'm against children currently because I think that the medical field is so kind of fakakta.
Convoluted.
Convoluted is a good way of saying it.
Fukakta. I like that.
Fakakta.
What's that
It's a
mean?
Yiddish. It's a Yiddish way of saying fucked up.
Okay, I like it.
It's so fakakta on the whole kind of figuring out what kid has gender dysphoria or not.
Yeah.
So I don't think kids should be able to transition until that all gets fixed, and I don't think it is fixed right now.
Right.
So I agree with you there. However, I am uncomfortable with the government essentially saying, like, we're not going to allow teachers to refer to kids by whatever pronoun if the parents sign off on it.
No,
I'm not comfortable with
I think the
that.
parents doing it though, I think is the child abuse part. Look, if we lived in the world where we had 100% proof that these kids were being gaslit into changing their gender identity when they were just gay,
Yeah, but that's a
we
complete
would come out immediately and
Of
say what
course.
the parents are doing is child abuse.
Right, but here's the difference. While there are the handful of cases of parents who are definitely like intentionally trying to manipulate their children into being trans or non-binary, the majority of parents are not doing that. Majority of parents, their kid
Yes, they are.
comes home and they say they think they're trans. The parent takes them to a shrink or a therapist, and they say gender affirming, your kid's trans, and if you don't transition them, they're gonna commit suicide. Right? They scare the shit out of the parents
Right.
into thinking their kid's gonna kill themselves.
Well,
essentially, if they
this
don't.
bill is just heading that off at the pass. It's great.
No, but it's not. It's making it worse because the parents are still going to refer to the kids. They're still going to transition the kid. They're still going to refer to the kid by their whatever preferred pronoun. It's just that school, the government isn't going to be allowed to. Teachers aren't going to be allowed to do it. To me, this seems like a very bizarre. It just seems like a really weird area for like a really weird overreach for the government to kind of stick its head in here and say teachers can't. They're not. See, and here's the thing. They're not saying that like. And here's what's even why it's weird. They're not saying that kids can't transition, right? They're not trying to pass a law against kids transitioning. They're just passing a law against teachers referring to kids by their preferred pronoun.
They're trying to get.
Isn't that weird?
They're trying to prevent kids from transitioning.
Then just why don't they just pass a law to try to prevent kids from transition?
Yeah, I don't necessarily know why. Why don't it seems like they could pass a law that said, I mean, I'm assuming that they have laws against self-mutilation, right? That's probably illegal.
Well, it wouldn't be self-mutilation. I mean, I forget there's one state I think that's trying to pass a law banning all transitioning until you're over 18, I believe.
Right.
But just to me, this is like a really weird. To me, this is a really weird way to do it. It's a really weird government overreach. Now this hasn't passed yet. It's just a proposal. It's just a bill some guy wrote. Someone has amended it or proposed an amendment, though I don't know if it will stick, saying if the parents give their permission that the child be referred to by a different pronoun, the teacher should be able to do it at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And if that was the case, I'd be fine with it. If it's just, I think it's fine that parents should be notified or aware if their child is like transitioning. So I don't have a problem with that if that was added to it. What are you laughing about?
Nothing. Just playing around with my money.
Okay.
I got my mind on my money and my money on
Anyway,
my
we
mind.
can move on. I'm just curious about.
So you're
It
against this?
seems weird. It seems like a weird thing. So
Look, he's shaking the box. He's like, listen, I don't want a state full of.
it's not DeSantis. It's some representative.
Oh, okay.
Right.
He's not working with DeSantis on this?
It's just a proposed bill. It's not even.
Okay.
We don't even know if it'll pass the legislation.
Okay. I like it. They're getting in the news. They're thinking about it.
There you go. Anyway, hit it
We're
up.
gonna be completely called transphobes though for that take. I mean, it's so unfair because like I acknowledge that there's gonna be this small percentage, but you're hurting like 15 kids to help one kid. That ain't right. That ain't right.
Yeah, I agree.
But they're like, listen, you bigot, those 15 kids will be just fine. Just because you're a transphobe and they don't care if 50% of the kids transition. They're like, what? No big deal. Look, they get a neo vagina. No problem, right?
Well, it's like I forget you tweeted out the screenshot I have about like the desistance rates.
Oh yeah.
And
I've been hitting that one a lot.
yeah, a lot of people do. I always get a notification every week someone like repost that.
Yeah,
tweet.
it's
So
great.
I'm glad I put it out there. But someone, I forget who it was, some big YouTuber who has a tiny Twitter presence, but is a big YouTuber, was like retweeting this and attacking.
Yes,
I
yeah.
forget what their name was.
Let's
I
find.
never heard of them before.
Let's find that a-hole. Just because.
Here it is. Macab story.
Yeah.
Macab story. I'm not familiar with his YouTube.
What's up with that soy boy cuck?
Right, but and so he didn't even so he kept responding to that tweet of the desistance stuff by saying, there's only a 1% trans regret rate. There's only a 2% trans. Like he literally didn't understand the argument.
Yeah,
He
I
just
know.
kept shouting the same thing over and over again. And so I think part of the difficulty with the trans conversation is it's not like for parents that are transitioning their children, I think they're basically being fear-mongered into doing it by therapists who are telling them, if you don't do this, your child will kill themselves.
Yeah, they're lying to them. They're gaslighting them. It's awful. I think that's when I think the government should step in. Like I said, I'm sure there's laws against self-mutilation and stuff like that. Just you're the voice of reason. You're the voice of reason. All of a sudden, you're the bad guy. I asked that guy to come on stream. I'm like, show us this miracle 99% transition rate, 1% regret rate. He doesn't have any of that stuff. Danimal was going after him too. Danimal knows his stuff. I'm just kind of the loudmouth. I just start fights and stuff. So
I just went on this guy's Twitter. I see he's got like 1 million tweet replies with Dan Irish.
Dan Irish is the best. I love that guy.
Dan Irish is going back and forth with it. That's pretty funny.
He kept retweeting me with like the cope face. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? You're coping so hard.
Because like
what?
He got all angry at you, and then you were just like, oh, you want to come on the show and talk about it? And he was just like, no. Yeah. Nope. It's like, oh, well, I mean, okay.
Whatever. Oh, here he is, Mac.
Yeah.
Maccabee story. That's it. Insane. The cope is insane.
His YouTube channel is macabre storytelling.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with this stuff.
I listened to like a little bit of one of his videos and I thought, oh yeah, this guy's definitely a soy jack.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm talking shit. If he wants to come on the show, he can. But if he doesn't want
He's not
to,
going
obviously.
to. He's,
I kind of figured. But I think he's followed by Mahler and all the EFAP guys. That's why I was kind of confused.
interesting. Maybe he was on the show once.
Yeah.
He's also followed by FT Signifier, who we may be talking to next Sunday.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So there you go.
Yeah. Nice.
Anyway.
Do you follow FT Signifier?
Yeah, that's how I know.
Okay. Did he follow you back?
No.
Okay. That's hilarious. I think I give him a chance. I'm like, I'll follow him for a while, see what happens. But
Well, I did it to get him so I could DM with him.
yeah, no,
But then my DMs were open, so it didn't matter.
you're doing great.
Thank you.
You're doing awesome.
I always love the diminutive, dismissive. You're doing great. That's like the LA coming out and you're doing great, kid. You're doing great, kid. Keep up the good work.
I do love it.
I gotta start some coke now.
My wife and I laugh all the. Do you remember the Saturday Night Live people that were like the LA people? That's like totally me and my wife.
No, I don't know who you're talking about.
The "you look like a rabbit" people. You look like
I have
a
no
rabbit.
clue what you're talking about. I've never seen this. This is a sketch you're talking about?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, we are, me and my wife, we're basically like LA people sometimes, which.
You're very much like an LA person.
Sometimes, yeah. I guess you're right.
Is it the two a-holes?
It is, yeah.
I've never seen. I'll have to check it out. So.
Yes, I'm actually friends with that woman's ex-husband. What is her
who?
name?
Kristen Wiig?
Kristen Wiig, yeah, totally.
It's Kristen Wiig and that other guy who I've seen everywhere. I can't think of his name.
Yes, yeah. I used to hang out with Kristen Wiig's ex-husband all the time. Yeah.
Nice.
Which is kind of an interesting story because obviously, you know, Kristen Wiig is a superstar. I mean, she's huge. Can you imagine being married to someone, like moving to LA with your wife? You're both struggling actors, and then all of a sudden your wife becomes Kristen Wiig.
And you're like a nobody?
Yeah, totally.
Pretty rough.
Very rough. Yeah.
Well, it can be rough. I guess I mean, they're ex, so I don't know what happened there, but
Yeah.
it can be.
Very rough.
Depends on the people involved, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
There's a million of them. That's a LA story right there. There's a million LA stories.
We got
think
into
it's
a
gotta
fight
be
yesterday. Oh, you.
If like if your wife becomes, we were talking about this is kind of related to the OnlyFans debate. If your wife becomes like a famous actress and she has to do these like sex scenes, like you're not having sex, but I wouldn't want, like, you wouldn't want to watch that movie, right?
Well, there has been some rebelling because it used to be like just that's part of the territory. Like you got in this relationship, what were you expecting? But nowadays, actors kind of fight back. They're like, listen, I'm in a serious relationship right now, and I don't feel like these sex scenes are really necessary to the
Good for them.
story. Yeah,
Right. Good for them. Yeah.
So I mean, there's no reason why you just can't cut it. And I mean, I kind of agree.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Like they're in love. You don't have to have them like fucking in the bed. Like they're a married couple. You get it.
Well, I feel like it's different nowadays too, because back in the day, for a lot of people, a sex scene in a movie was like, oh my god, so hot, right? But now it's like with just like you
porn
literally
on
can't
demand. You're like, why?
Yeah, you like every like you click a button on the internet, and you like trip over like a mountain of porn. Like it's like, oh, a sex scene in a movie that's quaint. You know, like
totally.
Oh, the woman takes her shirt off and then they grind up on each other. Oh, well, it's really really sexual.
That's a great point. That is a great point. It's just like, can we get on with the movie?
Yeah, so it's like you see a sex scene in a movie now. It's like it hits you completely differently. You're like, oh, that's cute. You're like, okay, can we just get to the like back to the story here? This is like,
yep.
You know, it's not titillating the way it used to be.
Yeah. I mean, I get this on OnlyFans like every 5 minutes.
There you go.
Not me. I don't do OnlyFans.
Sure.
I mean, I might have to do some research after that super chat, but
Adam's looking up some fart findom porn on OnlyFans.
Oh my god, that would not be what I would look at if I ventured into that space. That would not be...
who was that? Remember that lady who was like selling farts in jars for like
yeah.
$1 a ton?
What is the world coming to? Please.
Oh my God.
Make it stop.
Damn. That
We're never look. They were fighting a second ago, and we started.
Okay, last question, and before we get back to the video, the woman who was selling her farts in jars to people, you think she looked at any of those people that are buying her farts as potential mates?
It depends upon how much they paid for. Look, there was a lot of. Look, it's funny because there were some conspiracy theories. We published a clip of that too.
Yeah.
So a couple OnlyFans models weighed in the comments of the first live stream. And one of them, I remember specifically said, "Oh yeah, I crush on my fans." It's like, if they're funny, you're gonna, you could catch feelings, whatever. Okay. Sure. I said that in the clip because people were saying, oh, Sitch knows exactly what they're talking about. No OnlyFans model in the entire world would ever crush on her fans. And I was like, well, a couple people said in the other thing, and they're like, Adam. They're selling their OnlyFans. Of course they're going to say they're going to crush on their fans because they're lying to you.
Smart people.
There's no link to their OnlyFans account. Why the hell would they comment on our video
they see their
dishonestly?
Name. Someone will Google it. They'll say, oh, that's their name. And then they'll Google it.
I find that hard to believe.
Listen, these players out here, they're always playing the game, Adam. You got to be careful. Always playing the game.
I mean, it's kind of impressive that we have a lot of OnlyFans models that listen to the show.
Hey now, listen, you're a cute guy. Now. Okay, I don't blame him.
No, I'm married. Like Sitch, it's all you. They're all.
That's what makes but that's what makes you more
silky...
appealing to women. The fact that you are married.
Don't tell my wife that, okay?
But it's true.
Were we getting back to the video here?
We're getting back to the video.
We mean we are arguing. That's not a real, what does fight even mean?
Yeah, bro,
Elizabeth Warren say
semantics. Come on.
Well, I mean, that's what we're talking about. The word fighting.
No, absolutely
if you say go fight for your right, are you really encouraging violence?
Okay, fine. But typically, every political organization says fight for your rights, and they're not implying physical violence. They're implying a struggle against a political machine to encourage people to.
I know I've been giving Tim a lot.
Why are you pausing?
I know, but I just want to say this. I know I've been giving Tim a lot of shit this stream. But I do agree with this argument. I think he's making a good argument. Everyone uses this language of you got to fight.
Of course.
Blah, 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 blah. And
we're going to target this district.
And
I say all that stuff.
I think it's very dishonest when people, or very massive TDS, when people point to Trump saying, "Oh, we got to fight for January." Like people saying, "Oh, that means he wanted them to physically fight." I'm like, come on, that's the language everyone uses.
Totally, yeah. Look, all the analogies of war go into all this stuff. And the campaign stuff,
true.
The battleground
to get in politicians and get policy in place.
Point.
So if someone's on a heavy dose of psychoactives and they hear that and they go fight physically, you got to put it on the person. You got to blame the person that fought, not the person that said go fight.
Oh my God.
I think we have to have a more holistic, intelligent view of this. What I would say is you have to look at the totality of rhetoric, and you got to ask, where does it lead? If somebody is saying listen, lawmakers are coming for your rights, you guys need to fight for your rights, okay? We got to do that. That's fine, whatever. But if somebody's saying you are being eliminated from this country, people are trying to genocide you, they're going to use whatever means possible to take you out, you need to get armed, you need to train, you need to be ready for when these people come to town. That's okay, what the fuck?
Right, exactly. Yes.
Right? You have to look at the totality of the rhetoric. It's not just a one statement. It's how is it being presented all
What we are seeing with these posters like Trans Day of Vengeance, they had pictures of guns on it. It's being accompanied by posters that say, take up your arms, no one is coming to save you. And videos of these activists saying quite literally to beat people. Did you see that one? They got a club made of a curtain rod and they're like, beat them, hurt them.
Although I'd say we have to be really careful about, because on how big some of these, for some of these trans organizations that people are obsessing over, the Trans Day of Vengeance, and then there was another one the Trans Resistance something network or whatever.
Trans Radical Activist Network.
Yeah, I don't even know if these things exist. I see a lot of, I know Fox News.
I think it had a few thousand followers.
Yeah, it had on Twitter that. But
they're the ones organizing the event in DC tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'm curious how many people are going to even show up to that. Because I looked at that page and it's a WordPress page with 2 links.
But that's what it always is.
And the Twitter page has 300 followers.
And
with no names attached.
You'll get a few hundred people to show up.
I bet it's a Russian op.
Oh, yeah, Russia. I mean, honestly, I would not be surprised if it was Russia or China or both.
Oh, wait, did they cancel it? Oh, apparently they canceled the April 1st thing.
April Fools.
Really?
April Fools.
Breaking news brought to you on the Tim podcast.
What was the April 1st thing?
The Trans Day of Vengeance.
Oh, they canceled it.
What a horrible name.
I know.
Where did you get that from? Where was that news?
Well, that's good. They did the right thing. I think that was definitely being
this is from
construed
them.
as a violent call. So I think that was the right move.
The organization says this action is not happening due to credible threat to life and safety. Oh wow.
I think fight for your rights. Okay, vengeance starts to get a little bit weird though.
Yes. Revenge. Also,
Bad
the word
optics.
revenge is. I don't like the word revenge.
Yeah.
Because can you?
Listen, I'll be honest. I looked zero amount into the Trans Day of Vengeance. I remember seeing people tweeting about it. That's got to be like a fake op, right?
I think so.
There's no way. There's no way an actual trans organization is like, listen, we're gonna have the Trans Day of Vengeance after a trans person like shot people.
Didn't they have a plan before that happened though? I think they did.
Did they? Maybe.
Yeah.
And it just had, but it had the name Trans Day of Vengeance.
Yeah, look.
Why was it called Vengeance? What were they venging against?
Somebody is putting into the ether
Yeah.
that there's a trans genocide going on.
Yeah, no, Vosh is, yes. And other people are, yeah.
Because you can't even talk about anything without a million people in your mentions saying the genocide line.
Right.
And it's just garbage. It's garbage to your take.
In a statement, the organization, the Trans Radical Activist Network is the name of this organization. So the trans organization is called TRAN. Okay, it was very close to tranny, but okay, that's interesting. Said they are horrified by the acts of violence committed, and said that the name vengeance, the word vengeance in the name of their allies, simply means fighting back with vehemence. We are fighting against false narratives, criminalization, and the eradication of our existence.
They're making false narratives. They're not fighting against false narratives. They're propagating one.
It's just that's the lamest response. It just means fighting back with vehemence. That's not what vengeance means. That's literally not what vengeance means.
Vengeance means revenge.
Yeah, vengeance means to get revenge.
Yeah.
Fighting back with vehemence.
Vehemently. It's vehemently.
Oh my God. They said with vehemence. That's the literal quote. Fighting back with vehemence.
Vengeance.
I didn't phrase it that way.
Let's see here.
So.
An act of taking revenge. Harming someone in retaliation for something harmful that they have done, especially in the next life. What? So yeah, no, they're like, listen, they tried to pass a law that was going to genocide us. They're so delusional. They literally think the laws being passed that are being written just basically like non-discrimination laws. These are genocidal laws.
Okay, wait a minute. So apparently they know who one of the guys is. So it's not fake. It's a real organization.
I think the only law that passed was a law that they couldn't socially transition your kid at school without notifying you first. And that is supposed to be the genocide of transgender people.
In what state?
Florida.
Oh, yeah. There are other states that were more stringent. I don't know what state they're supposed to be from.
The other more stringent states were saying that you couldn't transition.
Well, you had in Texas,
minors.
they tried to, I don't remember what happened with it. In Texas, they tried to say it was child abuse, transition kids. I don't remember that ever held up. There's another state, I think, that was trying to outlaw it for anyone under 18. Not that obviously that justifies anything, but this wasn't in Florida. So there says co-founder Noah Buchanan told Newsweek prior to the event's cancellation that the event would now be staged online and would be renamed the Trans Day of Liberation.
Oh, okay, good. That's much
Okay,
better.
there you go. The Trans of Liberation.
Look, they have liberal in the name now. It's great.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Anyway.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Have peaceful revenge? I guess you can. Watching someone fail is like a form of revenge. If you're like me not doing anything.
I would say that's an unconventional use of the word, though.
Yeah,
Probably not good.
Vengeance. That implies past wrongdoing. I do think it's absolutely insane that after what happened on Monday, the media's response to this was very, very much like, oh, the poor trans community, whereas they typically don't do that for any other mass shooting. They don't.
Well, that's
they don't
because
lament
what are the other mass
ideology.
shootings? Usually like white dudes. Like,
Yeah, but when you
Oh wait a minute, that's not true. They did do that with when the couple times we've had Muslim mass shooters and Muslim.
The
Didn't they do
nightclub
that with the
shooter.
Boston bomber people too?
Maybe
Yeah, I mean they do it. They do it when a minority
when it's someone that they're worried
commits
about
a
the
crime.
community
It commits a
going
mass
after.
terror
Yeah.
event. It's all that definitely comes up. I mean, it happened with what was the guy's name? The black guy who drove through the parade,
Oh,
which
you're
we
right.
never really got a clear thing about that guy. And
Right.
there was definitely a lot of talk about, oh my God, is this going to increase, hate crimes against black people? So as long as the person not committing the mass violence is white, then they'll definitely say that.
I do think it's kind of messed up that they're not prosecuting it as a hate crime, especially if they know she targeted Christians, or targeted a Christian school
Well,
specifically.
they're dead. So I don't know. What do you mean?
Yeah, but they should still prosecute it as a hate crime.
Do they prosecute dead people for these shootings normally?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the driver that hit the people at the parade?
No, I'm talking about the trans shooter.
Oh,
If the trans shooter targeted Christians because
then it would be a hate crime. Yeah.
yeah, it would totally be a hate crime.
Right.
They classify it as a hate crime and include it in hate crime statistics. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
Who's saying that they're not going to classify it as a hate crime?
The Democrats,
Oh,
the Department of Justice.
I mean, I guess they're probably waiting to see whatever the manifesto.
Yeah, that's what he said, but obviously it's kind of in your face glaring. They wouldn't wait for some manifesto if it was a white guy in a black
I
church,
mean,
a
you're
black
not wrong.
school.
Yeah, everyone
Yeah.
would jump down the conclusion.
Yeah, they'd be like, "Oh my
How
God,
long-
this is a hate crime. We don't need the manifesto."
I don't remember. Maybe chat knows. How long did it take for whenever there was the white guys the recent white guys that shot up the black church and all those things? I feel like those manifestos dropped pretty quick, or am I just misremembering?
They're avoiding the manifesto because it's got to be just awful. It's got to be
Oh, hey.
awful.
Actual justice warriors in the chat.
Come on, Sean. What are you doing? Get on our
What's up,
show.
Sean?
What are you doing? Why, Sean?
Adam wants dead gal charged. Yeah, Adam, you want the dead girl charged?
Yeah, I do actually. I want her charged with a hate crime.
They
and I want her
don't
to
ever
like.
do that, right? I've never
I want
heard
her.
of that.
I want her put in afterlife jail.
Oh, you're right. It's a guy. They identify as a guy, so we shouldn't be saying him.
Oh, really? Look,
That got so confused. Like no
I'm
one
just-
knew.
look,
no
I'm
one
not-
understood.
This is the thing. This is what is insane because the media generally has had an attitude that I am not going to, signal boost this homicidal maniac's message.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to use their name in the media. I'm not going to use their picture in the media. This is like, look at the picture. Here it is. This is the person, the disturbed person. And now we're going to like show respect to their pronouns and stuff like that. Remember when we did the show where we were talking about how we thought that these homicidal maniacs should be used in like gay porn or something that would just completely, they would be against. And that would be
whatever
how they
they're
would-
for. We should,
Right.
deep fake them doing the opposite of.
Right, exactly. And that would be their place in history, right? Just immortalize them in the worst possible way to kind of shame people into not doing
Right, but you
this
have to
in
be
the
careful
future.
when you're using that with like if the person's trans and you're talking about their pronouns, because that'd be essentially like that'd be interpreted as like imagine the shooter was black and you said, oh, we can call him the N-word.
Well, that's a good point, Sitch. I'm glad you brought that.
Right, or if they're white, you're saying, oh, we can call them, cracker or whatever.
Right.
Like you're not really because you're attacking not just them, but you're attacking like the entire category of whatever the person is. So
Yeah.
I'd be
yeah.
careful.
The thing is though, I don't
Now, wait. Let me.
I
Just,
don't
let me
think
just
black people technically identify as the N-word though. So
say, no. So, but
yeah.
like
I don't
so
think their biological designation is the N-word.
Sure, I would hope not.
It's just, yeah. Well, I'm just saying.
I would hope not.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. So,
But no, so like say like this person was a trans man who hated there's a hate crime against Christians, right? If you want to deep fake them like wearing a nun habit or like a priest outfit, being in church to like piss off their memory, like okay. I mean, I don't think Christians would like that, but I'm just saying like that would be like show them doing the opposite of what they want, not just saying, oh, I'm going to use their wrong pronoun.
There is a little bit of immortalizing this person, though.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like people are getting better. I feel like the novelty, as fucked up as it is, I think the novelty of these mass shootings has worn off enough that that's not the case anymore.
That what?
That these killers are being immortalized.
Oh, really? It's like you just.
I feel like it. I don't know if that's true. I just feel like it.
There was a couple that I even missed that were, people on the left.
Right.
I mean, I didn't even really pay attention to.
So
this one's just interesting because it's so. Everyone wants to know if they were on testosterone.
Right. So both Sean and Danimal said that some of the people earlier, they posted their manifestos themselves online before they committed the crime. And so it was like easy for people to access it because it was already out there.
Yeah, I knew that. I remembered that.
Yeah, okay.
This wasn't posted. This wasn't sent to a friend or posted on any internet site or anything like that. So evidently the media has, the police have control over it. So that's why it's taking so long. But I mean, they're probably concerned because it names people. I mean, it's probably got names in there.
Maybe.
These people that are named are going to become targets. It's probably got Matt Walsh in there.
Our good friend Desert Runner, who we had on the show, Australian police officer friend. We had him when you were talking about, I forget that guy's name.
Yeah, Desert Runner was a great show, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, the 5 black police officers that beat up that guy to death, essentially. He said he put out a video, and there's a link in the chat. He did a video on the Trans Day of Visibility 2023. It's got clips of protesters losing their damn minds. So check it out. Was this in Australia? I can't tell. There's a bunch of white people.
Nothing happens in Australia. It can't be. Is there a kangaroo in it?
I don't see a kangaroo.
Okay, so it's America then.
When is Sitch's manifesto dropping? You have to listen to my manifesto every Sunday and Tuesday. I know you're talking.
I know this is like our joint manifesto.
Yeah,
what
exactly.
Are you talking about?
Exactly.
It's us just trying to say as many insane things as we can.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Let's do it. Here, I'll do it. You're busy.
They're like poor white people?
But no, I mean like even the other trans shooters, right? With like Aberdeen, Colorado Springs, Denver, they didn't come out and say the same thing. It's like this one they did. Which is
yeah,
like
but
I
think for this one, there's a pretty big deal about it being a trans person, which I don't think it was necessarily made as big a deal for the past one. So, and then,
were they trans women last time, biological males?
I'm not sure.
I mean, one of the most stark things in this is that it's a biological woman. That's
pretty rare.
Yeah, very rare.
And then I think that the temperature is up really high right now because apparently Republicans have nothing else to talk about but trans people. So we're like all focused and fixated on trans people right now. So when
that I hate, I hate this so much because listen, Republicans have kids. They're like traditional family values. They're worried about their kids getting gaslight into being some, to believing that they were born in the wrong body in school. Of course they're going to want to talk about this. It so infuriates me that like, I don't know why you'd want to talk about this. Why can't we just go back to not talking about it when every single social justice warrior in America is trying to gaslight your kid in 3rd grade? They're forced to talk about it.
I agree 100%. I think it's very bad. It's on the spectrum of bad to dishonest framing.
It's totally dishonest.
Because it's kind of like the situation where it's like, oh my God, it's very frustrating whenever I hear someone on the left say like, oh, why is the right is so obsessed with culture war issues? They have nothing else to talk about except for cultural issues.
Yeah,
And
you're
it's
the
like,
one
okay.
forcing drag queen story hour into
Right, it's
second
like,
grade.
It's like, well, wait a minute. It wasn't the right that kind of fixated these culture issues into the American public. It was the online left
Yes.
that had all this like woke stuff, you know, go viral on the internet. You know, you had all these DEI initiatives, had all this crap, you know, spread out into the America. And then when Republicans in you know, political positions react to it and want to legislate against it, then they throw their hands up and go, "Oh, why are the Republicans so obsessed with the culture war?" It's like, what? They're literally just reacting to what the online left was doing.
Yeah. They're seeing these libs of TikTok stories every day and they're like, oh my God, that's my kid's teacher.
Right.
Yeah. They're scared.
Now, yeah. Now, obviously, are some people doing it purely for cynical political reasons? Yes. But to just say like, oh, they're obsessed with it, like as if it wasn't the left that started it and it wasn't the left that was obsessed with it, to me is completely not true.
Yeah.
Completely not true.
If there wasn't this thrust to get all of these trans issues in front of school children, literal school children,
Right.
elementary school kids, then no one would be talking about trans issues. We could go right back to exactly the fantasy world that you want to live in where nobody was talking about it. Yeah.
Right.
When a shooting happens with a trans
I don't think it's
person,
Republicans. I think it's both Republicans and Democrats.
Republicans are obsessed with trans people right now.
But Democrats are, you know, putting books like Genderqueer in schools, or I should say, schools are putting those in place.
Thank you, Tim.
Loudoun County.
Yes.
We saw
Tim.
a Republican get elected in Virginia primarily
Tim,
because
not
of what
Loudoun
happened in Loudoun
County.
County, which is literally 2 seconds. You get in the car, you drive 20 seconds, you're in Loudoun. And it's because these schools, they had sexual assaults.
Not
They
Loudoun
had these
County.
books depicting graphic things for kids. And then when parents wanted something done about it, Democrats called them bigots and ignored the problem. So they turned to Republicans. Republicans embraced it.
Yeah, but isn't this like what our school boards are for? Like, don't you go to your school meetings?
So I don't think this isn't a good argument in my opinion, because you get bogged down the minutia. Like, what are the books being banned? All this stuff. The argument isn't like, oh, necessarily that they're putting these books in schools. It's the fact that you have an explosion of children transitioning
Yes.
in America. The numbers have gone up drastically. There seems to be an issue with desistance rates not matching pre-affirmative care model where children were not given puberty blockers and not socially transitioned to now that they are, the desistance rates seem to go down way too much, which is not, I'm not comfortable with. Scientists shouldn't be comfortable with, researchers shouldn't be comfortable with. And then you combine that with the number of biological women identifying as trans has increased dramatically from the past cohorts that we've studied over this. This should raise eyebrows among people to say, well, wait a minute, maybe we need to look at what's happening here. Maybe we need to investigate this. Maybe we need to put a pause on something related to transitioning thing.
Put a pause on your puberty.
Right. And that all, exactly, there you go. And that all happened. We just want to put a pause on you putting a pause on putting puberty.
I know.
No, but so, and that all happened because there was like this inculcation of like left-wing trans media content essentially that kind of exploded through the internet.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so
what's
I feel like there's this kind of dishonest thing that some people in the left do where like the left has a pretty good grasp of a lot of aspects of culture in America right now. And so that's kind of like the first avenue for a lot of this like woke crap to come in through culture. And so a bunch of like woke shit will come in through the culture, and then it basically changes people and gets like a behavior for people to react to this culture and, you know, be super woke. And then Republicans in political positions of power will try to legislate against it. And then people will say, oh my God, the Republicans are obsessed with this. They're bringing this up in the first place. It's like, wait a minute, they're literally reacting to this cultural shift. Yeah, there's not like a law, but it's going through the culture and it's affecting children's behavior.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's not, to me, it's not fair to characterize it like the right is the one bringing up the trans issue. I don't think that's true.
They're reacting to a new technology. You're exactly right. It's being shared. It's being spread through this technology, and they're like, "What are we going to do? We're just going to continue to let it be spread? Are we going to continue this social contagion until all of our kids are trans? Until 50% of America is trans? Are we going to do something about it?"
Right. Now, you could say, and I think it's true, that the Republicans have finally woken up to. They become woke.
They're woke.
I guess
finally.
it's actually
Thank
funny. I don't know.
goodness.
It basically took them DeSantis. The Republicans became woke to the idea that, oh, if we actually fight wokeness,
We
people
can
will like that.
win.
Yeah, we can actually win elections by fighting wokeness. And I think it's a lot of that is because there's like this super weird disconnect between the populist MAGA crowd and the neoconservative, neoliberal conservatives that were the Republican Party for the last 40 years. And they've never really fixed that. They've never been able to bridge that divide, except they can bridge the divide over fighting woke shit.
Yeah, it's great.
And it's actually, it's interesting. If we lived in an alternate universe where wokeness never happened, I think the Republican Party would be super fucked right now.
Of course. It's the only thing keeping them alive after they did this abortion thing.
Right, right.
You say, we don't want this here, and then you talk to the superintendent.
Have you watched those meetings?
Some of them, but
When
not,
the parents
not all
go
of them.
and present the books, they get kicked out or silenced and told they can't speak about it.
For really? For all of them?
No,
Really?
I didn't say all of them.
Well, because I can imagine it
Parents?
happening at like one or two
when
meetings.
Matt
But here's my
Walsh
issue: is that
wanted to
sometimes-
speak in
Yeah.
Loudoun County, they changed the rules so that he wasn't allowed to. So he had to rent a basement apartment to be able to speak.
Was Matt Walsh a resident of that county?
No, and you didn't need to be. Anyone was allowed to speak at these meetings about issues. So when they found out a prominent conservative was coming, they changed the rule to bar him from coming. So he had to become a resident. That was not a rule normally.
Do you think that might be fair?
It is absolutely.
When you're citing Matt Walsh antics, you're kind of losing. I mean,
Yeah. Right.
this issue you can win on just by, talking about the parents.
Well, that's why I was saying, I think the argument I put forward is a much better argument than kind of getting into the specifics of, they're putting books in school libraries, blah,
Yeah.
blah, whatever.
Yeah. Comes through the culture.
Fair that someone in California can pay AOC $3,000 to help her win her campaign. It's absolutely fair that in a Virginia gubernatorial election, someone from where does he live? Tennessee comes over and says, like, here are my thoughts on this matter and why it's important to change the rules to bar it.
And I think but those are federal level things that we're talking about generally, not the governor one, but like the AOC one. But don't you think it might be a little bit different? Like, let's say that you've got like a let's say you've got like a city.
Full stop.
Sure, okay.
Outside the federal thing, local Democrats raise money out of state all the time.
Sure, I'm saying that if you have like
senators get
local
money out of state.
superintendent meetings, if I go to my child's school to have a conversation about the curriculum with the teachers and there are other parents there, if I started to see people show up from like California or Wyoming, we're from Nebraska, like I'd be like, what, like I don't know why you guys are here right now. That would make me really uncomfortable.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
So
if
I think
it
it is
was
a
the case
problem.
that like it might have been the case, and I don't know for the Matt Walsh thing, I don't know in particular, but it might have been the case that there wasn't a law in the books for that because it's just something that's never come up before. But if it is going to be a thing, then I could understand like, yeah, you don't need to be at these meetings. This isn't like your political process. This is a very local level thing.
Well, so to go back to the main point, to put it simply, I suppose, Loudoun County was a flashpoint where parents were not being listened to. They were protesting. I remember we went down to Catoctin Skate Park. We saw parents outside tabling being like, when we go to these meetings, they won't listen to us. We need change. And that was a huge rallying cry that gets a Republican elected. So Republicans are looking at this and they're hearing parents say, when the COVID lockdown stuff happened and we heard what these teachers were telling our kids, we were shocked. And when we tried to get these things changed, they resisted. There's one parent's getting sued by the teachers. Who are they getting? It's like the teachers union or whatever. Filed a lawsuit against them because they asked for records on what's being taught to their kids.
I feel like if we look, I'd be curious to look up that lawsuit because I feel like
Yeah, let me
sometimes,
look it up.
okay, look that one up. I'm curious what they're actually being sued for. But my question would be like, can't you just vote out the superintendent? Like this is part of our local election process. It's like if you don't like the school superintendent, don't we vote on that? I'm just trying to imagine what the resistance is. And now what I'm wondering is there resistance
like,
for
I
a
haven't
majority of parents to say
voted
something, or is it a
for
few
20
conservatives that are
years.
fighting against this and they're upset that their voice is being drowned out by the other parents that don't agree with them? That'd be my question on this.
I think there's like a big difference between sexual degeneracy and transsexuality.
Well,
and
not for conservatives.
that's the unfortunate thing is that people are talking about transsexuality as if it's degenerate, and it's not. Waving your unit in front of a child in a bar is degenerate, in my opinion, whether it's at a public park or in a bar where they say it's okay to do it.
Sure. I kind of wonder this, maybe I'm being a little bit unfair here, but I kind of wonder for a lot of parents if the COVID lockdowns were the first time that they ever actually looked at what their kids were reading in school.
Yep.
And then a lot of them were like,
Absolutely.
wait, what's going on here? And so like the impression is that like, oh my God, all of this crazy stuff's made its way into the school. It's like, well, no, that's been part of a curriculum for probably quite a while. You just never noticed because it was a school you don't actually give a shit what your kid is reading. But that's just a guess. I
agree.
don't actually know. But
I think
yeah,
that's true. There were a lot of videos where the kids were on classrooms, and the parents recorded it being like, what are they telling my kids? And then what happened was when these parents came out and started complaining about it, because no one knew what was going on and paid attention, they said, you're lying. It's not true. It's not happening. But it is happening, and it is shocking. And because parents didn't pay attention, this is why I think it's become a major political issue right now.
Sure. All right. What's this lawsuit? I'm curious.
I couldn't find it.
Oh, fuck. Wow.
Yeah, there was I would need a few minutes.
I always say, this is something that happens. Because I always tell people, if you hear something, like, always look it up. I'll hear something like a person was removed from a meeting just because they were asking questions. And then when I later go read the story, it's actually like they were making a ton of noise. They were asked to leave once. It was private property. And then they were escorted off. And then they weren't even sure to come. Like, things always get like twisted, like really hardcore. So I'm always curious when I hear like there's a lawsuit against somebody. Like, what is it actually for?
Well,
same thing with
there's a bunch of these meetings. And the reason is their parents, is this one from Fox News? They'll try to read, like, they'll be like, hey, we came here to complain about this book and you refuse to listen, so I'm going to read from this book. And then once they do, they go, whoa, 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 you can't read that stuff in here. That's graphic. And they're like, yes, but these are in our schools. That's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, here you go. Here's one of the stories from a year ago. Georgia parent reading sexual content from library at school board meeting is cut off as inappropriate. Don't you find the irony? The concerned parent shot back at the school board member. So this is why people are concerned. I mean, have you seen Genderqueer? Have you seen that book? This is just one book. We had Asra Nomani came in and she brought like 50 different books with various critical race theory, racist ideology, as well as gender ideology stuff. That was like really crazy. Like this book is really crazy. And on Amazon, it's listed as 18 and up only. It's got, it's just got, aside from the overt sex acts that are in the book, that should not be accessible to children, there's a bunch of stuff in there that kids should not be reading about, just in general.
What school is including this? Are they assigning it as like
Libraries,
6th grade?
I think a few of them had it as curriculum. A lot of them had it as in the libraries.
Well, okay, so library and school are those are two very different things. Like, if my 2nd grader can buy this at a Scholastic book fair, that's one thing. But if this is in like the library of like a high school, I think it's a bit different. Like, there are adult sections in libraries at high schools. Like, I don't know.
High school librarian gaining attention online for promoting the genderqueer book to students. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. You just Google it. Ron DeSantis actually put together a presentation where actually listed out all the schools that had these books. And the craziest thing was that Nikki Fried, who's like the Democrat trying to run against him, took a screenshot of what he posted and then wrote, posting butt plug porn to own the libs. And it's like, yo, that is a book showing a butt plug next to an anus that they're showing children in grade schools. And that's what the complaint is about. If even a Democrat gubernatorial candidate is calling it butt plug porn, I think we got a problem.
Sure, I just have to see what we're talking about. Like what you just brought up, was that a librarian in a school or was it just a library?
High school librarian.
Oh, high school librarian.
See, Destiny has zero trust for anything conservatives say. He's like, these are all lies. These are all just, he completely buys into the narrative that this is just right-wing propaganda cooked up to win elections. Destiny fully buys into that narrative.
Right. Well, the problem is that's a generally fair thing to believe about both the Democrats and the Republicans.
Of course, yeah. But you gotta get into the details. This is
right.
Like I said, there's a legitimate issue here that voters are concerned about, and parents vote.
Right.
They do
but
vote.
I'm saying I don't fault Destiny for not trusting Tim, because as we learned from the beginning section,
you're right,
where
you're
Tim was
right.
going over the Shokin things.
Oh, you're right. You're totally right. We were on his side then.
Yeah, Tim was not the most reliable narrator. Now, again, I don't know if that's Tim being intentionally dishonest or just it's been so long he's sort of forgotten.
But how does
the
Destiny
things that
not
don't
know
conform
this
with his
stuff?
narrative? But regarding this specific story with the genderqueer stuff, the genderqueer book is the gross book that had all like the graphic sex shit in it that, I'm sure you've all seen the pictures of it from Libs of TikTok.
Yeah.
It's like the smoking gun that everyone points to. And I think it's totally fine for parents, regardless of if it's in high school, to say that they don't want books that have either pornographic pictures or pornographic depicted scenes in text in school libraries. I think it's totally fine.
Of course.
I think people like saying that they should, that's just like wild. Like on one hand, I think it doesn't matter because of internet porn. But on the other hand, I think it's fine that it shouldn't be in school. I think it's totally fine. It's a totally fine thing to ask for.
Give it to the parents. Let the parents get a good night's sleep. Let them at least go to sleep. Go, okay, the internet is out there, but at least my kid is not seeing it in the school library.
Or for the 1 out of 100 kids that has ever stepped foot in the school library.
I know.
You know,
that's
fine.
This is the whole thing. It's like, why are we even having this fight?
Yeah, it's a total ridiculous non-issue. The left should just agree with it, but they don't. This is what always happens. The right picks at something that is very disagreeable and we all disagree with. And instead of the left just saying, yeah, that sucks, they go, they either go, oh, that's not a big deal. It's like weird. It's a simultaneous, like, that's not a big deal. But then if it's not a big deal, then why don't you just say, then get rid of it? It's like, it's not a big deal, but I also have to soft defend it.
Yeah, no.
It's like the drag queen story time. It's like, well, it's not a big deal. It rarely happens. But then there's like a soft defense of it from like the next layer down of like weirdo leftists. It's like, well, if it's not a big deal, just say, then just get rid of it.
Yeah, I
throw it
totally
out.
agree. They don't want to let their political opposition win on anything. That's basically the problem.
I keep
What is
forgetting
the
to ask.
What are you gonna ask?
I told someone that my parents took me to Hooters when I was a lad.
Oh my god!
They were like, "You need to ask your parents like why they did that." And I just keep forgetting. My parents were like, "I'm not gonna remember." Like, yeah, parents, why did you take me to Hooters 20 years ago?
They're
That
probably
was,
on a
like,
long drive or something. It was the
in
only
middle
thing
school.
around. They're like, okay, we're going to Hooters. I don't. What
No,
is the big?
no, it wasn't. It wasn't that.
Why is cleavage a crime against nature? I have no idea.
Well, yeah, but you have to be careful because that is the argument that they say about the drag queens. Like, why is fake cleavage a crime against nature?
Well, the ones I've seen, it's like literally they're just fully nude, though.
Well, that is true. That definitely happens. Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
There's a wild conversation. It wasn't wild, but it was like this really goofy conversation that Destiny had with these two feminist chicks, and one of them was like pro kink at Pride, and it's just like, oh god, it's such a dumb. It's like Jesus. It's just so stupid. It annoys me because no one ever has the real conversation. It's like, well, wait a minute, why are you like? No one ever says, but wait a minute, why are you in favor of kink at Pride?
Right.
Which is the question. Because it's really like, well, you just want your sexual fetishes out in the open. Like, if you want to go have your puppy play in latex, private, go for it. But why does it have to be in public?
Well, that's part of the kink.
Exactly. Of course, Adam. It's part of the kink. So it's like, wait a minute, what the fuck? I don't want. Why should that be part of Pride?
It's fun. Everyone getting offended as you're like making out.
Yeah, there you go.
Look, that's not my kink, so.
No, yours is
I googled genderqueer.
Pardoning, right?
Is it that they're like telling kids at the library to rent the book, or is it a librarian on Twitter promoting the book?
She went on TikTok and was telling like all of her students or whatever, like, you guys should get this book or something. But
was the book in the library?
This is just debate, brain. Please move on.
Or was it just a librarian making a book? Because I feel like these details are really important, right? Like,
no, they're not. They're not.
It matters. Like if a librarian is recommending a book, she's like, "This is a good book to read."
Yes, they can be found at her school's library.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, just making sure at least. Jeez.
Yeah. So let me pull up the Ron DeSantis one because they keep saying he's banning books, and it's like, dude, telling kids you can't have Hustler in the library is not banning books. You know what I mean? Let me see if
we never had Hustler in our
I can't play this online, so don't pull this up. I can't show you the.
That's for the after hours stream.
Yeah, we can do it there, but I don't even know if people are going to want to see it. So.
I want to see it.
Did he?
I need to see it.
That's ridiculous.
You got to give people a reason to come to the after hour streams, okay?
Yeah.
Well, it's like when we covered the all the MSNBC and CNN going crazy about the book bans, and then I went through and I was like the books that were being banned, and like
they were horrific.
Like, oh, this has a scene where a father rapes their daughter. And like, oh,
I know.
Yeah. I guess that's.
I'm not.
Is that acceptable to be banned?
No, ban
Parents
that
don't want
shit.
their kids to read about that. I think that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Butt plugs and books might be it.
Yes. Let me find the video. If I search for it on Twitter, oh, here we go. Is this it? Ron DeSantis addresses book controversy. I have to pull it up on Twitter because on Twitter you have the full thing.
While he's looking about Hillary's emails, you said something was illegal about those. What was
All
it?
right, here, let's.
All right, we'll go back to it later.
We won't show this on the stream because YouTube will give us a strike if I show this stuff.
Don't do it.
But you know.
He is like dying to go to the Hillary.
Yeah,
email
Twitter video
story.
player sucks. I'm gonna have to reload it. Well, you already saw that much.
I don't
me
have my
see it.
glasses on, so I can't see well, but I'm assuming it was a butt plug.
It was a butt. It was a butthole. Roberto Clemente.
Baseball.
Can you read the tweet for me? What does the tweet say?
It says, yesterday we exposed the book ban hoax. If news stations could not show this explicit material on air, why should it be shown in schools? Oh, is that what it is? Okay, so they show genderqueer. There's some overt sex acts. There's two little boys engaging in they should not be showing children. And then where's the... let me see. It's not playing audio? There's no sound coming out of this?
Through third grade, and discrimination in a way that an individual by virtue of his or her race, color, sex, or national origin is inherently racist or oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously.
Here are the books parents found in Florida schools and reported for removal. What was found is shocking. Let's we'll make it bigger and then try and jump
Another, where
This
boy
is an
watches
on-stream,
porn
right?
and asks,
The audio.
It's not. The audio is.
Okay.
while noting that those are so big. And if none of this causes you to pause, there's another section where a group of boys masturbate together and are pressured to ejaculate into a bottle.
Oh my God.
Mountain Dew bottle of all bottles.
Oh, disgusting.
Are these ideologically driven
Let's Talk
books?
About
Oh,
It
here we go. This is
by
the really
Erica
bad one.
Moen and Matthew Nolan was found in a Broward County school and contains graphic depictions of how to masturbate for males and females, while also including an entire section.
Yeah. So that's what.
I'm gonna ask a question,
Oh my God.
and I need people to answer me honestly. Okay. I've heard tale of this.
If
Where
we
people are
tell.
like, listen, kids need to know how to masturbate properly.
I think the kids can figure it out on their
Yeah,
own.
like what was there like people doing it wrong? I don't know. What were they doing?
That's
I mean, I don't know.
awful.
Maybe for girls it's a little bit more complicated. I don't know what's going on over there. There's all sorts of moving parts, and for guys, I don't know. It seemed pretty straightforward to me, right? Or is there something more confusing here?
I mean,
Like,
I
did-
never learned to masturbate, so I don't know.
Yeah, did
I
someone-
don't
did someone
know
teach
what
you?
you're
Did you-
talking about,
Did your father sit you down and say, "Listen, Adam,
son?
becoming a man now.
You gotta learn how to.
Let me tell you.
You gotta learn
Let
how
me
to
tell
play
you
with
how to-
yourself.
Let me tell you how to polish the Pope."
Can
Like,
you
I don't know.
imagine?
It just,
That's so
it's a
embarrassing.
weird thing.
If you're
I've
like-
heard this before, but I never really, that never made sense to me.
Can you imagine, like, if a teacher was going to explain to you how to masturbate? I mean, I'm
Right.
calling 911. Like, this is
Yeah.
not something I want to talk to anybody
Right.
with any. I don't want to discuss with any of my teachers
Yeah,
or my
yeah.
parents.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Should they ban Stephen King's It? If a parent complained about that being in a school library, I think that'd definitely be. I definitely would
It?
promise them get rid of it because
I don't know what
Yeah.
it is. So.
the clown movie. It.
Oh yeah, that's scary.
Well, no, because in the book there's a scene where the kids run a train on the girl and they're all underage, and it's kind
Oh.
of graphically described in a really
Really?
weird way.
Ouch!
You don't know about this? I
Mm.
feel like I've talked about this on the stream like multiple times.
I didn't. Amazing.
I think
That's,
we
pretty
have, and you
fucked
just
up.
you just forget because you don't want to remember this.
Yeah, I don't.
So, listen,
It's awful.
cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, please no, make it stop.
Nikki Free was complaining about that this is not appropriate for children, circling the butthole and explaining how to use butt plugs and all that stuff. So, you know,
Yeah,
I
that's
think
I
not
would
should
need to.
remember.
I would need to. I'm curious. So is this on a high school library? Are these like in restricted sections, or what is the access to these books like? Because now
Some
when I'm
of them
saying
are in
because I
grade
thought
schools.
I thought before it was just like a porn book. This seems like, whether we agree or disagree, it seems like it's a guide for sexual exploration for teenagers. Essentially, is what it looks like.
butt plugs go a bit beyond.
Yeah, but I don't think a guidebook for sexual exploration should be in a public school library. I mean, is that really that much to ask to not have that? Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. What are we doing?
That, you know.
They do, but kids stick a lot of weird things in their bodies. A lot of girls that do a lot of fucking dumb things.
Look,
and
Yeah,
end up
we
putting
he's
themselves
shouldn't
making
be giving children
excuses
books
for
explaining
it.
how to use butt plugs.
Probably not. I generally probably agree.
Right.
But
You know.
again, like I'm curious, like what
And
is
that's
the
just
Destiny
it.
has-
That's
what
just
is
it.
the-
It's
what
like,
is
hey,
the-
let's not have
what
that book.
what is the-
Destiny Destiny has debate brain. He's like,
Yeah.
he's
yeah, I
literally
agree.
simping for butt plugs now. You can't just say, nah, that's probably a bad idea. Like, get rid of that book.
access though, right? Because like again, if you tell me this is available to a second grader, that's a lot
Well,
different
he-
than like.
they
That's a lot,
actually-
I'm just saying that's a lot different than like
He
this is a
said-
high school book that like you have to be 18 and older to rent.
They
right?
actually did say this.
For anal sex, with an encouragement to use a butt plug. Even more startling is the guide on how to sext for children, encouraging them to send photos that don't include your face, hide your birthmarks and scars, and edit out your piercings and tattoos.
Is that real?
Books
What?
by Rupi
Holy-
Kaur, such as Homebody.
Look.
That's how I feel. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, look at yeah.
What book was?
Ian's
Wait,
like-
I couldn't. What fucking book was that? That's
Ian's
wild.
literally got his mouth agape here.
That's the worst of it. Yeah, to teach. If there's a book,
Can
it's
you
like,
imagine? Like you're what? You're in 3rd grade and you've got tattoos. Hide your tattoos and your piercings.
well, I'm just
kids.
talking about like high school kids, but it's just
Okay.
still like.
It's I guess kids are getting tattoos in high
Listen,
school now.
guys, if you're gonna, well, listen,
There
I don't
wasn't
know.
a lot of
Here's the
tattoos
counter-argument.
around my high school. I don't know about
Here's
you.
the counter argument, Adam. You have a bunch of all these stupid kids sexting each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is good advice. You're like, listen, you don't want this to ruin your life. You better hide your identity.
Look, I'm an abstinence. I'm an abstinence only kind of guy. Like,
They're like, you fucking kids, you better hide your face when you fucking sext your kids, you stupid, your friends, you stupid fucks.
look, they're sexting with some 50-year-old dude in like Singapore.
No, I think they're sexting with each other primarily.
Oh, okay, maybe.
I think, yeah. Not that, I mean, obviously they shouldn't fucking be doing it. It's like
Yeah,
really
not,
bad.
Not
but,
good. Stupid kids.
Yep.
Milk and honey, and the sun in her flowers.
Let me jump back.
There's enough
Oh
to
my
contain
God,
Because he-
Hillsborough.
Horror show now.
Okay, here we
I
go.
can't believe we're
Explain
watching
where they were
this.
found and how their kids were accessing them.
Sure.
What was found was shocking, graphic.
Flamer by Mike Curato was found in Broward, Collier.
Do you love this little voice? This voice reading this stuff is like ridiculous.
It's awful.
It's like a parody voice, which I assume is the intention.
Hillsborough, Marion, Seminole, and Volusia County schools. The camp the boys go to in the book has an island that the book says.
Okay, so they basically just outlined that it's in schools in Florida.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, you agree there's a difference between, like, this is like in a high school, you've got to be like a junior or older to check out versus this is in like the grade school library. These are two like pretty different things.
Some of
right?
them are in grade schools, yes. Like genderqueer, the reason it got so much.
But I mean, listen, I never in my entire life checked out a book from my school library.
Oh, I mean, I checked out books. We got
Yeah,
the Anarchist Cookbook.
There you go.
We got.
I checked out books from libraries. I never checked out a book from my school library. Okay.
We tried to get the Anarchist Cookbook, but it was never. Someone checked it out and never returned it again.
Of course.
Yeah.
They were participating in the anarchy.
I
Not
know.
returning the book.
Damn.
No, but what I was
though.
going to say is,
God,
so I don't know if
wanted
it
to see
works
that
because I've never
book.
done this. Is there like a age restricted section in high school that's like 17 and 18-year-olds only for your high school library? I feel like that's not a thing.
I don't know.
I've never heard of that. That seems weird to me.
Much attention is because it was in grade school specifically. I think it was in like a 6th grade classroom or something. The teacher brought it in. I don't know. We cover all this stuff when it happens.
Sure.
We have to pull it
Okay.
up right now. But like, look,
Yeah.
simply put, this is what conservatives have been complaining about. They're like, hey, like in Florida, they said if you're in kindergarten to 3rd grade, you should not have access to this stuff. They should not be teaching it. That's it. After that, you can do like whatever. Parents have a right to know about it. And they said that, in fact, teachers are still allowed to talk about identity and sexual orientation stuff, but not in a classroom setting, meaning a teacher could literally tell a student one-on-one if they asked, hey, what's that picture on your desk? Well, that's my husband or whatever. And oh, okay, that wasn't banned. What was banned was a classroom curriculum setting of educating kids on these issues.
True.
And only kindergarten through 3rd grade.
job, Tim.
Though they are now expanding it to, I think, all through 8th grade or whatever.
It is. I think it is important, the word children, because if you're 17 and tomorrow's your birthday, you're still a child legally.
Yeah, I guess it's like the thing that bothers me is that like conservatives will say things like we shouldn't teach this to children, and it's like that. I don't like some of these books would be incredibly inappropriate for like a 6-year-old, but for like an 18-year-old, I don't know. It'd probably be good to know some of this stuff.
Well,
right?
an 18-year-old's totally different.
I know, but that's
17-year-old,
including
let's
children.
say.
So, like for instance, like I'll fight over
Not in schools, man.
Wait, what? Not in schools?
I don't think schools should have this stuff even for 17-year-olds.
There's a lot of stuff available at a library. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. I think like a book showing how to use a butt plug is over the line.
Sure. And even if you do think that
stuff is fine.
Sure. Well, I mean, that's part of it, right?
I really disagree. Like, you're talking about kink, and kink goes beyond basic sex
Do you think
education.
that like toys for women should be discussed in books?
No.
Okay. They probably should.
For kids, you mean?
What do kids mean?
For 17 and under,
For like
I guess.
17, 18-year-olds.
I think instruction manuals should not be in. You know what I mean? Like that's just.
I think that the issue, the
Okay, it's very simple. It's very simple. You can have sex ed, right, without having like pictures of people performing sex acts, right?
Of course.
I don't remember, in my sex ed classes growing up, they had like the naked body diagram thing. I don't remember ever seeing like pictures of people fucking.
No,
It's,
there was no
you know.
pictures of people fucking, but they did show genitalia of like massive
People with
warts and
STDs.
like
Yes, of
STDs
course.
and gonorrhea. And I mean,
Yes.
they're just like, they hit you.
Yes.
They're like, here's 100 pictures that are going to make you never want to have sex.
I saw
ever.
that exact video, and I'm pretty sure it's the same video you saw because it looked like it was from the 70s.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
You're like,
like,
oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm going to have sex and my dick is going to fall off.
exactly right. Worse than gluten, of course.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I think you could have in your sex ed classes, you talk about like, well, people masturbate, children, women, get dildos or whatever. Like, I think you could talk about these things. I think you have to show them, and I don't think you have to like explain the process of how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's totally fine. They're not going into detail or like any of that stuff.
Yeah.
And sex ed is like, here's how your body works. Put on a condom. Like that's it, right? I mean, what you don't need to like go into like how to masturbate. Like, come on, why is that relevant conversation?
That is not relevant. Yeah.
I think kids can figure out how to masturbate, especially
Right.
with the internet.
Well, I mean, you could tell them, listen, masturbation is not going to, make you go blind or grow hair on your palms or any
Sure,
of the, like,
right.
old wives'
Yeah,
tales
right.
that
Yeah,
they
right.
used to say, right?
Yeah.
I think, that's factually correct and probably okay to say.
Right.
But
But they don't have to be like, okay,
Right.
listen, boys,
yeah.
you're gonna grip your penis like this.
Oh, my
You're gonna cup your balls like this. It's like, yeah, you don't. It's like I think they can figure it out, right? Like I don't think you need a teacher like explaining this.
God, like the gym teacher comes out. All right.
All right, class. Today you're all gonna drop shorts. I'm gonna teach you how to masturbate.
Look, if that's going on, then the Republicans have a point.
There's a
Like,
problem.
we really need to get these Democrats out of power.
All right, guys, you had your penis inspection day. Now we have masturbation inspection day. Gotta make sure y'all masturbating properly.
This is so wrong. So wrong. So wrong.
You think this is bad? You don't want to know what the girls are doing over in the next room. Let me tell you.
No.
Be fortunate you don't have to sit through butt plug Wednesdays
Oh my
for the girls'
God.
class.
Yeah. I never
Not
was
good.
in the girls' sex ed, but I'm assuming they learned about menstruation and stuff. So
Yeah, right.
just
I don't think
fact-
they
the
taught them
facts.
the ins and out of masturbation. I'm hoping.
Oh God, this is so bad.
Do you want your teacher like, all right, ladies, let me tell you how to properly put the finger in the hole.
Oh, Sitch, too far. Too far.
You don't want that for your kid?
Let's just move on.
You don't want that for yourself when you were in school? You want your old ugly teacher explain to you how to masturbate?
Let's pretend this didn't happen. Let's pretend this wasn't part of
This is the
show.
comedy show, Adam.
I
This is
know.
the comedy show.
I know. That's why I'm trying to keep it light here.
Actually, you know what? Listen, the Republicans have it backwards. They should have like the oldest, like ugliest teacher graphically explain sex
Oh
to the
my
kids.
God.
Is graphically detailed as possible, which that would forever like put kids off of having sex.
Yeah.
Because whenever they think of sex, they think of their old teacher explaining the process.
Yeah. God, I can't remember what my wife watches some show. And they actually did that scene. I think the show it's like a sitcom with some guys from Australia, but I think it started as a YouTube show.
Mm-hmm.
And they do like they're part of the show. This is why I like it so much. Part of the show is they're always running around trying to get girlfriends and get laid and stuff. And the grandma has like some magic potion or something that's supposed to make you attractive to women.
Mm-hmm.
And the like the old lady gets horny. It's so bad. It's so terrible. Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
What is this?
The old lady who's like they're somehow related to them, but she's like it slips.
Is it a TV show or something?
Yeah, it's like no, I think it might be on Netflix or something.
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
God, I wish I could remember the name of the show.
CT says, Adam, what should we call this clip? Finger in the hole?
No. Well, actually, finger in the hole would be a good name for it. Yeah.
There you go. Contrast says, no, Sitch. That's how weird fetishes about ugly teachers are created. Listen. For like the 1% of kids that will get their weird, ugly teacher fetish, I think it's worth it to, have the other 99%, abstain from sex until they're mature enough. I think it's a worthy trade. Okay.
Their grandma has some weird musk or something that they spray.
I don't know what you're fucking talking about. I have literally no clue what you're talking about.
It's so hilarious. It's so hilarious.
Yeah.
The kid's dad is like, you have to go to your grandma. This is how I got all the poontang. She's got the magic potion that will make you irresistible to women. So they go to the grandma, and the grandma has some, I don't know what it is. Gives them the magic potion, but there's something wrong with the magic potion.
No, it only attracts old ladies.
And it only attracts old, ugly ladies. Yeah.
Wow.
All the hot chicks are like totally not interested. But
that sucks.
All the thirsty 50 and 60-year-olds.
All the gilfs come out, though.
Yeah.
No.
And it's like a nightmare. They're like running, oh my God. All these old ladies.
What fucking show is this?
It's amazing. I love this show.
What is this? Are you sure this isn't like a dream you had?
Look, I'm gonna go ask my wife.
I think this is a dream Adam had. I don't think this is a real show.
I'm gonna ask my wife what the name of the show is.
No one in the chat knows what the fuck show you're talking about.
Play some of the video. I'll be right back with the name of the show.
Okay.
The issue is teenagers are.
Hey, honey, remember the show with the gilfs chasing those guys? What was the name of that show? I want to tell Sitch. I want those Sitch about the old lady.
Engaging, and there's a lot of especially conservative parents that like to pretend that teenagers don't do anything sexual until they're 18. And that's just not the case, regardless of what they want to believe, especially when half these conservatives get fucking pregnant at 16, 17, 18. Anyway, but there's a lot of people like to pretend that their kids aren't into anything sexual, blah, blah, blah. And then when it comes to children that are starting to explore and do these things, stupid things happen where people are putting dumb things in their bodies. They end up going to ERs, or worse, they don't tell their parents at all, and they have like these hugely complicated problems. It's probably not the most common thing in the world. But again, I think that for like a 17 and 18-year-old, like books on this available at a school library that's not like assigned as part of the curriculum, I think you can argue whether or not it's a big deal or not. There's probably good arguments on both sides, but it's way different than like an 8-year-old having access to it.
But that was part of the issue. The reason it comes up is because young kids did have access to these books, and that freaked people out.
Sure, if that is the case, sure. Yeah. I just don't know if I believe that's the case yet. I don't know if I'm seeing anything compelling. But if it is, I agree. Like there should be an age-appropriate conversation around what's available to children.
Well,
right?
so the
Kindergarten
issue
through 6th grade, like probably should have no access to any of this stuff. I think we agree with that, right?
Ron DeSantis' administration comes out and says kindergarten to 3rd grade, none of this stuff. The Democrats came out and lied and said it was don't say gay. Despite the fact that the bill barred people from also talking about straight marriage as well.
I believe that the issue with that bill was that after it specified K through 3, I want to say in the very next line, it said an age appropriate up to high school as well. I think there was a vague interpretation there. We can look up the actual bill itself, but I'm almost positive that it included up through high school as a vague line after that K through 3 thing. I'm almost positive because I remember we read the bill on stream.
But either way, it wasn't a don't say gay bill. You couldn't say straight either.
No, well, the issue...
You could not say straight.
I don't know if that was true that you couldn't say straight.
But I believe it did not specify the word gay or anything. It just said you cannot talk about orientation or identity, which includes all of it.
Yeah, but the problem is you generally don't need to talk about an orientation if it's straight, because that's just what you assume, right? I think that the main concern, the legal argument that I heard for the concern for the quote unquote "Don't Say Gay" bill was that bill created a private cause of action that any parent could sue or bring legal action to any school whatsoever, whatever they wanted to, if they felt like one of these things was being brought up in an inappropriate manner. And that might extend to just saying that like an author of a poem is gay. You wouldn't necessarily say somebody is straight because that's just assumed, right? It's like in a movie, if we see like a...
So this was I don't know if you came back. Super Bros, was that the name of it?
Yeah.
Super Bros?
God,
Okay.
this show is so funny. You have to see Super Bros.
Super Bros. Oh, they're Australian. Is that why you thought about it?
I mean, no, I just thought about it because they're like total. Oh my God.
It's originally called Super Wog in Australia land.
Oh, okay.
Super Wog? Is that some Australian word?
Maybe.
Wog.
Super Bro. So it's two guys and one guy. They play the mom and dad too. The same guys play the.
They play all the characters?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, no, they don't play all the characters.
Oh,
they
right.
play the mom and the dad and the two kids.
Right.
The two friends. Oh God,
Okay.
that's so good.
No, what I was gonna say is the
What'd I
kind of
miss?
the what Destiny's talking about was kind of this was the often cited left-wing attack in mainstream articles against the Don't Say Gay bill, also known as the Parental Rights and Education bill. And I never bought this argument. The argument was, maybe the law itself isn't a problem. What's the problem is that it allows parents to sue schools. And it's like, well, it allowed parents to sue schools if they complained to schools about some specific thing and the schools didn't do anything about it. When I say they didn't do anything, it wasn't like they had to listen to the parent. They just had to take the complaint seriously and show the parent that they would consider whatever the hell they were talking about.
Yeah.
And if they didn't follow, if they said, they left it up to the schools, they said, listen, you have to create, each individual school can do this on their own, but you have to create some process for managing these complaints and getting back to parents within, I think it was like a 30-day period or something. And if you don't get back to them within 30 days, then they can sue the school. So so this whole idea like, they passed this legislation and now all these parents are going to just come out of the woodwork and they're going to sue all these schools over nothing and blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know. I don't buy that argument. I'd have to actually see that happen before I'd say, okay, maybe they need to roll this back. But I don't buy this argument out front.
I mean, we covered the story about why they transitioned some kid without their parents even knowing about it, and the kid became suicidal. It's completely insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's interesting. A lot of these states, usually Republican states, have damage caps. The pro big business Republicans, from the yesteryear, they passed a lot of legislation that was damage caps for lawsuits.
Yesteryear,
for people, especially against doctors. And so I'm curious. That's going to be another flip. If a bunch of people start suing their doctors for wrongly transitioning them, and then it comes into the damage cap thing, you're going to suddenly see all these Republicans saying that they should get rid of the damage caps against medical malpractice.
They're
going to be hilarious.
They're going to be so mad that they did that.
I know. So it's going to be funny. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be like fucked up, but it's going to be what it's going to be.
Oh yeah.
Husband and a wife asks a question, but when two guys are kissing, it's like, well, why are they gay, right? Obviously, there's going to be a bit of a different treatment for gay relationships versus straight ones.
Let's go to Super Chats. If you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and become a member at timcast.com so you can watch the uncensored portion of the show, which will be live at 10 p.m. over at timcast.com. We'll put it up on the front page. And if you're a member, you have the opportunity to submit questions and actually call into the show and ask those questions. So we will be taking calls from our Discord channel. But for now, let's read some of these Super Chats. Daniel Kuhn says, "Isn't Destiny a girl's name?"
True.
Where does Destiny come from? Is it just like a gamer tag?
Yeah, when I was like 8 years old, I was just...
Oh.
Yeah.
It was before the game.
But yeah. Yes, unfortunately.
Did the game make you more popular?
Initially, it pissed me off because it kind of messed with my SEO, but I think I'm doing good now.
It's trending on Twitter right now.
Yeah, it always is. because the game is usually trending. And then if I do anything, people talk about me too, so it all gets mixed up. I still get emails every now and then from people that are asking me, like, hey, can you reset the password of my Bungie account? And like, yeah, it's kind of dumb. But...
All right. Freedom Jeffrey 1776 says, hi, Tim. How do I become an elite member? You sign up at timcast.com for the $100
Really,
tier, and that
Sitch?
makes you an elite member. And then
Really,
you get access
Sitch?
to the elite chat room.
What, you don't want to sign up for $100 to be an elite member of the B Squad?
We have several elite members. I believe our outside the simulation is $100 tier. So
Yeah, but we're
Thank you,
offering
guys.
free will.
yeah, I know. Obviously, Destiny and Tim don't offer free will because they don't
Nobody.
have any free will.
Exactly. Nobody offers free will except for your boys Sitch and Adam.
Yeah, they don't have any free will to offer.
Right.
This is, oh my god.
room. And
I think they. We'll see. If it's just like I think there's some actual substantive questions. I hope, but we'll see. If not, we'll cut out here.
Okay.
And the people hanging out in the elite chat room are networking. That's the point. So hopefully, though, once we get our physical location set up, the third floor will be like the actual clubhouse. And it will be basically like a hillbilly version of a social club that people in New York have. So like in New York, they have the...
Wait, is he setting up a thing where like if you paid Tim like a high enough membership fee, you can come out to the compound and like hang out at like the third floor of the building?
Well, no,
Is
I
that what he's
thought-
talking about?
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh,
I
that's an
missed
interesting
that part.
idea. Okay.
$50,000, like ridiculously expensive, like the Soho House or whatever. We're going to do the redneck version.
Wait, you're going to have like an actual place in here where fans are going to come and hang out? Or?
We have purchased a 3-story building in West Virginia that we are putting on the first floor, a coffee shop. It's currently in the planning phase.
Okay.
Second floor is going to be gaming and hang.
Jesus, how much money is Tim making?
$10 million a year, I told you already.
He's buying a 3-story building to make into like an entertainment center.
Well,
I mean, that's for his fans.
I don't
so-
know. I don't know where it is, but I mean, if he's in an
Yes.
area where property's inexpensive,
I
why
guess.
not do it?
Okay.
I mean,
I
good
mean,
luck buying a 3-story building in Los Angeles.
We said it
for
was in
less than a-
Virginia or
Right.
West Virginia, one of the Virginias.
Well, he also said it was like the hillbilly version of it too.
Right. So yeah. Well, listen. Hopefully, it won't be like the Chinese ghost town. It won't be in the middle of nowhere. Okay.
Oh yeah, don't do that, Tim.
hang out. And then the third floor is the private club, which is going to be $100 a month, substantially cheaper than your typical social club. So it's like the working class version of these things. So people can hang out, meet each other, and collaborate,
Gotcha.
like clubs do.
Your own Equinox.
Is that what that is? Well, I mean, like in New York, I think the Soho House is like $50,000 a year to be a member.
Damn.
Jeez.
It's crazy. Yeah, like $4,000 something per month they pay. But then like there's free food, there's free drinks. You're hanging out with a bunch of rich people. So you're like, I got an idea for a business, and then someone connects you with someone else. That's power right there. Helps people start businesses. All right, Wayback says DeSantis put out a perfect statement in regards to the Trump indictment. He said he won't assist in the extradition, and it's a political prosecution. He's won me back with that statement. Trump 2024, DeSantis 2028. I thought it was fine, but it's kind of like him being like, don't count. I'm not involved as a, so it is what it is. I'm not gonna give him a C minus. C minus.
Yeah, but well, if it turns out that they actually need Florida's governor's help, I mean, it's not as toothless as a statement as I initially interpreted, or as Tim thinks it is. So I guess we'll find out on Tuesday.
Minus. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. All right, let's grab some more. Mick Spencer says, hey, Destiny, thank you for being who you are and always holding fast to your principles. I enjoy seeing you on EFAP way back.
What's that? What's EFAP?
EFAP. Oh, look. Oh,
Ian,
man.
breaking our hearts. You don't know about EFAP?
Tim, what is...
Tim doesn't
what
know about
is-
EFAP either. He said EFAP.
EFAP. That's
Maybe he didn't want
EFAP.
to say the words FAP on his stream. Maybe.
No, he didn't know what EFAP was.
Okay.
Tim
So sad.
Tim doesn't know what EFAP is. Destiny knows what EFAP is, right? Or maybe he doesn't.
Well, he's been on EFAP. I would hope he knows what it is.
Right. Let's see.
Though he does say the wrong acronym for it.
Oh, he does? Let's
Yeah.
see.
Well,
Hit it up.
Oh man, it's a show called Every Frame a Painting where they go over like movie.
Fail!
So EFAP's a joke on Every Frame of Painting called Every Frame of Pause. That was a joke because they pause it so much like we do.
Right. Yeah. No. Every Frame of Painting is a different channel. I mean, Every Frame of Painting is amazing videos, but
Yeah. Right.
yeah.
These 6 hours to do a movie, and I've been on a couple of those. I think.
Oh, they just break it down scene by scene.
Yeah, frame by frame.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
All right. Max Reddick says, Tim.
How does Ian not know about EFAP?
I don't know. He doesn't.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I go. Sad.
Soy. Ultimate soy latte right there.
Sam Cedar seems to think you are afraid to debate him, claiming that you asked him to come on the show during COVID as his excuse for not coming on. Would you publicly ask him to come on the show? So the issue with Sam is I've known him for a really long time.
Oh, I'm glad we didn't stop it. There's like a whole drama that comes out about
I
Tim
know.
Pool and
I
Sims.
remember hearing this. Yeah.
Yes.
I can't wait. Let's hear it. What's up going on?
And I made a tweet where I was like, we typically invite people on the left to come on the show, and then they just never do. They never respond, or they respond once and they don't get back to us. And then Hassan and Sam both said, I'll totally do it. And so I privately messaged both of them and said, awesome, would be excited to have you, especially Sam, because Sam was the first guy to ever give me a shout out in media ever. He said, like, oh, look at these guys, Occupy Wall Street, fantastic work. And I was like, we'll cover the cost of everything. We'll fly you out. And then Sam basically was just like, I'm not going on your show. And then tweeted accusing me of like, making it up or something.
Oh, it might have been a COVID thing because he just went on Patrick Bet-David's show.
He tweeted at me that he was going to come on the show, and then privately was like, oh, I'm not coming out there. And then I'm like, okay, whatever. Like you said you would. You actually set a date and everything. I told you the date. I told you the time. You said yes, you agreed. And now when I'm setting this up, you're like flaking out behind the scenes and then putting me on the spot.
If Sam wanted to, would you host a debate with him on your show?
No. And Hassan, yes. Hassan politely messaged me and said, hey, look, man, I know I said I would. I feel he said something like, I feel pretty bad, but like, I'm not comfortable flying right now with COVID. And I was like, totally understand, dude, no problem. Later on, when I asked him again, he's like, bro, I host my own show. And I said, you are totally correct. Like the idea that I'm going to ask someone who hosts their own show to cancel their show to come on my show, I just totally get it. So if I like Kyle Kalinske, for instance, has talked about coming on the show before, but I'm like, whenever you can, because I know you do your own show. Like I'm not, if people want to come on the show, it's like doing me a favor. But the issue with Sam is that I believe he is like, he's a grifter.
Dishonest
Like,
piece of shit. That's right.
I think maybe half.
Well, wait. I don't think Sam's a grifter. I think he's dishonest. I don't think
Dishonest
he's a grifter.
piece of shit. Yeah.
I think he's dishonest about how he frames arguments because he's very tribal. He's very obsessed with tribal politics. He thinks all Republicans are evil and stupid, blah, 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 blah. But when you say someone's a grifter, to me, that means they don't actually believe in the cause they're fighting for. And I 100% believe that Sam believes in all his, progressive left-wing stuff.
That's a crazy thing. When they do believe in it, they tend to be more dishonest because they're like, we're fighting for the rights of the oppressed.
The ends justify the means.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Right. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe Tim means grifter in a different way, but
of it. I think he doesn't know about a lot of issues and he says things just for the sake of shock value. He makes a bunch of videos. Like another thing is like all he would do is rag on Dave Rubin. He's like one of those guys who makes a bunch of videos just talking about drama and people that I'm really not interested. And then the publicly agreeing to come on the show in good faith, like when I made a good faith offer, and then privately backtracking and then putting it on me and now claiming I'm scared. Like the whole thing's a bit. Tim's scared to debate me. No, dude, he's just a lowbrow grifter. Bro, I'll have you on anytime you want to come on. Like here you are. Mm-hmm. And I think you're like substantially more intelligent and capable of debate than Sam Cedar is.
Obviously that's true. No, I'm just kidding. I think Sam's a really smart guy. I mean, I can't speak to your private messages, but yeah, I would hope. I don't know. I don't view him as a grifter. I feel like Sam is pretty honest. He's pretty smart compared to most of the people. If I was scared of anybody in the left to debate, I think it would generally be Sam Cedar,
I'll tell you one of the personal negative experiences.
Okay.
But
Destiny destroyed Sam Cedar. That's the buckets of cum debate.
That is the buckets of cum debate. He did, and that was with Sam lying his ass off, like
totally
crazy.
Being a dishonest piece of shit.
Lied so much. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, he's super dishonest. I don't know if grifter would be the word I would use, but he was hyper dishonest in that conversation. So.
I think Destiny is just being a good faith carry here, just because he's on good terms with Sam Cedar and he wants to potentially have another debate in the future. But
yes, I think you've nailed it. Yeah.
Politically, what Destiny's doing, I totally endorse. But what he's saying is just factually incorrect.
Right. There was okay. So I listened to I listened to Sam Cedar's response video to this.
Oh, did you? Interesting. I didn't know there was one.
There was one.
What was the takeaway?
Well, there's another issue that they get into that I haven't got into yet.
Okay.
But so the issue about now, obviously, Sam Cedar is not a reliable protagonist. So,
well, and they're basically calling him a piece of shit here.
Yes, they're both calling each other liars. So one of them could be lying. It could be an honest misunderstanding. I don't know, but basically, what Sam Cedar's claim, what Buckets of Cum's claim is that he agreed to be on Tim's show, and he thought Tim meant like he was going to call in, or he was going to be on his internet show. He didn't realize Tim meant like he was going to fly out there in person.
Right. Okay. Miscommunication.
Now, there seems to be more to that story, because I'm like, well, wait a minute. If it was like the day of, which seemed to be what Tim was saying, how do you incorrectly, like, if Tim's like has a show where you're going to be there in person and you agree to show up, and Tim talked about how they like put people up in hotels and stuff, how does that not come up in the conversation when you're planning when you're going to show up, right?
Yeah, of course. You're back and forth about the flying dates. Like, what airport are you flying out of? That kind of thing.
Right, exactly. Like, I could understand there being, oh, do you want to come on my show? Like, I could understand Tim on Twitter saying, challenging Sam to come on the show, Sam agreeing, and then they working it out in the DMs, and then Sam's like, oh, wait a minute, you met in person? I'm not coming in person, right?
Yeah.
Like, but that's not, it seemed like Tim was saying, no, like, this was like the day of. Mm-hmm. And then from what Sam was saying, it also seemed like it was the day of. So to me, it's like, well, wait a minute, how could that confusion exist? Obviously, Tim wouldn't have, I would assume Tim wouldn't have thought that you were going to like fly out to wherever the hell this is, the day that this happened, right? So,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, the miscommunication could have happened he thought Tim was taking care of his flight, and Tim thought Sam was taking care of his own flight. That could have easily happened.
No, but like that, I don't know. There seems to be like missing from both sides of how they tell the story. There seems to be missing information.
Yeah, what's going on here?
But it sounds like this is what I think what happened. I think what happened was, Sam and Tim got into some sort of public spat. Tim challenged him to a conversation. Sam agreed, but then found out, oh, it was going to be in person. He didn't want to do it in person, and so he backed out. But then I don't think he just backed out and said, oh, I'm not going to talk to him. I think he backed out in like a shitty way where he's like, oh, Tim Pool's too much of a coward to like talk to me over Skype or Zoom or something. And then that's kind of what led to this whole, kind of like feud starting, because he didn't just back out gracefully. I think he backed out in kind of like a shitty way.
Yeah, he does that.
So
he's probably mad about, well, no, that was with Destiny. The Buckets of Cum thing. I don't know.
Buckets of Cum, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Still, when you have him on the show was when I tried to explain to him deontological versus utilitarian moral philosophy.
Oh, I watched this.
And he didn't understand it. And so how do you convey an idea to someone who doesn't understand these concepts? Well, I went for pop culture. And instead, it was a bunch of.
I remember, because you said the villain is usually the utilitarian guy. I remember I watched this clip. I remember a while
and
ago.
So I said, I think we were talking about universal healthcare, and I said it's utilitarian versus deontological morality or ethics, right? Deontological ethics is basically stating that you cannot take an immoral action against an individual, regardless of the outcome. And utilitarian thinking is an action against an individual which is unethical is justified if it benefits the greater. And Sam was like, I don't know what that means. And I'm like, okay, how do I debate a guy who doesn't understand these concepts? Well, me thinking like I'm here to convey ideas in good faith said, think about Thanos versus like Captain America. Thanos wants to wipe out. And then his response was to make a video and all of his fans mocking me for talking about Marvel. But here's a better one. When we released our.
So I think Tim is 100% right here. Sam was 100% being a bad faith, dishonest piece of shit in that interaction.
Right.
Sam's a smart guy. even if he doesn't understand the philosophical terms or concepts of deontological versus utilitarian, whatever, he understands that when you're having a conversation about what kind of, what kind of policies should be implemented in our society, these are very heavily tied into moral questions. And very often, but not for everybody, people's moral questions are underlined by some kind of philosophical principle. And if Tim's having a conversation about his philosophical belief system, underlying his moral system, and Sam says, I don't know what that is. I've never heard of these terms. And Tim explains it using a Marvel movie. That's a 100% justified good thing to do. And for Sam to then twist that around and say, oh, he's talking about Marvel movies. I just want to give people health care. To me, that's like the most fucking dishonest, like gross,
Bad faith. Yeah,
like,
I totally
shitty thing to do. So, which is what he did essentially. And he even in Sam Cedar's response video, he did the same thing. That's what he said. He's like, I don't care about any of this stuff, Tim. I understand the difference. I just don't care. So it's just like, okay.
Sam Cedar addresses Tim Pool's grifter accusations.
Right. So.
Tim Pool debates Sam Cedar 3 years ago. Oh, okay. Oh, look at this. Tim Pool haunted by Thanos. Sam Cedar.
Yeah, I think that was
completely
bad faith from
oh my
Sam Cedar.
God.
No.
Tim Pool is a lying coward from 10 months ago.
What is that one? Is that from Sam Cedar?
Yeah.
Is that a new one?
Yeah. Oh God, you got to look at this thumbnail here.
Is this a new video or an old video?
Oh shit.
Tim Pool lying coward. Wow. Okay.
The thumbnail is just insane.
Oh man. Oh, look what they did to his face.
I know.
They fucked with his face somehow. Interesting. I wonder what this did you bring up the thumbnail? So
I'm trying to get it up.
I mean, this thumbnail is like a work of art.
I'm trying to get it up. I'm trying my hardest to get it up.
Adam.
Here it is. I'll get it up. Boom. Look at this. So Sam basically says, listen, I need to look really cool in the thumbnail, like I'm explaining to Tim how life works. But I want you to make Tim look like he's a total hothead, where he's like, make his face really round and make it look like his head is about to explode.
They did the find edge contrast feature on the graphic design program. Yeah. Really like outline like his cheeks and like his skin and like that's his face looks so weird. Like,
they made it he's got it. Look, he's giving round-head Ryan Johnson a run for his money here. That's the roundest head I've ever seen.
That looks like they threw Tim Pool through the AI art filter. They typed in like angry Tim Pool on the AI prompts.
Oh my God.
That's what came up.
This is why Tim is mad. I completely agree with him. He should be mad.
So I like it's, you know how Tucker Carlson has like the permanently like befuddled look on his face?
Yeah.
Sam Cedar has like the permanently like eyebrowed up like surprised face. He's like, what? Tim, why are you mad at me?
Oh God.
He just always has that like expression on his face.
Sam Cedar is an egomaniac.
Yes.
He thinks way too highly of himself, I think. Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't disagree with that.
You got to see the picture. You happy now?
There's the picture. Yeah.
It was amazing.
But yeah, no. Tim Pool haunted by Thanos. Sam Cedar. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a really bad thumbnail too.
3 months ago, Tim Pool stunned by co-host anti-Semitic rant. So they basically accused Ian of being anti-Semitic.
Wait. Sam Cedar?
Yeah. 3 months ago, Tim Pool stunned by co-host anti-Semitic rant. And it's got a picture of Ian in the thumbnail.
What did Ian say that was anti-Semitic?
I have no idea. I don't picture... Ian is not like an anti-Semite, though. That's ridiculous.
He says, so here's an out of
4
context.
weeks ago, Tim Pool's dad set the record straight. What is this?
It was I don't remember what he said, what Ian said. It's something to do with Kanye West. Now, I don't remember. I'm assuming Ian wasn't defending Kanye West making comments about the Jews. But, so.
Timcast contributor Ian Crothland says he thinks that oh no. Okay. 2 years ago, Tim Pool gets schooled on his own show by Destiny.
Oh, there you go.
Fascinating.
But anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, let's continue. Let's keep going.
Song. He ran it through and make it sound bad, and then played it on his show, calling it.
Oh wait, let's go back.
Understand these concepts. Well, me thinking like I'm here to convey ideas in good faith said, think about Thanos versus like Captain America. Thanos wants to wipe out, and then his response was to make a video and all of his fans mocking me for talking about Marvel. But here's a better one. When we released our first song, he ran it through an audio filter to make it sound bad, and then played it on his show, calling it garbage and lying about it.
I just saw
Like that, the dude is just the lowest of low tier grifters.
Did he? I feel like I saw them. I
Bro,
watched
he
them.
ran my song through an audio filter.
Was he on that episode? Because it was the girl and the other guy.
I don't know.
I don't remember if he was on the show. But
Sam Cedar's show played.
So Sam Cedar's crew got very upset that Destiny didn't know their names when he said the girl and the other guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I see 7 months ago, Tim Pool's new song sounds like Nickelback, except a lot less catchy. Man, he's okay. So he's just going after Sam Cedar. Sounds like he's insanely jealous of Tim Pool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sam Cedar has there's like a million Tim Pool videos. I just searched Tim Pool, Sam Cedar, and they just keep coming.
Was it Netflix? You're talking about Super Bros. It wasn't Once Upon a Time, Happily Never After.
No, it's Super Bros.
Okay. What is this picture you just sent me?
That was that's the Bikini Bean. Read the super chat.
Bikini Bean? There's a super chat about this?
Yeah.
Is this a
J-Mac.
bunch of girls in bikinis serving coffee?
Yeah.
J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much, our circuit father. J-Mac says, don't be too hard on your parents, Sitch. I went to Bikini Bean with my son in the car because they're one of the few coffee places that drive through I can order a protein shake. Won't do that again.
Yes.
Listen, I think you should do it more.
I don't know if I can bring the Bikini Bean picture up because, I mean...
these girls look quite attractive.
Yes, yeah.
Listen, if I was in middle school, I would definitely appreciate a drive-through to the Bikini Bean.
I just picture J-Mac with his hand, across the seat over his son's eyes.
Yeah.
Come on, we're almost through here, son. Just
The girl's
let me
like
get my...
bending over through the window to give you the drink.
Don't tell your mom about this.
Full cleavage on display.
I just need my protein shake. Look, we don't have a Bikini Bean in Los Angeles, and I'm very disappointed about that.
CT says she found the UFO thing that Ian has, but it's expensive. I don't actually want to get it. I was joking. Please do not send me this fucking UFO thing.
Oh, no.
This is just a joke. Please do not send me the UFO.
Oh, wait, we
Anyway.
do.
What?
Top 10 best Bikini Beans espresso in Los Angeles.
Oh, there you go. You got it yourself.
Hell
Check it
yeah.
out.
Look at this.
Right.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
I gotta see if there's any near me. This place looks awesome. Bikini Bean.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Oh, no.
No, it's not. How sad.
Damn.
How sad.
I was really excited for a second there, but it looks like it just gave me a bunch of other results. Look, I wanted Bikini Bean. You guys completely threw me under the bus here.
Are there any other novelty bikini shops?
The Griddle Cafe is just not going to cut it.
Right.
Randy's Donuts? You insult me. How dare you?
Anyway.
Back to the video.
Played the
We're
song we
almost
put
done.
out and put it through this weird filter to make it sound like garbage.
Okay.
And that song actually did really well. It's the best song we've had so far. It charted on Billboard in a bunch of different categories. And then they're just like, oh, it's so bad. Oh, man, it sounds like Nickelback. And I'm like, If anything, it sounds like emo, not Nickelback.
You know, I'll point something out
It's
about
just fake.
Sam.
It's just all fake grifting.
Sam went on Patrick Bet-David's Valuetainment podcast.
Yep,
I
we
thought
watched
it was
it.
very cool. I didn't see the whole thing, but they talked about Medicare. They talked about finances. And then, Sam, you put up a video on your channel that says, it's a picture of you and Pat, and it says, Sam Cedar debates rich guy who hates taxes. Like, you didn't even use his name. That's
It's
dirty,
grifting,
dude.
It's all grifting. It's all fake garbage.
Like, he's a huge podcaster. You should make a big deal out of that.
He's grifting.
Well,
But
what
I
do
love
mean
you, Sam.
Okay,
I'd love
hold
to
on.
have you on.
I don't want to fight on every point. That's part of the YouTube game. People do that. I'm sure if I go through your channel, I'm sure you guys have got like crazy thumbnails and titles and stuff. Like I
Tim
think my
doesn't
editor
do
probably
that,
puts
no.
up crazy thumbnails. Like there are times where I ask
Tim
him like, why
doesn't
didn't you
do
have
that.
this person's name? And he's like, oh, like this, they don't do well in the algorithm. Or like you can't put that person's name in the title. It'll fuck the video up or whatever. Wait, maybe that's some of theirs, but yeah. I don't know.
actually, Valuetainment podcast would algorithmically be boosted way more than Rich Dude, which is very generic.
Sure, possibly. When you say
But fair
grifter,
point.
what do you mean by that? I'm just curious.
In the literal sense, I believe that his shtick is to say things to convince people to watch, as opposed to say things principally which attract an audience.
Okay.
So, like, me personally,
So, Sam Cedar has been doing progressive leftist politics. Not leftist, progressive left
For a million
politics
years, yeah.
for like, the last 20, 30 years. So, I think he's dishonest. I think he believes it. I don't think it's a grift. I think he's dishonest. So, I don't know. I feel like people throw around the grifter label a little too easily nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's a bunch of positions where like my opinion has evolved or changed, notably with like police. We had Michael Mouse on the show. And then, my position changes more towards, maybe the cops aren't as, I'm not going to defend the cops as much as I used to. For someone like Sam, like his people, whether it was him or otherwise, running my song through an audio filter to make it sound bad, like that's just weird and dirty. And there's been other instances, like seriously though, I don't really care to think about the guy.
Okay.
But when I publicly said, like, bro, I would love to have you on the show, here I'm thinking, like, I've debated him before. I know they were like...
Did you catch that?
What?
Destiny did your okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's your okay. I stole it from you.
Oh, okay. He did my okay, which you stole from me.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I'm waiting. I can't do this thing. Both Tim and Destiny do. No.
No.
I want them to do it at the same time. No.
Well, it doesn't get contentious enough for the no-no-nos to happen.
They do the jackhammer. No.
No. Yeah.
I can't do that. I'm not high strung enough for that.
People got their hoots and hollers out.
Okay. Cut to clip of Adam yelling at a guest in a previous stream.
You piece of fucking shit. That's what I don't do the no. I slow down.
Oh, I see.
I don't do the no.
But you can get pretty high strong.
Oh
Because
yeah.
you don't do the no.
I get angry. I definitely get angry, but not as much anymore. I'm mellowed out a bit. I don't know. Maybe we can get Beth on and I can really let my anger out.
Beth. Oh, the communist lady.
Yeah.
The faint. She's like, bring out the fainting couch.
The communist lady.
Sam Cedar has two different videos on, not just one, two different videos on Tim's music.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, oh my God, they just keep coming. He must spend all day.
Jeez. They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I don't know why there's two videos, but I don't think I've ever even heard Tim's song.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, I listened to it when it first came out. I was like, this is awesome. Tim's branching out and doing something different.
There you go.
I'm a sucker for the artist thing. Like,
yeah, you are.
If somebody's going to do something artistic, I'm down. I'm totally down. I want a world of artists. I want everyone to do something crazy and ambitious. So yeah, I'm down.
Mm-hmm.
So what does Sam Cedar art look like? It's probably like wiping shit all over his body or something, right?
He's not an artist. He's an actor. Okay.
Gotta be something feces related.
Feces related.
Poor guy.
Out of it. But it would be great to have him on the show. And then he pulls this stunt. I'm just like, the dude played me and then made it seem like I'm the one who backed out. It was all a grift to rally his audience. Hassan didn't do that. Hassan outright told me, like, I'm not comfortable traveling during COVID. Sorry, bro. And I was like, I appreciate it, man. And that was the end of it.
I saw a tweet from Destiny about a week ago that says, I forgive everybody from my past. Something like that. I'm moving forward. Yeah. I like it. More of that.
All right. Let's read some more.
You know why Destiny's laughing there? because he's like, that was a joke, bro. That was me kidding.
Yes, yes. So
I mean, I don't see Max on the show now. What happened? I thought he was forgiving everybody.
Super
that's a
chats.
good question.
Free men
I was
die.
gonna say so
No
the
more
last
super
thing
chats. Are we gonna move on?
Well, I was gonna say the last thing regarding the whole listening to the Sam Cedar defense, right? They claim Sam wasn't there. He says, "Hey, I didn't know about this. I wasn't here that day." The two people, the lady and the guy, they say that they didn't change the audio. They're too technologically stupid to change the audio. I think what they did, because I pulled up the video,
Right.
it's almost like it feels like they took a laptop. I don't know why they did it this way. It feels like they took a laptop playing Tim's music video and then they filmed the laptop playing the music video.
Right.
So it looks and sounds like dog crap.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if they put it through a filter, but they did this weird shit to like make it the most low quality version of the song ever.
That happens. That
yeah.
totally
Was that intentional?
happens.
Was that incompetence? I don't know the answer to the question.
Well, no, I
know?
think incompetence is probably closer to the truth.
Was it like Roland holding up his phone?
Oh,
to the
remember
camera?
that?
Yeah. I don't know. But,
Roland.
yeah,
God, I hope
good
you
old
guys
Roland.
clip that out. That
There
was
is a Roland clip, yeah.
Oh yeah. Can't wait for that.
Free says nobody will Trump indictment while Bush, Biden, and Obama roam free while being guilty of acts of treason and war crimes. Powder keg is lit. Whether, I'll say this to you, Destiny, whether you agree with them having committed crimes, the sentiment, I think you would agree, among the people of this country is probably there, right?
Yeah, the sentiment is there, but again, I think it's important to ask from a judicial point of view, like, what is the crime being committed? Because sometimes we just really don't like somebody. We want them to be, like, arrested, you know?
I agree, and I think you made a good point about think about if it was Hillary or Trump and, like, switch the positions. I think the greater point often that I talk about, though, is the emotional state of this country can't tolerate something like this. It doesn't matter if it's true or correct. What matters is we know Trump supporters are going to outright be like, it's BS, it's unjust, end of story.
Maybe, but I feel like
come
there
on, dude.
is. I agree with you to some extent, but I think that a country's strength is measured by the veracity of its institutions. And when your judicial institutions start to bend to the whims of whatever is politically expedient, you might be creating a more scary world than if you have to tolerate some tumultuous short-term period of political unrest. I think that's a really important thing to consider. You're in a really scary area when judges are thinking like, we could indict this guy, but man, you know, it's going to be really rough on Fox News for the next like 7 days. Like,
But that's how it goes.
It's like Chauvin.
So wait a minute. I think Destiny gave a fantastic answer generally, but I don't think it's a good answer for the specific scenario, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, you don't want your judicial system. It's this really weird tightrope, right? You want your prosecutors to kind of like think about these things, but you don't want the judicial system to basically say, hey, we're not going to prosecute someone for something, you know, significant or serious because it's going to piss off too many people. That's a really dangerous precedent, like overall. But I don't think it really applies to this Stormy Daniels situation.
Correct. Yeah. No, I agree. You gotta you gotta know when to prosecute and when not to.
Right.
Well, I mean,
So
if it's just not a big deal, like you shouldn't be prosecuting.
Or the Ahmaud Arbery case. You know about the Ahmaud Arbery case, right? I'd imagine you'd be on the right
Arbery
side of
case
that
is
one.
like a big-
those were the guy that got chased down who was jogging in the neighborhood or whatever.
Well, the felony burglary suspect who was fleeing the scene of a crime.
It's
Oh
amazing.
man, we're gonna have a way different. This is the one where
Well,
like
did you watch the trial?
parts of it, but this is a long time ago.
So the prosecution outright stated he was a felony burglary suspect. If you get your news from like corporate press or whatever,
God, I'm not familiar with the case. Are you?
well, then just look into it because I think you'd come out on the right side.
I did, but there were so many claims. Like somebody claimed that, for instance, like he didn't have tennis shoes on, he had boots on or whatever. But then I saw pictures of what it was. Like, no, these are not boots.
Right,
That's a lie.
That's
right?
immaterial. So the issue was the police went door to door. Everybody had known that someone had been committing burglaries. A gun had been stolen from a vehicle.
Okay.
The cops showed the picture of Ahmaud Arbery to a bunch of the neighbors. When Arbery entered a home under construction and was seen, neighbors.
Wait. It's been a while, so I don't remember everything about this case either.
Right.
Though it's funny that Destiny has the I remember at the time he was saying more nuance, so maybe it's just a memory thing to kind of be like, oh, the jogger, right? Because the guy wasn't jogging. Everyone knows. I feel like we all should know the guy was not jogging at the time.
Right.
But did the prosecution ever admit that? Tim said they admitted that he was that he was a criminal.
Yeah,
I don't
those guys
remember.
got sent to jail for that.
I know, but do you remember? I don't remember if the prosecution admitted that he was committing a crime.
I don't
Been a
think so.
while. So
Yeah.
and I don't remember. I mean, I obviously I didn't follow the case anywhere near as closely as we followed the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff.
I mean,
the
I
first time
listened to
heard
the case. I did listen to
the
the trial.
police went door to door giving people. Did they give people Ahmaud Arbery's picture, or did they give people the picture of a black guy from the security camera that the guy whose building he went into was that the? I feel like that's the picture they had. I don't think they had a picture of Ahmaud Arbery. Or I mean, it was a picture of Ahmaud Arbery, but they didn't know it was Ahmaud Arbery, right? It was just like that weird overhead, like
he didn't have
camera.
anything on him when they chased after him. They
didn't know.
They
right.
chased after him, and
Yes.
I mean, they were kind of stupid what they did.
Well, it was weird too because they didn't see him. I don't believe they saw him, if I remember correctly. Someone in the chat knows. I don't think they actually saw him leave the house.
Nope.
Didn't they just see him running?
Yep.
That was the incident. They just saw him running and they thought, oh, that's the guy.
Right. Yeah.
So Tim said they admitted he was a suspect, not that he committed a crime. Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah.
They showed a mugshot from a previous arrest. They knew who he was before. Really? They knew who he was before? Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a messed up case.
They did. Mr. Ubercross says they did not. They assumed it was him. Yeah, they didn't see him leave the building. They just saw him running. And they said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
All called each other. Someone witnessed the.
Right, let me go back.
Cops showed the picture of Ahmaud Arbery to a bunch of the neighbors. When Arbery entered a home under construction and was seen, neighbors all called each other. Someone witnessed the guy running down the street, and they were like, "Hey, that's the guy." The McMichaels got in the truck and chased after him. Were told by police not to pursue, but pursued anyway. They were in front of him. Arbery had a guy behind him who was filming the whole time. Arbery ran around the truck and then grabbed I think it was Travis McMichael's shotgun, and they fought over it. It went off into his chest, killing him. I think we can make a whole bunch of arguments about whether they should have followed or not followed, but the fact that the dude who simply filmed it is spending the rest of his life in prison, I think says a lot about the fact that it was totally bunk.
Okay, this is the part I don't remember. I felt like the guy did more than just film him. Didn't he have something to do with helping box him in the first place?
Yeah, I think that was the case.
Or following him?
They boxed him in between their cars.
Yeah, I really recall that the guy who was filming helped box him in with his car, and that was the justification for him being charged with felony murder.
Yeah.
So.
And I mean, the Arbery was obviously in fear for his life. With reason, he got shot and died.
Right. Someone said he hit him with his car. Oh wow! Did the guy who was filming hit Arbery with his car, or he like almost hit him with a car, or was that a different person? Was that the camera guy?
Yeah, that's why they did it, because they were saying that the car was the weapon. Yes.
No, but was that the camera guy, or was that the father? I don't remember who did what exactly.
If you want to look into the case, we can.
Yeah. But I do remember that very clearly. The guy was charged for it wasn't just for filming. That doesn't make any sense. It was the guy did something specific, and they did accuse him of helping contribute to the murder by helping box Arbery in. And I remember, from my perspective, obviously I don't think they should have been chasing him in the first place, especially if they didn't see him actually commit the crime. And I know there was question about the interpretation of the statute being correct or not. And it was kind of like weird about whether they interpreted the statute correct or not. Putting all that aside, because I think they might have. I think Sean had a video about that, and I think he said he thought they interpreted the statute incorrectly, and what's his name? I want to say Andrew Tate the lawyer, not Tate the lawyer. Nate the lawyer. I think Nate the lawyer that he thought that they interpreted the statute correctly. And I like both of their opinions, so I'm not really sure who I couldn't really make heads or tails about the statute. I kind of mixed opinions about it. But I think, in my opinion, the big problem for them and why I think the guy was guilty of murder was because after they kind of like box Ahmed Armory in, after not seeing him commit a crime, he runs on one side of the guy is on like one side of the car. Ahmed Arbery sees him. He ducks around the other side of the car to try to escape. The other guy cuts him off. He runs to the other side of the car with his gun, getting in his way.
That's exactly what happened.
And it's at that moment that I'm like, oh, well, that case, then it is murder because he doesn't know what this guy's doing.
Yeah.
And he's now being basically a guy with a gun is preventing him from going forward at that point.
I remember listening to the case and thinking these guys are guilty as fuck. That's what I remember thinking. So, but yeah, you're reminding me of the situation quite.
No, he was 100%. He was boxing. Yeah, that is not correct. He was definitely boxing.
Right. It was comparable. I mean, because the Kyle Rittenhouse case happened just before that, and I was thinking, I mean, this is kind of like Kyle Rittenhouse. In, you know, they're pursuing him in the same way that the mob was pursuing
Kyle. Yeah,
Kyle,
they just see a guy
but they actually caught him.
Right,
and I was
that's
thinking,
a good point. Yeah,
they
see a guy running and then they just try to citizen's arrest him.
Right, and I mean, even if he is guilty of stealing from, you know, like Tim here is making the. Kind of seems like he's making the case that he had it coming because he was stealing before. You can't just chase after someone and, you know, kill him in cold blood. You're not even a police officer.
It wasn't a wide open road. I remember the video can be kind of deceptive. I remember from the trial seeing a wider picture of the area, and it actually was like, yeah, there was like just houses on one side with no like yards really, if I recall correctly, and then there's like a big ditch on the other side. So there wasn't like a clear avenue for him to like escape. So, and also in the heat of the moment, you're running away from someone and some guy jumps out in front of you with a gun to try to hold you up, and you don't know what this guy's deal is. I mean, I don't know. You're not, especially if you're not identifying who you are, what the fuck you're trying to do here. So. Not a good look. Not a good look. But
yeah, this is
right.
Not good what Tim is saying here.
Well, I think I mean, I don't want to say, I know it's me. I think the Arbery guys are probably guilty. Me, I think Chauvin got wrongly hit with the murder charge.
Right.
Or what? Because I mean, I think you could hit him for being negligent, but I think they don't prove that he, you know, intentionally. What was it? I don't think it rose to the whatever the charge was, in my opinion, for Chauvin. But that's probably more contentious. I would say.
You know what I mean? Like that guy.
I wish I could cut. Fuck! I hate myself that I'm not familiar with this case. I feel like this is one of those things where I'm gonna go home and we'll look into it, and it's gonna be completely different than how you've said it.
No,
but
no,
I'm not. I can't comment because I don't know the details of it.
I'm not coming out here saying he stole a lollipop from a little kid while wearing construction boots and they came to his jogging. I'm giving you so the conviction was due to the fact that under the citizen's arrest law, there was a potential interpretation where the gist of it is, if it's a misdemeanor, you had to have witnessed the crime. But if it's a felony, you're allowed to make a citizen's arrest without being a witness to the crime. The issue was it was an old law that was written in a simplistic way that had like a comma or something. And the jury instructions by the judge was you interpret how you see it. The prosecution argued, regardless of a felony or misdemeanor, you had to be a witness. And the defense argued, no. There's two different clauses here. If it's a misdemeanor, you need to be a witness. However, it's a felony, you can make an arrest. The jury decided to take the prosecution's interpretation, and thus they were convicted. So, simply put, the left argues he was trespassing. No. The prosecution outright said he was a suspect in a felony burglary. But because they did not witness the felony burglary, they had no justification for a
when they say
arrest.
He was a witness for a felony burglary, what is that? That he was suspect for a felony burglary. What does that mean?
It means he had illegally entered a private residence.
Had he?
Yes, he's on camera doing it.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the left said, he's just trespassing. He's just, no, Burglary does not mean theft. It means when you illegally enter someone's property.
And then, so then the story that you're telling me is these 3 guys were just following him in a truck. 2 guys.
The third guy saw him running on the street and started filming on his phone.
Okay.
Completely unrelated to McMichaels. He got charged along with him and is spending the rest of his life in prison.
Not true.
That's a crazy story. I'll try to look it up more because when I argue with left-leaning people about Rittenhouse, they give me crazy interpretations as well. But that's the case I'm far more
But we were
familiar
right
with.
about Rittenhouse.
You
were right about Rittenhouse.
Sure, yeah, but that's just a case I'm more familiar with. But
I think if you look into the Arbery case, you're going to be like, oh wow, yeah. Like
when the Arbery case, what did he enter?
There was a house under construction. He's on camera going into the property and like he looks around and then he leaves. That's felony burglary. Now I'm not here to argue semantics or morality. I'm saying that's literally under the law felony burglary, which the McMichaels used as justification. So there had been a string of literal burglaries. Like, okay, let me slow down.
Sure.
There had been a string of colloquially defined burglaries where someone entered property and took items. The circumstance in question that he was a suspect on was he was caught on camera enter.
So there was a bunch of different couples that went into these different sites, just looky-loos. I think they had Aubrey going in, but I don't think he took anything. So
okay, 2 things. So there are 3. So I hate these articles where they say the name once and then you lose the names. Okay. There was George McMichael, Travis McMichael, and William Bryan. William Bryan is the guy filming. The claim was, so people in the chat were right. The claim was that the guy filming was the guy who blocked Arbery's path and supposedly struck Arbery with his car enough to cause a dent in the vehicle. So that's why he was charged. So Tim is not correct. He was not charged for just taking taking video. He was charged for, hitting the guy with his car and blocking him in. Okay, supposedly. So that's the first thing. But to what you were saying, Adam, to my remembrance, basically what happened was there was a rash of theft in the area where like little things were stolen. But I don't know if they ever found any of that from Ahmaud Arbery.
They postulated that it might have been kids. I mean,
we don't. Yeah, who knows? But they did have him on camera going into these.
They showed the video. I remember watching the video.
That he should not have been going into. Yes,
but in the case, he was just and I think this came up because me and my friends used to always go, messing around construction sites and stuff.
Right, but if I recall,
we stole shit though.
Right, but if I recall correctly, didn't he have a criminal record for doing this exact thing in the past, where he would go into these buildings?
I guess murder him then.
Well, no, I'm not suggesting that.
Well, that is completely irrelevant. That's why when people say that, I'm like, wait. It's
irrelevant, number one, because those people didn't know that information.
Yes,
right? I'm just saying as a point. Right, I'm just saying as a point of fact on the question of Ahmaud Arbery's character, he had, I believe, a criminal record for stealing things, stealing piping, stealing things from construction sites, and claiming that he was jogging before. I do recall that he had done several things in the past where he would steal shit and claim he was jogging. Now, does that justify him being killed? No, obviously not. Just in the question of his character. He probably was there casing the place for things to steal, in my opinion.
So why do you think that? I have no idea. And they obviously didn't bring that up in the case.
It wouldn't be relevant to the case.
Yeah.
That's why they didn't bring it up.
Okay, I guess.
Well, I'm saying, based on my opinion, based on the fact that A, he had a track record for doing this, and B, someone who has a track record for going into places, stealing shit, saying that they were jogging, like literally saying they were jogging, right? And also stealing from construction sites, and you find them on video casing construction sites. I'm gonna assume that they're probably not up to good.
Does Sean have this in his video?
I believe he does.
Oh, okay.
I believe he does. That's where I heard this from.
Well, if he's like a career criminal or whatever, yeah, okay.
Right.
I still don't think they should have hunted him down and killed him.
I agree with you. Yeah, they didn't know any of this information, obviously.
And they're going to spend a long time in jail over that mistake. So
yes, they are.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. Yeah. I mean, I'm generally, especially like to me, the whole like I don't know, like especially if it was a citizens or like I mean I don't know, this whole citizens arrested. Like if you witness someone
Well,
commit
that's what
some
they
like
tried to say it was.
right,
a
if you
citizen's
witness
arrest.
someone commit some like fucked up crime or something, like yeah, 100%. But if it's just like oh, maybe this
Petty
guy did
theft.
something, like that's and then you get out of the truck as opposed to just follow him and then call the police and you just keep,
Watch where he
IDing the
goes.
location.
Watch where he
like,
goes.
This is not a good idea.
Private looking around and then leaving. That makes him, that if that is proof that he committed the crime, that is felony burglary. We've actually dealt with this. So people need to understand this. If you have property with no fence, no barrier, people are allowed to walk on your property and do whatever they want. All you can do is ask them to leave. If you put up a sign saying no trespassing and they walk onto your property, they're now guilty of a slap on the wrist trespassing charge because they've been given a warning. If you take a piece of thread, a tiny piece of thread, and wrap it around your property and someone goes underneath it, they've now committed felony burglary because they have bypassed a physical barrier, regardless of what that barrier is. So when he entered the house, he had committed a felony. Now, he wasn't convicted of it. I don't know. The point was there were a string of burglaries and the police were asking people, have you seen this man? So when they saw him running into the street, they were like, that's the guy the cops told us about. Chased after him, called the police. The police said, do not pursue.
Okay, hold on. So when you say this, okay, Jesus Christ, it's been so long and I didn't cover this one closely. So when you say the cops told him that, right? So I'm looking at an article from The Independent. The white father and son accused of murdering Ahmed Arbery were told by police that he wasn't a burglar days before they chased the black 25-year-old and shot him dead in the street, according to prosecutors. So were the prosecutors lying there, or did the police specifically say that this guy was not a burglar?
I need to know where that article's from, because if I'm talking about facts after the case.
These are opening statements relating to began Friday morning of the trial of the three white men accused of murdering black 25-year-old Ahmed Arbery.
The police went to them and said, we're looking for this man. He is a felony burglary suspect. The issue...
Like, apparently, the prosecutors also shared statements from the suspects where they admitted that they did not believe that he'd even stolen anything. Apparently, Gregory
stealing
McMichael...
is not burglary, though. That's the important distinction. Burglary is illegally entering a premises.
Yeah, but were they
crossing
chasing... But they were chasing him because they thought that he had carried out other burglaries.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
But apparently...
He wasn't just jogging, right? This is not... Look...
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, was a citizen's arrest because he walked into a property because they thought he was stealing shit?
A gun had gone missing, and they thought he was the guy who did it.
Yeah.
There was a string of thefts.
But then when Gregory McMichael is here telling investigators, I don't think the guy's actually stolen anything out of there for statements relating to seeing him.
That was a video where he enters a building and then leaves. They believe that was evidence that he had been the person who had actually been stealing things. A few weeks prior to the incident, a gun had been stolen from a vehicle. That's the most pronounced part of the story.
Gotcha.
So, regardless
also,
of the point,
this is saying Travis McMichael shot Mr. Arbery 3 times with a shotgun. That sounds like it went off more than once.
You should watch the video.
Okay. Do you think were
in
all
the video
three when they were fighting over it?
It's off camera.
So here's the issue.
Okay.
If two people are holding a gun, they're both in possession of the gun.
Sure.
So it's not as simple to say in a news story that he shot him 3 times. That's a prosecution.
Yeah, but 2 people holding a shotgun
and fighting over it, and then it goes off
3 times.
Probably it went off. He was still holding it, and then he fired it 2 more times.
Semi-auto. Okay, a shotgun. You fired a shotgun before, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, 2 people holding, even with buckshot, if you pull a trigger with 2 people, that shotgun's gonna go flying.
So it's really weird. If you watch the video, you can see both of their hands are on it, and they're shaking it back and forth. They had tight grips. I just,
okay, maybe I'll look it up.
But also, take into consideration the statements of the defense and the prosecution are going to favor their view of the story.
Of course, I agree.
And the ultimate conclusion was based on the fact that they were performing a citizen's arrest, but because they had not witnessed a felony in progress, they had no right to perform a citizen's arrest. Thus,
and because the cops told them explicitly to back off. Apparently.
Exactly,
and that he wasn't a burglary suspect.
He was,
but the cops.
Apparently, the prosecutor said that the cops had made the statement to these people days earlier that he explicitly was not a burglary suspect. Do we have the video to watch?
The video of.
Okay, I think I found the article Destiny is referring to. On February 11th. Oh, this must be written by. Oh, this of course is a UK publication. They put the 11 before the February. How dare they? Just 12 days before Mr. Arbery's killing. Travis McMichael saw Mr. Arbery in the neighborhood, went home and went to the construction site with his father in his pickup truck and called 911. At the same time, Mr. English spotted Mr. Arbery on the cameras and called another neighbor. The prosecutor said that when the police arrived, an officer, quote, had a conversation with Gregory and Travis McMichael that evening about this person unknown to them walking around the construction site that evening. The officer told Mr. Michaels that, quote, Mr. English says this guy has never stolen anything from this property, end quote. Okay. She added, so, quote, so the McMichaels are fully informed that Mr. English had said law enforcement told him he's never taken anything. Okay, so that's the never taken anything comment. But obviously he's still trespassing or burglarizing, I guess, technically. Quote, there's no evidence that Mr. Arbery committed any robbery, theft, blah, blah, blah. But where did they say that he wasn't a suspect? Oh, maybe. Okay, well, we'll keep going. I'll keep looking at the article. I feel like this article might have kind of a somewhat misleading headline. When they say he wasn't a burglary suspect, right? They mean like, oh, he wasn't stealing anything suspect, but he was a suspect of, going on the property. That might be the issue here.
He was a burglar. Yeah. I mean, they showed the video. They had a video camera at the place. They showed him on the video. And I mean, it didn't look like he was wearing shorts. And even if he was jogging as a ruse or whatever, because he's like some career criminal or whatever.
No, but it seemed like Destiny seemed to be interpreting this headline of the article, meaning that the police specifically told McMichaels that Ahmaud Arbery wasn't the suspect, which I don't think happened. I think what they said was, he wasn't suspect of stealing anything from the property.
Right.
I think that's what happened. Because the article headline's kind of misleading.
I listened to a lot of this case.
Yeah.
And it's pretty... I mean, it seems like Tim Pool is making the case that he was a career criminal and had it coming. I mean, that's kind of the surface level takeaway that I've got from this. And that these two guys who chased him and boxed him in with their car and pulled a gun on him,
right,
shouldn't be rotting in jail. No, fuck those guys. They should be rotting in jail.
Yeah.
Look, if somebody breaks into your home and you want to pull a gun at them and blow them away, knock yourself out.
Right.
Like, don't chase them down the street because they were in your neighbor's construction site and murder them.
Well, you suspect they were. You don't even know, right?
Suspect. No, these guys messed up. They messed up big time. Not only did they mess up, though, they tried to cover it up. That was what part of the thing that was just floored people, because he did I used to be a cop and I'm friends with the prosecutor and nobody has to find out about this. Like, they didn't even charge these guys. These guys went about their business. Like, you want to talk about racism in America? That's like, this is 100%.
Did they not charge them until the video went public?
Yes. They tried to sweep this under the rug.
That's pretty bad.
And you got Tim Pool here talking about how this is no big deal because, the homeowners, whatever. It's like, geez. They, not only that, I do remember them showing in the case, they showed like a white couple going into there. They showed a bunch of kids going into there. They had a bunch of people on film that were going in there.
Which to me is like, I didn't know this was a thing. People just fucking wander onto.
I think we talked about this.
We did talk about this because you said I
was like, "What are you talking, Sitch?" Me and Isaac, the guy who I did the live stream with,
I know we had this exact conversation when the trial was happening.
They did a demolition, like a 20-story building demolition, and
that's a little different. Like, that seems interesting to me. Like, if
hell
there's some
yeah,
big
it was
office
interesting.
Building, no, but like
they put perforations into the building. You could look down into these holes that went down like 20 stories. You're going, oh my God, if I fell in there, You're dead.
Yeah, no, see, but to me, that's cool. Like, if I was especially younger and it's like, oh shit, there's like a 20-story building they ripped apart and you could sneak, that sounds cool. To me, like, oh, there's just a normal house being constructed. Like, I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't seem very interesting to me. Like, what are you going to look at?
Look, you sneak in there with your girlfriend, you make out for a while.
Well,
Sitch.
okay, but that's like, a different.
Come on, it's
that
fun.
makes sense, right? That would be an acceptable thing to do. So
that's what the white couple was doing. They're like, "Oh my God, there's a camera, honey.
Let's perform for the camera."
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Turns out that was their kink at Pride moment right there.
But this was right at.
There's a couple that literally just finds houses under construction that have cameras to have sex in them.
This was right after Kyle Rittenhouse, and I remember thinking, this is just like Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse is running, trying to get away. He doesn't know why these people are chasing him.
And the people don't know what he did. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, this is just messed up.
Yep. True.
Yeah. The guy who is just, and Tim is, look, the guy who went to jail just for filming. What? I mean, you can't get no jury is going to convict some guy for just filming. What jury is going to go in and go, oh yeah, well, he's guilty.
Well,
look, he was just
maybe
filming.
somewhere, but
no, someone on the jury is going to have a conscience. They're going to be like, well, no, he was just filming. He's innocent.
One hopes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is Kyle Rittenhouse, totally gave me faith in the jury came back with the right decision there.
Yeah.
I felt like the jury came back with the right decision on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Every time I listen to one of these cases, I'm waiting for the jury that just surprises me. Like, oh my God.
Fortunately, well, I don't know. Again, I disagree with the charges I disagree with the jury on the Chauvin. It wasn't just Derek Chauvin, but like it was all the cops. I disagree with that jury. So
Daniel Winter here says the cameraman shouldn't be in jail. Why? Because Tim Pool said that? Why do you think the cameraman shouldn't be in jail when he literally boxed him in with his car? And
hit him with his car, causing a dent to his vehicle, right?
Yeah, that's what they said. They're like, listen, you might as well have shot him. You hit him with your car. Your car is a deadly weapon, is it not?
Yeah. So
Adam too angelic watches 12 Angry Man and believes doesn't watching. Look, the O.J. Simpson trial is the only one that I thought, okay, O.J. Simpson is like.
That's the most egregious, right? Yeah.
But to tell you the truth, I didn't even watch the O.J. trial, so I don't know. Like a lot of people were following it, but I was, like I said, I was in college. I was more interested in like getting a girlfriend and living a happy life. Yeah.
Well, the O.J. trial was confounded by a bunch of things, which was obviously the glove does not fit, you must acquit.
Right.
They had OJ try to put the glove on and he couldn't.
Well, I saw that, but it looked like he was like, oh, look, like he wasn't trying very hard. I'm like, dude, just grab the glove and put it on. What are you doing? Right. No, look, it's too tiny.
Right. But they should never ask. That was a huge screw up from the state to do that. And the second part was, even though he did do it, there were some police officers who were futzing with evidence to make him seem more guilty.
Yeah.
And so so those two things, I think, completely fucked up the trial. So made it too easy to point to like, oh, it's just like, racist cops trying to, frame innocent black men when obviously he was not innocent at all.
The chat just cracks me up. I love it. They got my number. You guys got my number, so whatever. I don't understand why Tim Pool is. I guess maybe his audience is like, oh, Mary Opry is totally guilty. Or
this is a bad example.
Yeah.
I don't remember Tim's take on it at the time either. I don't remember watching any of his videos. But
I don't either. But this is why Destiny is like, oh my God, why are we bringing this up? Why are we bringing up stuff from like 5 years ago?
Constantly. This whole stream is just like relitigating old past issues.
It's not nothing. We can't talk about new stuff that that I know about from recently. Although, what is there really going on that's new to talk about? I don't really know.
I mean, there's lots of current culture war issues to talk about, I guess, but
yeah.
The shotgun? Yeah, I'm curious.
Oh, I mean, I'll try and pull it up, but I got to be honest. We recently tried pulling it up. It's really hard to find. But let's read some more super chats.
Yeah, go. I don't want to interrupt your super chat.
But anyway, my point is just this. Not that it's like the clearest cut case of self-defense like with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Sure.
But it's that this guy's not a jogger. It's not so simple to say like 3 guys lynched this dude or whatever.
Wait, was he not a jogger? Do we not think?
Like, come on, bro. Like, you think a guy drove 26 miles from his house to jog through a random suburban?
Yeah, I mean, you lose a lot of credibility when you bring up the jogger thing. So I'm
a white dude though, so I'm safe. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy. I like to go for walks and stuff, and I'm not saying people don't jog or walk. I'm saying for him specifically, that was probably not the case, considering his past actions. Because he's black. Is that what you're saying? Because he's black. That's okay.
It's well-known fact that black people don't jog.
We have
Just
like a
think
bunch
about
of mountains and stuff around here. I'm always driving to go on some crazy walk. So,
it. There you go.
but that's just
A
me.
neighborhood.
I don't even know if that's how. This reminds me of like when people like did Rittenhouse go to a whole other state to defend his property.
Oh, look at that. That's the thing. I'm like, okay, dude lives in the hood, right? If he jogs in the hood, someone's gonna steal his sneakers. He's like, I'm driving to the white folks neighborhood where I can jog around and not get my sneakers
Listen, if
stolen.
he didn't have a record for literally doing the thing, I would say, yeah, maybe he was just jogging and just walking through some, place. But the fact that he literally has a record for doing this exact thing makes me.
Oh,
think that
okay.
was what-
I didn't know about the record, so.
Right.
The dude didn't live there.
Yeah, sure, but I don't know where he.
Like, why-
I don't know where he lives.
Well, no,
maybe
well,
maybe he lives in an apartment complex. He drives around a jog. I don't know. I truly don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
We'll
But-
read some more super chats
okay.
and then we'll talk more.
Tim
yeah,
is
with
like,
members only.
please.
I don't want to.
Would a guy drive 26 miles to walk into a construction site and walk away? I'm not sure. Like,
That's what he apparently did.
purportedly he was jogging, right?
So they say he was jogging, but there's video you can watch of him entering this property. And then the left was like, well, he was just looking around, It's like, come on. He's jogging and then decides to go look around in someone's private property. It's just weird.
Well, if it's an under construction site, I don't know. Well,
They literally showed other people doing the exact same thing. I don't. Why are they leaving that out?
regardless,
dude. Seriously?
you're telling me that a shotgun went off 3 times in a guy's chest while he was fighting over it. That's a seriously question, right?
Watch the video. I don't know.
I want to see the video. But do your super chats. Go. Sorry.
But no, but like the idea that someone went jogging that decides to, in the middle of the night, jog in the middle of the night and then go into someone's house just doesn't seem to make sense.
It was the middle of the day. What is he talking about?
Was it the video at night and then when the incident was during the day?
No, there was
Something?
no night videos.
Okay.
There's only video during the day.
Gotcha.
Construction site, but yeah.
But like it's not like a barren frame. It's a house.
Okay.
It's a fully constructed house.
Gotcha.
And there's like materials inside. They're doing the interior, but whatever.
Is it racist to not want to get your sneakers stolen? I kind of feel like that's not racist. I feel like that's just.
Wasn't he wearing but that's the question is wasn't he wearing Timberlands or I don't know, something you wouldn't necessarily want to jog in?
Oh, really?
There was some
Penny
contention. I don't remember
Lane.
exactly. Kind of shoe. There's some
He's
contention
like-
about his shoes.
He's like, I'm going to the white neighborhood. I need to wear penny loafers.
No, that's not.
I gotta blend in on this shit.
Right. I don't remember what kind of shoes he was wearing.
I just noticed that FD Signifier responded to the tweet that blew up.
Oh.
I was
yeah,
trying
we'll
to
talk
find
about it.
because I did a tweet about Ahmed Aubrey, and I was trying to find my Ahmed Aubrey tweet from like a million years ago, and somehow Google showed me FD Signifier responding to the thing, which I never saw. So
Okay, no, I don't know. I just saw there's a news that has pictures of his shoes. They're just like normal shoes. They're not like boots or anything.
yeah,
At least from the
they're
angle I'm looking at. So I don't know where that idea came from.
they're fine for running, aren't they?
They look like normal. They look like shoes you could run in. They don't look like
Right. Yeah.
Timberlands or something. So.
Right. Penny loafers, but you see, he put quarters in there. That's how you knew. That's how you knew this guy was up to something.
Yeah. There you go.
No one puts a quarter in a penny loafer.
Right.
All right, let's see what we got here. Mike Casanelli with big old super chat. It just says celebrate the first super chat. Oh, well, thank you very much.
Nice.
They started doing that thing where it's like whenever you super chat for the first time, you get an award or something on YouTube.
Oh yeah, in the little YouTube chat.
Nice.
Do you guys have memberships for your YouTube yet?
We had members only chat, but we switched to just running a Discord because it's better.
Oh, gotcha.
And then let people do the free chat.
I mean, you can pay for memberships on YouTube to get little icons next to your name if you guys.
yeah,
have
we do.
We do have that. They have little beanies.
Oh, cute.
Yeah.
There
And you
you
get
go.
Bocus and Roberto Jr. emojis.
Gotcha.
All right, let's see. Let's grab some good ones while we're here.
Thank you,
Iggy
Stardust.
the Incubus says, seeing as Pandora's box is open, can we indict...
Stardust has sent some people to us. Thank you so much.
Oh, did she? Wow,
Yeah.
nice.
We've
Awesome.
got 6 minutes or less left in this video.
Well, I mean, we have a bunch of super
We have
chats
a
to read
bunch of
too.
super
So
chats.
Bush for lying to America to justify Iraq's invasion? What about Obama for Abdul Amar al-Awlaki? Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki. I mean, how about we just go for Bush and the Iraq invasion and all that stuff? Should he be arrested for that? I mean,
Break a law?
I mean,
Is it illegal for the president to lie to his citizens? I don't know. Is that a law? I'm not sure if that's a law.
man,
Protected speech.
it should be like declaring war. All right, let's grab some super chats. I'm trying to find a good one, So bear with me, guys.
What? Yeah.
Raymond G.
What kind
Stanley
of
Jr. says,
producer do
Tim,
you
Libby
have?
listened to you in an article about Biden saying trans people shape our nation's soul, no affirming care, only child sex change and medical mutilation. Nice, correct words. Oh, hi, Destiny. I know, I'm always yelling at the post-millennials, funny. And they listen to the show and Libby's always hanging out, so it's like they know, I know that they're going to listen. But they wrote an article where they said something like assault rifle, and I was like, it's not an assault rifle.
Okay, we don't have to watch the rest of this.
Good. Thank goodness. Woo!
Anyway, so there you go. So let's finish off the supers. Let me go through the rest of the 20s and up, and then I'll go and start over again.
There was a super chat for the China guy. And the China guy, I guess, is South African, like that darn Kidda.
From him or for him?
What do you mean?
You said there was a super chat for him or from him?
Someone citing him, saying that we should.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Saying whatever his name was, because we're really bad and we didn't remember what the guy's name was.
Metalworks 41190 for $20. Thank you so much. You should watch Serpentanza. That's the name of the guy. That's his channel here. I'll put it in the chat. You guys can check it out. Why China can't make
Serpent
chips.
ZA.
Yeah.
Serpent ZA.
Here it is. I'll look it up and I'll get a link.
Serpent ZA.
So he's saying, watch the video. Why China can't make chips. You'll be surprised how long it took China to figure out how to make ballpoint pens and how they can't make anything worth crap. They can't even eco-friendly correctly. LOL. So yes, his China videos are amazing. And I guess the guy is from South Africa, and he ended up moving to China because South Africa is such a terrible place to live. And he did a video recently, I guess, when South Africa was blowing up and they were killing all the white farmers and stuff like that. And it made me think of that darn Kidda, because Kidda moved to Dubai with her husband because of
That's because he got a job, though. I don't know if they were running away from.
Yeah, but the way he describes South Africa, I mean, it just doesn't seem like a place anyone wants to live. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially,
I didn't see the video we talked about that. I saw the video. I saw two of his videos. I saw the one about the empty cities. I'm curious to see this one about them why they can't make chips. I did see the video. I didn't watch the whole thing because it's long. But I watched part of it where he was explaining how his job was he worked for this really shady Chinese rapist guy. Yeah, that was super fucking weird.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, those are the two videos I sent you.
Yes.
Yeah, the rapist one was that was insane. So he worked for one of those teaching places, and I remember a lot of I have two good friends that both moved to China, and I remember people talking about how you could move to China and make a bunch of money teaching English, and that, it was great. Chinese women love American men, and, you drink and party with hot Asian women all the time.
I'd rather go to Japan than China. Why the hell would you? Come on.
Well, but he worked at one of the places teaching English.
Right.
And the guy who ran the place basically raped every single woman that worked there. And he tried to, he didn't know that this was going on, but once he kind of figured it out, he approached the guy and was like, this is, fucked up. And they fired him on the spot. And then he saw the guy later on, the state or somebody had convinced some woman to prosecute him, and he was watching the prosecutions. But the guy got basically a slap on the wrist and never got in any trouble for it. But I mean, I'm endeared to this guy as soon as he's the guy that tried to step up to this guy and then just gets fired on the spot. You're like, okay, well, this guy's got a good moral compass.
Well, it was even more. I mean, it wasn't just it wasn't just that he was raping all these female employees. It was they had this weird, it was like a cult. The female employees had to wear clothing a specific way, and they had to sit and act in very weird, very specific ways. You have to sit with your legs crossed at this exact angle and call this guy this was very weird name. They had to do all this really weird, super specific shit. That was very obviously all some kind of crazy fetish that this fucked up, ugly Chinese guy had.
But he also, yeah, I've watched probably maybe a dozen or so of his videos now. He's called out a bunch of YouTubers. I guess the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, pays a bunch of YouTubers. They call them white monkeys because they are basically making videos that are Chinese propaganda.
Racist, but okay.
I mean, they're white. I mean, I feel like I'm safe.
Okay. I'm not saying you're racist per se. I'm just saying like the term.
They literally call the job a white monkey job. Like
Okay.
when they advertise it and stuff. So, but
really? China
China
says that.
Yes, he speaks Chinese,
Right.
so he knows. And he basically did this one video that's amazing, where he says, "Listen, these people." He doesn't blame them because they don't know. They don't speak enough Chinese to know the situation. So, you know,
The shills, you mean?
Yeah, the shills. It's easy for them to say, you know, obviously, you know, the West is they basically fall into the America bad camp, and they're like, you know, China's a great place, they're doing the right thing. They buy into the Uyghur re-education camps being literally like re-education camps,
Right.
like where they're just learning valuable skills.
It's a job skills fair. Okay.
That's basically it. They take them to these different places for tourism, and they act like they're meeting the local people, and really they're meeting like the CCP government officials. And this guy is just totally calling them out. He's saying, listen, I know, like this one guy met some old dude that ran some farm or anything. And the guy just is like, look, I can look this up on the Chinese internet. This guy is a player in the Chinese Communist Party. You're meeting literally a party official. You're not meeting some. Yeah,
there's a guy who's like, this is a rural Chinese farmer. No, this is a rural Uyghur farmer. Look how happy he is. It's like, well, actually, he's a member of the Chinese Communist Party.
Exactly. But since he speaks Chinese and he knows exactly what's going on, he's just calling this shit out right and left. So it is amazing. As you know, obviously, we're not America. Look, we're not America's perfect here, but America's pretty good. There's one video. Oh, maybe we'll watch a bit of it on Tuesday. I bookmarked part of it because he just goes off on the best rant against these woke people. It's the South Africa video, and he's talking about the racism in South Africa and the racism in China. And he's like basically showing pictures. Now he lives in the States with his wife and daughter.
Right.
And he's like, look, here's my daughter playing with like a black kid and an Asian kid and an Indian kid. Okay. This is just unheard of. When people want to talk about racism in America, he just loses his shit. He's like, I've seen racism. Like I've seen brutal racism in South Africa. I've seen brutal racism in China. Like in China, they just like foreigners get absolutely no respect at all. Like if someone steals from you in the market or whatever, and you go to the police, they're going to side with the guy who stole from you every single time. They're like, just dumb foreigner.
Jeez.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a great channel though. Yeah.
That's why you should go to Japan. The racism for white people actually benefits you. It doesn't hurt you.
In Japan? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Japan and China are pretty different, right? I mean,
They are
Japan
very
is
different.
way more Western. See, Japan
Yes, of course.
got Western influences after World War II that China never got. Yeah.
Well, I know, like, yeah.
There's a saying in China, like, if you can cheat, cheat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's very, they have very different cultures. I think Sammy G was talking about this. She was saying, like, in Japan, they have they're like very differential to tourists, especially.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like very like Japanese people have like this like very go out of their way to like help tourists, essentially.
Oh,
Supposedly,
okay.
that's what she said.
In China? Or in Japan?
Japan.
Yeah, Japan. In China, they go like fuck over.
They go out of their way to fuck
He
up,
did a
yeah.
video. I watched the video on scams in China, and there's like, it's like an hour long. There's so many scams in China.
Not good.
Yeah.
Darren Kiddith said that, she said South Africa was a shit show. So she agreed.
She said they only had 4 hours of power a day. And I was like,
Right.
I mean, I kind of
pretty
feel
wild.
for her now. He's like, he's basically, he said that he's had friends killed.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the guy's name. but it is. I like the name. It's like Willard or something. Winton or something like that. Let me see if it's in his about section.
He was killed in South Africa?
No, he said he's seen a bunch of dead bodies and he's had friends killed and family
okay.
members killed, and just that's like
wild.
Yeah. I think it's Winston. I think that's his name.
Winston Wolfe.
Did you look it up? Is that it?
No, that's the character's name from Pulp Fiction.
Oh, Winston.
Yeah.
The Wolf. I like names like that. That's what I always shot for in my scripts. I always try to look for like a Winston, Wendell, some old name that nobody ever uses anymore.
The ultimate villain, Willard.
Willard.
Thanks so much, J-Mac, our surrogate father, for the 50 gifted memberships for the other 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Jay.
Wow.
Yes.
Thanks. That's awesome.
Thank you,
us in
TV.
business.
Yeah. Our surrogate father, of course, always so incredibly generous.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you, TB, for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. And I think I saw, didn't I see someone else did some gifted memberships? Joe Sullivan did 5 gifted memberships.
Thank you, Joe.
And
Mr. Ubercross did 10 gifted memberships.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I
Mr.
thought I
Ubercross.
saw Mr. Ubercross do some
Thank you
gifted.
so much.
Awesome.
Sashman, for 6 months, says, heard you boys talking about South African racism and politics. Talk to me about it. I was around when there was riots in 2021. Wow.
Really? Okay, so that's the video he was doing and I was watching. So yeah, that's pretty insane. That's the thing. I honestly feel like we got all these communists coming at us on Twitter, and just have these people read anything about elsewhere in the world?
No, they're super privileged and they haven't actually experienced real racism.
Yeah.
In my experience, when you look at their backstory, they're like generally like privileged people who are like creating a fantasy of racism that they never really truly experienced. Not always, but I'm just saying it seems to be the case with a lot of these young woke kids.
Yeah, I agree.
Blaine the Scapegoater for $5 says, on one of our trips to Japan, an old Japanese lady in Kyoto walled us across town. Or maybe you mean walked us across town to show us where our hotel was when we asked for directions. Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's very nice of her. Kind of goes along with what I was saying, yeah.
Yeah, no, Sammy G, I think, lived in Japan for a while.
She did, yeah.
And she did the plushies in China, and I remember they totally screwed her over. Like, they gave her some dream quote, and then as soon as we were actually going to get them done, it's like, oh, double.
Yeah, right. Of course. Can't trust the Chinese.
When I saw that, I immediately thought of Sammy G when he said, yeah, the Chinese have a saying, if you can cheat, cheat.
It's pretty bad.
I was like, those motherfuckers.
Sammy said there was like, I don't know if she said this on stream or not. She said there's like this weird thing in Japan where they somehow associated that like people in America, supposedly Japanese people think that people in America eat KFC for Christmas.
What?
And so they've somehow KFC has tricked Japanese people into thinking that like KFC on Christmas is an American tradition. And so supposedly,
that's
if you want to get
marketing ever.
It is. And so supposedly and I'm like, what? Like, this is like the most goofy shit I've ever heard. I'm like, what? And so I was like, apparently if you're in Japan and you want to get KFC on Christmas, there's like, it's like impossible. You have to like order in advance because they have all these like Christmas dinner orders for fucking KFC.
It's like honey baked ham. You got to order like months in advance.
Yeah. I'm like, this is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard. Like what's going on here?
Gaslighting Americans. How terrible.
I know. Well, no, it's KFC gaslighting Japanese. So, yeah, it was KFC. It wasn't. Yeah, it was KFC that like created this myth in Japan. Yeah. So I don't know. Very bizarre. But someone said no, it's a Japanese tradition. It's not based in the U.S. Oh, okay. I don't know. Somebody came up with it. The whole thing seems ridiculous. So. And she said she was like staying with some, like one of those like, foreign exchange families, and they were all like really excited, like, look, we got you KFC for Christmas. And she didn't have the heart to tell them like, oh, like, why?
I mean, I do like some KFC. I'm not going to turn it down.
I know, it's just fun. I would be like, listen, I would have eaten it. I would have ate it. I would have been like, it was really good. And afterwards, I've been like, listen, it's very good, but this is all a scam. You've been lied to.
Why would you do that?
Right. Well, I just wanted to get taken advantage of.
I would snicker under my
Because I feel like they're getting
breath.
taken advantage of. So
I would snicker under my breath and eat that delicious
There you go.
KFC.
someone in the chat says, my former boss and his Japanese wife celebrated every Christmas. There you go.
Hilarious.
There you go. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I was stationed in Japan. I used to have to announce I wasn't Nigerian on the train. Oof. Oof. Anyways. JMac for $20. Thank you so much. Our circuit father JMac says, about to take you guys running with me. Keep me motivated with intellectual stimulation. Well, listen. Just make sure you don't go into any
I know, that's what I was
construction houses, Jay. So
I was going to say, I wonder if that was during the Ahmed Aubrey conversation. Run faster, Jay. They're after you. They're going to get you.
yeah, there you go. No, I would suggest not running. So,
I don't know if a bunch of bumpkins are chasing me with shotguns. I might run faster.
well, I don't think that. I mean, if he had just put his hands up, that he would have survived. He wouldn't have. I don't think they would have killed him. But we don't know. But I don't think they would have. Of course, it doesn't justify what happened. I'm just saying.
You think Kyle Rittenhouse should have just put his hands up?
No, I think that's a completely different. I think there's a difference between like that, the three guys or two guys in a car versus. No, to be fair, you know, I'm not saying it's his fault. I'm just saying if he did, I think it would have been okay.
Sure.
But that's very different than like a mob of people chasing after you saying he murdered somebody. That's very different.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know.
I don't know. Well, I guess we'll never know. Dr. Fire for 22 Canadian. Thanks so much. Says, but isn't the difference of a conventional war mostly the QN insurgency being taken into account when comparing death tolls of Iraq to Ukraine? The official Iraqi army, I think, gave up in a month. Well, it depends. If they're that's why I said, what was the total death tolls? If they're counting like, oh, insurgents versus civilians versus, you know, military people, like, yeah, you could like futz with all the numbers and things of that nature. Oh no, I guess you're just saying like because it's a conventional war, more people are gonna die. Period. I mean, I guess that's a fair point to some extent. I would expect more people to always die in a conventional warfare than insurgency. I guess that's a fair point. I'm just saying I know that because Russia basically had the same tactic in Afghanistan. And I remember on stream, I don't remember the exact numbers. I remember on stream, I compared it to look up the numbers to Vietnam. And there are lots of people that died in Vietnam, but it was like not comparable. Like the ratio for Afghanistan was like way fucking crazier. So it definitely seems like Russia just has this idea of just fucking steamrolling people, like everyone. They don't really give a shit. And just digging mines everywhere without really keeping track of any of them. So JMac, again, thanks so much for $30. Says, yeah, parents were shocked because they made the mistake of trusting the government with their kids.
Yeah, that was during COVID, right?
Right. And then he also said, watch out, Sitch. If my wife hears you bad-mouthing library, she's going to be cross at you. Listen.
Yeah, she's a librarian. What are you doing,
Yes, listen.
Sitch?
Not bad-mouthing libraries. I'm just saying as a kid, I didn't care about them. I'm glad they exist. I'm just saying as a child, I didn't care.
Putting our entire show at risk with your potty mouth. Come on.
There you go. There you go. JMac for another $10 says, I've got a done it wrong horror story I'll have to tell you guys one day. JMac has like all these crazy stories about he's like the craziest life ever. And JMac for another $20. Thank you so much. Making it rain on us today. Says, my wife said, no, that's not a thing. And it's even rare in public libraries. Well, there you go.
Those books? Yeah, of course.
Like the adult, no, like there'd be like a special adult only section.
Oh my
That's
God.
not yeah, I didn't think that was a thing. That didn't sound real to me. PC for 2,000 yen. Well, thank you, PC. Says you still get. There you go. He says you still get racism towards foreigners in Japan, but the Japanese are very apologetic. I was lost here with some friends once, and this older guy drove us to our destination, and we weren't kidnapped.
Wow.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if you would exactly trust that in China. You could actually be kidnapped and have your organs harvested or something.
I saw a video where they were, I guess, a lot of these old Japanese towns in the countryside, they're paying people to go live in them. And this guy had gone with his wife. The government had given them some stipend to go move to the countryside. And between the government stipend and the job, which paid less money, they ended up making more money in the end. And he's like, it's amazing. I live in this like beautiful Japanese mountains.
Yeah. Why do
Yeah.
they care if they live in some rural area? Why
I
are they
guess they're
paying-
running. Look, the Japanese have bad demographic situations
They're not
going on.
Wait, sorry, you say Japan or China?
Japan, yeah,
Paying people to live out in rural areas?
in rural Japan, yeah,
Right.
just to keep the towns alive
Oh, I see. I see.
because the population is dwindling.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep. Well, I got a big problem to do. I don't know what they're gonna do with that.
Mhm.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, I know you did your best with Dane. Thank you. However, all he wanted to talk about was if the MCU is real, and you could have said, quote, we can talk about that later. Let's assume we're wrong. Are we istophobes? Keep him on track. There you go.
I think Andrew Clark did a video on that was really good. I shared it.
Did it come out yet? I know Andrew Clark said he
Yeah.
was gonna do a video. I don't know if I saw.
Yeah,
I never saw it yet.
he broke down the shenanigans in all of his debates. His debate with us, his debate with Ethan Van Sciver, and his
I'll check
debate
it out.
with spacing on his name, but the other guy,
The guy he called a monkey.
the libertarian guy, yeah, the black guy that he called a monkey.
Yeah.
Bad. Eric July, that's it.
There you go.
I love
Yeah.
I love Miranda July as a great filmmaker. I wonder if they're related.
The Love Doctor 69 all day for $2 says, I'm not a lawyer by any means. But my understanding is that since the indictment was given by a grand jury, Trump will be extradited whether he wants it or not. So DeSantis appears to be posturing.
Yeah, I don't know what the grand jury situation is. What is that all about?
Right. I don't know. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look. Richard Wolf gave us $2. Richard Wolf.
The Richard Wolf.
The Richard Wolf.
Wow.
Yes.
Can't stand that guy.
No. Listen, he gave us $2. We have to be nice to him.
No, I'm not going to.
Richard says, you understand, I can't really do Richard, but I'll try. You understand why we should have the USA, Russia, and China negotiate a peace over Ukraine and Taiwan. We must first go back to Augustus Caesar. Thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
You know how like he kept going back to feudalism? You know, the conversation with Destiny.
I do remember that.
Okay.
Remember how
I
he
thought
was
it was
like
funny.
going through his desk drawer? Where's my stapler? I need to send this check to
Yeah.
the maid.
Is banging all the drawers.
How dare this Destiny fella make me
Yes.
look like a fool?
Yes. The most dope for $2 says, hey, Adam, I sent you a message on Twitter asking about something medical related. Just letting you know in case you think it was spam or something. Should be under my name. If you want, you can answer or on stream or message me.
Okay. Did you sent it? Like I
On
said,
Twitter.
my mentions on Twitter are just.
It was a DM.
Oh, okay. Well, what was the name?
The most dope.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Our good friend Vosh for $2 says, ow, my nipples, they hurt. They hurt when I twist them. Well, there you go. Thank you, Vosh,
Yeah.
for that information. Really appreciate it. KNX122 for $10 says, hey, y'all. I won't be interacting with chat much, but I got roped into doing landscape work for a church. Have a good stream and remember, A-Team reigns supreme. But S-Class is the best class.
Nice. Notice
Thank you.
A-Team came first, so that's good.
There you go. Listen, glad you're helping your local church with some landscaping. That's nice.
Yeah, that's great.
Bentoki, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Sinkers. Hey, Bentoki, thank you.
Bentoki?
Bentoki.
It's awesome.
Wow. The Reaper for 3 months says, thanks for the content. I work Sunday, so it's nice to have something to listen to in the background. Esclasis, Bascosta. Mr. Anderson for $2 says, I think referring to the meme that caused all the drama this week. It should say, quote, liberals get the bullet too.
Oh, yeah.
I could say that, yeah.
That's a good
I feel like
idea.
the fact that they give the insanely stupid argument about like, you're comparing killing people to an ideology. I feel like the fact that they perceive that as a weakness is what makes them share it.
You
It
know,
actually
you've
helps
kind of
me
won me over
propagate.
to that position. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
they're not going to share mine because they're like, oh, yeah, well, we can't share that. Obviously, we do want to kill landlords, but.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Right. But yeah. And everybody knows. They're like, well, you kind of have to kill people to get rid of capitalism. So.
Yeah, it's literally the dumbest point. Oh my God. There's a difference between killing people and an ideology. I mean, yeah, if you're an idiot. How do you think ideologies are eliminated? Do you think it's a peaceful transition of power?
Look, as everyone is trying to get their ideology to displace the neighboring ideology, they always tell themselves, "Oh, this is going to be a completely peaceful displacement," right?
Yeah, exactly.
But they're lying to themselves. They're totally
course.
lying to themselves.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to give up their ideology. They're like,
Right.
"Wait, my parents gave me this ideology. I'm attached to it. What are you talking about?"
Exactly. I mean, that's why, like, you know, when Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes talk about the peaceful white nationalist ethno state,
Right.
they just pay black people to leave the country. You're like, really? Do we believe
Yeah.
this? Okay.
It's
What if they don't want to leave,
horrible.
Richard? What do we do then?
Not only that, they're Americans. Like,
I know,
black
obviously,
Americans
right.
are
I know.
Americans. They're
I
not
know.
like
I'm just like
it's ridiculous.
it's funny that like the communists they don't buy that, but for some reason they buy their own peaceful transition from destroying liberalism.
Oh, of course, because they're
Heroes.
hearts and unicorns, sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah.
Literally.
Doomer for $2 says, Sitch, please don't come on camera. Thank you. Thank you, voice, Murderface. Thank you.
Oh my God. He doesn't look like Murderface, does he?
He kind of does. He kinda
Really?
does. I think he does.
No.
Yeah. He kind of looks like Murderface.
Oh no.
Like Murderface has that weird hair. You know?
Oh yeah, you're
So
right.
I feel like if he grew his hair out, he could look very much like Murderface.
We should chip in and get him a Murderface wig and see if he'll wear it for us.
We should, yeah. That's a good idea.
You guys are so mean to me.
You got really good at doing that. I'm impressed.
I'm doing my best.
You're doing great.
Oh yeah.
Ikai Taxi for $20 says, sorry for the different topic. What are your guys' feelings about Douglas Mackery Aloha?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're saying and Aloha. Douglas Mackey.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
Douglas Mackey Aloha. I don't know.
No, Aloha was just saying Aloha. I assume
Okay.
from
Douglas
Hawaii
Mackey.
or something.
Okay.
Douglas Mackey is the far-right influencer convicted in a voting. I know very little about this, but I did tweet this. I tweeted something about this that seemed kind of. I was like, wait, a cursory fact check doesn't conform with this, and I think Phil retweeted it, and then a bunch of his fans got very angry at me in the reply. So, let me see. Self-styled far-right propagandist from Florida was convicted Friday of charges alleging he conspired to deprive individuals of their right to vote in 2016. Douglas Mackey, 33, of West Palm Beach, Florida, was convicted in Brooklyn federal court before Judge Blue. On the internet, he's known as Ricky Vaughn. In 2016, Mackey had about 58,000 Twitter followers and was ranked by the MIT Media Lab as the 107th most important influencer of the then up-and-coming presidential election. Well, here's my question. How could someone with only 58,000 Twitter followers be 107th most important influencer? That's not right.
Yeah,
That doesn't seem right.
That doesn't add up.
Anyway, blah, blah, where they get to what he did. Prosecutors told juries that during the trial, Mackey urged supporters of then Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton, so this was for 2016, to vote via text, message, or social media, knowing these endorsements were not legally valid votes. At the same time, prosecutors said he was sending tweets suggesting that it was important to limit black turnout at voting booths. One tweet he sent showed a photo of a black woman with a Clinton campaign sign encouraging people to avoid the line and vote from home, court papers said.
Oh my God.
Using social media
Vote
pictures,
on the app.
Using social media pictures, one image encouraged phony voters utilizing a font similar to the ones used by the Clinton campaign in authentic ads, and they tried to mimic Clinton campaign ads in other ways. So essentially, this article's not doing a good job. The other article saw basically what he was doing, supposedly. I haven't seen the tweets, but supposedly he, was contacting people before the election saying that they wanted to limit black voter turnout. Supposedly, they claim they have evidence of this. They also supposedly claim, because I haven't seen any of this, that he was tweeting out pictures that were mock-ups made to look like official Hillary Clinton ads that would say, don't go in person, vote from home, text, and there's a number, and it'd say like text so-and-so if you want to vote for Hillary Clinton. Okay. And supposedly...
because then they would say, okay, well, if you're voting for Hillary Clinton, don't go, or they would say do go.
The ad was like, it looked like a Hillary Clinton ad saying, if you want to vote for Hillary, don't go in person, vote via text.
Right.
In Florida.
Right. Okay. So they're trying to get people not to vote for Hillary.
Right. Now, I don't know what would happen if you texted this number. If it would just nothing would happen. Right. I assume nothing would happen, right? If you just text a random number, does nothing happen? Or do you get I've never done that. Do you get a message back that says your text wasn't?
Well, maybe you get a message back that says, thank you for voting for Hillary. Have a nice day.
I don't think that happened because that would have been brought up in these articles if that happened. But what they did say was that they had the whoever investigated this, they found that 4,900 unique telephones text this number to try to vote via text.
Okay.
So the question is, okay.
That's a lot of voters.
Right. So this guy is basically been charged and I guess convicted of. Yeah, he was charged and convicted of voter suppression because of this. So yeah, I think that seems to be completely justified. I don't know what they'll charge him with. I don't know what the sentence will be. But if that's all true, that seems to be completely justified. He tricked 4,900 people into potentially not voting by sending a text instead.
Throwing their vote away? Yeah.
Yeah.
Screw that guy.
Yeah. So people, because you know how like there were some people who were like, you should go vote on both sides. Both people left and right were putting out these stupid videos where they're like, you should go vote on Wednesday, Do you remember this?
Yeah, I do.
Which first of all, I don't have a problem with any of those people being charged with something. I don't think people should even joke about shit like that. But I think that's substantially different than like creating a whole fake ad campaign where you're getting people to text a number and then you find out 4,900 people did actually text a number thinking they could vote via text. And
this was on Facebook? How did you do the ads?
No, this was on Twitter.
Twitter ads, okay.
Right. Wasn't it? I don't know how the message got out exactly,
but and that guy's in jail, right?
Well, he was convicted just now, so
oh good.
We'll see what happens.
Throw his ass in jail.
Yeah, I don't know how long he'll be sentenced for. But it says he could be facing up 10 years in prison. I mean, I don't know if it'd be that excessive, but I think that's super fucked up. I think that guy is a piece of shit for doing that. And so, yeah, I think he should 100% have been charged and found guilty.
I think they should give him the electric chair.
Well, it's...
Oh, you don't think so? No electric
chair? Might be a little overdoing it.
I mean, we got to think of the 4,000 voters that didn't get their ballot cast.
Right.
Look,
yeah, listen, I know the voting Wednesday things have been done for years. I still don't think people should do it.
What is that? It's yeah.
But that's different than this whole like send your text to this number shit. Like
I don't understand. What are they saying? The thing's been done for years, so it's okay.
People will say like they've been doing this voting on Wednesday joke for like a long time, which it's true. I still don't think people should do it.
It's a joke.
Well,
I just
the
feel
finger
like
quote's
that's
a joke, right?
I feel like that's kind of like saying, "Look, we've had slavery for years," and it's like, okay,
Well, it's like,
maybe we should
yeah,
stop doing that.
there'll be like a woman who's like, I'm, an Asian for Trump, and you should, vote on, make sure you come out on Wednesday to vote. And she'll put up that video, and then there'll be a guy who's like, they're wearing like a pussy hat, like, oh, I'm, males for Biden, make sure you come on vote on Wednesday. Like, it's just, I don't think people should do it. I
Yeah,
understand
because they're
it's
a
like,
bunch of dumbasses.
there's a level of like, it's a joke, I get it, but it's not funny, and it's
Well, it's a
technically
joke
probably
that's
illegal.
and it's a joke that's literally causing people not to vote.
I don't know if people are really, persuaded not to vote from that, but they still shouldn't do it.
Okay, I'm checking in on the Marxist video. It's Bess D. Marx. The tweet says, "Bro thought he was cooking, but made the centrists look even worse." That's what he's saying. But the biggest part of this tweet is like,
Wait, I don't understand. What are you reading? What are we talking about?
I brought up the meme. I'm checking in on the big meme thing. The big meme on Twitter.
What meme?
The meme that got shared about you're
Oh,
both crazy.
oh. You should just retweet you should bring up my tweet.
What, your tweet?
Yeah. I took a screenshot.
Okay. But I mean, this one's the one, it's up to 78,000 likes.
There you
I
go.
mean,
Well, anyway, whatever. I took a screenshot of that and I said, I'd like to thank both Adam and Bess for blowing up my meme, as well as the copious amounts of cope and commie tears it has caused. Laughing, crying face emoji.
It's great.
There you go. So thank you, Bess.
This murky gutter sky says he's so proud of his creation, and he screenshots like all the different
Incarnations you did.
Well, I keep responding with the one thing because people are like, the people being killed is so much worse than the ideology. So I'm just responding with this, but he's like, he's so proud of his creation. Like, am I not allowed to respond to those or something? And then this guy responds, that's a person who's struggling. What does that even mean?
I don't know.
You're
struggling.
What is the struggle?
Struggle.
I feel like all these people do is gaslight. I feel like all of these responses are always gaslighting. Even that one guy that kept doing the cope thing. Oh, look, he's on a cope spiral.
That is the move.
It is like
that.
the gaslighting move.
The move is to say like, oh, you're upset. And you're like, about what? And they're like, shut up, you're upset. And you're like, I don't understand what you're talking about. No, you're upset. And you're just like, oh, okay. That's the move. That's the Twitter move.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm very appreciative.
No,
that
I'm stoked that it's out there.
Has tweeted my meme to over 70,000 people. I'm very happy. Thank you. Thank you.
So many people in the responses are also tweeting the makeup meme. Oh no, he edited it. Oh look, he's moving the goal post. Oh, he tried again. They're sharing the one. So I'm trying to figure out if it would get shared if you did the update. But I guess they're only sharing it because they're like, haha, look, he corrected it. It's like, yeah, look,
because see, it's actually good. So they've crafted this insanely moronic narrative that like it's stupid because this liberalism and capitalism is an ideology, and killing black people is killing black people, like people.
Yeah.
And so they think that you changing the meme somehow validates their idiotic criticism. And
yeah,
so
but they're literally
they're
sharing the
doing
new meme, which is just, yeah, I want this meme to get out there. Look, you're doing great. Look, here it is. The best part is that he has to move the goalpost to try and prove his point that he's making, and he's making it worse. Move the goalpost? What are you talking about? Rewording.
But again, the meme wouldn't get shared if it said that for the first time.
Well, I don't know, because this has like 151 likes. It's 32,000 views on the new meme.
Right. What I'm saying, it wouldn't get shared to 100,000 people. So
maybe I'll yeah, I don't know, going forward. Is this meme? Look, I saw you sharing this meme, and this meme getting a lot of a lot of play. That's one of the reasons why I clipped it out. I'm like, why is Sitch having all the fun? Look, I can have some fun too, right?
Yeah, there you go. Good job.
Are you jealous? You are. You're like,
No, I'm
damn
not.
it.
I think it's funny.
Adam made it blow up.
I'm happy. I'm happy you made it blow up. Listen, this is actually the perfect thing. You're completely wrong. This is perfect. You made my meme blow up, but you suffer all the backlash from it, not me. It's literally the perfect scenario. I want this to be always the case. I want Adam to always take my memes, make them go viral, and then him get in trouble for them.
Look, there's been zero backlash. Look, I had to block some people who were just...
When I say backlash, I mean all the fucking annoying commies in your mentions whining at you. That's what I mean.
Well, I only block people who are like, first of all, they're throwing insults immediately, and then they're arguing back and forth for 35 minutes with someone else in the comments.
Yeah, no one knows how to use the remove from conversation function. Like they never. It's so annoying. People.
Can I remove
Twitter,
myself from the conversation?
No, you can remove yourself from the conversation.
Can I?
You can, yes.
How do you? Because I thought I saw you do that.
I do all the time. You click on there's like the little dots at the top.
Yeah.
Look at someone's reply, and there'll be something that says. It'll say something that says mute this conversation, or something under it that says remove me from this conversation.
Add remove. Okay. I don't see remove me from the conversation. Maybe it's because I'm not in the app.
Go to. This is a lesson for everyone. Okay. Go to your mentions where some people are arguing about something that you're not like having a conversation about.
That's happening literally right now, like between 15 different people.
Right. Now, if you click the three little dots on one of the replies, it'll say follow person, add remove from list, mute conversation, and then it says leave conversation.
Oh my God, leave conversation. You are my fucking hero.
There you go. You're welcome.
Leave this conversation. Boom. I saw that because I saw people sharing some conversation. I was like, this is interesting. Sitch's name is not lit up in green. It's just, it's there.
I'm like, I'm fucking out of here.
Yeah. I'm like, what's happening? How did that happen? And that made me think, Sitch knows something that I don't know.
He knows the secret.
He knows the secret.
He knows the secret. This is like all you fucking guys. This is fucking everyone's.
Now
Twitter.
I know the secret. My name is not highlighted either.
There you go. This is like everyone's Twitter. Like you tweet out something, and then there'll be like two people will get in this fucking like conversation that spans like 3 days of Twitter back and forth. No one, and they never remove you from the like when you're replying to someone. I know I try to always do this. When you're replying to someone, you can click on the reply, and you yourself can remove their name from the reply. But no one ever does that.
I do that.
No one ever fucking does that.
I do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Just you and me. No one fucking ever does that.
So well, now don't even worry. Now that I know I can leave the conversation. God, I swear I blocked a couple of people just because it was just insufferable. I'm like, just make it stop. But now that I know I can leave the conversation, I don't have to do that. That's even better. Yeah.
Anyways.
All right. I'm in heaven now.
Reclusive for 6 months. Thank you so much, Reclusive. Says on the next panel, they shake hands behind the centrist liberal. There you go. There you go. I'm sure that's how it works. Oh yeah, because they're gonna team up to destroy the centrist liberal. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Nusmac for 5 months says, Sitch, did you hear about the explosion in St. Petersburg that killed a pro-Kremlin blogger? I did. I saw it today. Did it happen today? I saw people talking about it in posting like a censored picture of there was some pro-Kremlin blogger in a cafe, and there was an explosion and he died, and I guess he was targeted. So
that sucks.
I don't know. I'm assuming, or do they think it was did Ukrainians sneak into Russia and blow them up? I mean, it seems like a weird target as opposed to going after someone more like military specific as opposed to just like blogger. So I did see about that. I don't know what the facts exactly are. 25 people were wounded, 19 of them hospitalized. Jesus. Russian media and military blogger Tartarsky was meeting with members of the public when a woman presented him with a box containing a bust of him that apparently blew up. Wow, now that's They went all out on that explosion. They literally created a fake bust of him that then exploded. That seems excessive.
Where was this? What happened?
This was in Russia.
Oh wow.
I don't know. It's crazy. Interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with
Like a
that.
sculpture of him?
That's what it says.
Hmm.
I'm assuming he died. Okay. Interesting. Zero Hero, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah, thanks for joining.
El Caliso for 6 months says, I live in New York City. A lot of New Yorkers are blue-pilled normies. The propaganda is strong. Few people are online and informed. True.
Right, yeah.
True. What's in the bags? Yeah, I don't support, despite the fact that Russia's invading Ukraine, I don't support that kind of, if it was Ukrainians, I don't support, there's a difference between like if they target assassinate some like military person versus like just putting a bomb in a building that just blows up a bunch of fucking random people and your target. I think that's fucked up. So
yeah, majorly.
Not a fan. Right. And to me, that would be, the situation we were talking about with like the drone strikes with Obama. Like, I don't think it's, right for them to drone strike someone and just cause all this collateral damage, obviously.
Killing innocent people, not good.
Not good. Yeah. Johnny Foreigner for £5. Thanks so much. Says, Adam, stop arguing with commies. I had to correct them, and now they think I'm a limp centrist.
Oh no! Oh no!
There you go. There you go.
I was having
plus,
some fun.
Trump isn't guilty. Sitch just has TDS. Well, thank you. There you go.
I told them because they were saying centrists are the worst, and I'm like, we're the kingmakers. What are you talking about?
That is true.
Be nicer to us, and maybe we'll vote with you next time.
I'm
feeling like pulling the hammer for Trump. The more you guys bitch,
there you go.
The more you guys make fun of my meme, I'm going MAGA this 2024. I got 2 votes. Keep that in mind.
Like a wormy looking at his little paw.
Oh, I know. He's isn't he adorable?
He is.
I wish the
look at him.
sunglasses would put on.
Look at him. He's so cute.
You should get a cat.
I should.
They're adorable.
I'm allergic though.
Are you
and I know
really?
Those hairless ones
man.
are ugly.
Oh,
as
now
hell.
he's having some fun. Look, guys, remember when the teacher taught you how to masturbate in class?
I'm not there yet. On the video for me, it's still PG. He's just looking at his
Oh, it
little paw.
is? Oh. Oh, it's fully.
Uh-oh. Here it comes. There it is. Oh, no.
At least he turned away from the camera, right?
At least he did. Yeah, at least listen, Wormy's decent. He's got the decency to shield the camera. Okay.
He's like, listen, let's make this safe. Let's make this safe for work.
Anyway, Andrew Clark for $2 says Adam should play Mono Red Goblin Haste. He'd love it.
Yeah.
True.
I would.
I don't think
True.
Adam would like playing Magic. I feel like Adam doesn't have the patience to play Magic.
Oh,
to
yeah.
learn to play Magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Genie Gamer Penguin for $5 says the fun part is if you say what the DA wants, you won't ever get charged for perjury, regardless of the truth. That is not the fun part, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. That's the fucked up part. CT said there's a list of kitties that are okay for allergies. I know. Just supposedly hyperallergenic cats and all this stuff.
Oh, yeah. Get a hairless cat. Those are awesome.
No, they're so ugly.
No, look, my niece has a hairless cat and it is amazing.
The ugliest thing you've ever seen in your life.
No, it's adorable.
They're so ugly. Oh my God. They look like demons.
It's so cute.
Okay. Crazy. Vosh has a hairless cat. It looks so gross.
Really? Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
You haven't seen it in like the background of his videos too.
I mean, I don't like Vosh. It makes me sad that he has a hairless cat now.
Kanzek for 450 ARSs. Oh, I read that one. I was doing my OnlyFans research and I spent the whole week and I can no longer feel my right hand.
You know, whatever happens.
you go. Andrew Clark for $2 says, that's why I said Goblin Haste, no wait time. There you go. That's true, Andrew. But I don't think Adam would even have the patience to learn how to play Magic.
Magic sounds like fun.
Yes. Did you see that video I retweeted? That was like the best video I've ever seen in my life. The guys that were LARPing and they found the dead body in the forest.
No.
Oh, you have to. That video's so funny.
Really?
We'd probably get in trouble if we played it on video, but it's so good. It's like these guys are like playing some kind of like fantasy live action role play game or something, and they find a dead body in the forest. And you can't tell if this guy's like fucking with I'm assuming he is, but he says it like very kind of deadpan straight. He's like, I was casting healing spells on the body, but it wasn't working.
No way.
Yes,
That's
it's amazing.
insane.
And he's like, and then my necromancer friend came and he tried to raise dead on him, but that didn't work either. Because the guy in the forest had no head, and you're just like, this is the most amazing video I've ever seen.
So wait, but this is like a comedy bit, right? There's not actually a dead body.
No, it's real.
Like a headless dead body? You're kidding.
Well, we don't see the body. It's just a guy. It's just like these guys
No.
talking to a news camera.
This is a joke.
So,
You got totally
it
trolled.
doesn't. It looks real. It looks real.
The body looks real?
No, you don't see the body. You just see the people talking on camera to the news reporter.
Okay. Okay.
Listen, you can watch. It looks very real. You can watch
check
it yourself.
it out.
Yes. It could be an elaborate hoax, and if it is, it's very well done.
Is this a ploy to get me to search like CBT News Crew or something?
Yeah.
My neighbor is blasting Hotel California. It's great.
Really?
My wife always likes to. My wife kind of gets mad when they blast music. When I'm like, "What? They have great taste. They blast Pink Floyd. What are you talking about?"
Listen, darn Kith is trying to ruin my parade. Okay, she's saying it's fake.
Yeah, we all knew it was fake.
Mr. Ubercross, listen. Mr. Ubercross is saying fake. Listen, I'm gonna believe in my heart that is real.
We all knew it was fake, Sitch. You're the only one gullible.
It was real.
Too much glitter, she says.
Well, that's what at the end joke is. He says the police were mad. Andrew Clark for JR says they contaminated the crime scene. Yeah, the end joke is, he said the police were mad at them for contaminating the crime scene because his raise the dead spell uses a lot of glitter.
We got to do something cool like that for your face reveal, man.
Oh, okay.
That'd be amazing. Why don't we do like a funny video or something?
There you go.
I did Social Justice Detective.
Listen, if I can think of something that funny, then I'll do it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you got to put your brain power to it.
I got to, Which, obviously I have a very low brain power because I fell for this. I thought it was real.
Right.
But I'll be honest, I just looked at it just now before they said it was fake, and I was like, it's got the guy's TikTok name, and then it's got in the Chiron, the guy's name. It's the same as the TikTok. I'm like, oh, it's probably fake. But I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to spoil the magic, but chat already did, so I guess it's good. Arthur Tomlinson for $5. Thank you, Arthur. Says the context you're missing is Tim was a big Occupy Wall Street guy and thought Obama would end the wars. He has a big chip on his shoulder over it. Oh, true. That's a good point.
Oh, yeah. He was an Occupy Wall Street guy. I forgot about that.
Right. That's a good point.
Everyone knows the deep lore about Tim.
Yeah. Rigo Zorro for 12 months. Thanks so much, Rigo Zorro, for being 12 months. Free Wilson. Says A-Team isn't against apologies. They just never had a reason to apologize.
True.
Also, if you do apologize, you're out of A-Team. Nothing personal, but
True. The occasional accidental apology can slip out every once in a while. It's no big deal.
End Times Memes for $10 says Nora Al-Kalaki, God, fucking named, was an 8-year-old American citizen from the same family of Al-Qaeda terrorist in Yemen that Obama killed. Tim Pool, bad faith. Trump killed Nora Al-Waki. Huh. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that does sound like bad faith.
Nora was an 8-year-old American citizen, was killed on January 29, 2017 during a raid on Yakla, a commando attack ordered by U.S. President Donald Trump. Interesting.
Coming
So
for
it's the
me.
geez, why is this family always around? This guy's like this. It's the same family as all these people. God, they need to stop. They need to stop hiding their. They need to stop being in near their family when they're committing their terrorist acts. So
Sam Cedar does a lot of videos on Tim Pool.
yeah, I know.
He's like a regular target for Sam Cedar here.
Matthew Titus for 5 months. Thank you so much. Says Tim is using a semantic trick. Trump is being charged for what he did as a citizen. He wants to charge Obama for what he did as president. That's a well. Oh, you're talking about the well, it depends what you're talking about. Trump did the Zelensky thing when he was president. If you're referring to the Stormy Daniels thing, that was obviously when he was a citizen. So
Here's one of my favorites. The Rise of Tim Pool with Robert Silverman from 1 year
they have
ago.
like the Bane mask on.
No.
Rise, Tim Pool, rise!
Robert Silverman. He it's only an 11-minute video, but he talks to some guy probably about
Exciting.
how bad faith. I'm gonna watch a bunch of these videos. I had no idea there was big beef going between these
I know he's
two.
got money, dude.
Just
Don't tell me about the buckets, Tim. I was born in the buckets of cum.
Tim Pool face plants after AOC wins. Wait a second.
Oh, it's Tim Pool
I got a
predicting she
visitor
lose.
here. Damn it. She got away.
Dr. Fire for 6 Canadians says, chanting, triggered Sitch, triggered Sitch. Listen, I think I did good. I didn't get triggered by Tim that much. I got a little triggered. But not that
You did
much, right?
great.
Thank you. Thank you.
You did amazing.
Thank you. WYFT for 11 Canadians says, this week on the Sitch and Adam show, will Adam remain supreme over Sitch, or will Sitch release the inner beast class and be able to name the beef jerky?
I didn't. I had a
Keep up the great work, guys.
I had a new brand of beef jerky that's actually, I think, better than the store brand. So
Oh, and what's it called?
I don't remember.
You
Unfortunately.
don't remember.
I don't remember. Yeah, I got it at Target. I got it at Target.
Oh man. So I named my beef jerky.
Mhm.
It's a big brand. Thick beef or venison jerky. It's pretty tasty.
Yeah.
It's it's good because it's called Epic.
Oh yeah.
Doomer Media for $2 says President Trump more like idiot in jail. LOL chat. There you go. Thank you, Doomer, for forever trolling the chat.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. We love you.
Gene Near Penguin for $5 says, I have come to punish you for your sins. You must choose. You choose between having Destiny's voice or Tim Pool's hairline. You cannot Minecraft yourself.
I'll take Destiny's voice.
Yeah, that's an easy choice. Very easy choice. I mean, listen, Destiny probably sounds better than I already do right now, Gene. Like, that's an easy choice for me. Okay, maybe with Adam. Adam has that nice, smooth, silky voice.
I have a beanie. I wear a beanie every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
It is super hot on your head. It's not like a beanie for life is not a comfortable situation.
Unlike the stream after the jail for memes take. Wait. You understand there's a difference between having a jail? Okay. I feel like you're like gaslighting me. I understand. There's a difference between like saying someone shouldn't be jailed for a meme and someone who created a meme, a picture that's meant to trick people intentionally. Supposedly they have evidence that this was his intention, was to trick people to voting by text, and then they did. You understand that's the difference than saying, quote, ha ha ha, jailed for memes, right? Like, I feel like I'm being gaslit here.
What do you
I
mean?
feel so different than what we're talking about.
Look, if you want to dislike the video, you can.
Okay.
Dislike
You can't.
away.
I'm just saying that that seems like worlds apart from like someone who intended to trick people out of voting. They said they had evidence that he intended to do so. I don't have seen the evidence. I don't know what it is. But he supposedly had intended to deceive people and then successfully got people to text this fake number. Whether they went and voted in person or not, I don't know. But that just seems very different. I don't know. I think you're way too permissive at this point, essentially. It's not the First Amendment. What do you mean? It's literally not the First Amendment. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can't commit your First Amendment doesn't cover fraud.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. If you go up to some, if you create a bunch of flyers that say, "Hey, come to this location to vote," right?
that's
on,
illegal.
the Monday before election day, and you hand it out to a bunch of people, or you say you create a bunch of flyers that say like, "Oh, vote. You can vote here," and like, and you give the wrong times or whatever, and you hand that out to a bunch of people with the intention to deceive them. That is not First Amendment protected speech at all.
Yeah. You can't defraud people.
Yeah, fraud is not protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah.
Like it's if his intention was to make it so people would text instead of vote in person, that is literally fraud. I don't know how else to define it. By definition.
You can't cook up some bogus contract and get someone to sign
You have
it
to
and be like,
actually
oh yeah,
address what I'm saying. Just saying you can't arrest for memes is you're not actually addressing the specifics. You're just kind of like stuck in a loop, a cognitive dissonance.
Why are
loop.
you? Who's giving you a hard time in the chat?
I'm just looking at the chat. I don't know. Someone said it.
It's
caught
my
eye.
dumb movies. It's not fraud. Okay. I mean, you've convinced me.
Okay, there you go.
Look up fraud. Well,
This is a textbook case of fraud. We need Sean here.
fraud.
Fraud.
Oh, he does do that, doesn't he?
It's a Family Guy reference.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
Look, I got Harker's scarf.
I didn't
How
say
cool am
no
I?
specifics. I said he was. You're not tracking. When I first talked about the story, I said this is what the state's accusing him of doing, and if that's true, he deserves to be jailed. That's what
I'm
I said.
not tracking. I'm totally tracking what you're saying.
So no, I'm saying to the people in chat
okay.
that are mad about this. I literally said if this is true, he deserves it. If it's not true, then he doesn't deserve it. Jeez.
I said he should be sentenced to death.
You said he should
I
be
remember.
executed.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway,
Executed.
moving on. I'm not gonna get so liked by chat.
Look, maybe you should dislike the video because I said he should be executed.
True.
I mean, that seems like a little bit harsh of a punishment. So
Der Lammergayer for $5 says he did just brag about a fridge of chocolate chip ice cream in the Nashville press conference. He's not all there. Oh, yeah, that was such a weird fucking thing. Did you see that? You know the weird Biden press conference? What is happening? You're like putting on a beanie and a scarf? Are you like going to Hogwarts? Like, what am I looking at?
tell me more about the Biden thing.
No, he had like that really weird press conference that
Oh yeah,
making
after
weird jokes. Yeah.
after the shooting, he comes out. He's like, "I had ice cream."
Yeah, you're like,
Like-
what the fuck? Like,
Look, there are murdered kids. What are you doing?
Yes.
He's like,
listen, we all know
What?
how much Joe Biden loves his ice cream.
"What?" I totally agree. Fox News cut away to him, and I saw the clip on Fox News where they were like, "Oh my God,
It was so fucking bizarre.
we're without a president right now."
Yeah.
He's like telling stories. Like,
Yes.
yeah, that was.
Listen, you scallywag, pony face horse soldier. Let me
That
tell you
was
about the best
big.
flavor of ice cream I've ever had.
That was big time out of place.
Yeah. Very strange.
Mhm.
Thank you, Desert Runner. Again, Desert Runner for 12 months. Our surrogate Australian police officer
Mhm.
says, hey, y'all, come and watch my second video. A-Team is S-Class Supreme. Thank you.
Throw a link
There
in
you
the
go.
chat.
I threw another link in the chat.
Oh,
That's,
good, awesome.
Desert Runner. Support Desert Runner. Friend of the show. Dr. Diddler for $5 says, A-Team hogs the swing set at the playground and puts mayonnaise in his coffee like some sort of degenerate.
Now that's insane. That's like
S class is the best class.
hogging the
You do
swing
that,
set
Adam?
though.
Do you put mayonnaise in your
No,
coffee?
That's disgusting.
You said you put it on everything.
You finally found something that I would never even think to do. Never even.
So when
dream
you
to
said
do.
that you put mayonnaise on everything, you were lying. Is that what you're saying?
Well, everything that's reasonable to put mayonnaise in.
Oh, you didn't
Yeah.
say that. You said everything.
Yeah.
You liar. You didn't put on everything.
Well, I mean, that's a little harsh. Call me a liar over it, but all right.
Dr. Diddler for another 12. Doctor for 12 months. Thank you so much, Dr. Diddler, for 12 months.
I know, that's so awesome.
Says, I have an interest in all the Ukrainian stuff, but their silly Eastern European names make everything harder to follow. True. I feel like half of the conversation with me trying to explain the Newland phone call to like Dave Smith or anyone is just because these fucking Ukrainian names no one can keep track of.
Yukonovich.
Yeah. It's just like, oh my God, these fucking names.
Papua New Guinea.
I know. Also, 1 year funding.
Popovich.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Diddler. Ostracy for $5 says, Sitch, you just used the term liberal to describe Democrats. For shame. Did I? I think I said it specifically in context of liberal conservatives, but if I did, for shame. For shame! That's true. RBGH fan for $10. Thank you so much. Says Little Sitchy. Maybe not. Maybe I spoke too soon. Little Sitchy. You should always believe Uncle Sniffy Joe. He's been a government truth teller for 50 years. There you go. True. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
That's very true. Thank you. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Blake Molly Campsal for 5 months. Thank you so much with a happy face. Thank you for being 5 months.
Sweet. I love happy faces.
Lucius Cornelius Sulla for $5 says, did you know Alex Jones was on Crowder in December and said Nick Fuentes talked about Hitler in a homoerotic way?
For real? That's crazy. I hope that was recorded.
I didn't know that. Wait, I'm assuming he said like, I'm assuming he was talking about when Nick Fuentes showed up with Kanye.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know, Crowder. I'm just saying he was talking about Hitler, and it seemed very gay. Like he wanted to have a love affair with Hitler. Like it seemed like he was gay for Hitler.
Oh yeah. I get it.
I haven't seen that, but that sounds hilarious. I'll have to check that out. If that was in December, why am I only hearing about that now? I feel like everyone would talk about that when I
Maybe the thing just got leaked or something.
Oh, maybe. Blaine's Escape Quarter for 4 months. Says weed cards are state. The 4473 is federal. Technically, any use of controlled substance would either stop you from buying a gun or you lie to a Fed. Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah, that seems to be the case. The question is, I don't know if it's ever been, have they ever moved on it? Or just potential of them moving on.
I mean, just lie like a rug.
Right. Why are you wearing that scarf?
Make Harker jealous.
Oh, I mean, that's fair.
How's it working? I feel like this is Harker's scarf in her picture, right?
Hers is more rainbowy colored. I think yours is more like, they're just different colors.
No way. This is
Yours is like more orangey and
this is
shades of orange.
Exactly the same colors.
Okay. There you go. Dr. Fire for 6 Canadian says, I could be wrong, but I believe there's supposedly currently 20,000 foreign fighters fighting in Ukraine. Really? That many? I have no clue. That's a lot.
Well, all these mercenaries, you know.
Oh, are they like paid mercenaries?
Yeah, they Zelensky made an offer. Come fight in Ukraine, we'll pay you. Yeah. What is the mercenary magazine that all these guys subscribe to?
Mm-hmm.
Like Soldier of Fortune, that's it. Yes. There's all these Soldier of Fortune dudes that were like, hell, I'll go get paid to kill some Russians.
Are mercenary? Yeah, but are those considered volunteers?
Yeah.
I feel like mercenaries and volunteers are different.
Oh, you're right. Because volunteers is like, I'm doing it
volunteers
for free.
feels like you're volunteering. Mercenaries like you're being paid to do X, you know. Though it's possible that they are mercenaries and you can just calling them volunteers because it sounds better.
Right, yeah.
So this could all be like fake news, but Ukraine has made the claim that they have 20,000 foreign volunteers This was last year in last March.
Yeah.
So when the war first started, right?
I would make that claim. I would be like, we have 100,000. Just
Right.
scare Putin.
Right.
Scare him back into Russia.
Yeah. So who knows if that's true?
Soldier of 4chan. That's funny.
Soldier of 4chan. True.
Mhm. That's like the Twitter people.
Dr. Fire for 6 Canadian says, I believe there's also talk of China's coming demographic collapse.
Okay. Yeah, I've read about that.
I mean, yeah, everyone says that, and it seems like it's possible, but I feel like people say that about a lot of things, and then they just don't materialize. So we shall see. Michael for 6 months. Thanks so much, Michael. Says, just want to express how much I love the show. May A Team reign supreme and S Class be the best class.
That's awesome. Yeah. Thanks for being a member.
Thank you, Michael. CT Star.
Yeah, she's not supposed to super chat. What's she doing?
CT played an April Fool's joke where she.
That was an April Fool's?
She got she drew like, or she did, I don't know, it's like this weird thing. She got like a fake tattoo of us.
Oh, that's disappointing if that was
on April Fool's and put it out there. I don't know if you saw, and then Richard Conley had a funny video.
I know. Like, it was amazing.
Yeah, we'll play it. Maybe we'll play it on Tuesday. It was pretty funny. So.
Yeah. Richard Conley had his head down like he was tattooing himself.
Because he tweeted like challenge accepted.
Right.
You said only a true fan.
I know. I was like, true fan here.
Tattoo. And then Richard's like, challenge accepted. I'm like, no, Richard, it was a joke. And there's a video of him like, zzz, what? It's really funny.
Oh my God.
That was great. CT for $4.40 Canadian. Says, I claim Adam's yard. I know there's a border, but there you go. She also said that she also is claiming my house too, everything in it, including me.
What is that all about? How can you just claim someone's stuff?
She's gonna take a piece of yarn.
That's
and just put it around your property and then claim it's her.
That's because we were talking about the just invading other people's stuff and taking their shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eyes Full of Sky. That's a good name.
Dying. Eyes Full of Sky, thanks so much for the $5. Says, if America took Mexico, would Mexican culture become American? If so, then it would be culture. Then wouldn't it be cultural appropriation if I wore sombrero everywhere? Then it wouldn't be cultural appropriation if I wore sombrero everywhere.
That's pretty awesome. That's the thing. Wouldn't we just seal the border first before we like invaded Mexico? Like if we had a huge problem with the Mexican government and the cartels, I feel like we'd just seal the border off.
I mean, that's what they're trying to do. I don't know how effective it is at working, but
right.
I mean, you know what? That should be the response when they open the Mexicans taco stand and they say you're culturally appropriating. You're saying, what are you talking about? They're American. They live in North America or Central America. It's American culture.
That's a worthwhile move. I would try that.
There you go. Wayne's Escape Quarter for $2 says, I learned about Panama from a vet, never in school. I vaguely remember learning about it in school, but it's not something anyone really focuses on that much. WTF1A1A for $5 says, why join A team or S team when you can join F team? Foamy doesn't care if you're left or right. Foamy, the Lord just wants to cure the stupid out of you.
Foamy.
Foamy.
Foamy. The squirrel. I have a squirrel now.
I saw the picture, yeah.
Yeah.
You're feeding a squirrel.
Somebody said, though, that the cat has killed a couple squirrels, and I'm like, Ragamuffin is getting a collar with a bell. Like, I do not want that squirrel to get hurt.
So I told you how, like, my parents, just CT sent me a funny picture. I told you my parents have like a bird feeder, and they're like perpetually pissed off because the squirrel always comes to like eat the seeds.
Oh, really?
Yes. And now they say they've seen like there are like random neighborhood cats that like wander in and out of the backyard. They say they've seen the cats like try to get the squirrel, but they've never actually seen it catch one, and they've never found a dead squirrel in the backyard. So
Yeah, someone on Twitter said that their cat has caught squirrels before, and it made me think. I was worried too, and I was like, I'm just gonna go chill in the backyard and kind of watch the situation. And Ragamuffin went for the squirrel, and the squirrel just completely, like, Ragamuffin didn't stand a chance. The squirrel just outmaneuvered. I'm like off the wall, off the bush, like I'm just out of here. And after that, I felt very safe. But I mean, that squirrel is practically climbing up my leg now. It just comes out.
really,
I open the door and it's sitting right there on the porch, just looking up at me like, hey, what's up?
that's awesome.
Got any peanuts for me?
Wow, look at you. They
Yeah.
also, I think, really like sunflower seeds too.
Oh, really? Because I'm kind of curious. I gave him a grape and he was kind of like, where's the
Yeah, I don't know if they
peanuts?
eat-
Give me the
I don't know if they eat
peanuts.
grapes. Yeah.
He ate it, but he was not happy about it. He wanted some. Yeah. He's like, this isn't really my jam.
Your squirrels are cuter than the squirrels we have in Florida.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have like the very like stereotypical, looking squirrel.
I'll be out in the yard, just kind of wandering around. I'll turn around and he'll be like right under my feet. I'm going, oh, you're following me around, huh?
Yeah, he's like, give me some food.
Yeah. No,
They're
it's
smart
awesome.
little fuckers. Yeah, they're smart little fuckers.
Yeah.
I know. Have you ever been to Lafayette Park?
What is
It's the
that?
park across from the White House.
No, I've never been to
that's right, you've never been to
Washington,
DC.
D.C. Yeah.
Because there's so many tourists there and people feed the squirrels. The squirrels are all super tame. And they're all
Mhm.
really fat. And so you can like just feed. You can just hold out like as a stranger. You just hold out like shit in your hand, and the squirrels will like climb in your hand and start eating out of your.
No way.
hand.
See, that's what
Yeah.
I'm like. I want him to be my.
Though they can bite you
My
by
pal.
accident, so I have to be careful.
Okay. Well, if I get rabies, no big deal.
Do they still have to give you the shot in your stomach for that, or do they ever increase the technology to make it not so terrible?
Nah, I've had rabies a couple times. It's not that big a deal.
Oh, really?
People
You had
way
rabies a couple
over-
times?
People way over
Uh-huh. Why are you getting rabies so
traumatized.
often?
I like to hang out with this. I have pets.
That have rabies?
No, I'm kidding. Come on now.
Uh-huh.
Rabies.
I don't know. If it feels like maybe that's why you get so angry sometimes. You're just coming down from your rabies high.
That's funny. Yeah, that's it.
CT for
What's the squirrel's name? Yeah.
CT for 2 Canadian. Yeah. What is the squirrel's name?
I'm gonna name my squirrel Winston.
There you
Although
go.
I know that it is a female squirrel because
You're looking for its nuts.
It's got a whole rack of tits. I mean, it's
Wait, really?
yeah, it's obviously pregnant, and that's one of the reasons.
Oh, interesting. That's
Maybe
why
I'm
it's
doing a
eating.
bad thing by feeding it because it's gonna have like a giant litter now. We're gonna have like 35 squirrels in the backyard.
Yeah, but don't you want that?
Not really. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
my cat is
Kinda
gonna
cute.
eat the squirrels,
I mean, he's gonna eat the squirrel babies. Yeah.
and I'm not. Look, I'm feeding one squirrel occasionally. I'm not gonna. I'm not
Adam's
gonna-
like, I don't got the money to feed a whole squirrel family.
Exactly.
I don't got the nuts to feed a whole squirrel family. I only got the nuts for this one female squirrel. She keeps crawling between my legs.
It's
She's
my
like,
squ-
where your nuts at?
It's my squirrel friend.
This female squirrel, she's got her tits out, and she's like, give me the nuts, Adam.
Yeah. It's just my squirrel friend.
I'll be honest, I've never seen squirrel tits, so I don't even know what the.
Well, you
I
saw
don't
the
even know how to
picture.
visual-
Look, I'll bring the picture up.
Or you
from-
could see boobs in the. I don't remember seeing
Yes.
boobs. I know I've seen squirrel nuts because I've seen squirrels that or pictures of. I don't know if I've seen this in person or picture where they like climb on the window and they stick their little fuzzy nuts like right on the glass.
Where's the picture? Where's the
Well,
rag?
I've-
The
I've
picture
never
of
seen squirrel
Ragamuffin on the
tits.
squirrel. I mean,
Oh.
you can see him in the picture. What are you talking about?
Okay, if you say so. I mean, I'll be honest. I just looked at the picture and said, "Oh, it's a cute squirrel." I wasn't really looking for like the
You weren't looking for
the
squirrel boob.
genitalia of the squirrel. So.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm curious if the squirrel's going to be moving in, you know. So here's
There you go. Adam furried.
So
Squirrels
here's
do
this.
have relatively large nuts to their bodies. At least they seem like it. You know what that probably means, right? It means they're not monogamous.
What do you mean?
It means if the animal has a very large testicles, it usually means they're not monogamous.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that in another video. I was like, what do you Sitch? What's going on?
I'm just saying. I don't do them. I don't do this.
So Ragamuffin sitting back here in the background, obviously kind of demoralized about the situation. Is that? I don't know that I don't think my cursor shows up in the video. So, but here's this.
Yeah, the ones we have in Florida are they're gray squirrels. That's what they're called.
Oh, okay.
Eastern gray squirrel. It looks like literally the most stereotypical squirrel ever. Yours has got like orange on it. It looks different.
Yeah. So, but they sit up like this when they eat.
Yeah, well, all squirrels do that.
But... Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah, you've never seen a squirrel before?
Yeah, I literally have one. I mean, I literally own one.
I know, but I meant before this.
I can't name him Winston though, because it's obviously a female squirrel. So
why not? Who cares?
I think.
Yeah, which cat was that? That was Ragamuffin in the background, right?
I think I'm gonna name my squirrel Tiffany.
There you go.
How's that?
If you want. Breakfast with Tiffany.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, Tiffany. Yeah. Tiffany does come out in the morning. Is like,
there you go.
Give me some
Adam's
nuts.
Having his little breakfast with Tiffany.
Give me some nuts, you my nut slave. Get in that house.
Is that a gray squirrel? It's got like it looks maybe it's just the lighting. Is it white or is it orange?
It's orange.
It looks orange. Okay, orange, yeah, I don't think that's a gray squirrel.
Orange and brown. He's got his little paws there. He's like chowing on a nut.
Yeah, he's very cute.
Yeah, he's adorable.
Very cute. Chipmunks are way cuter, but I've only seen those in a couple places in my travels, not in Florida.
I caught a ground squirrel when I was a kid.
A ground squirrel?
Yeah.
A California ground squirrel. Oh my God, this thing is like the cutest thing ever. What is this?
And I took it home and I put it in an aquarium and it bit me.
Yeah, it's a fucking wild animal. You just grabbed it off the fucking, like, the wild.
And I was thinking, oh my God. A friend was like, you're going to get rabies. You got to tell your folks.
This is how you got rabies.
No, and I was like, I'm not fucking telling my folks. My friend was like, you're going to get like, you have to get like 20 shots in your stomach. They take a needle and they push it all the way into your stomach.
You're like, I'm definitely not going to tell them.
Right. And I never told my folks. I was like, fuck that. I'm getting rid of the squirrel. I let the squirrel go and I just never told my parents. And I kept looking at it on my finger for days and days. Because
And you never got rabies.
And I didn't get rabies, yeah.
So I think that's.
So I think I'm immune to rabies.
Or maybe it just didn't have rabies.
You don't know. Maybe I'm immune. I could be. I could literally be immune.
There you go. Adam could either be immune to rabies or just that squirrel didn't have rabies.
Why?
I think it was probably that.
Why would it? Obviously, it was angry. Why would it bite me?
Because you grabbed a fucking wild animal. What do you mean? Why did it bite me? Well, you just picked a random animal off the ground and put it in and kidnapped it.
I did. I totally did.
Yeah.
Oh, man. The stupid shit you do when you're a kid.
True.
I mean, this was like, I think this was maybe second grade, maybe third grade. How old are you in third grade? You're like 8, right?
No, you're 9. You're 8 or 9.
Okay. Yeah, I'm 8 years old.
All right.
Look, you're not working with a lot of experience when you're 8 years old. You're like, look, a squirrel. I'm going to make a pet out of it. It'll be great.
I mean, I think I was smart enough when I was 8 to not just like try to grab a random squirrel off the ground. Okay. Like, that's just me. I don't know if I would have been just, oh, look, a fucking squirrel.
I literally have one coming up to my back door now.
Yeah, but it's different. So I think the squirrel in this picture is it's either a fox squirrel or a Douglas squirrel.
Oh.
I think it's a fox squirrel because the Douglas squirrel looks a little shorter, a little smaller. So.
Yeah. I wonder if
The,
it's had the babies yet. I wonder if it has
The
babies
California
now.
ground squirrel. I've never seen this before. It's adorable looking.
I wonder if it has a litter right now. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm literally feeding the litter now and I don't even
Maybe
know
you are. Yeah, maybe you're feeding the mom who's then feeding the child.
because the babies come out in like spring, right? And we're getting close to spring, so.
Rabies is super rare. Yeah, I don't think rabies is super.
Oh, it is?
common.
Well, that's good.
And rabies does kill you. Yeah.
That's good to
Isn't
know because I'm gonna
Rabies
pet this.
isn't rabies like literally the most lethal virus on the planet or something?
I feel my future is really petting this squirrel. I do want to pet it so bad.
Yeah, I think isn't rabies like the most lethal disease from
Oh
animals or
yeah,
something?
it's
Or
horrible.
virus or whatever it is. Yeah.
Small rodents like squirrels and hamsters, guinea pigs and gerbils, chipmunks and rats and mice.
Now I would assume the squirrel doesn't have rabies because it would be attacking you. It would be like crazy. Like it wouldn't be like, oh, give me food.
Look, I
But it
actually
could have
started
like ticks
feeding.
or something. So
Oh, it's definitely got fleas because it scratches.
yeah, you gotta be
Yeah.
careful with fleas and ticks.
I don't want fleas. No fleas, please.
Yeah. And you don't want your cat to get fleas either.
I want my cat to stay away from the squirrel. Tiffany and I are friends.
Okay, fair enough. You just get fleas all over you. When it climbs on you. There you go. Clearly, rabies is the fountain of youth. Adam is like 70 years old, but he looks 35. Is that true, Adam? Is the getting rabies stop your aging process?
That's awesome.
DT wants you to name the squirrel Winston. She's pretty connected to the original name.
Winston? I do like the name Winston.
It's a good name. Winston for a squirrel. Listen, gender is a social construct, Adam. This way, when someone accuses you of transphobia, you're like, well, I'm not transphobia. I have a trans squirrel.
I think Tiffany's great.
No, I think having a trans squirrel named Winston is the way to go.
No,
Way to
I
handle
think-
the situation. What do you
I
think,
think-
chat? Trans squirrel? Adam should have a trans
I don't
squirrel.
feel right naming Tiffany a boy's name.
Wow, what a bigot. Can you believe this? Can you believe this, bigot?
No, I can't.
Okay. Yeah, someone said, I'm impressed you're able to catch a squirrel. That is impressive.
Me? What do you mean?
Yeah, squirrels don't just usually stand around for you to pick them up.
The squirrel, I started, look, this all began with feeding the crows. Remember?
No, I meant when you were a kid, not.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
So you just grabbed a squirrel when you were a kid.
It's like a ground squirrel, a little tiny ground squirrel.
Yeah, they're so cute looking. I've never seen them before.
Yeah.
Remember the ones that have the little almond-shaped eyes and the spots on the
Yeah.
back?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's adorable.
Little shrew looking thing.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
I
before.
couldn't
You don't-
believe it. I was like, wow, okay.
You're like, I'm gonna just take it. You're like,
Yeah.
listen, they're free at the park. You can just take them with you home. I have 100 ground squirrels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's right. Adam is turning squirrels trans.
Turning the
Gallus-
squirrels gay.
Gallus Janus, thank you so much, Gallus Janus, for being a 12-month member. Saying woo! Thank you so much. Stug for $2 says, "What if you were like a scalper for the parts and jars?"
I
There
don't
you
know.
go.
What
Would you
that
scalp?
be?
Would you scalp the farts?
No. Well, I mean, what's the markup on those?
You're like, wait a minute, how much?
Yeah.
CT for 2 Canadian says, "I will accept Tiffany if it makes Adam and the squirrel happy." There you go.
Yeah.
Adam is turning the frickin' squirrels gay. True. You caught a bat once? How do you catch a bat? That
Oh,
seems
I've
way
caught a
harder than
bat
catching
before.
a squirrel. Now bats, I believe, are very likely to have fucked up diseases. So you really
Yeah.
shouldn't catch bats. So
I heard that bats, their fur is like Velcro, and if they fly into your hair, you're screwed because they like
Oh, really?
stick to your head. Yeah.
Interesting.
But I don't know if that's just bullshit.
I feel like that's like not true.
Yeah.
That feels like a thing that's not true.
Yeah. Sounds like something I would make up to make you afraid of bats.
That's what sucks because like there are bats where I live and they're like cool, and then you're like, oh, like bats are awesome. They look so cool and cute, and they're like the cute ones. They're not like the ugly ones.
Yeah.
You can hear them at night. They fly around in circles, and you can hear the little like echolocation, high pitched sounds. I'm like, that's so cool. And then it's like, oh, but they all have fucking rabies, and you're like, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High content of rabies in bats, huh?
Apparently, well, I think it's a high contact, like high amount of like everything in bats,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately. But my dad, Thoth says his dad caught a roadrunner. That's cool. Your dad did what Wile E. Coyote could never do.
Yeah. Based.
Contrast for $2 says, Adam, go on Pornhub and search for economics. That sounds like a good idea.
That's funny.
There you go.
Just
There you
skipping to the chase. I like that.
CT says it's more like they have claws and scary little bat fingers that get tangled in your hair. I like that. Scary little bat fingers. Yeah.
J-Bo Jones for 7 months says, Sitch, CT wants you to play Pokemon with her and Harker. You going to do that
go.
or what?
I should, yeah.
No, don't do it.
Leave
them
I
hanging.
mean,
Play
we
hard
played in
to
the past. CT very generously got me Pokemon Ruby, whatever the newest one was.
Look, you got to keep them guessing. You got to keep these ladies guessing. That's what you
Oh,
gotta
I don't
do.
know if did you see I was validated? You know, people didn't believe my alligator snake story.
Oh, I know. I did see that. Yeah.
And then I think you tweeted it or someone tagged us. And there was a video of a snake in Florida that ate an alligator,
With a
and then
gator
it
inside it.
exploded because they couldn't digest the alligator.
It had like the shape of the alligator in the snake too. It
Yeah,
was
yep.
hilarious.
And they're like at a vet's office or something,
Mhm.
and he's like literally cutting this fucking snake open. There's
Yeah.
alligators inside. Yeah. So I
Funny
told you,
thing.
man, it happens. Scarlet, thank you. Ellen for 4 months says, listen, you totally have to host meme review. You just need to react to memes. If you like one, you say big P
Big pee-pee.
big peepee. The memes in the PewDiePie Reddit. There you go. It's a good idea. I like that.
I do like that idea.
JMac for $10. Thank you so much. Our circuit. Oh, I read that one. Parents are shocked. They made the mistake of trusting the government with their kids. True.
Yes.
Kajoni for $5 says it shouldn't be a controversial take that butt plug tutorials in schools versus eating wangs with girls in shorts at Hooters is not the freaking same. That is very true.
I 100% agree with that.
It's very true. Yeah. Gotta eat them wangs.
Wangs?
Dr. Fire for 6 Canadian says how we go from debating pulling Mark Twain out of libraries because of strong language to school libraries having vivid sex and violent drawings. Yeah, that's a
True.
sad
Didn't
decline.
they want
right
to
there.
edit the N-word out of Mark Twain?
They did in some cases, I believe.
When the N-word is in every single rap song these kids listen to on the radio. It's ridiculous. They can't
That's
hear
a
it
good
in
point.
Mark Twain, but they can hear
Right.
it in Snoop Dogg.
Yep.
Bullshit.
Snoop Dogg. Is
Mhm.
he even making music anymore?
Yeah, I know. I was like, who's... They
You're
can't
like,
hear it in Kanye?
whoever you children are listening to now.
They can't hear it in Kanye? I know Snoop Dogg is like 75. Totally dating myself.
There you go.
Oh, I still have the squirrel up here. Let me take the squirrel down. You guys have seen the squirrel long enough. I'm here.
Jackorama for $5 says, I checked out a book from the school library once. It was Stephen King's It. There you go.
Wow.
That's why they didn't know. They
So you
didn't
saw the
know.
gang rape scene.
Yeah.
The
It wasn't a
gang
rape.
rape
I mean,
of
she kind of
children.
wanted it.
Okay.
Well,
Ooh. Yikes.
they had to do it to escape the sewer. It's very fucking weird. Cannot believe that fucking Stephen King's editor did not say, Stephen, listen, I know you're like really high on coke, but you cannot have a scene where underage children run a train on a girl and then they describe it in detail. You just can't do that, Stephen.
Right.
Like that.
What the fucked up fucker.
I know, right?
That's probably why he's a Biden voter. He's like, oh yeah, I like how he sniffs all the children's hair.
There you go. That must be it.
I think it's true.
Love the pie for 7 months. Thank you so much. Says, what are your opinions on Red Scar X Bars Club?
I have no idea what those are.
I don't even know what that means.
Ginger Miss Prime for $8.
And I'm Googling it and I'm not finding anything. What is Red Scar Bars
You got to
Club?
Google it on Pornhub.
Red Scar is an ancient Shadow Clan medicine cat.
Mm-hmm.
What? Okay.
What?
I don't know. What is this? What?
What?
Okay.
What?
All
Why
right.
is that funny?
No, it just is.
Why are you laughing?
It just is funny. Those are you telling me that those words are not funny in that order? Red Scar. Red Scar is an ancient Shadow Clan medicine cat. I don't know.
Oh,
It's
oh
funny.
yeah.
Okay.
Ginger Miss Prime for $8. The
Wait,
current
you skipped Joe Sullivan. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Well, I think I called those out already, but
Oh, well, thank you. Mr. J. Mr. J. Thanks so much for being a free will seeker. New. Thank you.
oh, look at that. Yeah, I did miss that.
Jeremy's Prime for 8 Aussie bucks says the current trans right movement scares me more than the OG feminists. I think it's the extra testosterone. Sitch, listen to the AA Spencer podcast. I did. You must have missed. I talked about it on Tuesday.
Yeah, I still haven't
did
listened
listen
to it, but I do need to
It's
listen to it.
very crazy. Yeah.
It's very informative, I hear.
Very informative.
Can I just
Richard-
Google that, or how'd you find
I can
it?
send you the link.
Okay.
Richard Spencer is definitely still on the white nationalist idea. He's rebranded it as some sort of weird thing called Apolloism, where it's like this weird, like, trick to try to trick people into thinking he's not a white nationalist, but he still is. So by saying that they're like supporting the god Apollo, it's very bizarre.
Why don't
But,
we
yeah.
watch part of it on the Sunday stream and just out the whole thing?
Maybe I'd have to go pick out the part. It's like 3 hours.
Yeah, but
And
we'll
most of
just
it's
jump
boring, so I'll
straight
have
to
to find
the.
them.
Yeah,
I'll
we'll
find
just.
them. Yeah, I guess I can pull it out, but I mean, I don't know, does anyone really care about Richard Spencer anymore?
Academic agent nerd versus Richard Spencer Chad. What is this?
I don't know.
What's going on, everybody?
Somebody. I don't know. There's a video called Academic Agent Nerd versus Richard Spencer
Well, there you go.
Chad.
But anyway, yeah. So, yeah. So there's some interesting. I mean, he's definitely still on the white identitarian train,
Mm-hmm.
as is obviously Quack, which is weird because I don't think he's even white. But okay, it's just one of those. The poll meme of like the non-white guy screaming, "I'm white." Like that meme literally is fucking truer and truer every day. I swear.
Right.
So, anyway. Bizarrely Biased for 2 months says, please play the Buckets of Fun commercial.
No, not right now.
No?
No.
Okay.
I'm losing steam here.
Okay.
Oh, look
Maybe
at
we'll play
that.
on Tuesday. Soupy Cappy for 5 SGD says, I saw your vid on Big Joel and holy man, looks like Dollar Tree Marks.
Oh, yeah.
When you say you want Karl Marx, but your mom says you have Karl Marx at home.
That's true.
And it's Big Joel. There you go. Patrick Mulligan for 550 Canadian. Thanks so much. Says, Sitch, when are you going to play some Warhammer 3 with Thoth, Carl, and myself? We got to start an epic 8-player co-op on the Laz. Also get Destiny on. Probably never, Patrick. I appreciate it, but I'm not a big Warhammer
Oh my
fan.
God.
So thank you for the invitation.
That's hilarious.
I like you guys, Thoth and Carl, but
It is what it is.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Sitch, did you watch Bob defend USA from leftists? Talking about actual fan or organized chaos, Bob? Was that in your video? I haven't watched it yet.
I watched it.
haven't, no. Does
was
Bob
great.
defend the USA from leftists?
No, I don't
That's
know
kind
what
of
that
interesting
is.
if that happened. TB, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, TB. Oh, everything got shifted.
Sash Man. Sash Man.
I read that one.
Oh, you did?
That's South Africa.
Oh, you're
we ever
right.
talk about South Africa? He was around during the riots, which is interesting. So if we ever talk about that in detail, definitely reach out to you. Zero Fucks for 7 months says, have you ever noticed how Destiny Adderall's so hard that whenever he talks a lot, he cuts off his own previous sentence with the next one?
Yes, I have noticed that. That happened several times.
I haven't actually noticed that. No, he does that. That's interesting. How do you cut off your own sentence?
He did that when he was talking about the morality stuff.
Like he doesn't finish the sentence before he moves on to the next one?
Yeah, he moves on to the next sentence.
Interesting. I didn't notice. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $2 says, been to a few of those tiny towns in Japan. Ghosts.
Yeah.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, why are you in light theme? Go to dark theme. That's a good point. Why are you in light theme? Jesus, Adam, what are you doing?
Well, I'm not logged in on that. I never use. That's like the Edge browser I never use. We only use it for. Yeah. I am in dark mode right now. Especially dark mode. Yeah. Super dark mode.
Andrew for $2 says, I sent it to you again, Sitch. Oh, thank you. Oh, I see it. Leftist versus leftist. Oh, that's that guy. What's that guy's name? I hate that guy. We've covered that guy. He sucks. Awesome. I'll check it out.
Caffeinated Tweaker for 220 says, I love how offended Wormy looks when Adam stops pets. Of course. He wants more pets. That's what Wormy lives for.
Carvernacle. That's the guy. We've covered Carvernacle, haven't we?
Of course. We've covered everyone by now. Everyone but Quackers and Richard Spencer.
I've never seen, I gotta look at this. Since I usually don't look at what you're doing, I've never seen Wormy get offended at you. That sounds adorable.
Oh, really? Oh, he does. He gets majorly pissed.
Shell Shock TM, thanks so much for the 7 months. Says, got here late, but I want to say S-Class and A-Team are working together to give you the illusion of free choice. Wake up, sheep people. Wake up, sheeple. Still based, though.
I feel like we might have to ban you from the chat.
Thank you, Shell Shock.
Stop giving our secrets away.
Yeah, there you go.
Look, if you are enlightened enough to realize what's going on, you're supposed to keep it to yourself.
Right.
Don't destroy the illusion for the new people.
Yes. Oh, CT for $2 says, I love how offended Wormy gets when Adam stops the pets.
Yeah. He loves his pets.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, squirrels are like that on the Portland campus, too. Yeah, I guess you just feed them too much. They become super tame. The college that I went to, the squirrels would kind of like get close to you, but they wouldn't eat out your hand or anything. So they're worried about getting eaten by gators. So it makes sense.
For Patrick Mulligan for 220 says, forget Sitch. Adam, play Warhammer with us.
There
And I
you go.
gotta, this comic is killing me. I gotta finish this comic.
Yes.
Yes.
CT for $4. CT, stop sending us money. Holy shit. CT for $4 first says, you said Winston too late, now we're committed, and then said, okay, we can accept Tiffany.
Well, I thought you already read those.
I didn't read the first part.
Oh.
He said Winston too late, now we're committed. I agree with that one.
So any?
Thank you so much for 4 months. Freewheel Seeker saying thanks for the content. Well, thank you for the support.
All right. You're like, no, we still have Streamlabs.
No, there's a couple Streamlabs because I read the Streamlabs first,
Okay.
actually.
Oh, interesting. Nice.
Changing it up.
Look, we're almost there.
Adam friended. Oh
how do
my
you stay
god.
up till like 3 in the morning?
Well, it is 3 in the morning. Yeah.
I know.
Adam, why did you donate money to our stream?
Well, you
Doesn't make
know,
sense.
I figured I'll just take it back when we split the
All right.
money up.
Adam Friended for $2 says, listen, I just want to say to Mr. Girl, Jangles, and Christian Watson that I sincerely apologize. I apologize with all of my heart to you.
Oh, that's
I was
hilarious.
wrong and you were right. I prostrate myself before you. Please forgive me.
Really? Wow.
Now I see why you couldn't say it in words. You had to write it in text because
Yeah, it's
it
too
was
much. Too much for me to handle.
Too much. It would be too emotionally daunting for you to say all that. So there you go. Adam Friend has officially apologized to Mr. Girl Jangles and Kristen Watson.
Yeah. I mean, that's a terrible display. I ought to apologize to you guys just for making that embarrassing display, but I'm not going to do it.
Right. CT for Jar says, yeah, stop super chatting. CT, stop super chatting. CT, I'm serious. Oh my God, stop. Says, I have a question. You can just ask the question. You don't have to super chat it. What happens if all the mods time Vinny out at once? Does it stack? Could he be timed out for 8 hours? I do not believe. I don't believe the timeout stack. I'm Vinny. I don't.
I timed Vinny out at the beginning of the stream because he was spamming the chat, and I was trying to read the chat before the thing started up.
Yeah,
so
Vinny wants you to time him out. That's
no,
the
I
goal.
mean I permanently banned him. I was like banned for good. Yeah.
How dare you?
And everybody was super chapped. They were like, "Oh my God, who banned Vinny?" And I'm like,
you can't
"I did."
ban Vinny, Adam.
I was like, "I did. Remind me in a couple of days, and I'll unban him." That's what I said.
Wow, you know what that means, right? Vinny is obviously S-class now. I would never ban Vinny.
Really?
No, just give him the timeout he
the
wants.
shit out of the chat, and I'm like,
just give him a timeout. He wants a timeout. He's been a bad boy. It's like his kink. He gets off on it.
But 300 seconds is just not enough. I mean, I need like a day's rest.
Poor Vinny. Listen.
Look, I went and I unbanned him before the stream even began.
Okay.
I think, and I told him, don't spam the chat. And it seemed to work for at least an hour.
Mm-hmm.
But then he started coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So
there you go.
I looked around kind of casually, not really able to figure out. I was thinking maybe we can up that to, like 1 million seconds or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I support Vinny.
Look at you.
He's like our mascot.
You're like begging for S classes here. You're just
That's
like,
it. Anyway,
Sitch is on his hands and knees right here. Please,
that's true.
I need more
That's
S
true.
class.
Yep. I need more schizophrenic, crazy people in S class.
Just what you need. More simp class.
There you go. CT also continues saying, the Discord cult misses you, Adam, by the way. Do you want a human sacrifice?
No, of course not.
Sure.
Look, I've been not feeling very well for like the last couple of weeks. So I did some karate in the garage that I think I messed up my back a bit. So
you did karate, huh?
That kind of I was cleaning the garage and I wasn't
with
really
karate.
Look, I say karate in the garage because it's like embarrassing to think I just tripped over some shit and hurt myself while I was trying to clean the garage, right?
Okay,
Doesn't karate sound better?
No, listen, someone was breaking into the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Right. Now you're starting to catch on.
They were gonna listen. Someone was breaking into the house to steal all your squirrel babies, and you're like, over my dead body. You have to fight them off.
I'll come clean about all of my karate garage injuries.
Cruella DeVille wanted to steal those squirrel babies and skin them for teeny tiny little squirrel pelts that she wanted to sew together into a scarf. And you said, get the fuck out of here, Cruella. And you fought off those two belugas that she has that always, do what she says. To save those little baby squirrels.
I pulled out my double barrel shotgun. Like, bitch, away from the squirrels.
And then when you shot it, the back, the knockback of the gun just broke your back, is what you're saying.
Where's my real gun?
Okay. I don't think you should show your real gun on stream. I think people get in trouble for that.
I mean, you can hear me cock it, though.
Okay.
It'll be fun.
Anyways. Patrick Mulligan for 5 Canadian says, what games have you been playing, Sitch? I have finished my work busy season 67-hour week for 7 weeks. Hope to be able to join in the fun more.
Yeah, you play games on Thursday, right?
I played Slay the Spire on stream on the other day because we were
did you?
bored. We were listening to.
Nice.
Yeah, remember that was the game I was playing, the card game.
Oh yeah, you played it on our stream. I do remember.
Yeah, play on your stream, man. On this stream.
I told you to share it, and we put it up. It was great.
I didn't realize some people are like vehemently angry and triggered about card games for some reason.
Yeah.
I'm here with. So yeah, I've been playing Slay the Spire a little bit recently. I haven't really been playing any new games, so nothing that exciting. Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadian says, "Did you read the epic article by Destiny by Max?" No. We're talking to Tread Logic on Tuesday. I'm sure he will talk about it. So.
Well, I'm gonna bring it up because I think Chud got rich off of that stream, and it's so hilarious because I don't know if you listen to any of his vanity tour about this article that he published.
You mean Max?
Yeah, Max is going on this vanity tour where he's just talking to everybody, and everybody's making a shitload of super chats, and Max is making like nothing. I'm going.
That is pretty funny. Chud is like, "Thank you, Max, for your hard work of making me thousands of dollars."
Exactly. Exactly. It's so hilarious. And then even President Sunday was like, "Why'd you do it in this format? Like, how do you make money off of some fucking blog post? Like, you're literally a YouTuber."
Right.
Even Destiny, when he does one of these manifestos, he spends weeks writing.
Yeah.
He doesn't just publish the thing. He like reads it on stream.
Yes, exactly.
Turns it into a bunch of content.
Right.
What is up with this guy?
Not smart.
Yes. And this guy is supposed to be like the brainiac. I've come to save the pedos. Like, what the fuck?
I have played a lot of Slay the Spire mods. I really like the Downfall one. You get to play as the bosses. It's great. Did you know Jesse Single plays Slay the Spire?
That's hilarious.
He was tweeting about it, and I was like, "Oh, Jesse." I think I vaguely remember talking to him about it when he was on stream. But
Jesse's awesome. I like Jesse.
he's a pussy in Slay the Spire. He's too afraid to fight the heart. Jesse.
You gonna do a little 2-player with Jesse on the Slay the
I
Spider?
don't. It's a 1-player game, so no.
Oh, okay. That's impossible. Look, I always shoot for the impossible, though. That's why I bring it up.
There you go. Andrew Clark for 2 hours says, Disney remake had the Dalmatians kill her parents. I remember. Yeah, it was like fucking the wildest shit ever.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that in the live action Disney remake, the Dalmatians killed her parents?
Lame.
That's why she hates Dalmatians.
Lame.
Andrew Clark for another $5 says, the best part of the Bob video is at 43 minutes and 47 seconds-ish. If you want to pull it up, the content will shock you.
Well, we're not.
I feel like
gonna pull it
Adam
up
doesn't
right
want
now.
to pull it up.
Yeah.
But we can pull it up on
spent.
Tuesday, right?
I mean, sure.
Yeah, we'll look on Tuesday. Adam's fading, so.
I did watch the video though, and I enjoyed it tremendously.
This is a different video.
Oh, it is? The best part of Bob's video. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we'll do it on Tuesday. What do you think?
Sure. Anyways, here, let me before we go, let me put a link to Andrew Clark's video in the chat. This is Andrew Clark's breakdown of the conversation between us and Organized Chaos, and the video is called Organized Chaos is Systemically Bad Faith. There you go. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. And thank you, you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes, the true free will seekers. And we'll see you all on Tuesday when we talk to Chud Logic. Thought you were on the go.
Bye-bye!
There you go.